Ohio.
Yep.
That's where Denise and Dr. John and young Jed and his family, that's where they grew up. And that photo of Eddie DeBartolo on the 49ers.
It's a great photo.
It really is a great photo, but it's young Jed at the Cincinnati Bengals sideline, you know, and there's a lot of connective tissue between these two organizations. And I'm just not sure how many young fans really connect the dots here. Bill Walsh was an offensive coordinator for many years under Paul Brown for the Bengals, created, quote unquote, the West Coast offense. Helped the ascension of Ken Anderson, who really was the the most efficient passer of the late 70s. I don't even know if people know who that name is, you know, and just seeing all the connective tissue after they move off their coach, they hire Sam Weish, who was a quality control assistant for the 49ers, who was a Bill Walsh disciple. They would meet multiple times in the Super Bowl against each other. Weish coaching the 88 team.
Right.
So there's just a lot between these two teams.
There's a lot.
Even though it's been 40 years.
It's been, yeah, I mean, look, they met in a couple Super Bowls in the 80s. Since then, there's really been nothing. But I will say this about Cincinnati. This is the same place where I thought Jimmy Garoppolo got a swagger back in 2019.
Look at you.
Week 2. There was a scramble there in that game. Mm-hmm. Scrambles, gets a first down, and he goes, first down! And he's coming off the ACL injury. That's when.
Do that one more time.
First down! And Jimmy had that swagger. He had that swagger.
I love it.
First down! And he had that swag. And it was like, okay, he's feeling himself now. Because we were burying the guy in the preseason. He had the 5 interception practice. He had a terrible game against Denver in the preseason on Monday Night Football when Booger McFarland was basically saying, this guy's scared in the pocket. He's rattled. This is not good. He looks wrecked. And then, of course, the next week in Kansas City, he drives the 49ers down. He gets the ball batted down by Chris Jones on 4th down in that preseason game.
That was so bad.
And it was like, well, it was a precursor to what was to come in Super Bowl 54 in the 4th quarter. Not to go there. But
Chris Jones playing great football right now.
Great football.
As an aside.
That defense is playing
Told
great.
you.
No, I know. Trust me, I understand. I'm not sleeping on him. I'm just throwing my chips in. I'll Belichick.
Continue.
But this was the place that Jimmy Garoppolo got a swagger back, and this is the place where the 2019 49ers started to believe that he could be good.
Yeah.
And then, of course, the next week they beat Pittsburgh in the home opener. They're 3-0 for the first time since Mooch was the head coach. All of a sudden they have a bye week, and it's like, oh, the Niner Empire is feeling themselves. But this is a game where it could go in a number of ways here. This is a game where obviously they could go to 7-6, get a big win on the road against a young upcoming team.
Do we agree they need 3 wins to get in the playoffs at minimum?
3-2, absolutely.
At minimum,
you got to have at least 9 wins.
So that's okay. So I agree with you. So you're right. Yes, 7-6, huge step forward.
Huge step
with a
forward.
winnable game against the Texans and the Falcons on deck.
Yep.
You know, but this is a big one.
This is a big one. Also, if they don't get this done, I think it's a big game in this sense. Why not look at Trey Lance and say, you know what? If they lose this game, they're going to be 6-7. And how many people are going to really feel like this team is capable of making a run in the playoffs? The locker room will feel like that. Shanahan and company will feel like that. But the fan base will be like, you're 6-7. They're 6-7. That's the case, man. And it's a wild hypothetical. If Jed York is the guy who's holding Shanahan back from playing Trey Lance, then if I'm Shanahan in this wild hypothetical that Jed York is controlling the shots and saying, hey, you got to play Jimmy, you got to play Jimmy, you got to play Jimmy.
Yeah, I don't think it's that maniacal, but continue.
Well, if that's the case, if I'm Shanahan and you lose this game, I'm saying to Jed York, hey, we're 6-7. We've given Jimmy 13 games to prove himself. 13 games. And we're 6-7. All right? Let me play the young hotshot over the last 4 games. Let me get him some experience. Not only is it experience, but he has a chance to say, you know what? I'm going to take this team to the playoffs as a rookie and get that experience going into the next season. I'm now at that point where it's like, if you don't win this game, do I really want to see Jimmy start again? Let's see them go, because on the other side of the ball, Shaska, we're going to see Joe Burrow, we're going to see Joe Mixon, we're going to see Jamar Chase, we're going to see T. Higgins.
A young, exciting, hopeful franchise.
And you know what? The Niners, I believe, had the better tight end.
I agree.
Deebo Samuel's had just as much as an impact on the football field as Jamar Chase. I don't think Brandon Ayuk's too far away from T. Higgins, the second-year man out of Clemson.
I think with splitting hairs, if Bengal fans want to take T. Higgins, fine. Niner fans want to take Ayuk, fine. I think they're very similar at this point.
The running back spot, Joe Mixon is a baller.
He's a superior player
superstar
right now to Elijah.
But you know what? Elijah's not bad.
No, he's not.
He's comparable. The biggest difference, quarterback.
Yes.
Quarterback. And the quarterback making throws down the field, the quarterback exciting fans, the quarterback making an offense from turning an offense into 3 yards in a cloud of dust to an offense that can score in one play, 75 yards in one play.
So I want to dig in on something here. You referenced the thing that I kind of brought out there earlier this week. Jed York kind of being an influence on the Jimmy Garoppolo thing. So here's where I'm going with this. It's not Jed York telling Kyle Shanahan, you got to play Jimmy Garoppolo. It's not that. I think when you make a move as big as quarterback and you want to trade, move off someone, use the ammunition to trade up to get someone, you do have to run that by the owner. Those are big decisions. I know people believe that Farhan Zaidi can do whatever he wants for the Giants. If he said, I'm going to trade Buster Posey, best believe he would have had to have run that by Larry Bear at least.
No doubt.
No one's saying that he doesn't have control, but you got to run that by the owner a little, okay? Same thing in basketball. If Bob Myers had a deal out there and it was for Draymond, Clay, or Steph, for whoever player in the league,
right,
you don't think he'd have to run that by Joe Lacob?
No doubt.
So as much as I want to believe...
And Joe Lacob told us in studio that he's involved in everything
exactly.
anyway.
So as much as I believe that Jed isn't as involved as Joe Lacob, I do believe that he has that final veto power. You have to just run it by him. That's all I'm saying. Run it by him. So once you've made the decision that Jimmy's on the roster, see, at that point, if the ownership's like, I'm just not comfortable moving off of Jimmy just yet, let's go one more year. At that point, to me, I think you kind of back yourself in as an organization into, well, the guys in the locker room are really loyal to Jimmy.
Right.
And I can't just give the ball to this kid when a lot of these guys have some goodwill and faith in Jimmy Garoppolo. If you listen to people behind the scenes during the Harbaugh era, part of why Harbaugh lost the locker room, as they say, is that at practice, when Alex Smith got cleared to play, Alex went under center with the starters. He walked over, tapped him on the butt, and said, "You're out. Kaepernick's in." Instead of telling the entire team, "I'm handing the ball to Colin Kaepernick," the way he made the quarterback transition, everybody felt was the wrong way.
Right. He did it in front of practice, and he undressed him in front of his teammates.
So the way I'm looking at this, think about what the Yorks have done. They got to the Super Bowl and didn't win. Well, this time, as opposed to what they did with Harbaugh, they gave that guy the extension. They have another opportunity with a quarterback passing of the torch. I don't think they wanted to have the same mistake. So I think that they were like, let's be delicate with this. Let's start with Jimmy Garoppolo. And I think the way this season has kind of ebbed and flowed, you've been kind of cornered in on Jimmy. And there really wasn't a logical time to go to Trey Lance without losing a lot of these veterans in the locker room.
And as you mentioned, the locker room does love Jimmy Garoppolo.
They do.
You cannot dispute that. But my issue is the trust factor.
I totally agree.
If the coach doesn't trust the quarterback, and this has been the case since 2019, he hasn't trusted Jimmy Garoppolo. You even look at the last sequence of plays in Seattle. He trusted him to get him down to the 9-yard line, 8-yard line. Then what happened? Well, if the trust is not there, how are you going to make magic happen? What are we doing here? And Steve Young joined Matt Mayoko and Laura Brett on the 49ers Talk 49ers Talk podcast. It basically talked about the trust issues between Shanahan and Garoppolo. I found this to be fascinating from Steve Young. Check this out, Shasky.
After last year, you could see that Kyle he went all in. You saw him with 3 first-round draft picks. He's like, look, everything I have, every asset in the bank, throw it in there because I'm going to get somebody that I can, because I know I can smell it, I can sense it, and I want somebody that can go with me. And people can argue, well, Jimmy's that guy. I might even argue that. But Kyle doesn't feel that way, so it doesn't matter.
Yeah, and he doesn't feel like that.
Such a great point.
Hasn't felt like that.
It's so succinct.
Yeah, you haven't felt like that in years. We've gone over this over and over again about the quarterbacks they've been rumored to go get. They've been leaked in the draft, and so you move all these picks.
They've been flirting with everyone.
Everybody. And if you don't trust a guy in a year like this where Jimmy, I think he's regressed a little bit.
I agree.
I don't think he's as confident in his offense because he's petrified to make a mistake because the head coach doesn't trust him and doesn't love him. And that's the one thing Harbaugh did do with Alex Smith and Colin Kaepernick.
He hyped him up.
He wrapped his arms around both those guys and loved them and told them they were great. You think Shanahan's doing that with Garoppolo?
No.
Not at all. So,
well, and that goes back to so to me, the decision to just keep Jimmy on the roster made a lot of sense. It made a lot of sense. But do you see some of the conflict, the turmoil, the missteps that can happen when you're doing this? You're trying to accomplish two things at once. It seems very unfair. One thing that was not on that 49er Talk podcast, which was a great I listened to the whole thing. But Bonte, I've been listening to the Steve Young book. When Steve was at practice, during the 88, 89, 90, 91 seasons. Well, 91, Montana gets hurt. He would talk about Charles Haley was so connected to Joe Montana, he wanted to see Steve fail. Now, Montana had the equity of multiple Super Bowls.
He was king.
He was the man, right? But Charles hated Steve Young so much because he wasn't Joe, and he was loyal to Joe. Now, everyone agrees Charles out of his mind. We know that. He very Ron Artest-like in terms of his demeanor. But guys have loyalties in the locker room. Right. Guys have friendships. And if you're someone like George Kittle, I don't know where George lies on this, but you've made a lot of money with Jimmy Garoppolo. You've made a lot of money. You've had a lot of good times in the NFL.
But you know what's been crazy over the last year? Is we see George Kittle in Vegas with Trey Lance. We see George Kittle with Trey Lance at the Giants-Dodgers game.
Yes.
We've seen a lot of dudes rolling with Trey Lance. But is Trey Lance even ready?
Who knows?
Are the 49ers telling us Trey Lance is ready? Here's what Steve Young said about that.
By the end of the year, if we don't get done what we hope to get done, we can look back and realize that one of the big issues is that Trey was supposed to come in. I mean, I think people expected him to come in and challenge Jimmy, and that has not happened. And I think people are wondering, well, why is Kyle not playing Trey some more? Why does he not have some packages for him? All right. Trust me, if Trey could get on the field and produce, I think he'd be on the field producing. All I can do is read what Kyle and what John and what the team are saying to me. They're saying to me, Trey's not ready. And Trey's not even ready to take some packages. And Trey's not ready to even, the one game he started, they ran him out of the huddle 18 times. That's like Emmitt Smith.
So is Trey even ready? Because I don't buy the notion that Trey didn't challenge Jimmy. I thought Trey did challenge Jimmy.
Yeah, but don't you think they took the carpet out from underneath Trey at some point?
Maybe after week one? Because he read this. It felt like the playbook he read in the preseason was the playbook that Jimmy Garoppolo runs. And he looked damn good doing it. 2-minute drills. I know the LA Chargers game, he was high early on, but I like how he responded to adversity. And in each of those games, Trey got better as the game went along once he got settled in. Jimmy Garoppolo does the same thing. He throws high early, gets over-amped. This guy's an 8-year vet. You know what I'm saying?
Can I ask you a question?
What's up?
Straight up. Is Jimmy Garoppolo ready week to week?
Doesn't feel like it.
I love that we like to and I'm not ripping Steve. I love Steve. I do. And this notion that you got to believe what the organization says at all times. I understand that idea. But also, this same organization is obsessed with playing Dante Johnson, when in times of injury. This same organization has made a lot of missteps. So, it's one thing to listen to the organizations. It's another thing to just disagree with their thought process. And I do believe that they've overthought the Trey Lance thing just in general. He's not ready. And Jimmy Garoppolo's in year 8, year 9, and it feels like drive to drive, play to play. He's not ready.
Do you feel bad for Garoppolo?
I've told you this. I feel like my connection with Garoppolo, I've done the full 360-degree circle because there's times where I'm like, God, Jimmy, that's on you. Other times I'm like, man, this is a tough situation that he's been put himself in. Man, why doesn't Kyle trust him? Well, that throw right there is why he doesn't trust him. And I go all the way around the circle. On some level, absolutely, I feel empathy for Jimmy Garoppolo. How about being told, you ain't that good every single day, as your team is having success, as you are having a career year, as you're the only one who that boss is having success with. I understand from Jimmy Garoppolo's perspective.
You're not that guy, pal. Trust me. You're not that guy.
But the other part of this is it's cutthroat, man. This is pro sports.
Yeah.
You got to ball out. You got to always defend your spot.
I think Jimmy has been too nice in this situation. And I agree with Steve Young here in feeling bad for Garoppolo. I'll give you my thoughts on that in just a second.
Strangely, I feel bad for Jimmy too. I put myself in his shoes, and you want someone to trust you. You know what I mean? Like, hey, I got your back. Like, just call the plays. And I think you can it becomes a psychological game where it's like, if you'll trust me, I'll take care of it. Well, if you don't trust me, then I don't know. And it's like, I feel bad because there's times when, like the last drive, with the game on the line, a couple of days ago, where you can see that it can really get going. Like it can, and he can take it. He can go win the football game.
Yeah, I mean, they averaged 30 points a game in 2019. And I get the field position and the defense was really good. But there were games, Jimmy sat out 4 fourth quarters that season due to blowouts, due to blowing teams off the football field. Just blow them out. And he would be chilling in the fourth quarter, just handing the ball off. The trust factor, and that's where I feel bad for Jimmy. But this is where I want Jimmy to stand up for himself. At times I'm saying to myself, Jimmy, you're too nice. You know? Maybe you need to pull a Steve Young on George Seifert and let Shanahan know who he is. Let me know that you want this team. Stop just being all shucks and laughing in the press. It's like, oh, yeah, stuff happens, yada, yada, yada. I want him to be a little jerk. I want him to be a jerk. Sometimes, look, in dating, some guys will tell you, some nice guys, when you start dating, you're nice, you're opening the door for women and stuff like that. And, you're not getting anywhere. You're in a friend zone. Sometimes you got to be a jerk. Got to have a little jerk in you.
I'm not going to endorse this.
No, I'm not going to endorse it. But I've lived with women. I lived with women.
Yes.
Shelly, Kim, and Dina. I've had many conversations with them when I was struggling in dating. Sometimes you got to have a little jerk in you.
I'm glad you brought up the Steve Young screaming at George Seifert, because he says in his book that was the moment every single teammate turned to him and says, you're a psycho. You're going to do whatever it takes to win, and I want to rally around you. And Brent Jones said every day, dude, you are crazy, but we all, we feel you because you want to win as much as we do.
No
and
doubt.
It proved to his teammates his desire. And I there is something to be said there. Look at Draymond Green. Is there any doubt on Draymond Green wanting to win? Because he lets you know.
He lets you know right away. Right away. More of this coming
is
up.
So fascinating.
888-957-9570. Niners and Bengals. Monster game on Sunday. We're going to dive into it. Anthony Munoz is going to join us at 6:48 here on the Morning Roast, the former star all-pro left tackle. Some people say it's terrible advice. I'll explain myself about that in just a second. What's coming up on the game? Brought to you by Mimecast. Safeguard your organization against phishing, business email compromise, and risk of ransomware. Visit Mimecast.com. That's Mimecast.com.
With BetQL. You want to beat the books? Bet on the Cleveland Cavaliers against the spread.
490-2000, 925-490-2000.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game for Warriors Live, 90 minutes before tip-off of every Warriors game. Brought to you by Xfinity Sports Zone, the ultimate hub for everything sports, with live games, shows, news, and highlights, all in one place. Only with Xfinity X1.
For the ones who are always in the know.
Delivery confirmed.
For the ones who keep things running. For the innovators and the problem solvers. Grainger offers supplies and solutions for every industry, experienced staff at local branches, and free access to experts to help answer your toughest questions. So whatever challenge you face, we have the knowledge and products to help. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
So much to explore at Total Wine & More. Pinot Noirs, Grigios, Champagnes, and Chardonnays, plus more than 2,500 beers and bourbon barrel-aged. Tequila, rum, scotch, and gin, vermouth that's extra dry. Hard seltzers and single malts, so many for you to try.
Now offering delivery in select markets. See details at TotalWine.com/delivery. Drink responsibly, B21.
Now, back to the Morning Roast, presented by Timeless Coffee with Bonte and Shasky.
This segment is presented by Golden State Lumber and building materials for professional builders and contractors throughout Northern California. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com. It's a Football Friday here at 95.7 The Game.
Do you know what I found out?
What's that?
Do you know that Golden State Lumber has power tools? Zoom, zoom, zoom? No? Hashtag Power Tools 957?
Which power tools do they have?
I heard that they've got all kinds of different power tools. My sources have told me they're a Milwaukee house.
Well, did you hear Steiny yesterday when you saw him?
No.
He goes, I'm more of a Milwaukee guy.
Yeah, that sounds right. I mean, he is very Milwaukee-ish.
I mean, let's be real.
I'm surprised he didn't have an Atlanta brand.
I mean, let's be real. Steiny ain't picking up no power tools.
Nah.
He'll pick up a Milwaukee Brew.
Well, he might have a torch to light one, but that's about it.
A Milwaukee Brew.
Well, that too. There we go. So shout out Golden State Lumber. If you're looking for battery packs, different power tools, things like that, they've got all your needs right there.
Yeah, Cousin Nick's going to join us at 7:20. We'll get into the Warriors here because,
What's the bounty hunter up to?
Yeah, I don't know. He's in Philadelphia. He's in Philadelphia to cover Warriors and Sixers. And look, Steph Curry's going to break the record at some point over the next 3 games. But I think there's something else that is impressive about Steph Curry right now, and nobody's talking about it. And I'll bring that up a little bit later in the show. But Niners and Bengals, big game on Sunday, 125 kick, 325 in Cincinnati. They're on Central Time, so it's going to be a big night game, cold. We'll get the weather report in just a second. But Bengals coming off a loss to the Chargers, Niners coming off a loss to the Seahawks in dramatic fashion. Looks like Fred Warner Jr. will play in this football game. I almost said baseball game for some reason. But I look at Cincinnati, they've given up 46 sacks. 46 sacks. Joe Burrow's thrown 14 interceptions. But you know what? Doesn't matter. If you're a Bengal fan right now, you feel good, right? You feel good. The Bengals are one of the most, they're like, when you name 5 teams in the NFL, that's like, yo, I got to go watch that team. Got to go watch Tampa Bay and Tom Brady, right? You want to watch Aaron Rodgers. You want to watch Mahomes. You want to watch Josh Allen. You want to maybe watch the Patriots if you like that brand of football. But the Chargers and the Bengals were on display last Sunday, and they were 2 teams that everybody wants to see play. Why? Because of the quarterback. The quarterback. And the Bengals said, you know what? We're going to play Joe Burrow no matter what. He may get destroyed. Heck, he has been destroyed already.
Got his knee wrecked.
His knee was wrecked. He's getting destroyed this year. But they got their guy. They got weapons on the outside. We're still waiting for the 49ers to play their guy. And I think if they win, they're going to continue to go with Garoppolo. But if they happen to lose this game on Sunday, I think this is the last chance for Shanahan to say, you know what? We have 4 games left. We're 6-7. Let me see what this young kid could do in an adverse situation. Let me throw him in there for the last 4 games and just play the kid to get a jump start on next season, but see how the kid responds to being 6-7 and still be in the hunt for a playoff spot.
Yeah, I'm not sure what they're going to do, B. I mean, this is one that you got to have if you're Jimmy Garoppolo and the 49ers. Like, this was a game that you were hoping you could win against Seattle, but you didn't, and it would have given you leeway to lose this game. You know, you never want to go with a scheduled loss, but, like, you got to win those conference games. Those are tiebreakers in the NFC, and you got to win those NFC West matchups. Last week it was, hey, I think you can catch the Rams. Now it's like, can you hold on to a playoff spot? Right? Like, that's where we're at. Minnesota won last night.
Right.
Like, they're right on your heels, even though you have the tiebreaker head-to-head with them.
So that's why you couldn't. It's not the worst thing in the world to lose this game. Like, if they lost, I think they can win the game. I want to just say that on the front end. I think the Niners have the recipe to beat Cincinnati, a strong running game. Cincinnati has some injuries. Their offensive line is in shambles. I think their quarterback, he gets hit a lot. Nick Bosa's coming around that edge. The Niners D-line is the strength of the team. I thought they got out there Russell really well last week. Now, obviously, your DBs are a little beat up. That's a problem if Joe Burrow gets time. But this is a very, very winnable football game. Very winnable.
Well, and you bring up the interceptions with Joe Burrow, and the same thing can happen at times for Herbert, but they push the ball down the field. And I think that when we look at, and when we talk about the Golden State Warriors, we talk about turnovers, right? Well, when you're a explosive offense, the turnovers aren't as bad. They're still bad, but they're not as bad. And in football, if you're a high-powered offense that can score from anywhere on the field, at times – it's not the worst thing if you push the ball down the field and it acts like a punt. The problem is like with Jimmy Garoppolo and the turnovers, because he turns it over as well, is that you don't get all those pop plays. Joe Burrow's at least pushing the ball down the field. You just look at his 30-yard plus completions in his short career. The dude throws it down the field, man. I really enjoy watching them play. So this is going to be an interesting one. But if you've watched Cincinnati, which I've got a chance to watch probably 4 of their games this year, everything kind of starts with that run game.
Yeah,
and they run a lot off the run game in that play action, and then they'll spread you out. So I don't know if Mixon's going to be 100% healthy in this game. He left the game last week. But there is a lot to look over at Cincinnati and say, God, that's what I want to see the Niners look like next year.
Well, you know what? Why can't they look like that this year? Why can't they look like that this year? Because Steve Young believes, who joined Matt Mayoko and Laura Britt on the 49ers podcast on NBC Sports Bay Area, he believes Shanahan is one of the best offensive minds in the game.
There are innovative minds in the NFL today. Down south with Sean McVay, Sean Payton, Andy Reid, what's happening in Green Bay with Aaron. There's places that I really just starting to really appreciate what Cincinnati's doing. There's other places where I'm like, wow, very innovative, but there's nobody more innovative and more on point to put the team in a position to go score lots of points than Kyle Shanahan. Now, look, him running the roster, him running the defensive, all those other things, we can have all kinds of opinions about. But as far as calling plays, putting people in a position to be successful, I'm sorry, I don't think there's anyone better.
He doesn't think there's anybody better. I disagree with Steve Young. From what I've seen. But if it's the quarterback holding him back, just that he's the best innovator in pro football.
Well, for play calling, I think
for play calling, I don't agree with that.
So then who would you put ahead of him? Obviously, Andy Reid, I think.
Andy Reid, light years ahead of him.
Okay.
I put McVay on the same level. Matt LaFleur's coming with the Green Bay Packers. Sean Payton, anybody Sean Payton? On line 1, Sean Payton. On line 2, Sean Payton. On line 3, Zach Taylor's making a case, but
I would say that as look, the track record for
Josh McDaniels,
Sean Payton is immense.
What about Josh McDaniels?
Josh McDaniels does a fantastic job, but the common thread on a lot of those guys that you reference outside of McVay, you're talking about generational quarterbacks for all those OCs. He's doing it with Jimmy Garoppolo, Nick Mullins, C.J. Beathard, and Brian Hoyer. Whatever the wins, just throw those aside. I'm just talking about the play designs and things like that. That's the part where I don't know what it's going to look like. This is why they made the move to go get Trey. They're hoping that Trey can be one of those guys because everybody throws LaFleur out there as one of the great guys. And I always say, hey, if LaFleur was given Jimmy and Kyle was given Aaron Rodgers, what do you think it would look like?
I would think it looked pretty good.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
It looked good with Matt Ryan in year number 2.
Yeah.
So And some, excuse me, some of that is on Shanahan.
That's 4 or 5 guys out of 32 spots. That's pretty high up there, Bonte. I mean, even if, and that's you.
But I mean, we haven't even brought up Kingsbury.
Kingsbury's had one great year.
Matt Nagy's been to the playoffs multiple times.
And Matt Nagy is getting fired.
You know, but he's been to the playoffs multiple times. Yeah, but that doesn't
mean he's a great X's and O's guys.
He's had Mitch Trubisky. Was that on him or was that on Ryan Pace?
I don't know, but
you know what I'm saying?
I'm watching their offense. Their offense is not like that's the one part of the team that everyone who's a Bears fan rips every week.
Right. Well, Justin Fields gives them some hope.
Yeah,
their offensive line stinks. Their offensive line stinks.
We're talking about play calling here, right?
Their offensive line stinks, no doubt. But look, Matt Nagy's had some moments. Doug Peterson had some moments, and now he's out the league because Philadelphia they just panic about everything.
I think the part that you're omitting is he's saying play design. The part that he goes, we could argue about till we're blue in the face, which is the big part of the issues with Shanahan: personnel, personnel, relationships. Like we all agree. X's and O's on the whiteboard, getting someone open. He is very good.
He is very good, but in critical situations when it comes to play calling, he's not very good.
So, I'm glad you brought that up because you brought up like the 4th and 1, for example. Well, did we not forget last year's 4th down call to George Kittle that scored a touchdown against the Los Angeles Rams? How about that Debo play earlier in the year? Like, I know we always remember the one sucky play, but
we remember
have had
a
some
lot
pop
of
plays.
We remember a lot of sucky plays.
Well, we always remember the failures.
Miami 4th and 1. Yeah, multiple 4th downs that failed against Miami. Yeah, multiple 4th downs that failed against Arizona.
I know.
Yeah, multiple 4th downs that failed against Seattle.
But doesn't he get credit for the Kittle pop and the Debo pop?
He gets credit for that. But it comes far in between. Like
success rate isn't over 75% on 4th down.
No,
it's actually
it feels like it's 20% with Shanahan.
Well, look around the league.
It looks Shanahan. It looks terrible. Looks awful. Anthony Munoz coming up on the other side. Former Cincinnati Bengal lineman. For you youngsters here, go look him up on Pro Football Reference. This guy's a Hall of Famer, one of the best offensive linemen in all of football.
Top 2 or 3 by most people's estimation.
He'll break down the Bengals coming up here on a Morning Roast.
There's no place like home for the holidays, and there's no place like Lucky California to help.
The game is powered by Odyssey and presented by BetQL. Smarter bets start with BetQL. Download the BetQL app or visit BetQL.com today. Now, back to the Morning Roast, presented by Timeless Coffee with Bonte and Shasky.
Couple injuries to report for the 49ers. Elijah Mitchell not really looking like he's going to play on Sunday due to a concussion he suffered last week against Seattle. Jermichael Hasty, he's healthy. Jermichael Hasty. Jeff Wilson Jr., he's been healthy all week. And they just signed Brian Hill, former running back of the Falcons.
You know where he's from?
Where's he from?
Your boy was all over the Josh Allen account many years ago. He played at Wyoming.
That's right. He did play at Wyoming.
Allen was acquired by the Atlanta Falcons, I believe, as a middle-round draft pick. I really liked him coming out. Now, Josh Allen, the year that it was his final year at Wyoming, I think Allen had been drafted the year prior. I watched a lot of Wyoming 8 o'clock start games. I'm a sick individual.
I watched those games, too. Aaron, who was the lineman? Aaron Taylor, I believe, from Notre Dame. Used to always be the color analyst on those games. CBS Network there, the late night Mountain West games
little
here.
Cowboy action.
Yeah, he had a lot of Nevada, Colorado State, all those guys here. So Niners and Bengals, big game on Sunday, and there's a lot of history between these two franchises, no doubt. And one guy who was part of the history, played in 2 Super Bowls with the Cincinnati Bengals, former first-round pick back in 1980, number 3 overall pick out of USC, and considered one of the best offensive linemen the NFL has ever seen. Anthony Munoz, Pro Football Hall of Famer, joins us here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game. Anthony, good morning. Joe Shasky, the Butcher, Bonte Hill. How you doing this morning?
Great. How you guys doing? Thanks for having me on. Appreciate it.
Anytime, man. Whenever we think Bengals, we think Boomer Esiason, but we also think of you. You the first guy to come up, the first Hall of Famer in Cincinnati Bengals history here. So when I say Bengals-Niners, what do you think about when I say Bengals and Niners?
I think I got to get back in counseling because you just brought up a nightmare, and I got to go get fixed again after losing twice to them in Super. No, Bengals fired. I think 2 great games. I mean, we did come out on the losing end, and you hate to lose. I mean, I hate losing as much as anybody, but man, 2 great games, 2 great teams, and great memories. I mean, you get guys that played in the league for a long time that have never sniffed the playoffs and let alone the Super Bowl. And for me to have been part of 16-23 against the 49ers with, Bill Walsh, great Joe Montana, and a lot of other great players, and both sides, really, I was thankful. So, yeah, it's when you mention that, it brings back a lot of memories.
Let's go back to the drive. I mean, I've got the poster in my garage to this day, and it's got to kill you guys with what Joe Montana and John Taylor pulled off there, and how you guys had an opportunity, you and Boomer and Sam Weish, and I mean, you guys had that opportunity to beat them, and it ends up being the greatest moment for Joe Montana, in his career essentially, and it's got to be one of your guys' lowest, right?
I agree with you. We did have an opportunity. I mean, you figure a team's got to go 92 yards, about 3 minutes. And, we not only did they have to go the whole length of the field, but we had a couple opportunities to stop them. They had a 3rd down and forever. And, Montana to Rice, and I think it was 3rd and 16, 3rd and 17, and they get like 18. And, of course, John Taylor doesn't catch pass all game, and he catches the winning touchdown pass. So, yeah, we had our opportunities. Offensively, you got to give the 49ers a lot of credit. Our running game was our strength, and we struggled to run the ball against them. They really moved a lot, slant and moved a lot. But it was a great game down to 34 seconds left in the game when they scored. But it was one of those things where both teams had some pretty good talent, and it was just they had number 16 and number 80 most of the way that last drive, and then they hit Taylor for the touchdown.
All right, we got 9-time first-team All-Pro, 11-time Pro Bowler, a member of the All-Decade team in 1980, one of the top players of all time, Anthony Munoz. And Anthony, you're like the gold standard of left tackles. I mean, in our childhood, you were that dude. I've collected your card for years and years and years. I see someone similar to you in terms of the freak athleticism for your size and the dedication to the craft in Trent Williams for the San Francisco 49ers. What makes Trent so special for you as a former lineman watching him?
I agree. He is, and I'm looking forward to watching him. So he's just, like you say, athletic, big, strong, just a total package. I mean, you get guys that are big and strong but might not have the feet, might not have the flexibility. And then you have guys that might be flexible and have some good feet, but they don't have the strength. And Trent Williams has a total package. His ability to overpower people, but at the same time, get out in space, and the way I refer to it is get out in space and dance with that defensive end. 'Cause there's times where you can overpower guys, but then there's times where you have to harness that power and be not finesse, but just kind of harness the strength and use it in the correct times when you're out there in space, and that's what he can do.
Yeah, he's definitely nasty when he gets out in the open space. He mauls guys. He pancakes them like you did back in the day, Anthony. When you look at this Bengals team, and Joe Burrow and Jamar Chase and company, how exciting is that city for this young core? Because it felt like they had a couple down years at their Andy Dalton. Of course, the bridge from Palmer to Dalton, he had a couple down years. But it feels like football has been good in Cincinnati for the most part over the last 20 years. But this new exciting core with Joe Burrow, Jamar Chase, T. Higgins, and, of course, Joe Mixon, let's be an exciting time for Cincinnati.
It really is. And you look at what Zach Taylor's done since he's been here, 3 years. I think it's under 10% of the guys on the roster that were here when he first got here. So they've revamped the team. And sure, Joe Burrow, man, the guy is the real deal. You can keep him healthy, and he has an opportunity to be one of the best. Just the way he handles things, the mental capabilities, the physical capabilities. And I'm someone that watches interaction between players, and just the way he interacts with his players and coaches is phenomenal. I've had a chance just to meet him briefly because of COVID, and I was totally impressed. I mean, the weapons he has, keep those guys around him. The offensive line, I guess, consistency there. We need a little more consistency. But then what they've done on the defensive side of the ball, and on every level, the defense, bringing Hendrickson in, who's, going nuts, sacking the quarterback, and Hubbard on the other side. And in the middle, you got Logan got
Wilson,
Pratt and Pratt, Jermaine Pratt at the other line. And then the secondary, the guys they brought in. And that was last year, of course, as you guys know, we weren't allowed to go down to practice. We didn't have any preseason games, and I do the preseason games. This year, I went down to camp because we were doing preseason games again. And really the first area on that football team that stuck out to me when I got down there was the secondary. It was the enthusiasm and how they, just flew around. And so I thought that was really an improvement on this football team. But, yeah, there's a lot of excitement here. Not only with the Bengals, but the University of Cincinnati in the playoffs, But, our Bengals, they're talented. They have a lot. You mentioned Higgins. You mentioned Jamar Chase and Boyd. And then the tight ends, Uzama, who they don't really, they talk about the wide receivers and Joe Mixon and Joe Burrow, but you got some pretty good tight ends, too. So they've gotten to a place where they have the talent now. It's just let's get some consistency and stay healthy.
Right. Yeah, I was going to ask you that because you brought up consistency with the offensive line. And I saw Joe Burrow last week against the L.A. Chargers get hit a lot. He's been sacked over 46 times this season, and he got hit a lot last year. Can he stay healthy behind a line like this? Is this sustainable to have the type of production he has behind a line like this where he's just getting hit left and right?
Well, and it's obvious throughout the NFL that it doesn't matter how big and strong you are, how athletic as a quarterback, if you continue to get hit, it's going to take a toll. So, Joe Burrow is a good-sized guy, but, those guys on defense, not only are they big and strong, but they're fast. So the velocity they're hitting you with, it takes a toll. So, you want to keep the fact that he's been sacked that many times already and been hit so many times, that's not good. You have to really take that number way down in order to keep him healthy. I mean, he had the pinky last year. So, you don't want, again, I don't care if you're 6'6" like a, Cam Newton or, a smaller quarter. It's going to take a toll if you continue to get hit by, your offensive line not, being consistent. So, yeah, we need to be consistent. Keep Joe Burrow, clean, keep him upright. And if that happens, wow, he can put up some numbers and some points.
Anthony, when you look at Jimmy Garoppolo, what do you see as a player?
I don't see, I don't see that guy that's gonna, just kind of, you see him and you're like, wow. At least I haven't, and I haven't seen a lot of them because the NFC, we don't get a lot of the games, and I don't watch a lot of. Have not had a chance, but when I've seen him, it's not like, whoa, this guy. It's not like here's your guy, here's your franchise guy. I mean, good, but not like. Blows me out of the water with what I see.
Well, and what about Nick Bosa? Because you've gone up against some explosive DNs, and I want to ask you, who's that random dude that maybe gave you trouble? But when you see Nick Bosa, what do you see in a pass rusher?
I see a motor, not only the physical talent, but the motor. And I think that's what makes, the guys that get in the league with a lot of talent really great, is that they're nonstop. They're relentless. And that's what I see with the Bosa. I mean, as an offensive tackle, you can't let up. It's got to be, we emphasize, when I was playing and when I coached guys, we emphasize going from the snap to the whistle. And that's what you have to do with Nick Bosa, because the guys just, I had a chance to watch him right up the road here. I'm in Cincinnati, so I watched him when he was at Ohio State, and the same thing. I mean, the guy's just nonstop.
Let me ask you something, Anthony. Anthony Munoz, Pro Football Hall of Famer, one of the best left tackles of all time, former Bengal, of course, and former USC Trojan. I know he's excited about Lincoln Riley taking over the Trojans there out in L.A., no doubt. We will get to that in a second here, but offensive line play, it's not a sexy topic on sports radio. Nobody really likes to talk about the offensive lineman, but I think the trenches is always dictated the Super Bowl. You look at last year, Tampa Bay dominating Kansas City and beating up on Mahomes. Offensive line, defensive line play, to me, is the difference in championships. Offensive line play around the league and where it's at right now. How do you view the offensive line? Is it at an all-time low in terms of productivity, in terms of consistency?
Synergy.
Because it feels like the college spread system has had that trickle-down effect on the NFL, and therefore the line play hasn't been as consistent over the years.
Well, first of all, let me just make a comment about last year's Super Bowl. Early before the game, I was kind of saying Kansas City, and then all of a sudden their line just, in 3 days, I went from Tampa, and it might be Tampa big, because Mahomes is going to see what he hasn't seen in a while, and that's pressure and getting hit. And in my humble opinion, that's what I saw. But, you're right. It's not the sexy part of the game, but, the quarterbacks, the running backs, and wide receivers, they'll be the first to acknowledge that and let you know, but it's not what, the media, the specials and the matchups is all about, and I laugh, for years it was Peyton against Brady, and I was always, let's leave the line out and see how those two guys face each other, and, what happens after they face each other alone. It's, so I know that those are the most important positions, but if you don't have the guys up front, forget it. Not only passing the ball, but like you said, the teams that win Super Bowls, the teams that win national championships in college, sure, they can put the ball up. They got some great quarterbacks, great skill position, but when it's 3rd and 1, 3rd and 2, they're going to put their hand in the ground and just knock you off the ball, and they're going to run the ball just as whenever they want to, not because they have to, but when they when they want to, they're going to run the ball. And so as far as the line play now, I know that's the question you asked me, and I don't think it's someone that played quite a while ago, but technically, I think the game is lagging at the offensive line position. I don't know what – I think I look at a couple different things. I look at the offenses that are being run in college. Really very few programs really are balanced with running and passing and putting the lineman in a 3-point as much as in a 2-point, So much now you see the lineman in a 2-point. You rarely see them getting down a 3-point. Yep. So I think that has a lot to do with it. Maybe the fact that they are very athletic, the coaches think, okay, we don't have to focus as much on the technical part of it. Let's work on the strategic part of it, the X's and O's. And, maybe that's a cause of it, that they're not working as much on the technique. But, man, that's how I was taught 13 years. Every day it was step here, step there. the right steps. We got graded not only accomplishing finishing a block or blocking your guy, but how we got docked for bad technique. So that was the thing. I mean, our technique was we had a half an hour walkthrough before every single practice, camp, regular season, postseason, and we worked on footwork and technique every day. So, from watching, you see too many guys come free when you have two guys that are, when you have a stunt on that defensive front because lack of vision on the second level. In the same way, when you're doubling to the second level, guys are so mired in, their face is so engrossed in the down lineman that you don't see the guy scraping or looping around. So, and that's from technique. That's from really focusing on it. That's just my humble opinion that it is lacking.
You are listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey station brought to you by DuckDuckGo, privacy simplified.
All right, we got Anthony Munoz on the line for just a couple more seconds here. Anthony, we love great 80s stories of old school football. I mean, I love them. In my mind, I'm visualizing Sam Weiss with the sweater on, hugging Bill Walsh right now as I'm talking to you. And it's incredible. We love Charles Haley stories. Maybe you don't have a Charles Haley story, but who's that dude that you would go up against and it was always a wild story?
Well, I don't know if it's a wild story, but I got to share this story. My second year, Super Bowl 16, that second game of the year. So opening game, Kenny Anderson, who should be in the Hall of Fame,
stud,
was our starting quarterback. First and second in stats when he retired. Of course, the rules have changed. So we open up Seattle at home real quick. We're down 20-zip. And Forrest Gregg pulls Kenny Anderson, puts Turk Schoner in. We win the game. So now the decision going to Shea Stadium. Okay, I didn't say Met Stadium.
Shea Stadium.
Where the Mets are playing. The infield's still dirt. We're going to go play the Jets. The New York Sack Exchange. Gastineau, Abdul Salam, Marty Lyons, Joe Klecko, Lance Mill. Okay, do we start Turk Schoner or do we start Kenny Anderson? Well, Kenny goes in and says, I should be the starter. Forrest Gregg, being the Vince Lombardi guy, says, you're going to start. We go up there, 31-30. We beat the Jets. It was like a 15-round heavyweight championship fight. Dirt, second week of September, so it's hot. You're in the infield trying to run the ball, and you're all dirty. And, it's just like, and Kenny Anderson, we win that game. We go to Super Bowl 16. Kenny Anderson's the MVP, and he's in danger of losing his job after week one.
Wow.
To me, that is a determination by a veteran quarterback that says, no, I need to be your quarterback. And the fact that we were on the road really helped out because he was booed opening week in Cincinnati when we were behind 20-zip.
That's crazy.
So we go to and he becomes MVP, and we go to Super Bowl 16, home field advantage. So, that to me is really a 80s NFL great story. And, I played against Joe Klecko, Mike Wilson played against Gastineau. We had, Abdul Salam and Marty Lyons. But can you imagine 85 degrees, you're sweaty, you're trying to run the ball, falling in the infield of Shea Stadium. You got clay all over your uniform, not grass stains, but clay. It's just, you got spit clay out of your mouth when, you're in that goal line. And so that to me is like, that's what the NFL is all about. Now, all the uniforms are clean after, even though they're getting after it, you don't have that down and dirty uniform.
Right.
I played in Shea Stadium and Baltimore Municipal and Cleveland Municipal. And
now that we're here,
Stadium, Oakland Stadium when it was still a baseball field.
Anthony, now that we're here, and we're talking to Anthony Munoz, Pro Football Hall of Famer, longtime Cincinnati Bengal, of course.
Time.
That same year, you go to the Super Bowl, of course, Pontiac, Michigan, you play the Niners. But the game before the AFC Championship, Joy and I are 39 years old, all right? We see this on NFL films all the time. The ice, it's not even called the ice ball. I don't even know what they called it.
Freezer ball.
Freezer ball against the Chargers. I've watched that entire game because I wasn't even born yet when you guys played that game. Riverfront Stadium.
It was just a little chilly.
Yeah, so we just watched the Patriots throw the ball 3 times in that wind in Buffalo. Can you explain what it was like to be in that weather, playing the Chargers in an AFC Championship game? You're a California boy, Southern California boy.
Hey. 2 years removed from Southern California. My last game and only game my senior year was the Rose Bowl. January 1st, it was 82 degrees. Now, 2 years later, we're playing in 59 below, the coldest game on record. And I tell you guys, it was painfully cold, but you have to understand, you win that game, where do you go?
Super Bowl.
Super Bowl. So, it was like, You couldn't get warm the whole game, but, man, I tell you what, Kenny Anderson played his butt off, threw the ball, no gloves, had his hands in the pocket or in his pants until he called the play, got to the line of scrimmage, pulled him out, and he was, I mean, what do they call it now, throwing dimes? Is that what
Yeah.
I mean, it was, like, unbelievable. And but, yeah, it was painfully cold. That's all I can say. Blue skies, the sun was out, and you're thinking, it can't be that cold when the sun is out and blue skies. But, yep, 59 below.
Hey, Anthony, promise us you'll come back on and be our USC correspondent next year.
Right.
Seriously, we got to have more
Anytime,
conversations.
Anytime. Call me. I'm just hoping that with all the excitement of our new head coach, that every dollar they paid for him, that houses and buying his houses, and a couple dollars they paid him, hopefully it all translates into finally going back to a national championship site and enjoying it. I think my last one was we lost to Texas in the Rose Bowl.
Yeah.
I enjoyed them beating Oklahoma in Miami, but hopefully I can get back. I'll continue to go to games, but hopefully it'll be a national championship game with Lincoln Riley. Anytime, give me a call and we'll talk Trojans.
The best.
Well, you should get USC to give you some back pay, Anthony. You brought them a national championship in
seriously.
1978.
They got
Now to
the
get
money.
you a house down there in Southern California, for crying out loud.
That'd be nice. That'd be really nice. All right, man.
Thanks,
Thanks, Anthony. Appreciate the time, man.
legend.
Anthony Munoz, Pro Football Hall of Famer, here in the morning roast, and we got a little offensive line talk. We got some old school talk.
I nominate Anthony Munoz all-time lettuce in terms of the hair, because in my mind, I have him ripping the helmet off on the field with just the jet black hair slicked back naturally because of the sweat. Like he's one of the cards that I always collect. My favorite one, I have one of Anthony Munoz, it's an artist rendering of him in his face, and it's that scowl that he had on his face. The head was so large, I don't even think there were pads inside the helmet.
Thinking about this guy playing in that division against the Cleveland Browns and the Clay Matthews and those nasty Brown defenses, the Pittsburgh Steelers, the Houston Oilers, later on Buddy Ryan and company with the Houston Oilers. I mean, you think about the AFC, he's going against the New York Stock Exchange.
I love that.
Mark Gastineau, Klecko. I mean, the Shea Stadium against the Jets in those funky 80s uniforms.
Ken Anderson, I mean this. Ken Anderson is the guy who has been lost in time.
Yes.
And I think that forget the Joe Montana winning that first Super Bowl. If Ken Anderson wins that one, there's no doubt about it in my mind he's a Hall of Famer. And I know we're going old school here. He was the first West Coast passing quarterback, even though it was the Cincinnati offense and whatnot. It was Bill Walsh's West Coast system, and he trained Ken Anderson how to execute it brilliantly. Ken Anderson was who Bill Walsh considered to be like the prototype quarterback. And if you listen to Bill Walsh and you revere him like I do, he talks about Kenny Anderson's footwork and his ability to see the field at an era where quarterbacks were getting their heads ripped off.
Dude, that 59 below to play in
Come
AFC
on, dog.
You ever watch that game?
Yes.
Oh, it's incredible.
Dude, they're like breathing icicles.
Dan Fouts had no shot. No shot at all. What's coming up on the game brought to you by Mimecast. Safeguard your organization against phishing.
That was fun.
Business email compromise at risk of ransomware. Visit Mimecast.com. That's MIMECAST.com. Cousin Nick coming up to talk a little Dubs here on the roast.
Don't miss a second of Steiny and Guru with the Odyssey app.
Blowing kisses, Hershey's.
Well, Luka Doncic acknowledged he's out of shape.
Doesn't that make you appreciate Steph and LeBron?
Yes, it does. It absolutely positively
And what
does.
about our guy in Newark?
NMLS 2611, licensed by the Department of Financial Protection and Innovation under the California Residential Mortgage Lending Act, subject to credit approval for qualified borrowers. Call 833-303-2161 for terms and conditions. Equal housing lender.
Call Owning at 8332-OWNING or log on to owning.com. That's 8332-OWNING or owning.com.
Hey, it's Boomer Esiason. Running your own business requires a lot of running around. From bookkeeping to client meetings, you run it all. By the time you need to hire, you've run out of energy. Luckily, with Indeed Instant Match, you immediately receive a short list of quality candidates whose resumes on Indeed match your job description the moment you sponsor a job. According to Talent Nest, Indeed delivers 4 times more hires than all other job sites combined. Hiring can finally run smoothly with Indeed. To learn more, visit Indeed.com/credit.
Liberty Mutual Insurance Company presents and Doug.
Don't you just love the smell of old books?
Shh, this is a library.
Sorry, ma'am. We're looking for a book titled Liberty Mutual Customizes Your Car Insurance so you only pay for what you need.
I don't think we carry that, but check nonfiction.
He really does devour literature.
Please leave.
Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Now, back to the Morning Roast, presented by Timeless Coffee with Bonte and Shasky.
Chestnuts roasting on an open fire.
Third day of Christmas, baby. Third day of Christmas.
Ho, 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 Bonte.
I'm in that spirit, baby. Get your lights up. Get those trees up. By the way, we're doing Power Tools, hashtag Power Tools 957 yesterday. Send us your Power Tools on the Morning Roast Twitter page at Morning Roast 957. Send it to us. What power tools are you working with? And also, how many trees do you have in your house? Tweet us. How many Christmas trees do you have in? Because we were getting tweets yesterday. Folks had 5 trees in the house, 4 trees. I don't believe you. All right, come on. 2 trees max. I don't get the 2-tree thing.
Merry Christmas, Bonte.
Hey, Santa Claus. I don't get 2 trees.
You know, there's another little thing. I want to talk about this song for a second. So I'll put my thoughts on pause. Steven?
Yeah, if you go to the Odyssey exclusive stations, you can find many classic Christmas hits like Nat King Cole's The Christmas Song, Chestnuts Roasting.
Yes.
So you can just go to the holiday playlist and search it on the Odyssey exclusive stations.
I love it. And you're going to want to have that Odyssey app because a lot of people are going to be off for the holidays. So if you're not following us on YouTube, if you're not following us on Twitch, if you're not following us on the Odyssey app, searching 957 The Game and clicking subscribe, how are you going to stay up to date with all the Clay news as he comes back? We don't know exactly what day, but you could be on a holiday and not be driving into work or whatever, and you're going to want to hear about this stuff, so make sure you have it. Let's really quickly talk about the projects that we have over the next couple of weeks, and I know we're going to talk a little Warriors here in a second. Bonte, John Curley, our producer, puts out every Saturday the different projects that he's working on, and he asks people, what are you working on? I want to know what people are doing as the holidays come up. You got a little time off. Maybe you're doing some work around the house. I am going to be swapping out some doors at my house, and I'm going to go to Golden State Lumber.
Are you going to be swapping doors, or are you going to pay somebody to do it for you?
I am looking for a professional currently who can do that. I'm also looking for a professional currently who can build me a closet. I have a blueprint ready to go. But other than that, I want to know what people are doing.
Sounds like John Curley needs to step up.
Well, I've been begging. How long have I been begging John Curley's family?
Well, like I told you, it's fraudulent what John Curley does. It's actually criminal. It's criminal. I'm actually disgusted by it that he tweets out every Saturday a work project of him at a construction site. Well, John Curley's our guy. He's family. He's like our little brother. He can't help you out, Shasky. He lives 15 minutes away from you.
And I have another idea. This is what I want to do. Since I know Golden State Lumber has these, and I'm sure one of our other sponsors have them, but specifically Golden State Lumber, I want to hear from the biggest job sites here in the Bay Area. I think I'm going to buy a couple of speakers and I'm going to drop them off on behalf of 95.7 The Game. Those contractor speakers, you ever seen those?
No.
Oh, dude, they're like built to last forever. You put them in the middle of the job site, dust and debris and things can fall on them. They're not going to break. You can ding them up a little. Great speakers. That way people can listen to 95.7 The Game all the time.
That's actually a great idea.
You like that idea?
It's going to come out your pocket?
Out of my pocket.
Well,
that's my Christmas gift to the contractors.
I love it even more.
And the construction workers out there.
I love it even more, baby. I love it even more. Hey, Curly, help your boy out, man. the new Odyssey exclusive station on the Odyssey app, brought to you in part by Macy's, Geico, and Coke Zero Sugar. Curly's got a full family. Go over to the Shaskies and build some doors, build a closet. Sounds like a free money grab. You know, the Shaskies are generous, baby. They're generous with their money. Curly, get in on that, man. It's a free handout. Be tweeting pictures every weekend like you're doing something.
Ooh, baby!
Another guy who probably doesn't know what a power drill is. Another guy who doesn't know what a power tool is. Probably hasn't drilled anything other than an article on ESPN.com. That's Cousin Nick. Cousin Nick Friedel. Hit the intro, Langford.
Take you for a ride on a slow bus to China. Tell me where in the world is
the sexiest voice in all of sports media, Nick Friedel.
Where is
Nick
the
has this rugged masculinity that all of us at ESPN are jealous of.
I don't know about friend of the program because I think you're lumping me in with being a friend of Friedel, and I don't want to be associated with all that.
Thank you, Nick, and your voice is very deep and sexy. I have.
What you gonna do, brother?
Yeah,
When Mac Jones is coming for you?
How would you describe the level of hope that everyone else spoke with yesterday in regards to what James Wiseman brought?
What are they talking about regarding Wiseman and like the impact he can make this season?
Yeah, just how much
Obviously, you can't predict the future, and we'll see what happens this summer. But would you be willing to take less money?
Bro, I'm not answering your questions no more. I'm sorry. Next question.
Cousin Nick Friedel back on the morning roast.
God bless you,
He's out in Philadelphia right now getting ready to cover Warriors and Sixers tomorrow night, primetime ABC. Of course, you can catch Warriors live at 4:30 on NBC Sports Bay Area with your boy Chris Mullen and Monty Poole tomorrow. Cousin Nick, what's up, man? Happy holidays, brother.
Guys, I miss you. Hello from Philly. And, man, that Mac Jones fight, that hits a little differently. a few months later. Oh, my.
Hey, there's no doubt about that. We'll get there. The number one seed in New England Patriots. It does hit
I need
different.
the Chiefs to pull a rabbit out of their hat so bad this year.
Hey, Nick, the more the weeks go by, the less and less Shasky says about Mac Jones. Trust me, it is something I am monitoring very closely here on the roast. But where's it going to go? Oh, ESPN. I was texting with Nick the other day. Kelly Oubre Jr. actually had a good week for the Charlotte Hornets. I don't know if you've been checking in on Kelly Oubre Jr., Nick, but poor ESPN sent you out there to the Magic and Blazers games.
Oh, my God.
At Chase Center. And I said, come on, Nick. You could do these games from home, right? I mean, they really had to send you out there to Chase Center.
That Portland game was the worst game of the year. I mean, it was so bad, and it's still, we're so lucky to be able to go and cover these games, even if it's the Magic and they're terrible, and that hurts as a proud Orlando native. But that Portland game the other night, Steph missed those first couple shots, and it was just completely dead in there, and everybody's looking around at each other like, this is the game. This is what all the hype was around. So, there are a lot worse things to be doing. But I was sitting there the other night going, "Oh my gosh, that game! Anybody who watched that game, they know that one's not going to Springfield."
No, nobody remembers that one.
It was
Ooh, baby!
kind of a game. Let's be honest. That's my dad, Nick. Nick, I'm curious. Bonte and I were talking about this yesterday. You're tapped into the NBA, and you're also a big sports fan in general for baseball and football and all the sports that are out there right now. This 3-point record, I'm not sure what it really truly means. Like, obviously, it's validation that Steph Curry is one of the greatest players of all time and is the greatest 3-point shooter of all time. But does it really resonate with people around the NBA circles?
I think so. And I think the reason why is because there was so much reverence for that record for so many years. And Reggie Miller had it for a while. And then, of course, Ray Allen had it. And those guys came up in a different era where you weren't hitting threes all over the place. But the reason why I think it resonates still now, Joe, is because when you talk to those guys, they look at Steph and they go, this is a generational talent, and he's going to put this record so far out of place that nobody's going to be able to touch it, even though he's the one who changed the game, and there are 1,000 different kids coming behind him who want to be just like him when they get into the league. Steph is a completely different player than anything that we've ever seen, anything that any of the greats have ever seen. So in the league circles, I think this record specifically still carries weight because of the greatness of Steph. And not only is he going to put this thing so far out of reach, guys, he's going to have so many more records down the line. I think this is just one of the biggest, if not the biggest, for him because it means so much to him given the way he grew up with Dell and given the fact that just the other night, and B, you were sitting there too, he said, I don't want to talk about it right now because I'm going to cry. And when he said that, I think it hit a lot of different people how much that moment means to him.
Yeah, no doubt about that. Chris, Cousin Nick here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game. Does a great job for ESPN, does a great job here on 95.7 The Game. You can hear him every Saturday with the Warriors this week with John Dickinson here on 95.7 The Game every single Saturday. Is this the wrong record we're talking about, though? Because I'm thinking about this record. He's going to surpass Ray Allen. That's going to be done. But what about his single-season three-point record? He's on pace to shatter that this season. And I feel like we haven't even discussed that enough because he hit 6 threes the other night. It was like, oh, ho-hum, Steph Curry only hit 6 threes.
That's how you know that you're an all-time great. Because, B, I think Kerr put it into a perfect context the other night. He's like, I don't know if I made 6 threes maybe once in my entire career in a game. And Steph just goes out and does it, and he has lifted the bar so high that when he does it and he's not shooting the lights out, that we're just kind of like, well, what's going on? I mean, he has changed it on a nightly basis. So not only do I agree with you, I think he's going to completely demolish that single-season 3 record. But let's face facts here, guys. The other part of this is he is well on his way to his 3rd MVP award. And whether or not the Warriors can win a title, we'll see. They've had an unbelievable start, and they've been so much better than so many people, myself included. I think a lot of people in the building included thought they would be at this point. But if Steph goes and he gets the three-point record, which will come at some point here in the next few days, he gets that single-season record, B, you're talking about with the threes, and then he wins his 3rd MVP, it's just icing on top of a cake that is only growing higher for him because of all the different things that he's accomplished.
Speaking of icing, how cold is it in Philly right now?
Oh man, I busted out that jacket that I haven't worn since my Chicago days. Like it's like the wool jacket that goes down like past your knees. I took it on the plane, and guys, let me tell you, there is nothing quite like a delayed red eye. We pull out of the gate, and you're thinking, all right, well, this is a 5-hour flight. This isn't going to be any fun. We pull out of the gate, we go sit, and there's some maintenance light that goes on. Like, don't worry about it. It'll only be a couple minutes. Well, it's never a couple minutes. And so we're sitting there, and I'm like, oh, man, this is fun. But, yeah, it's about 40. I was walking around Reading Terminal a little bit ago. Anybody who's been to Philly's got to check that place out because food galore.
Oh, they got the great oyster
sandwiches. Was there a picture of Matt Steinmetz anywhere in the Reading portion?
No, I didn't see one yet, but there's still plenty of time to find Steiny's picture on a wall somewhere.
Yeah. No, hey, Ready Terminal is great. I love downtown Philly. Downtown Philly.
So Nick, let's get into the meat and potatoes of right now, because whenever the team's struggling, let's do a trade. And then whenever the team's red hot and there's not much to talk about, hey, let's do a trade, right? It's just crazy how the internet works. And right now, I'm looking, and it feels like, and I said this to Blonte yesterday, Roy Hibbert was available year after year after year. Brooke Lopez was available year after year after year, and now it's Miles Turner. Like, really, we're going to trade Miles Turner to the Warriors for Wiseman and some combination of Looney and maybe Moody or Kuminga or whatever. Like, is that a trade that does it for you? Because it does nothing for me.
I don't think that Turner is going to put you over the top. But, Joe, this is where you bring Draymond and Steph and Clay into the room with Bob Myers and his staff, and you say, hey, guys, what do you think? because they're watching Wiseman work just like the front office is, and they saw him last year. And now all of a sudden, the calculus on this season has changed because everybody knows this team has a legit chance to win a title, which I don't think anybody could say confidently 2 months ago.
No.
But now they can. So do I think Turner is the end-all, be-all? No, I don't. But I do think in this moment in time, he's an upgrade to what they have. Now, how much is that, and how much are you willing to pay to get a guy who can help you? We're going to see. But is it worth trading away 20-year-old James Wiseman, who we still haven't seen that much from? I don't know if I would go that far. And I think part of this, and I know Tim Kawakami wrote about this the other day, the Warriors have so many different cap issues moving forward. With so much money on this luxury tax bill that's coming this year and the next few years, guys, that is Miles Turner, again, Joe, to your point, is he the guy that pushes it past where it needs to be? I'm not sure, but those are the calls that Bob and his staff are going to have to continue to make.
Yeah, Sabonis is definitely intriguing there. But I got to ask Cousin Nick about Andrew Wiggins. Because, you know, a lot of Warrior fans, there's not a day that goes by, Cousin Nick, where we don't get tagged in a tweet where it says, Cousin Nick does not like Andrew Wiggins. How have you come around to Andrew Wiggins this year? Or are you still waiting until the playoffs to say, you know what, I'm not buying the stock on Andrew Wiggins quite yet. Talk to me in May. Talk to me in April when things heat up.
Hey, Andrew Wiggins has been great this year. There's no denying that, guys. You go back into the first part of the season after all the stuff with the vaccine, he didn't have much of an impact, but I think we'd all agree that it turned on that Timberwolves game when he's dunking on Towns and he's feeling good out there on the floor. But Andrew's been great. He has been much better than I thought he would be over the last year and a half. But B, to what you're saying, the reason why I'm not sitting here going, all right, well, Wiggins has calmed all the doubters till the end of time. Andrew Wiggins, it's not all his fault, but he has not really played in any games that matter. It's just not part of his career accolades to this point. He's played in 5 playoff games, I believe. I just want to see how he performs in those moments. And we're going to see how many more looks he gets and how much more open space arrives once Clay returns, because that was always part of the plan. Was you have Steph, you have Clay, and then Wiggins can do what he does on the floor. I'm not trying to take away what he's done to this point, especially in the last month. He's been great. No denying that. I just want to see what happens under the brightest of lights, because I know what Steph's going to do. I know what Draymond's going to do, and if Clay's healthy, we've all seen what Clay can do. We have not seen what Wiggins can do, and that's kind of the next hurdle in his career.
All right, Nick, you know I call you the bounty hunter for a reason. So now I'm visualizing Andrew Wiggins at the top of the red staircase with the machine gun like Scarface, shooting down all of the people invading his home, and you are silently climbing through the window, coming in the back, and you are the playoffs, and you've got the shotgun ready to take him down at the first sight of misstep come playoff time. Is that what you're ready to do?
No.
No.
And here's why, Mr. Chasky, because this team needs Andrew Wiggins if it wants to get to where it needs to go. If they want to be not only a title contender, but if they want to get there, if they want to go to the finals, guys, and they want to make it happen this year, they need the Andrew Wiggins of early December to be the Andrew Wiggins of May and June. And I think given the system that is in place and given how happy he appears to be on the floor, sure, it's possible. It's just that we have not seen it. And that is the only argument I'm making at this point. We've seen it from Steph and Draymond and Clay. We haven't seen it from Wiggins. And if you're writing and believing what this team has done to this point, you have to believe that Wiggins can step up his own game in the games that matter the most. and we're going to see if he can or not.
So who do you think has a more propensity to curl up in a ball in the middle of the playoff run? Is it Bonte Hill on pre and post, or is it Andrew Wiggins?
No, but being curling up for anybody. You kidding me?
That's right.
Are you kidding me?
Come on,
Come on now.
Hey, prime time player over here, cousin Nick.
That's right. B, I mean, you. This is why you. I hear that Bill Parcells quote in my mind right now. This is why you lift all them heavy weights. This is why you do the pre and post for the Magic and the Blazers games to get to the point where you're doing all those games when they start mattering all the time. So,
and one guy watching us at halftime, and one guy watching us at halftime. Yeah, no, one guy watching the halftime show during the Orlando game when Darrell and I are freezing our asses off out there in Thrive City. But cousin Nick, man, we go back, man, Toronto.
So okay, let's forget that. All right, me and Bonte are doing a 3-point challenge between the two of us. It's mano a mano. It's the 22nd at Chase Center. I want you there. I want you to get your credential. Find a way to get in the building. This is going to be very important. What
time is this happening?
3 o'clock. 3 o'clock, Chase Center.
Chase Center. The
I
22nd.
don't know. So I was there the other day doing some things for NBC Sports Bay Area, and I was on the main floor. They was like, "No, Bonte, you're not a practice court player. Get in the main gym and get some shots up on the court that Steph Curry plays on." So I feel good on the main floor.
That's like
I got the rims down. I know
throwing
the
a
soft,
dead rat
I
onto
know
the
the
ice
soft
rink.
spots on the rim. You know what I'm saying? I know all where the sweet spots on the backboard.
It's not Kezar. There's not like dead spots on the floor.
Oh, yes, I found them. I found them at Chase. Come on, man. I found
who you taking? If you had to put early money.
Oh my gosh, I'm not putting any money on any of that. I will be there. I'm telling you right now, I will get there and I will be there.
It's a monster matchup.
But I want to see the warm-ups first before I'm making a call here.
Wait till you see the custom warm-ups that I'll have on. It'll be glorious.
You're going full Clay,
For
like full
sure.
jerseys.
Speaking of Clay, are we going to see him when the Warriors come back off the road?
The 20th?
Against Sacramento. It's a sweet landing spot. The Sacramento Kings. They don't play any defense.
Feels too soon.
If I were picking a game, and it's just a guessing game right now for everybody, but if I were picking a game, it wouldn't be those first couple before Christmas. It would be that Denver game after Christmas, like the 28th. I think that they're just trying to get his wind up. Steve Kerr's made that very clear, and once you do, he'll feel more comfortable whenever he does return. But the best part about the start that they're on, guys, when you're winning all these games, you don't put any extra pressure on Clay. You don't put any extra pressure on Wiseman, because right now you don't need them. But again, just like with Andrew Wiggins in the postseason, if the Warriors want to contend for a title and win it, you need Clay and you need Wiseman to perform at a high level. So you take your time, you make sure he's comfortable. But if I were guessing, I would guess it would be after Christmas.
All right, Cousin Nick here on the Morning Roast. By the way, Gutter Trash and PDX says get the Amish sticky buns at Reading Terminal if you go back there. The Amish sticky buns apparently are a hit at Reading Terminal.
Oh, there you go.
I already went to the donut shop, and I'm going to hit a cookie store later and get a Philly.
There you go.
And there's plenty of stuff going on before this practice later tonight. Although, guys, I'll tell you where I'm going right now. It's bed.
Good for you.
I am wiped after that flight, but there's plenty of different spots to go pick out. I'll go try one of those sticky buns. So.
Yeah, Steve's Princess Steaks, Jim's Steaks. Don't do the Pat and Geno's. That's the tourism stuff. It's like going to Fisherman's Wharf and getting clam chowder. You don't need to do all that, Nick. Go to Jim's or go to Steve's Princess Steaks. You won't be disappointed.
All right, done deal. You got it.
Miss you, buddy.
All right, Cousin Nick.
I'll miss you too.
I hope I see you before Christmas. Come by the house.
We'll see you at the Kings Warriors December 20th, another bar burger.
What a matchup. Feel the excitement.
I
Nick
love
Friedel here on the roast. We love
best
Cousin
intro
Nick.
that we make.
No, that intro when the beat goes
So
up.
good.
What is that beat
That's
that
the
comes
Mandalorian.
up? That's the Mandalorian? Where
Tell
it's
me,
like,
can we play just the Mandalorian part? I don't know if we've got it
Right.
Isolated like that. It is that bounty hunter music is so sick.
It's
a space western.
It's so good.
Isn't it?
It's so good, man. It's so good. Cousin Nick's got his pocket square.
Oh,
and
for sure.
He's got the blazer.
Just listen to this. It's Knox.
This
Disney.
does knock.
Hey, Star Wars, Disney, they nailed this.
By the way, it was Star Wars night the other day at
I know.
Warriors game.
I should have been there.
Yeah, I didn't see many costumes at Chase Center.
The Book of Boba next week. Disney Plus.
No
Give me the
idea
beat
what
though. I need that thing to knock.
I have no idea what you're talking about. No idea.
It's starting to ramp up. You know what?
It's ramping
Do
up.
you think Jimmy Garoppolo could be a bounty hunter this week against Cincinnati?
He has to be.
I want to hear the beat drop though.
He has
so
to be.
Keep it going.
He has to be. Steph Curry. All right. Yeah, we know he's going to break the record. He's going to surpass Ray Allen at some point over the next game or two. He could do it tomorrow night. Could do it Monday against Indiana. But the single, this beat right here. This beat knocks.
There
this
it
beat
goes.
Knocks.
Come on.
This beat knocks. All right? It knocks.
This
I'm not
is
going to lie.
This is good walking music,
dude,
right?
This gets me fired up.
Yeah.
It gets me fired up. But I'm looking at Steph Curry in the overall, in the single season 3-point record.
Okay.
He's made 132 threes so far this season.
Just 132, huh?
Just 132.
In 25 games.
Last season, he hit 337.
So he's what is he making? So if it's 132, he's like 5.5 a game.
5.5 a game.
I mean, approximately, right?
5.5 a game.
Okay, so that's pretty good. So then you think he's probably going to break in the next 2 or 3 games, which I think we all agree there.
Right.
And what do you think? He's on pace for 400?
402 is a single season record. 25 games.
And that's him.
Yeah, that's him. There's 57 games left. That's 313.
I love how you're doing the math on your iPhone.
He's on
the
pace.
Calculator.
He's
and
on
then you're
pace.
looking at me like you just ratted it off like you're one of these math geniuses.
Yeah, because he's on pace to hit 445 threes.
445.
445 threes.
I mean, that's
season.
ridiculous.
Is that more impressive than surpassing Ray Allen? You're on top of the leaderboard. That's going to be forever.
Mm-hmm.
But if he shatters his own record by 43 threes.
Bonte, I have the jersey. Okay, so I won a raffle, and I got a Steph Curry framed autographed jersey from when he first broke the 3-point record. Do you know what that number was? The first time he broke it.
I want to say 370.
Nope, 252.
250.
That's what it says on the commemorative thing. Yes, 252. Now we're talking about 400 and what? 45?
Yeah, 445.
I mean, that's a doubling.
He's on pace for 445.
Come on, dude. That's literally doubling this thing. That's crazy.
That is insane.
That's crazy.
That is insane.
And it was interesting to hear him say he's clear-cut the MVP of the league. Because, I feel it, but I didn't really put it out there, and you just never know. And if you're a homer because you're a Warrior fan and you're biased because you're in the Bay Area. But really, who are the MVP candidates right now?
When is it too early to talk MVP? I mean, when is it appropriate to start talking MVP?
I think around Christmas through the All-Star break is when these conversations start to heat up, no? Like I'm saying, the time that we really start putting together our top 2-3 guys for me is between Christmas and that second week in February, the All-Star break.
Yeah, I'm with you there.
Right?
I'm with you there.
You can't go MVP first month. That's a little too premature.
No, you can't do that.
But to me, the ceremonial start of the NBA season has always been Christmas.
Always. And they'll play the Phoenix Suns on Christmas.
Is that a day game?
2:00, I believe. Yeah, it's bothering me too. It bothers me.
Either be night or 11.
It does. It bothers me, man, because it's you got to get up early, get to work, and then you're watching a game. It's just another day in the life.
Do you get that Christmas pack?
I don't think so. Time and a half.
Merry Christmas, Bonte!
Time and a half.
That's Santa Claus.
2 p.m.
Giving you a Merry Christmas message.
2 p.m. 2 p.m. start.
Cheer up and Merry Christmas.
Damn you, Santa. Curry's last 5 games, he struggled a bit. Last 5 games. That includes the 2 Phoenix games, the loss to San Antonio, Orlando, and Portland. Curry shot 33.7% from the field.
Oof.
37.5 from the 3-point line.
Oof.
He's made 5.5, but he's attempted 14.5. On the season, he's attempting 13 threes a game.
That's a lot.
That's a lot.
I would argue 4 of them, approximately a night are whoa. You know what I mean? To me, they aren't even
straight YOLO.
Yeah, but right. I mean, he hits them at such a high
Steph
clip.
Curry, you can do what the hell you want to do on a basketball floor. 23 points per game, 4 assists, 4 rebounds, but the percentages dipped a little bit over the last 5.
Okay.
You see a tired player, you see a guy maybe pressing because their record is near. What have you seen from Curry over the last 5?
Well, I do believe the pressing, especially in the last game, that's that. But let's call it what it is. Mikal Bridges, it gives him fits. Like, I think I'm willing to say that. Now, Mikal Bridges missed stretches of that game, but I think Phoenix in particular gives him all that he can handle and makes his percentage a little lower. Like, 2 of those games have been during Phoenix, right?
Right.
So, I mean, I think you need to give Phoenix some credit. We always want to look at just the player. We never want to give the defense any kind of credit. I think that the Phoenix has a very, very sophisticated, good defensive strategy against Curry, and I think that their length bothers him, but more importantly, their preparation of knowing where he likes to catch the ball, what sets they like to run. I think Phoenix deserves a ton of credit.
No doubt. What do you think about what Cousin Nick said about Andrew Wiggins, about waiting until the playoffs? Because he's only been in one playoff. That's not his fault. Minnesota stunk. But he's been in one playoff against the Houston Rockets when he was alongside Jimmy Butler. And I think that was Andrew Wiggins' best season to date. Best season to date up until this season. Do you need the playoffs for Andrew Wiggins to prove to you that he's a good fit here?
I mean, he's played in a playoff series before.
Right, against the Rockets.
But, I mean, I guess, I just don't see how a guy who's played this many NBA games, like, I understand he's going to be jacked up. He might have a couple of nights where it's just off, right? But it's not like the defense is going to leave him. I mean, does that come and go for Andrew Wiggins? That feels pretty consistent on a night-to-night basis. As long as I'm getting defense, I believe that he'll be able to take the ball to the cup and get points. The shot from the outside might be streaky at times. I think he's going to be fine. Now, yeah, of course, there's going to be people out there, naysayers, hey, you got to do it in the playoffs, and I understand that element. But come on, like he's been fantastic.
18.5 points per game.
Why don't we give any credit for building your way up to the playoffs?
Right, no doubt.
We always do this thing in sports. We'll wait to the championship game.
18.5 points per game, 4.5 rebounds, an assist and a half. Shooting 49% from the floor, 41.5 from 3. Free throws got to get back up. He was around 80%. Now he's back down to 73. You want to see that around 78
at least,
80.
Yes.
At least if you're Andrew Wiggins. But I get what people are saying. But in the playoffs, he's going to have, if Clay is Clay, he's going to have great opportunities to score.
Well, don't most offensive players see their production in terms of efficiency go down in the playoffs because you're playing against more sophisticated?
No doubt.
Thank you. Better teams, more sophisticated defensive sets, smaller benches. You're not going up against all the 8, 9, 10 guys. Most teams pare down, and they'll maybe go with 3 guys off the bench. Maybe. Right? We saw LeBron basically take 2 guys off the bench and go to a finals.
Right.
With the Cavs when they only went to 7 deep that one year. So, I still think he's going to get you 18 a night.
Well, here's what Draymond Green said about Steph Curry, to double back on Steph Curry and the record. That's going to happen over the next 3 games. He's chasing Ray Allen. He needs 10 threes to surpass Ray Allen on an all-time three-point makes list here in NBA history. Here's what Draymond Green said on the Draymond Green Show about Curry's three-point record.
Steph Curry's three-point record will 100% be broken. From the time he's done playing, it'll probably only take someone 5 to 6 more years to break that record, if that. Reason being, Trae Young comes into the NBA attempting probably 6 or 7 three-pointers a game. Donovan Mitchell comes into the NBA attempting probably 6 or 7 three-pointers a game. Steph Curry came into the NBA attempting 2 three-pointers a game because it's just a totally different ball game. 2 or 3 three-pointers a game. It's a totally different ball game.
I agree with Draymond.
Well,
I look at Trae Young and I'm saying, man, that's going to be the guy to do it.
Are you sure about that? Because if you do the math, just bear with me here. If you do the math, he needs 14 years of 250-plus makes.
Right.
14 years, 250-plus makes. Now, he can go for 300 one year and whatever and make it a little easier. Dude, you know how healthy you have to be and how good for how long you have to be? I don't know.
Assuming health is good.
But I don't think you can assume health. How many guards have played? Right now, Trae Young's 23, 24? Or is he older?
23 years old.
Okay. So at 35 years old, he's still going to be a high profile. Very few guards. Chris Paul and Steph Curry are outliers. Resemble Deron Williams and are out of the league in celebrity boxing than are Steph Curry.
Trae Young, 6'3" attempts his rookie year, 9.5 his second year. 6.5 last season. He's at 7 right now. He made 136 last season, 205 the year before, 156 the year before. 69 this season so far.
Which is a lot.
The efficiency's not there for Trae.
No.
39% this season, 34 the previous year, 36, 32.5. He's shot 35% from the three-point line in his career so far. 23 years old. If he can get that up around 40, now we're talking.
But B,
now we're talking.
Don't you think that in general,
because the attempts will be there. He's always going to have the ball in his hands.
I agree, but don't you? It's not just about attempts. It's about dedication to the craft and longevity. I feel like we totally dismiss the amount of effort Steph Curry has put, not you, but in general, to his body. He has been dedicated to basketball and his body for years.
Who's to say these other guys can't get dedicated?
I'm not saying that they are, but there's a reason that Steph Curry and Chris Paul are very few guys that have stuck around in the league as long as they have at the guard position.
Think about where Curry was at, where Trae Young's career, he's in his fourth season. Think about where Curry was at in his fourth year.
He's probably farther along at this spot than where Curry was.
Exactly.
But Curry went like nuclear there.
He did go nuclear.
You know?
We saw Trae Young go nuclear in the playoffs.
We did.
We saw him go nuclear. Trae Young, Donovan Mitchell. I'm with Draymond Green because of the way the game is played now. Will the game be adjusted back to having more post-ups, more mid-range game, more elbow jumpers, more fadeaways? Will all that stuff happen? I have no idea. How will the NBA defenses adjust to the three-point line? We were discussing this yesterday, where we see more junk defenses, boxing ones, triangle and twos, 3-2 zones, diamond defenses. I don't know, but the three-point shot is here to stay, and more teams believe in it. More analytics are being implemented and pumped into these organizations where they're saying, yo, don't shoot the long two. Just step back a couple feet and shoot the three.
I hear you, B. All I'm saying is, can we get like halfway there and then start to pontificate on who has an opportunity? He's not even a quarter of the way
James Harden in.
What?
Let's go James Harden.
James Harden's body's already starting to give out on him. He's already starting to see a decline in how he's playing and his efficiency. And he's behind Steph Curry right now. You think he's going to have a longer career than Steph? Like if we were betting right now between Steph and James Harden and who plays longer, I'm betting on Steph.
Donovan Mitchell, CJ McCollum, Dame Dollar, Fred VanVleet. I'm just looking at the guys who leads the league in three-point makes per game.
Oh, okay, for this year?
For this year. Mm-hmm. I mean, Buddy Hield's second, 3.5 per game.
I'm not saying that you're wrong. I'm just saying
it's not about being right or wrong.
It's about it's so hard to have a career this long.
Of course it is. But you know what? I'm just assuming good health. Trae Young playing, he's been a hooper his whole career, relatively healthy. He's going to get his shots up. He's going to have the ball in his hands. That's why I look at a guy like Trae Young. I'm like, man, he's already attempting 7 threes a game. He's got a head start on where Curry was at in his first 4 years, where Curry, with the ankle injuries, not playing, hurt Draymond Green, who's averaging 2 threes a game.
I know.
2 threes a game. That's it.
So I just did a quick Google search so that we can have this conversation because I love this. Blake Griffin was in the draft of Steph Curry, okay? Falling off the map. Okay, we all know about Thabit. Harden, same draft as Steph Curry. Not as good as he is now as he was a couple of years ago. Ricky Rubio, whatever, Johnny Flynn. Just look at who has had staying power. This guy's an outlier, not a standard. I mean, the outlier is what he is in terms of his career. DeMar DeRozan, same exact draft as these guys. I don't know,
DeMar DeRozan is balling.
What?
DeMar DeRozan is possibly playing the best basketball of his career.
He is, but he's not a guy that's shooting for this kind of a record. And this is to break records, you have to have unbelievable luck in terms of injury history, but you also have unbelievable dedication to the craft.
Again, you talk about luck and injuries. All right, Trae Young, 81 games played.
He's been very durable.
His rookie year.
He's been very
81
durable.
games played. 2019-20, played in 60. Missed 22 games. Last year, played in the 63, all right? So far, he's played in every single game. His injury history has been a lot better than Curry's the last 4, during his first 4 than Curry's first 4.
We do this in baseball a lot. Mike Trout is better than Willie Mays, okay? He's had a great 9-year run. Like, Willie Mays did it for 24 seasons.
Yes, no doubt. We're not saying Trae Young is better than Stephen Curry.
I know that's not what you're saying.
Yeah.
But when we're talking about breaking records,
right.
like, you got to get a lot closer for me to start projecting it, and we're just too far away.
Sports radio. We're like,
I know, but we're too far away from me.
Who has the best chance to do it in the NBA?
I don't think that person's in the NBA right now.
Really?
Yeah, I think it's going to be somebody who we don't see.
All right.
Who we don't see coming. I mean, we didn't see Steph coming.
That's what I'm saying.
You know?
You never see it coming.
You know, that's
you never see it come. So that guy might be in the league. There might be a guy in the league who does that. There might be a guy. And I think that guy's Trae Young.
I would think it'd be someone like a Jason Tatum would be an outside shot.
No, he doesn't shoot enough threes. Wrap it up. Trae Young is bombing.
In terms of body and longevity and the ability to get your shot off when you're older.
Wrap it up. Yeah, but he plays every game. Curry was small. Wrap it up. 888-957-9570. All right, we're wrapping it up.
Trey Small.
We're wrapping it up. 888-957-9570. We're wrapping this damn thing up. Headlines. 49er fans. What's the headline for Monday? Niners Bengals. We got some Steve Young sound coming up here on the last hour of the roast.
Monte Ellis joins Steiny and Guru today at 12:30.
I'm a Warriors, and I'm always going to be a Warriors.
5 seconds to go. Monte for the win. Warriors have won at the buzzer by Monte Ellis.
It's a can't-miss interview with Monte Ellis. Full show today at 12:30.
Those are facts.
On 95.7 The Game.
Have you heard the phrase, the best defense is a good offense? That's what Golden State believes when it comes to protecting your home from the elements. A smart play is to visit goldenstatelumber.com. Under products, click Windows and Doors. Take a virtual tour at one of their showrooms throughout the Bay Area for a variety of options that will defend your home with greater energy efficiency. Now that's a winning combination. Since 1954, Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed.
At AT&T, everyone, new and existing customers, get our best deals on every smartphone. Why? Because you deserve it. We're turning your living room into your office and your gym. We're teaching Grandma how to video call and teaching her again.
It's the button on your left, Nana. Okay, your other left.
It's not complicated. Everyone deserves something new. So AT&T is giving everyone, new and existing customers, our best deals with every unlimited plan on every smartphone, even the latest ones.
AT&T may temporarily slow data speeds if the network is busy. Restrictions and exceptions may apply.
You work hard, so you deserve the good things in life, like getting an amazing deal on awesome internet. That's why there's never been a better time to switch to Xfinity. Get the fast, reliable internet that you deserve for just $19.99 a month for 12 months with a one-year contract. And don't miss out. Ask how to get 12 times the speed for the same price when you add Xfinity Mobile. Just imagine, faster downloads, more streaming. The possibilities are endless. That's more speed, and you'll save hundreds over AT&T. So what are you waiting for? Sign up now, because you deserve awesome internet. Go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Requires paperless billing and autopay. Ends 12/21/21. Restrictions apply. New Connect Internet 50 megabits customers only. Equipment taxes and fees extra and subject to change. After term, regular rates apply. Compares monthly service charge for Xfinity 600 megabits to AT&T 500 megabits each with one unlimited mobile line for a year as of 10/6/21. Reduced speeds after 20 gigs of mobile usage.
Can you pick winners? Well, then you can win cash. It's that simple. In the Rocket Mortgage Pro Football Pickup, just pick the most games right this week, and you can score $1,000. Just like that. No lineups, no spreads, no rosters, and a brand new game each week. The Rocket Mortgage Pro Football Pickup. It's totally free to play, so enter now by texting PICS to 20357. That's PICS to 20357.
It's Just Lunch presents a holiday dating fantasy.
I'll be yours for the holidays if you'll just ask me in.
Like that's gonna happen. Call the dating experts at It's Just Lunch. They get to know you personally and match you with a great date for lunch or drinks after work. Happy holidays from It's Just Lunch. Real people, real dates.
Visit itsjustlunchsanfrancisco.com today. It's Just Lunch. Connection awaits with guaranteed dates.
Hi, I'm JD. I'm Kyle. Host of the Locked on Sharks podcast, a daily podcast covering your favorite team.
Come stop in with us 20 minutes a day. 2 lifelong fans talking about their favorite team. We don't just talk about the analytics, we talk about all the fun stuff too. Eric Carlson has regained his power by cutting his hair. We give players nicknames. We gave ourselves a nickname, the Content Boys. Will William Eklund win the Calder? Will Jonathan Dahlin win the Calder? Will the Sharks make the playoffs? We're covering it all.
Listen to Locked On Sharks podcast every day on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Only Wendy's serves a better breakfast with a better biscuit. Our hot, buttery breakfast biscuits are loaded with a fresh cracked egg, cheese, and your choice of bacon or sausage. And right now at Wendy's, they're only $1 each.
Wendy's breakfast biscuits, just $1.
So don't take a chance with those other guys. Bet your buck on a better breakfast with Wendy's bacon or sausage, egg, and cheese biscuit. Choose wisely. Choose Wendy's.
Limited time only during breakfast hours. U.S. price of participation may vary. Limit 5 qualifying items per transaction. Not valid in a combo. Excludes honey butter chicken biscuit.
Cricket Holiday Hotline, what's your wish?
I can't decide. I want a new camera, an entertainment system, a notebook, some games, a photo album, a tape.
Oh, just switch to Cricket and get any new LTE Android free. It's all those wishes in one.
Perfect. Can it help me decide what to eat for lunch?
It can help you find a buffet nearby.
Ooh, with gingerbread cookies and eggnog and roasted turkey and mashed potatoes.
Get any LTE Android free when you switch to Cricket. It's everything you wished for, including the price.
Must bring your number to Cricket on up to a $60 a month plan, depending on device. Select models only while supplies last. First month service charge and tax due at sale. Fees, terms, and other restrictions apply. See cricketwireless.com for details.
At Charmin, we heard you shouldn't talk about going to the bathroom in public, so we decided to sing about it.
Get ultra strong for your South Pole. Charmin keeps your undies whiter than the North Pole. A shiny hiney, a brand new year. Call it a Charmin. Happy New Year. May your holidays be Charmin, clean, merry, and bright. May all your undies be Charmin, clean, white.
Charmin Ultra Strong just cleans better. Enjoy the go with Charmin.
You're listening to KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Station. Presented by DuckDuckGo. Privacy simplified. It's time to wake up with a nice cup of morning roast. Featuring Bonte Hill and Joe Shasky. Presented by Timeless Coffee. This is the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, baby, what a Friday. A Monster Friday. Football Friday, excuse me. That's Monster Monday. Football Friday here on 95.7 The Game. Monte Ellis is going to join Steiny and Guru at 12:30. We're going to be Warriors. We all love Warriors. I'm a Warriors for life. Monte Ellis, 12:30 here on 95.7 The Game with Steiny and Guru. As we say good morning to everybody out there on the roadways.
What did Fitz call him? The Mississippi Missile?
Mississippi Missile or Mississippi Bullet?
I forget which one it was. I thought it was the missile. Maybe I'm wrong. I could be wrong.
I don't remember.
Monte.
Good morning to everybody out there. Get off of work. Get off your graveyard shifts. Going to work. Langford to Curly and Shasky. Look at Brian Ratto here early. He's actually not doing anything, but he's just here.
Brian Ratto,
he doesn't really get started. He doesn't really get started till like 10 a.m.
Tell the audience who he is.
Well, he's our production guy. All the commercials you hear, all the creative beats, that's Brian Ratto's doing right there. That's his production.
Yeah.
All the little drops, promos, commercials.
The Nick Friedel intro.
No, actually, that was Langford.
I'm sorry, that was Langford.
Yeah,
Damn, Langford, my
we just
bad.
disrespected him.
Dude, look at him. He was
Brian Ratto doesn't work for our show. He doesn't do anything for our show. He just does things for the station. But Brian really doesn't get started until about 10 a.m. You know, he comes in about 8 o'clock, maybe 7:30, does a little something, talks to everybody, says what's up, maybe even takes a nap. Then at about 10:30, he gets cracking.
How's that different from you?
It's not different. I'm saying he got to, dude, he learned from the best. Brian Ratto learned from the best,
You
baby.
wake up and look at the calendar and just start yelling at it.
No, I don't. That's not true. What are you talking about? Loaded. I'm just saying.
The commissioner of the calendar.
Langford, look up today. What is National what?
Yeah, what is
the other
today?
day was National Brownie Day. You
and
forget.
International Traveler Day or something. What was it, like intergalactic the space traveler day?
Pretend to be a time traveler
That's
day.
what it was. There we go.
Oh, gosh. Yeah,
What's your favorite time travel movie? I'm going to say Back to the Future.
Oh, it's Back to the Future, no doubt about it.
Yeah. Which one's your favorite of the three? The Western was pretty sweet.
The Western was good.
It's pretty
Part
sweet.
3 was good. It made me sad, man, because it was the last
over a
one.
matter of $10 over a dispute with Biff. What was it? Biff? Was it Biff?
Biff, yeah.
Yeah, Biff.
Yeah, Biff.
Yeah.
Make like a tree and get out of here.
But I gotta say, Part 2 was special.
It was. Going to the future?
The hoverboard.
Marlins versus the Cubs in the World
Cubs
Series?
in the World Series.
Or Miami versus Chicago or something.
Miami versus Chicago, the Almanac. You had the Nikes, the fresh Nikes that's selling right now for like $20,000 or something, even more.
They got a show on Netflix called The Movies That Made Us, which is like a documentary series going through all the popular movies from the 80s and the 90s. A lot of them were directed by Steven Spielberg, Forrest Gump's on there, all those different things. And they had Back to the Future. Michael J. Fox wasn't originally planned to be Marty McFly because he was busy with Family Ties. I think that was the show that he was in, the sitcom.
Yeah, he was in Family Ties. Yes,
so they had another guy, and the whole plan of it, they had like he didn't even join the set until maybe 6 weeks in or something like that. And a guy was in the main character, I forgot his name, I forgot the actor's name, he's not that popular, but he had a black leather jacket on, and he was like going throughout downtown. It looked totally different. So the casting changed the entire thing.
Well, they made a great decision.
Yeah, they did.
Because Christopher Lloyd and Michael J. Fox,
dude.
I mean, they put on a clinic.
And by the way,
it was Mad Dog Tannen.
I was just, my
Ernie
buddy
from
Jason
Concord.
just texted me
Ernie
too.
from Concord.
Mad Dog
By the way,
Tannen.
Ernie from Concord sent me a photo yesterday of him having a $5 box at Taco Bell. Good for him. That baby is sweet. Terminator, best time travel movie. So damn good.
Terminator's up there. Yeah, that's a good point. Didn't think about that as a time
I like
travel
Terminator
movie.
2.
Yeah, T2 was better.
T2
it was a
so
superior
much
movie.
Yeah, that was so good.
Yeah, the Liquid Man.
Yeah, dude, he was
sick.
sick. Cardinals.
So sick. I'm kind of a sucker for all the horrible remakes since, Terminator Salvation.
Yeah, I haven't done.
I watch them all.
No, I leave
There was
it
a
alone.
new one where Terminator was stuck and he became like a dad.
Right.
Oh, it was bad, but I watched it.
I didn't even watch it. Marty McFly. So what's today, Langford? What is it?
So it's National Lager Day.
Lager, like beers?
Yeah.
What is a lager? I'm not a beer guy.
It's just like a regular beer, I guess. It's hard to describe. It's not necessarily an IPA. It's not a sour.
What's
it's
an
not
IPA?
a cider.
Is it a Trumer Pils?
No, that's a Pilsner.
Pilsner. Yeah, my bad, Trumer.
So what's an
Shout out Trumer
IPA?
Pils.
I'm a novice. I clearly know nothing.
It's I believe the term for it is an Indian Pale Ale.
Okay.
And
it's really smooth. I like IPAs.
It depends on which one you get, and it's more of a hoppy flavor. I'm not going to get into all the beer stuff.
The
but it's
hazy,
also Dewey Decimal System Day. Shout out to the Dewey Decimal System.
I don't even know what that means.
I think it's with librarians and where they line up the books and how they order the books and all that sort of stuff.
Oh, with the dots.
My mom would be very disappointed in me. She was a librarian for 16 years.
It's got to be alphanumeric of some sort, right?
I'm not even going to go there. Not even going to go there. Not going to go there. By the way, shout out to Timeless Coffee, the official sponsor of the Morning
got
Roast.
my
Timeless
cup
Coffee.
today.
RJ and Paula rocking and rolling with us. Warriors are rolling. They're big Warrior fans. 888-957-9570. Want to get back into the 49ers with the Warriors playing tomorrow in Philadelphia against the Sixers. It's a big game for the 49ers. Big game. No Elijah Mitchell possibly
Has there been
on Sunday.
A non-big game all year?
No, as John Madden said back in the day, all the games are big. All the games are big.
Pivot, don't panic.
Hey, baby, come on. All the games are big. You know how many gotta-have-it games we've had this season? This game is not a gotta-have-it game, but I think it's important for the quarterback position. Because if Garoppolo loses, and he loses in a fashion that he did last week, where he throws 2 bonehead picks, 2 bonehead interceptions, I think Shanahan needs to go up to Jed York and say, we've played 13 games this season. We're 6-7. We've got 4 games left in the season. I haven't brought out the trade package. Let me just get this guy on the field. Let's see what it looks like. Let's start him down the stretch here in December. Cold weather. Let's just start him. See what happens. That's where I'm at now. If the coach doesn't trust the quarterback, if he can't run his system because of the quarterback, then play the guy you traded all the draft capital for. Just play him. Here's what Steve Young said on the Mayako podcast. Mayako and Laura Britt, 49ers Talk on NBC Sports Bay Area. Steve Young was talking about, Shanahan's the best play caller out there. He's the most innovative, yada, yada, yada. And I'm like, okay, Steve, I don't know about that.
Good thing Steve and I think alike.
Yeah, but here's what he had to say about Shanahan smelling blood.
He wants to attack. Like, he smells it and he wants to go. And Mike, his dad, was that way. Like, he smelled it, and then he was in for a bloodhound. It was like, and I think what's happened, and you saw that in the 2019 season, He smells it. He wants to go. And then something goes, and there's a trust. I've said this from the very beginning. If Jimmy and Kyle could get a trusting relationship so that Kyle, when he smells it, he senses it, and then he could just expansively go after it with Jimmy just taking care of it all, we would be really humming. But because he doesn't trust him, and you saw that in the playoffs, especially in 19, the Super Bowl year, that because of that, he doesn't feel like Jimmy can call those plays that are expansive and really just let's go. And then, it bogs down. Then he says, okay, I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to ask him to do that. You saw that very glaringly in the playoff run in the Super Bowl.
Bonte, this hit home for me on a variety of levels. Number one, there have been times when the Niners are the superior opponent and it feels like they're running it up on someone. The Cleveland game comes to mind on Monday night. It felt like they were trying to run it up on them in their way of
Carolina game.
Carolina game's another one. It's a great example of it. And then there are other times where they get a lead, and because of the trust factor or lack thereof between Jimmy and Kyle Shanahan, Kyle's like, let's just not screw this one up. And I think he's so fearful of the mistake, which then seeps over into the quarterback, so fearful of the mistake that the offense just becomes completely constipated and these games get closer than they should be. And at times, they've lost games that they should have won. I mean, just straight up. They don't strike while the iron's hot. They get down to the 8-9 yard line. You brought this up earlier today. And then what they do, didn't it felt like they got a little conservative?
They got very conservative, which makes no sense to me. How about... here's the way I would look at it. If I'm Shanahan and I'm telling Jed and John Lynch, and I'm saying, man, look, man, I can't trust this guy, and here's why. We'll call the plays that show examples of Garoppolo not being able to run your offense. Show the front office and show Jed York saying, look, I wanted it to go here, but this quarterback's not capable of going there because he's limited. Let me play my guy. Let's say if that's the case, the wild hypothetical here. Or is it because Trey's just not ready? Is there a situation where Trey's just not ready?
I don't know. Maybe he is, and I'm missing the mark, and I'm completely off. I don't know. I didn't think Shanahan was a fully formed, ready-to-go head coach when he got the head coaching job. But you have to give people opportunities to grow into the position. That's something that no one wants to admit. I want to go back to the smells blood thing. Shanahan gets crushed for not running the ball in the Super Bowl, correct? As the Atlanta Falcons offensive coordinator.
Yeah, but you know what? It was silly. Because I will prove to everybody that he did run the ball.
I agree with you. But wouldn't you agree that the blanket narrative is that he didn't run the ball?
See, I never blamed Shanahan for
I thought he smelled blood.
Yeah, I thought he did smell blood. You know what happened? Dante Hightower sacked Matt Ryan for a sack fumble because Devontae Freeman missed the block. Who was it? It was Gabriel who was running down Tyler Gabriel running down the seam wide open. It was game over. Game over. But, players got to execute.
And I know that we have made a lot of the final 2-minute drives at times, and you will always go back to the Super Bowl. He didn't trust Jimmy to run a 2-minute drill. They did rip one down the field that I think was one of Jimmy's greatest throws he's ever thrown. They got called for a horrible offensive pass
interference. You know what happened? The clock ran down to 30 seconds.
I know.
And it completed the third down to Jeff Wilson Jr. Then it was like, oh, we have a first down. 20 seconds left. Let's rip one. It was almost out of desperation.
It might have been, but Bonte, you got to balance it out. You don't want to give the ball back to Mahomes.
You could have been playing for touchdowns.
After surprise.
No,
I hear
that was stupid. See, and that's my thing. That's my whole issue. He coached scared in that situation. He's an offensive genius. If you're an offensive genius, hey, Garoppolo, it's the Super Bowl. We got 3 timeouts. We get the ball in the second half. It's tied 10-10. Let's go into the locker room with the lead, and let's be aggressive.
See, but here's where I get frustrated.
And the worst part is, if you're an offensive genius, I'm going against an inferior defense. Kansas City's defense is not good that year.
So it's interesting that you put it this way, because I keep going back to Belichick Monday night, and we both agree, masterclass in coaching and how to win a game. did they smell blood and try to throw the ball down the field and put up points on them? Or did they play smart football positionally and try to keep the ball out of the Buffalo's hands?
Conditions were a lot different.
Well, you're facing a more explosive offense at that time.
It's the Super Bowl, man.
I know,
it's
but
Super
I'm just
Bowl
saying,
54 in Miami, and the weather's
I feel like
perfect.
You can't have it
the
either
weather's
way.
perfect. The weather's perfect. You got 45-mile-an-hour winds out there at Orchard Park, Buffalo.
Yeah, but
you're not going to be doing all that stuff.
Yeah, but again, I go back to, like, I just feel like when it doesn't result in touchdowns, people lose their minds. And I don't think that we understand the process or the thought process behind some of the decisions.
Well, the reason why that halftime or that 2-minute drill in Super Bowl 54 is frustrating is because when you did have 3 timeouts and there's 1:50 left on the clock and it was 1st and 10 at the Kansas City 49-yard line, where's the thought process in Mahomes can't touch the football anymore. And what happens? Shanahan called 4 straight pass plays.
I know. Well, he's trying
4 straight pass plays.
He's trying to be aggressive. Again,
that was the wrong.
We're looking at the results.
But I was yelling live during the game. You sat right next to me.
I know.
Run the football. Why would you even?
I wanted Debo to catch the ball or touch the ball. Excuse me.
Just don't. Like he worked backwards in those 2 situations.
I agree with that.
Let me ask the audience this.
But do you see the inconsistency before you go to the audience?
The inconsistencies in Shanahan.
Yes, in the inconsistency in Shanahan, but also in the fans. We play the results at times. I'm not saying every time, but at times we play the results, and when they don't fall in our favor, it's an indictment on Shanahan when we don't give the other team credit or the thought process credit.
No, how many times did we see the 4th and 1 gun run?
Yeah, but I said
how many times did we see the lack of 2-minute drills and the lack of aggressiveness during the 2-minute drill? And then, hey, let's throw a deep one and let's get lucky here. They've been more lucky on the 2-minute drills when they do score than they have been aggressive.
To quantify luck.
And it's like, wait a minute, this guy's aggressive. You smell blood.
You connect one down deep and we file it under luck. I don't know if that's fair.
How is it? I mean, it's the trend. It's the norm.
Yeah, but you don't have one of the trendy quarterbacks.
Look at the way they run their 2-minute drills, Shasky. It's been the norm.
Yeah, but they've done a good job. I would say over the last 6-7 weeks, they've done a good job of getting 2 for 1, scoring before halftime, getting the ball back to start the second half. It hasn't worked out perfectly. They've done a good job.
Shanahan has been so inconsistent in his play calls and 2-minute drills in those situations. Now, do you agree with this? And 888-957-9570, does the audience agree with this? Shanahan is the most innovative mind in all of football? Offensive mind? Here's what Steve Young had to say about that with Matt Mayoko and Laura Brett on the 49ers Talk podcast on NBC Sports Bay Area.
There are innovative minds in the NFL today. Down south with Sean McVay, Sean Payton, Andy Reid, what's happening in Green Bay with Aaron. There's places that I really just starting to really appreciate what Cincinnati's doing. There's other places where I'm like, wow, very innovative, but there's nobody more innovative and more on point to put the team in a position to go score lots of points than Kyle Shanahan. Now, look, him running the roster, him running the defensive, I mean, all those other things, we can have all kinds of opinions about. But as far as calling plays, putting people in a position to be successful, I'm sorry, I don't think there's anyone better.
Steve Young doesn't think there's anyone better than Kyle Shanahan.
I would parse it a little. I mean, who am I to argue with Steve Young? But he's one of 5 guys, right? And that's pretty damn good.
Is he in that top 5?
Well, I think the other guys that you're going to put in there have been doing it a lot longer. Andy Reid's been doing it for 25 years.
Sean Payton's
been doing it for close to 20 years, right? I mean, if you want to throw McVay in there, which I think he's earned, yeah, I'll throw McVay in there. You know, I think Kyle and him.
Cliff Kingsbury?
Right now, within this season, yes. Let's see how this season finishes itself off. He's been good this year. He's been great this year.
Matt LaFleur?
I think Matt LaFleur benefits dramatically from Aaron Rodgers. I think we flip-flop the situations, and I'm not taking anything away from LaFleur. I'm just saying I think that the quarterback matters in these conversations. I think McDaniels is a great example of someone.
Frank Wright, Indianapolis?
Frank Wright's been really good. I'll take Shanahan over Frank Reich, though. And you also have to project in age. Like, that matters in these conversations.
I don't know how much age matters. If he could call plays.
How many more years Andy Reid got?
Who knows?
So you
5,
move off
6,
of Shanahan,
7?
you're going to go get like a 60-something-year-old? No, most
5, 6,
people,
7?
You're going to bank with this guy.
I mean, 5, 6, 7? Who knows? But we didn't think Belichick had too long, and look at Belichick.
Belichick's a robot.
A lot of people thought Belichick was done last year.
Yeah, I'm one of them.
A lot of people thought Belichick was done. I mean, there's a lot of good, I don't know, man. I don't know.
I think if you opened up the 49er position, you're opening, in terms of like moving off of Shanahan,
Right.
you're opening up an entire can of worms that, I don't know, man.
What about Zach Taylor, Cincinnati?
Zach Taylor's fine. I like Zach Taylor. I was at the front of the Zach Taylor fanboy thing. I like Zach Taylor, but again, they had one 500 season. Now, he took over very similar to Shanahan. He took over a very bad situation. Very bad situation.
I look at that Bengals situation with Jamar Chase, T. Higgins, Okudah
They've built
at
it up.
tight end, Joe Mixon at running back. And I'm saying the Niners' weapons are very comparable to Cincinnati's weapons.
But is Joe Burrow better right now? Right now. Is Joe
Jimmy
Burrow better than
Garoppolo?
Jimmy G? I think he is. Right now.
He is. He has more talent than Jimmy G, but he leads the league in interceptions with 14.
That's fine.
He's been sacked 46 times. Sometimes he holds on to the ball too long. Sometimes he makes poor decisions.
There's no perfect player.
There's no perfect player, and he's been hit a lot. A lot. But yeah, Joe Burrow, I would rather have him. By the way, we're a little late on this, man. We blew right past this
did we?
talking 49er football. It's 11 on 11, brought to you by the Workman Law Firm, representing employees for over 20 years. Go to workmanlawpc.com.
I ain't had this in a long time. I ain't feel like this in a long time. Just to feel like this, it took a long time, yeah.
Klay Thompson's return is imminent.
With the 11th pick in the 2011 NBA Draft, the Golden State Warriors select Klay Thompson from Washington State University.
It's time for 11 on 11.
Wise, man. Where you at, Wise? You should be on the boat. Being my deckhand, rookie. Come on, Rook.
Brought to you by the Workman Law Firm, representing employees for over 20 years. Go to workmanlawpc.com.
Guys, we go back to March 27th of 2016. Now, the Warriors go on to face the 76ers tomorrow night, and Klay's highest points scored against the 76ers came on March 27th of 2016.
40, 32, 37 for Klay, the last three. Klay, again.
The young man is amazing.
Now this time it wasn't over Stauskas. Stauskas got the ball after it went through the net and was shaking his head already. He's seen that guy before.
Stauskas, wasn't he Michigan?
Nick Stauskas? Stauskas? Yeah, he was Michigan. He was Michigan. Was that game on a Saturday?
It was on a Sunday. So they had a Friday game against Dallas where he had 40 points. And then on Sunday, they faced the Sixers where he had 40 points.
A Sunday at Chase Center?
I believe so.
Oracle Arena.
At Oracle Arena. It was at Oracle Arena. They had 4 straight road games there, and he had 2 back-to-back 40-point games. That's insane.
I don't remember that game, but that is insane.
Yeah, I don't remember that either.
I don't remember that game at all.
That's incredible.
On 27 shots.
And that was 2016?
Yeah.
Damn, Steph Curry overshadowed everything. Overshadowed everything. That's how do you remember that game?
No, nor do I.
Oh, you think Klay Thompson's going to be back when they come back home?
I don't know, man. I'm a part of me is hoping that it happens after the new year for a variety of reasons, but the first one being that I don't want to rush it. I don't want to rush it. I want to be extra cautious. We waited 2 years. What's an extra week? Am I wrong?
No, you're not. What if it happens Monday night against Sacramento?
On the 20th? I'm cool with that. I'm hoping that a little birdie can blow some sweet nothings into my ear and get
know what's so funny about the Klay stuff?
In that arena?
You hear from so many people on the inside, and now that I'm doing Warriors pre and post.
Oh, bona fides.
What are you hearing about Klay Thompson? Mm-hmm. Have you heard anything inside? I don't get any inside info. I'm just doing television.
Spill the
with
beans.
Mully and D. Wright. I don't know. I'm not at practice.
There's no emotion on my face because I know.
Bonte can keep a secret if everyone else is dead.
Oh, hey, I keep a lot of secrets. I keep a lot of secrets to this bad boy. We know who not to talk to.
Do you know when Klay's returning?
Kind of.
We'll drill down the date. Is it a December date?
He's not coming back till February. Just hate to break it to you. He's not coming back till Valentine's Day.
Thanks, Raymond.
He's not coming back till February.
Oh.
Give me my maquila.
You're gonna be waiting a while. It's on pause. Hey, Raymond Ritter, I got your back, baby. I got your back.
Do you have anything special planned for the return of Klay Thompson?
I'm sure there's going to be a lot of Klay Thompson. His walk into the arena. Does he take the boat to Chase Center?
Have you ever had a one-on-one with him in terms of an interview?
No, I haven't.
Not like a scrum.
No, I haven't.
No.
Not one-on-one.
Okay.
Never.
When we went to media day and we were walking by, you were chopping it up with him from afar while he was getting his photo taken.
He wasn't really talking back.
He was focused. He was ready to rip your head off.
He was focused.
Yeah. Not like Steph, who came walking over and called you the hardest working man in media.
He wasn't lying, was he?
No, he came over.
He wasn't lying.
And he dapped you up. I was very surprised. The C split all the hanger-oners from just the Steph Curry entourage. Everything just split like the sea. And here comes Steph over to Bonte, and Bonte was just acting as cool as a cucumber.
Hey, man, Steph and I go back, man. That's my guy.
I take all that personally.
Hey, that's my guy, man. And real recognizes real.
Yeah.
Real recognizes real. Hardest working man in sports business. I'm saying you're the hardest working man in the NBA. You know, father of 3, happily married. You know.
Did you wipe the beard after that?
Nah, I didn't need to. Been there, done that. Now, Shasky, on the other hand,
I went right in.
Boy, Shasky.
I went right in.
Shasky blew through his midday nap that day after shaking Steph Curry's hand.
And I was like,
and I guarantee you, the moment he walked out of Chase Center that day, he had already texted 50 people about how he talked to Steph Curry about golf. There's no doubt. You talk about keeping secrets. Boy, tell Shasky something. San Francisco Chronicle's going to know about it 15 minutes later, man.
What are you doing? Who buys a Chronicle anymore?
I do. I subscribe.
When was the last time you purchased a Chronicle?
I subscribe. I get monthly Chronicles. I pay for it monthly. Wrap it up.
Wrap it up.
So I read Connor Letourneau and Ann Killian and Scott Osler. Bruce Jenkins.
Look at you supporting locally.
Come on, man. We got to support local.
I keep
also support AC Transit.
Oh.
And what's coming up here on the Morning Roast, brought to you by AC Transit.
You'd make a bad AC Transit driver.
I make a great bus driver. Are you kidding me? What? What? Oh my gosh!
The Grinch. The door would open. He'd be like, "Hurry up and get on!"
Oh, dude, I'd be a
it's
great
National
bus driver.
Brownie Day. Hurry the hell up!
I'd be a great bus driver. Oh my gosh! Find a career with great benefits and work-life balance and do what you love. After working with you, hell, this shelf life on the Morning Roast we may not make it the next summer. I tie my career to you, man. I may be gone soon. So AC Transit, they're hiring bus operators right now. Paid training is provided. I'll need it. Join their team and keep the East Bay moving. Apply today at actransit.org/careers.
Monte Ellis joins Steiny and Guru today at 12:30.
I'm a Warriors, and I'm always going to be a Warriors.
5 seconds to go.
contract. And don't miss out. Ask how to get 12 times the speed for the same price when you add Xfinity Mobile. Just imagine, faster downloads, more streaming. The possibilities are endless. That's more speed and more value for the same price. Yeah. So what are you waiting for? Sign up now because you deserve awesome internet. Go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Requires paperless billing and auto pay. Ends 12/21/21. Restrictions apply. New Connect Internet, 50 megabits customers only. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra and subject to change. After term, regular rates apply.
Find your Frontier in the all-new 2022 Nissan Frontier. Shop NissanUSA.com today.
Todd thought it would be secure to jog in the cheetah savanna. Todd believed the big cat repellent he bought online was reliable. And now, Todd is trying to be faster than this cheetah that can run 80 miles per hour. But the good news is, Todd has AT&T 5G that is fast, reliable, and secure. And he learned the best thing to do is stop running and toss her the backpack with the beef stew. AT&T 5G. Fast, reliable, secure. It's not complicated.
5G requires compatible plan and device. 5G may not be available in your area. See att.com/5G for you for details.
For the ones who are always in the know.
Delivery confirmed.
For the ones who keep things running. For the innovators and the problem solvers. Grainger offers supplies and solutions for every industry, experienced staff at local branches, and free access to experts to help answer your toughest questions. So whatever challenge you face, we have the knowledge and products to help. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Velvety paper feel, exquisite colors, stunning scale. At Staples, we sweat the details and quality of every print project. Stop by Staples and try our Print Big Promise. We're committed to getting your print job right, to treating your small business like a big deal, and guiding you from start to finish. Get 20% off signs, banners, and posters when you spend $75 or more. Offer ends January 1st. Visit staples.com/services/printing for details. Staples, where small business prints big.
Starting Stronger starts at AutoZone, where they've got battery solutions in the form of free battery testing, free battery charging, and replacement batteries that fit your needs. That's what makes them America's #1 battery destination. Get in the zone. AutoZone.
For all contest rules, go to 957thegame.com/rules.
Shout out to AC Transit. Little brother drives for AC Transit. Brioni. He drives for him. Wonder how good of a job he's doing. Runs in the family. Good. I thought I was going to be a Muni driver for a while. Know a lot of Muni drivers out there. Sam Morgan. Romy Rome from G House, Galileo High School.
And what would the bus be that you would want to drive?
That's a great question. I like a low-key route. 6 Parnassus. Give me the 6 Parnassus. You know why?
No, but then you got to deal with the part that's stuck to the cords
wires
up above.
Yeah, that's fine. But you know what?
Your engines!
You get through downtown, you go through the Haight, get through UCSF, and then it's smooth sailing.
You want to know what the easiest bus used to be to drive? The 36.
Teresita?
Yes.
Going through Twin Peaks?
Yep. The only part that was hard was the up the hill at Mariloma.
Yeah, that is true.
That's a low-key bus.
That is a very low-key bus. Or, no, you know what? I'll drive one of the trains. Give me the N-Judah. Give me the N-Judah. Straight the whole way. That can get a little dangerous, though. People jumping, in and out of the street and on and off the streetcar. I don't know. It's fine. Come on. It's fine.
That's not bad. That's not bad.
43 Masonic, I want no parts of.
Well, see, I would want one that would take me all around the city. So I would go 29, right? Because you get to see every neighborhood.
Yeah, I'm good off that.
Yeah.
That's a long ride.
It is.
That's a long ride.
You know how many times I took that 29 from start to finish?
Dude, that's a long ride. It goes all the way from Kettlestick Park to freaking Baker Beach.
You know what the rule is, right? The curse of the 29.
What's that?
4 of them in the other direction and none in your direction.
Yeah, no, that happens with the 22 Fillmore. Ponte would be driving Keanu in speed. No, I wouldn't be doing that. 33 Ashbury's a good bus.
That's not bad.
It's not bad.
That's not bad.
89 Laguna Honda.
What about the 48?
Was that a Quintera?
Yeah, you go all the way through West Portal, all the way down, back to the Mission.
Yeah,
44. O'Shaughnessy?
Oh, I'm good off that bus. That's a long ride, too. That 6 in Clement, 6 in California, all the way to Hunters Point. You're going through the avenues to Sunset, Forest Hill,
What about the 31?
Diamond Heights. 31 Balboa, you got to go through Fillmore. You got to go through the hood. I'm good off that.
Yeah.
I'm good off going through the hood,
It's a double decker, so I don't need to look, or a double cart, so I don't need to look at what's going on in the back.
I don't need to go through the hood, man.
Yeah.
There could be some things happening, man. Guys getting pocket check in the back of the bus. I don't need those problems.
My favorite was at Geneva and Mission. They would stop the 15, the 43, whatever, hop out and get their Popeyes every single time. They do that a lot, man.
Dude.
That was back in the day before cell phones.
Give me a bus that's not going through the hood. Give me a bus that's not going. I love the hood. Trust me, I know. But I know what I used to do. Get on the back of the bus, not pay, start some trouble, pretend like I had a transfer that was not expired. I'm good.
The transfer where they'd rip off the time.
I'm good.
Like, could you give me an extra 2 or 3 hours?
I'm good. The 14 mission, I'm good.
It used to be $8 for all you could ride all month. That was like the greatest deal ever.
That Fast Pass was awesome.
Oh, my goodness.
Oh,
remember that when it was $8?
Yes,
I remember when they started raising their prices.
Absolutely.
I was like, damn.
Because then you could use a Fast Pass within the city on BART.
Yeah.
So you get on BART for free.
So you think they're going to give Jimmy Garoppolo a one-way Fast Pass once they're done with him, or...
He's gone.
You think this is the last weekend?
He is done.
You think it's
Is this the last weekend for Jimmy Garoppolo if he loses?
My question to you,
Boy,
yes.
I think it could be.
Maybe, probably, but maybe not.
I think it could. Why not? Why wouldn't? You're 6-7. You're about to play the Falcons. Think about it like this. If I'm a season ticket holder, which we both are, we're going down to Levi Stadium. Shout out to Diego. I haven't seen you in a while. He's been bugging me. You coming to the seats this week? No, probably not. I'm press box Bonte. I like to eat for free. But look, you go to Levi Stadium, and you're getting ready for the Falcons. And they just lose a game to Cincinnati, and they're 6-7. Think about a way to reinvigorate that stadium. Nobody's going to be fired up to go to a Falcons-Niners game with Jimmy Garoppolo at quarterback. There's nobody. They're just going to be like, it's the Falcons. If you start Trey Lance, boy, there's a buzz in the stadium that you haven't had in a while.
The only reason that I would have a little pause is it's Falcons, and then 4 days later, it's the Titans. Like... I don't know. I feel like we've reached the point of no. I mean, I want to see Trey at this point.
Wait, the ship has sailed? You believe that?
No, I think that they think the ship has sailed, and they're just all in to finish the season out with Jimmy Garoppolo and start fresh next year. It would be a bummer. I told you the worst thing that could happen this year for me, for my money, is I have the exact same questions about this team rolling into next year. What the hell's going on in the secondary? Who's the guy pass rushing opposite Nick Bosa? Those are still questions. Mm-hmm. What's going on at quarterback? Mm-hmm. Who is Trey Lance? I still have all those same questions. That, to me, would make even if you played the playoff game, right? And you played one playoff game, all right? And believe me, I want to go to the playoffs. I cannot have the exact same 5 questions heading into next year.
Right.
I still have them.
Yeah, there's still questions.
I need one of them things answered.
And here's what we'll go to the Lions in just a second. 888-957-9570. By the way, Jeff Hobson, who covers the Bengals for Bengals.com, is saying that Joe Mixon is at practice, but in sweats, looking more and more like a game-time decision.
Darn, he local boy. That sucks. I mean, I wanted to see him play because he's a really good player.
But with Trey not playing,
but that helps the Niners.
It does help the Niners. And I really believe the Niners can win this game. I know a lot of people.
If Joe Mixon, P. Ryan got hurt too in that game. I don't even know if he's going to be.
P. Ryan.
Yeah, I don't know if he's going to be healthy. This is good for the Niners.
This is really good for the Niners. Is this good for the Niners that we don't know whether or not Trey Lance is ready to go at the quarterback spot? Here's what Steve Young said with Matt Mayoko and Laura Britt on the 49ers Talk podcast on NBC Sports Bay Area.
By the end of the year, if we don't get done what we hope to get done, we can look back and realize that one of the big issues is that Trey was supposed to come in. I mean, I think people expected him to come in and challenge Jimmy, and that has not happened. And I think people are wondering, well, why is Kyle not playing Trey some more? Why does he not have some packages for him? All right. Trust me, if Trey could get on the field and produce, I think he'd be on the field producing. All I can do is read what Kyle and what John and what the team are saying to me. They're saying to me, Trey's not ready. And Trey's not even ready to take some packages. And Trey's not ready to even, I mean, the one game he started, they ran him out of the huddle 18 times. I mean, that's like Emmitt Smith. So
is Trey ready? Is Trey ready? Here's what Steve Young said about the Shanahan-Garoppolo relationship on the 49ers Talk podcast with Matt Mayako and Laura Britt.
Jimmy, because he's loved in the locker room, it makes it more complex because now that they're looking, I love the coach, I love the quarterback, but yet they're not, and then and we got this new guy, and he seems like a nice guy, but then should I get mad that they did this? Should I support Jimmy? Should I back off? There's these dynamics in the locker room are not simple. And the team's trying to find itself after, they've lost a couple of really huge leadership people in DeForest and Joe and guys that Richard, and there's guys that ran the locker room in 2019 that aren't there anymore. And I think other people are trying to find out does Fred, do I jump in and take control? How do I handle it? Is it who's the person? Is Jimmy? But then Jimmy is not, well, it's probably George, but George doesn't really, that's not his personality necessarily. So it's I think the team's trying to find their leadership legs.
I totally agree on this part. They've lost a lot of leadership. Mm-hmm. Joe Staley is a huge void.
Yep.
Trent Williams is a better player, but that doesn't mean that he's better in the locker room and working with everyone. And I'm not knocking his
just
locker
hasn't
room.
been here long enough.
He's different. They're just different. They're very different. Sherman, for whatever he wasn't on the field, he was that dude in the locker room.
He was a leader. Yeah, no doubt.
He was a leader.
No
I think
doubt.
they miss a little Quan Alexander. I think that's an area that I've undersold
Quan,
that.
Yeah, Quan was a very good locker room. Him and Kendrick Bourne.
Yes.
They brought a certain juice and a certain energy to that locker room where they were lovable. And watching Quan with the Saints, he looks sick in that number 5, by the way.
He does. I love single-digit defensive players.
Dude, he looks sick in that 5.
Look sweet.
Quan was missed. DeForest Buckner.
That's massive. It's absolutely massive. And so, I don't know. I think
why hasn't Eric Armstead been able to fill that void?
Some guys just aren't rah-rah like that. Some guys aren't the dude everyone looks to rally behind or around. Like Dana Stubblefield at times was a superior player to Bryant Young.
Right.
Bryant Young was more of a leader to the people that you talk to. Right? They're very different personality types. Like Jerry Rice is a leader, but more like he'll talk here and there, but for the most part, he led by example.
Right.
He wasn't a guy that was going to lead rah-rah. Ronnie Lott, rah-rah, and lead by example. Right. They're just very different. They're very different. So I just think Armstead, who has been very durable since all of the injury concerns, very much he's not as good as Steph, but in terms of he was hurt for his first 3 years, has been really durable. He's just not that same kind of rah-rah type guy. I can't ever remember him ever kind of huddling the troops on the sideline at any point.
Let's go to Eddie and Vallejo. That's a great point, Shasky. Eddie and Vallejo, you're on the roast here on 95.7 The Game.
Hey guys, thanks for taking the call. Want to talk about Jimmy and Trey, and everybody agrees that Trey needs more time. I'm looking at it from a film study standpoint. If he's not in the game, he doesn't have that same perspective to be able to correlate what he's seeing on game field. How do you guys feel about that? I mean, I don't really study game field, obviously, but I definitely don't understand how the difference is in terms of perspective, and I want to know how much of that you guys think is playing into Shanahan's decision.
I think you're making a great point here. And so there's two theories or thoughts on this one. Alex Smith believes that you can learn a lot by sitting and learning, okay? Now, Steve says you can learn stuff by sitting and learning, but you learn infinitely more by playing. There's also two thoughts on, can you ruin a young quarterback? Alex Smith, I think, in his heart of hearts, felt like he was ruined by the 49ers early on. And he has said this on Monday Night Countdown multiple times. Steve Young was in horrible situations with Tampa Bay. And he believes, contrastly, that you cannot ruin a player. That guy is going to have to overcome. And they are either going to overcome or they're not. And they either weren't ever going to overcome it, even in a perfect circumstance or not. And he used Mark Sanchez as an example. Like, Mark just wasn't that good. And he was in a good circumstance, And so
I also thought the Jets ruined Mark Sanchez. I mean, Mark Sanchez helped that team go to 2 straight AFC championship games. And he made throws. He didn't throw it a lot, but he made some key clutch throws, and I didn't think he got the benefit of the doubt in New York. I thought he got ruined by the New York Jets, but go ahead.
Maybe, but I just don't think he was that great to begin with, right? So there's an actual specific cut that I want to listen to Steve Young where he talks about this. Can you really learn on the sidelines not playing? Oh, I guess you guys don't have that one. I thought we had it on the cut sheet, and that's my bad. Steven's looking at me like I'm crazy. I'm looking at it right here. My bad, boys. Apologies.
To Trey Lance, can he get better? Can he get better by standing on the sidelines? I do believe he could get better mentally. He's watching. He's learning. He's learning how to be a pro. He's knowing where the design is. He's knowing what is what. He's knowing what defense is, how to read a defense. I do believe you could get better on the sidelines during your first year. It's been proven that you can get better during your first season. It's been proven. I don't think there's anything wrong with necessarily sitting a season out, but how much better is the starting quarterback than the guy sitting on the sideline? That's where the issue is. I don't believe Garoppolo at this point of his career is much better than Trey Lance.
Well,
I just don't think that's what it comes down to for me.
No, I'm with you on that.
But I do believe that you can get better on the sideline.
You can, but it requires a lot of work. And Steve Young talked about that right here. And
there are innovative minds in the NFL today. Down south with Sean McVay, Sean Payton, Andy Reid, what's happening in Green Bay with Aaron. There's places that I really just starting to really appreciate what Cincinnati's doing. There's other places where I'm like, wow, very innovative. But there's nobody more innovative and more on point to put the team in a position to go score lots of points than Kyle Shanahan. Now, look, him running the roster, him running the defensive, all those other things, we can have all kinds of opinions about. But as far as calling plays, putting people in a position to be successful, I'm sorry, I don't think there's anyone better.
And you don't agree with that, Monte? You don't think that...
Well, that's the cut we played earlier about being innovative or whatnot. Is he... innovation, can he call good plays? Absolutely. Absolutely. His offenses move the ball.
Don't you think it puts guys in a position to make plays?
Yeah,
Debo's
but you know
been
what?
balling. Kittle's been balling.
There's a lot of offenses that make plays. I look at the Chargers offense. The Raiders offense makes plays. The Chiefs. The Chargers. The Titans now with Todd Downing are making plays offensively. The Colts. What does that do? I need wins. I need trust in the quarterback spot. And if there's no trust in the quarterback spot, then what are we doing here?
That's been the problem for years. That's why I didn't understand why they rolled it back again this year. When you made the trade that you did, just move off of Jimmy and bring somebody else in here. And they were all hoping for this unicorn situation where Alex Smith, Mahomes, and you hand it to Mahomes. Nobody's hit the ground quicker than Mahomes has after sitting out a year. It's an almost unbelievable situation.
And I will say this. Trey Lance, say if he does sit out the rest of the season, he comes back next season. You get Deebo Samuel in his 4th season, Brandon Ayuk in his 3rd season. You get George Kittle, who still has the potential to be an all-pro tight end. Elijah Mitchell in his 2nd season as a running back. We'll see where Trey Sermon is. I almost believe Trey Lance will be in an even better situation to walk into next year with Shanahan in his 6th year. Because then Shanahan will say, I got all offseason with Trey Lance.
Yeah.
All offseason.
But he does need some live bullets.
He does need some live bullets, and he'll get that. And he saw a little bit in the preseason, and he got the Arizona game. Seeing that Arizona game is doing him wonders, I believe.
Yes.
It was a different game plan, but you're seeing a very good Arizona team.
I wanted to see him run more of the regular offense in that game. I don't understand. This guy was under center more than anybody in college who was coming out in the draft.
Maybe
not
you
under
could
center at all.
Maybe you couldn't be under center because you didn't have George Kittle around. Maybe you had to change up the game plan.
I guess. Do we see him even for a couple of plays? Forget Jimmy getting yanked. Do you see him at all this weekend?
We haven't seen him since when?
Arizona.
Yeah. So why would? I don't think so.
You don't think we see him?
If Garoppolo's starting, we're not seeing Trey. We haven't seen Trey in a long time. So 888-957-9570. How are Niner fans feeling about this Sunday? Because I do believe they can win this football game, and that's because of Nick Bosa and his pass rush. I thought they got to Russell Wilson last week, and they're going to need to get to Joe Burrow this weekend because the quarterback situation is a mess. It's a mess. And if Joe Burrow gets time this weekend, the 49ers may have to throw the ball to get back in this game. Because Cincinnati does play well against the run.
And you got to think they're going to air it out, Cincinnati, against the 49ers. This is a kind of game where you lob it over the top and try to dare the 49er DBs to not get penalized.
Yeah, I'm with you there. This is tough. Ooh, this is a tough one.
Peter King saying that Jimmy's going to be back next year. What did you think of that, honestly?
I mean, Jed York said he was going to be. It's not
yeah, but do you believe it?
I told you from day one I don't believe it, but, who knows?
If that happens.
Well, how are you feeling about this Sunday?
I'm very uneasy, very uneasy. This one feels like I think it's going to be a really difficult game. And it's one of those ones that if they win it, you can gloss over the Seattle loss, and it didn't mean that much if you can win this game. If you lose this 2-game losing streak back under 500, Vikings still on your heels even though you got the tiebreaker, I don't know, man. This is going to be a really tough game. I don't know what to make of Cincinnati, though, too, because they're a young team that's been up and down. They've had some incredible wins. They've had some kind of weird losses.
Right.
They've been up and down defensively at times. So I don't know really what to make of them. I think that's part of when you have a young team.
You're uneasy.
What?
I like it when you're uneasy about the Niners.
Why is that?
Because they usually win when you're uneasy.
I don't have a lot of confidence. I mean, although if you want confidence, they've been a better road team than they've been. Last week notwithstanding, they've been a better road team than they have been a home team.
I'm confident. Logan Wilson may not play this week. He's got an injury situation with the Cincinnati Bengals. He's a very good linebacker. If Joe Mixon doesn't play, boy, Chidobe Awuzie, a good corner, came over from the Dallas Cowboys.
Bates is
He's got a foot injury. So T. Higgins is dealing with an ankle that he twisted last weekend. Cincinnati's banged up, and Joe Burrow will throw it up. He will throw it up to the other team. So, a lot of people are saying they don't have confidence in Shanahan.
I hear you. I mean, they've been up and down all year. It felt like certain games they come out unprepared. Watch them come out and look completely buttoned up and drop 21 in the first half. Boy, that'd be nice. Scoring on the first drive would be freaking huge.
And the Niners play well in cold. They're built for cold weather. They're built. Their team is built for cold weather.
Are they right now without their starting running back?
I mean, you have the tight end, you have the offensive line, you have a good running.
But no Debo.
Jeff Wilson Jr. is not that. We saw what he did last year in New England.
He's always hurt, though. I like Jeff Wilson Jr. He's just always hurt.
He's healthy this week.
I mean, he's always something. Is he going to be the starting running back? Is that who they're going to go with, him and Hasty? I don't know. I just don't know. It's hard for me to have a lot of faith of them going into Cincinnati. But watch them pull up the upset.
I think they win this week. I'm picking the Niners. To pull the upset.
Is this like a bet, or what are we doing here?
No, I'm saying I'm picking the Niners.
What is the spread?
Spread's 1.5. I think the Niners are 1.5-point favorites.
They're a 1.5-point favorite on the road.
Vegas is telling you something. Vegas is telling you something.
Are they? They're telling
Especially, and you know what? Again, this is just like last week. I'm looking at Shanahan and the head coaching. We could look at quarterback versus quarterback, running back versus running back. What about head coach? Kyle Shanahan a better coach than Zach Taylor?
I think so, but I like Zach Taylor.
You didn't say that with any confidence.
Well, I think Zach Taylor's ascending.
I think so.
I think Zach Taylor's
ascending. What is there to
ascending.
think about?
What?
Is Shanahan ascending?
Yeah, he's really young.
You're not confident.
I really like Zach Taylor. I enjoy their football. I like watching their football. Him and Joe Burrow. I was listening to the game with the Chargers, and it was our buddy, the Bird and the Beard, who was on there, and he was talking to Iron Eagle. He was talking about how every single week Zach Taylor and Joe Burrow, I mean, they are connected at the hip, going through all the plays that worked, that didn't work, the ones they checked out of. It was just I'm not that other teams aren't doing that. It just seems like the two of them realize that, like, if I'm going to be successful, me and you have to have the greatest relationship. It's very different than Jimmy and Kyle Shanahan's relationship. Also, because Zach Taylor played quarterback, I think that he has some more understanding of how to coddle the position.
By the way, I know you were at basketball practice before we end the show. I want to go around the league real quick. You see the Lakers lose?
Oh, yeah.
To Memphis.
Love that.
Sixers got blown out by the Utah Jazz. Utah looked pretty damn good.
Yeah. Are you worried about the Sixers Saturday night?
Yeah, it's a tough matchup for the Warriors.
Yeah.
It's going to be a good game. Not as worried as, say, Niners-Bengals.
I am.
Warriors will have, over 50 games, 56 games left on the season if they lose to the Sixers. Or the Niners will have 4 games left in a quarterback question. coaching question, a defensive question.
Why don't you phrase it to the guys that just walked in, Willard and Dibs, what you said to me regarding Jimmy Garoppolo if they tend to lose this game?
Fellas.
Hey, what's up,
Good
boys?
morning.
Fellas. I like that. Hey,
Good morning.
fellas.
Hey, fellas.
Very Gary St. Jean of you. Very, very saintly of you.
Willard, how you doing on a Friday morning? Niners Bengals Sunday, 125 kick.
Riding on a sugar high right now. One donut down. Multiple donuts still yet to be eaten on a Donut Friday.
Who brought the donuts?
Look at you, you're
donut sitting on my.
Kyle Madsen came up as the you
biggest loser.
The biggest loser.
Yeah.
Bye-bye.
Oh, so he actually brought gifts to the station.
No, we always
he's forced.
Yeah.
He lost a bet.
We do a 2-week run of picks, and
It's
whoever
payday,
is
guys.
the worst of the picker between the four of us on payday, you bring a dozen donuts.
Does anyone know whether or not the Candlestick Chronicle beer is a lager or IPA or something?
I don't know.
Well,
and no clue.
No clue. That's
No.
Matson's beer for the Candlestick Chronicles podcast.
Yeah, no, I'm not. No,
I mean it's not inside.
Right
If you follow Kyle Matson, he has a beer.
I didn't know what a
Chronicles.
lager was. I'm not a beer guy, so I didn't really know.
You drink wine or
a little tequila here and there. I don't drink much, but like lagers, IPs, I don't really know the verbiage for beer.
When you drink tequila, how does that go? Just straight out of the bottle?
1942.
Straight out of the bottle, or
No.
you mix it?
Four
or
shots, baby.
just shots.
Yeah.
Shots.
I'm a very quick, get straight to the point.
I like that. Efficient.
Yeah.
Efficient.
Intense.
Like he's a 2-minute drill of drinkers. We're going no huddle. We're going quick. We're out of timeouts. We're going to try and we're not dinking and dunking.
Exactly.
We're going down the field. I'm either throwing a pick, throwing up, or he's getting in the end zone.
No time for
I like
a margarita
that.
on the rocks with salt?
No.
I'll do a margarita. I'll do a margarita, but I don't really drink that often. So like Arizona, because of the heat and everything, the tequila and lots of water.
Pound the shot is what he does. Not pound the rock, which is what you might see in Cincinnati, but pound the shot. I like that. Lager, your lightest, and then
Lager's light.
stout would be your darkest, and then you get your ales in betweens, your IPAs.
And what's a Pilsner?
A Pilsner's like a lager. It's
Like
in the
a lager,
same,
okay.
the same kind of neighborhood as
Shout
the
out Trumer Pills.
Yeah.
Shout out Trumer Pills.
Solid pills. It all started with the Pilsners back in Czech, like the Czech pills, Czechoslovakia, 15th century, as we go deep inside beer.
My brother's a big beer guy, and he knows all the stuff, and I don't know anything. And I'm just like, yeah, whatever.
I'm just like, do you have a Stella back there?
Yeah.
Like that's usually
Stella
the
Artois?
conversation I have when it comes to beer.
And I think that's a lager.
Is it?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm on the lighter side,
Yeah.
which I'm sure doesn't surprise me.
Lagers and Pilsners are. No, it doesn't shock me. I used to be a big IPA guy about 30 pounds ago, and then that's like eating chocolate cake, though.
Why, it's heavy?
IPAs, heavy and, very, very high in carbs.
So what would an IPA locally be? Sierra Nevada? Or
Well, that was like the original when the micro brew.
Okay.
It kind of started with Anchor Steam because it started with the big,
Gotcha.
your
Anchor Steam was strong.
Budweisers, your Millers, all that when we were younger.
Yeah.
And then you remember Red Hook out of Seattle?
I do remember Red Hook.
Gosh.
Red Hook and
I think
Sierra.
I've been to Red Hook on a trip up to
I
Seattle.
absolutely have as well.
Yeah. When I was working for the Boise Hawks, and we used to be on the road to play the
Bonafides.
Everett Aqua Sox.
Wow.
We took a little trip to go.
Sox.
Yeah, we took a little trip to go see Red Hook. Man, I used to love Red Hook.
So
I haven't thought about that in a long time.
So Willard's been all over the globe here. The mic drops every day across talk is unbelievable.
Yes, I've been to the Everett Aqua Sox Stadium. Flex.
Yeah, a lot of America flex, not a lot of global flex though from the Willard.
I don't either.
Yeah, I got paid $50 a game. It was huge. Anyway.
So if the Niners lose Sunday and they'd be 6 and 7,
the answer's no. By the way,
Yeah.
Before you even ask the question,
you're not making no moves here.
No.
4 games left in the season.
Well,
you're
the
under
reason
500.
why is Kyle Shanahan, every time he cracks the mic, he says the same thing. I'm going to play who gives us the best chance to win on Sunday. Now, if you fall to 6-9, 6-10, fine. You're not so interested in, we got to win this one, boys. We're going to hit him in the mouth. But in a game that you want to win badly, you're playing Jimmy Garoppolo. And it's whether or not you think it's right, and I know you guys have been on the Trey train from day one, he's the one making the call, and he wants to go with Jimmy until you get to a point where it's officially over. And by the way, you lose to Cincinnati, you still have like a 45-50% chance of making the offs.
Yeah, but is it just about making offs or just
for him? It is.
Yeah,
I guess so.
I actually think it's odd that we've fallen into a dynamic. It almost feels I don't know if privileged is the right word, or maybe just because the history of this organization has been so good. You don't dismiss playoff seasons.
No, you don't. I
but
agree.
you want carryover.
I agree.
Do you
I
get
get
that?
it, right? But there is no carryover because
I agree with that.
this season is a one-off anyway.
Yeah, but
this is Jimmy Garoppolo. Everybody was like, you know what? I think that they might have trust issues. Yeah, he traded 3 first-round draft picks to go get a different guy. We already know this isn't the guy. So it's a weird kind of dynamic. It's a one-off season. But it's still, whether it's fitting your eye or not, and whether you think they're going to win the whole thing or not, it's still a playoff season. That
agree.
matters.
Hey, and if he misses the playoffs, that's 4 times in 5 years. Here's my thing. If you're Jed York, and I'm the owner of the football team, because owners think like this. Joe Lacob's involved. Larry Barrett's involved. We see all the Jim Irsay. You see it with the Colts all in the locker room after the game.
Don't forget Jera. Jera's on the sideline.
Yeah, he's always on the sideline.
Exactly.
Interviews, ripping wide receivers. If I'm Jed York and you lose this game on Sunday, and you got a game coming up against the Atlanta Falcons, how do I draw up buzz for that football game? How do I draw why would I go down to a Falcons game? You're 6-7. You're like, okay, if they win, they're 7-7. Against the Falcons, that's not enough to get people out of their house.
I went to the last Falcon game.
Are people not showing up though this year because the team is mediocre, or are people still filling up? You've been out there
I've been
every
out
time.
there every week. So when they started to win a couple of games. All of a sudden, standing room only. Like people are everywhere.
Right.
You still get a good 65,000 every single week out there, and no matter what. When it was bad was 2018 down the stretch when me and him were going, and it was like December, and they were 4-win team. I mean, they were 45, 50,000, but that's
Mullins
still
and
a great crowd.
Beathard and all that.
But even the Seattle game this year at Levi Stadium felt like, it wasn't the typical.
No, I agree with that. There was a lot
Seattle
of Seahawks
week.
fans.
Yeah, there was a lot of Seahawks fans. Same thing with the Colts. 925, great knowledge here.
I'm sorry, B. You remember what Jed York said though at the start of the year? You might see Trey Lance sitting for a year or two. Those are his words. And the other piece of this, and I give Jed credit for this because he figured it out. He lets Kyle and John do their job. Right. So I don't think that he's knocking on their door saying, hey, guys, if you lose in Cincinnati, I'm going to need to see 5.
Well, and I also think you got to be careful about, how do I fill the building this weekend? That's a very this week thought.
Right.
This is a season. You have to think about the bigger picture. But yeah, I would. If that conversation happened, I'd be more bothered by the fact that the conversation is even happening. I don't want Jed. Do we want Jed York making football decisions?
No, we don't want him to make a football decisions. But you think about the last 2 home games against Atlanta and the Houston Texans. Why would I go to those games?
Those are going to win them.
If Trey plays,
I've been to Texan Niner games.
Yeah, I have too. They haven't been great. They haven't been great.
The Bush Bowl beat. Remember that?
But if you told me Trey Lance was playing, oh boy, I'm out the house at 10 o'clock in the morning.
But I'm also not sure they're winning them. They're winning them.
They're beating. Trey Lance is beating the Texans.
Yeah. Can I ask you guys a question? Because you bring up the Jed York
Davis Mills, great return to Santa Clara County. Come on,
it's a homecoming. It's a homecoming.
I would even say people out the yard.
I'd be willing to bet that the Niners right now, if Trey Lance started every single game this season, they'd be 6-6.
Yeah, but you can't. I mean,
they'd be 6-6.
But who knows? They could also. I mean, they could be 3-9. There's no way to know.
They could be 9-3.
They could be.
If ifs and buts were candies and nuts, as Lo would always say.
Mac Jones. How many people thought the Patriots would be 9-4 right now? How many people thought they'd be 9-4 right now? Especially after a 1-3 start.
But is it because of Mac Jones?
No, but so what? You don't need Trey Lance.
Good.
You can have Trey Lance do the same thing up there. Control passing game,
he's been good
running game.
Not much.
And your running game would open up a lot more with Trey because of the threat of him running the football.
Well, we saw what happened with the threat of him running the football. He was sidelined because he got hurt.
And they scored 10 points.
But they needed to be under center. He was under center more than any of the college drafted quarterbacks this year. They didn't have him under center. Let's throw that to the side. You guys talk about Jed York not making football decisions. I find this interesting. If Joe Lacob, Bob Myers wants to trade Clay, Steph, whatever, at some point you're having a conversation with Joe Lacob, right? Like it's at some level, whether Bob's the GM or not. Farhan, your guy, if he wanted to trade away Buster Posey while he was under, yes, it's Farhan's decision, but he's got to run that through Larry Bear. Would we all agree there?
Yeah, I don't think so as much anymore.
Yeah,
I mean, no, especially after Larry was lightweight defrocked in the public phone game.
You don't think you got to run that through the entire ownership?
We're connecting Larry
I like
Bear
defrocked,
to
by the
Joe
way.
Lacob and Jed York, and that's a very, very different
There's a
role.
boss. There's a boss.
I'm with you, though. I'm with you.
You get where I'm going?
Larry Bear's not the owner. Larry's involved in this.
I know what you're saying.
Yeah.
I got a lot of buddies that are over there there. I understand what's
And
going on.
Larry's got 3 of these, and
Agreed.
Lacob's got 3 of these,
Yes.
and Jed York has sound bites.
So if you wanted to trade Jimmy Garoppolo,
got that ring.
Just to trade up to go get Trey, they had to at least run it by Jed. Hey, this is what we want to do. This is what we're going to do. And he's just like, okay, like at some level. And if they wanted to trade Jimmy Garoppolo, I believe as the owner, you are running that. That's a big move. You don't just, it's not like, hey, we're going to acquire a guard. Jed doesn't know about that, like the Lake and Tomlinson acquisition.
Aaron
but I do
Banks.
believe at some level,
Notre Dame.
it went through Jed, like, what do we do with Jimmy Garoppolo? I'm not saying he's the determining factor. I'm saying I think it went through his authority at some level, and I do think he has a little imprint on
you
this.
keep him in the loop. He's got to approve things.
Yeah.
That's usually more financial than anything else. Or I can think of times in sports where an ownership group will get into a conversation because it will affect the business side of things, right? Like an example.
Acquiring Deshaun Watson.
Sure.
Right? You don't just do that by yourself.
Sure. I mean, I can think, years with the Lakers, they would talk to Jeannie Buss. Like, are we going to do this, that, or the other? And Jeannie was actually the business operation because there's a trickle-down effect there.
Right.
But nobody's calling those people and being like, you think we should make this trade or not? It's not like that. Like, you don't want Jed York's opinion in the room on draft day.
No, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that you explain all of the different options, and you're saying to him, well, here's the path. If we keep Jimmy Garoppolo, this is where we're leaning. Here's what we're thinking, and this is how it's going to go down. You got to run it through these guys. I just believe in ownership because I know how business works, and at some level, he is informed on what these options are.
Right. He's informed. He's not asked to, sign off on it. It's like, this is what we're doing.
Exactly.
We lost the Super Bowl.
Exactly.
We all in the room agree that we need to be better than Jimmy Garoppolo. This is a quarterback-heavy class. We're going to get a QB,
Exactly,
and this is how we're going to go about doing it. And then Jed says, cool.
Endorse it. I
Prague and
endorse
I are
it.
going
I
to
got your
lunch.
back.
How would y'all feel? How would y'all feel that they lose on Sunday? Press conference comes around on Monday, and Kyle Shanahan says, "Yeah, we're going to go with Trey." And then
I'd be so jacked.
But then a reporter goes, "Why?" He goes, "Well, I talked to Jed York, and he thought that was the right thing to do." This city would fall. The city would. That's it.
I thought Jed York got some equity now. He didn't have any equity no more.
This is not the combo we want.
Mark, if they said they were going to play Trey Lance and Jed was the one who said it, he would have the highest approval rating he's had since Tom Sula.
Oh, no. You know what? They would be saying Jed York has matured. They would say Jed York.
I'm telling you,
Jed
people
York
want to
is
see Trey.
Jed York is grown.
And 6 days later, a rookie might get upset by a former league MVP and Matt Ryan, and then what would they say?
I mean, you may lose a game with Jimmy Garoppolo. What's the difference? At least my excuse is I have a rookie quarterback.
There are cities all over this country looking at this fan base going, my gosh, you spoiled mofos.
Who?
Detroit?
This team.
Okay. Houston?
This team.
Seattle?
I don't care if you love the way it looks, and I don't care if you think something's going to happen in January or not. This team's going to the playoffs. Play this year.
Come on. Let's pause for a second. Let's pause for a second. You're listening to 95.7 The Game. KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Station. Brought to you by DuckDuckGo. Privacy Simplified. 9 a.m. hour brought to you by Thomas Coffee. Willard Dibs. You say, hey, they're going to the playoffs. It's 7 teams going to the playoffs. So you got, as Guru says, the charity spot in a wild card. What happens if you go? Does it really mean something if you go to the wild card round?
Well, it means something to Butcher Boy, who famously said, I want to go back to the playoffs. And his famous soundbite.
I'm with that too.
And you're going to go back to the playoffs.
I'm with you, but here's where I keep going back to. No, I want to go to the playoffs. I do. I'm conflicted here because I have 5 major questions heading into this year. Who's the opposite pass rusher to Bosa? Still a question. Yep. What the hell is going on in this secondary? Still a question.
Right.
What's happening in a quarterback with just in general? Still a question. Who is Trey Lance? What is Kyle Shanahan? I feel like all 5, I still have those questions heading into next year, even if I make the playoffs. And so I'm saying, God, I would really like to at least flip over the Jimmy Garoppolo card, get to Trey, and know what I have a little bit and what I need to work on and get some tape and give him some taste of what it is.
You want to play next year. I want to play this year. That's it.
There's no guarantee you make the playoffs this year with Jimmy.
No guarantee.
You lose this Sunday. You can lose on a short short week to Tennessee.
Sure.
You could lose in the last game of the season to the L.A. Rams.
You could.
Yeah.
They also could go 4-1 the rest of the
They
way.
could do that with Trey.
And they could go on a
They could
run
do
in the
that with Trey.
playoffs in
Think
a
about
wide
it.
open
Less
NFC.
likely,
Mark
as
Willard.
proven by years of watching the NFL. Less likely.
What happened to Lamar Jackson his
Lamar
rookie
did,
year
right?
at the end of the year with Baltimore?
Okay, we need to bring up Lamar. Like you're going to bring up one. Would you like me to give you the 700
Andrew Luck made the
examples?
playoffs as a rookie. Ben Roethlisberger made the playoffs as a rookie. It's a
Mac
championship
Jones is
game.
leading the AFC as a rookie.
And Peyton Manning led the world in interceptions as a rookie. Like you don't. And you guys aren't even asking to turn this team over to a rookie. You're asking to turn it over to a rookie in Week 14.
Why not?
Because
Why not?
they're going to go to the
They lost by
playoffs.
7 to Arizona with Kyler Murray. You were in that football game. Had 8 of your 9 possessions. You got past midfield, but some questionable play calling like Kyle Shanahan. Didn't we agree that Shanahan in that game, you're running your quarterback like he's a quarterback from Air Force?
Right.
No, bro, this is the NFL.
And
This is the NFL.
he hasn't played really subsequent to that because he got hurt.
This is the dynamic I've learned. The dynamic I've learned is when they lost the prior week, we only remember all the things that frustrated you out of the last 12 weeks. 7 days ago, we sat here with points being made by Pro Football Focus, such as Jimmy Garoppolo's top-ranked quarterback in the NFL
Football
for 4
Focus.
weeks.
Don't even get me started on them.
No, but you
Sam
guys-
Monson today, 11
All
o'clock.
these little
Sam Monson,
nerds
11
telling me about a grade of a quarterback. PFF
but
told me
Vontae,
Jimmy was great against the LA
but
Rams on
Vontae,
Monday Night Football. He threw 2 passes over 10 yards.
Vontae,
2 passes.
But hold on. You guys have sat here all week drooling over Mac Jones throwing 3 because it was a master class in coaching.
I'm drooling.
They had won 3 games in a row, and that's the result we're talking about. They had won 3 games in a row, and everyone was like, okay. And then they lose 1 game, and we want to go to Trey Lance and point out all the things Jimmy's done wrong this year.
I don't think Jimmy's been great in a 3-game winning streak.
I don't care if he's been great.
I don't think he's been great. And Mac Jones has been solid all season. Solid.
That's all based on your perspective.
Watch the games.
Jimmy Garoppolo's way higher rated than Mac
I think
Jones.
I'd rather have Mac Jones. I think I'd rather have Mac Jones this year, right now.
Absolutely
than Jimmy
this year.
Garoppolo.
Oh, God.
Wouldn't you?
Absolutely,
Yeah,
yes.
I would.
No doubt.
I'm not even hating
No
on
doubt.
Jimmy.
Yeah.
Mac's been really good.
Bill
I can't believe
Belichick
I'm
would
saying
rather
that.
have Jimmy Garoppolo than Mac Jones right now.
I would. Mac's been really good.
Bill
He's-
Belichick would rather have Jimmy Garoppolo than Mac
He
Jones
could
right
have
now.
traded and he didn't.
There's a financial aspect to that.
I know,
There's a
but
lot.
he rescinded his draft
If you
selection for a
said
second
Bill
round.
right now, who do you think you're more likely to win the Super Bowl with this year? I have zero doubt he would say
Returning to Mac.
Mac has been so
Zero
good.
doubt.
Mark, I
been
think
good.
you're selling.
The
I'm
real
not even a
upset-
Mac Jones fan. I have to
I'm
the
selling him
guy's so
short.
accurate.
You think he's going to win the Super Bowl this year?
I think he has a way better chance
gosh.
than anyone else in the NFC right now.
Y'all fall in love. I know it's Christmas time and we love to open up new presents. My gosh, you guys fall in love with stuff
Just
that you
watch
haven't even
it.
seen yet. Watch it. He's played 12 games in his life and they ask him to throw
Mark.
the ball.
He's really
Hey,
good
Mark,
right now.
your love for Jimmy Garoppolo is
No.
like trying to hang on in a relationship with a cutie girl, and you know it's not working out. You're like, man, I know I got to break up with it, man. It's not going to work out. It's not going to work
You all
out.
pitching me into Jimmy Love based on comparing him and telling me that things that have barely even blossomed are better than him. Mac Jones with 3 passes, and you guys have fawned
They won
over
the
it for a
game.
week.
He went toe-to-toe with Brady.
Toe-to-toe with Brady. Toe-to-toe with Dak
Why doesn't
Prescott.
Jimmy get what you just said?
What he did, and then I watched him regress.
When you say he won the game, how come Jimmy doesn't
I
get
do
that?
give him that credit. I've been
No,
the
you
biggest Jimmy
don't.
cheerleader here.
He has.
But I know what my eyes saw in training camp, and I know what my eyes saw, and I know the reports I
Guys.
got. Trey was better than Jimmy in
Guys,
August.
We already know this. Jimmy's gone. He's going to be gone. But you got to play this year. You got to stop just tossing this year aside like it's nothing. You got to stop.
Well,
They're
if
in
they
the
lose
middle.
Sunday,
It's been a lost
they're 6
year
and
for them.
7.
It's not a lost year.
It's still very much in the thick of it.
In the thick of it.
Eli Manning won the Super Bowl at 9-7.
And you think Kyle Shanahan?
Go ahead. Roll your eyes.
The greatest defensive front that we've ever seen.
I didn't
That's a
possibly.
stretch.
You guys,
It's up
That's a
there.
stretch.
Justin Tuck, Strahan, O.C. Omenyor. If you look at, they were all
Not the greatest
they were
ever.
They were
up
legit.
there.
They were legit.
They were up there. They were awesome. That was a stretch, but I'm saying they are one of the great front fours that we've seen in the last 20 years.
Oh, we
They
gotta
were
roll.
great.
They were awesome.
We're
Purple
cutting into
people
the show,
eaters.
man.
Good point.
you
Steel
Never cut into
Curtain
the show.
Jones.
hang
Yeah.
out as long as you want.
Man, we need to
I gotta go
start our
golfing. I got a
weekend,
big match in
What the
Hartsville.
hell are we doing, Shasky?
Yeah.
Working overtime here, man. Get out of here.
See how I bamboozled y'all into that?
You did bamboozle us into that, man.
We just got half the show on.
Willard Dibs. By the way, great Rick Barry interview yesterday. That was hilarious. Rick in the rickberry24.com promo hit is always.
I could not care less.
Yes, I know. We can't care less either. See you.
They're longtime friends.
Let me tell you something real quick about Dibs that I'm sure not everybody knows.
And first-time partners.
Hang in there, big guy. There'll be brighter days ahead.
Now, these two homegrown Bay Area boys finally come together to take over sports talk.
Get the hell off of my doorstep.
Major League Baseball, you stink.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Show's over.
All warmed up, baby.
I love it. Milk them for an extra 5 or 10. That was genius.
Seriously. Gosh, they fell right into it, too. Jimmy Garoppolo, Mac Jones. That's right. Oh, it feels good to be a champion. Oh, it feels good to be a champion.
What are you a champion of?
Oh, well, I mean, I don't know.
Donuts?
I won my game last night. Did you know?
Whatever.
Did you win your game?
No, Rutgers actually won the game outright. They hit a 40-footer at home to beat the number 1 team in the nation. Not only did Purdue not cover 13.5, they lost the game.
Wait a minute. So you picked a favorite that didn't even win the game?
Correct.
Spadone, did you pick a favorite that didn't even win the game?
Correct.
Oh, the Lakers.
What about Kyle?
Kyle, how'd you do?
Did you pick a favorite that didn't win the game?
Did you pick a favorite that didn't even win the game?
Kyle deserves to be on shaky ground.
And what did you do yesterday?
I turned my phone off and went to a show and found out that my Minnesota Vikings minus 3.5, which I had already lit a cigar on.
Seriously.
Got a little closer than I thought. So that was the way to do it, to turn the phone back on and go, no, okay, it's okay. I mean, literally, you know when you turn your phone on after you've had it off for a while and then the texts all come flying all at once? The only one that caught my eye is Spadone had texted, Willard must be freaking out right now. And I go, oh, geez. What? That's an uncomfortable text.
Yes.
When I have no context, I have no idea what happened. Willard must be freaking out. And I go, oh, no. What's going on? I open, just like... Open
Your
up.
car got towed. You got fired.
I go, what happened? Oh, the Steelers threatened to come back. We're fine here. We're fine. Chocolate old fashioned. I'll see you guys in the morning. Okay, so it's all good. Okay, so fun show today for sure. Kate Scott is going to join us here in 45 minutes. She is, and you have to use a new title every time you talk to her.
Yeah.
Because she gets a new job every 3 weeks.
Yeah.
So we'll find out what she's going to do in January, but here in December, she's the voice of the 76ers.
And usually it's a job that I previously held.
Right.
So congrats to Kate Scott for getting one on your own. Because I worked at another radio station in town. You may have worked there yourself.
I've heard of it.
And as I was getting ready to leave to come over here to 95.7 The Game, I actually trained her at the old station.
You did?
And after about a week of the training, I said, you may want to go talk to the boss because this job's about to be open. She talked to the boss.
Wait, you trained her in what? Like, what did they ask you to do?
Well, I was doing updates, and I was a part of 2 different shows, and so I was, showing her how to work the computer, showing her, when the traffic reports hit, when the sports updates hit. It wasn't hardcore training, and it's not like I had to walk her through it. She was already a pro. Then I was the sideline reporter for the San Jose Earthquakes. Jim Kozimor got called to other duties. I got graduated up to the play-by-play seat. Kate Scott became the sideline reporter. And then here at 95.7 The Game, Jolo and Dibs. Joe went off to Vegas to do his gambling bit. I got moved to middays with Steiny and Guru. In comes Kate Scott again.
Okay, all right. So it was you who called the Philadelphia 76ers and said, boy, I got an idea for you guys this year with your open play-by-play seat. All right, good job.
I actually called Kate and said, there's another job I used to have. I delivered pizza for Gear&Gellies in Fairfax. If you want to take that job, I believe they're hiring.
There is an off season.
Yeah.
So maybe once the Sixers are done in May or whenever their season comes to an end, maybe Kate can look into that. So Kate Scott coming up at 10. Sam Monson, Pro Football Focus, put some respect on their name. He's going to join us at 11, and then at 11:30, Adam Rank, because this is the largest fantasy football week in the history of mankind and creation. Are you going to make the playoffs? Are you not? Jonathan Taylor's on a bye. You got to figure it out. Adam's a fun guy. We'll talk to him a little bit later on.
I'm going to ask him if there's
11:30.
value in me resting guys ahead of the playoffs because I'm already in.
I tell you what, analytics and history would say yes.
Okay, good.
I want you to give your guys a week off.
Rest versus rust. I'm going up against the overall leader in the league, my oh my. Team name is my oh my. So, and he's already in the playoffs as well. So this week is actually the smallest week in the history of fantasy for both of us.
Yeah, but a lot of people,
Eric
a lot of people, it all comes down to right now: are you in or are you out?
Right.
So we'll get all over that, and we would definitely love to hear from you today as we get ready for a Steph 3-point weekend and a huge game for the 49ers in Cincinnati. We're on to Cincinnati. And are they going to get back above 500? And I think, you get a road win in the hip pocket this weekend with home games against Atlanta and Houston coming up. You feel pretty good. If you don't get a win this weekend, then it starts to feel a little bit scary because the road games that are still ahead are not easy ones, Tennessee and the Los Angeles Rams. So 888-957-9570, Willard and Dibs. I sort of noticed a dynamic, and I had a feeling a conversation like what just happened with Bonte and Joe was going to happen because I'm listening to them this morning, and I'm hearing them talk about, boy, Jed should have a conversation with Kyle, and if they don't win this weekend, maybe they just move on, and maybe it's Trey Lance time. I mean, they've been doing the Trey Lance time thing all year long. Let me ask you this, Dibber Claus, even though I think I know the answer. You ever been in a relationship?
Yeah, a couple of them.
You have?
Yeah.
How's that go for you?
It depends. Depends on which relationship you're talking about.
You ever been in a relationship where you're like, I know that this isn't going to go the distance, but it's fine or fun for right now. You ever been one of those?
Yeah. Oh,
okay.
yeah.
All right.
It's been since college since I've been in one of those, but I remember it well.
When you get into a fight in one of those, it's kind of easy because you're like, I don't really need to save this. I'm not pot invested. I'm not pot committed here. So I did right? Am I going to go in the middle of the night over to her house and have flowers and a violinist out on the driveway? Probably not, because it just doesn't really matter for the future of this. I've decided that this is what 49er fans are doing with Jimmy Garoppolo because that's who he is. He's just someone you're dating for now. He's not the long-term answer. You're not going to get married to him. Trey Lance will find out. That's a new relationship that'll start next year. Find out if that's going to be a marriage or some sort of short-term thing as well. But whenever Jimmy loses, it's so easy for the 49er fan base, forget that guy anyway, because we're not really going to stay together anyway, so I don't care. However, I would contend you are therefore dismissing, while not a pretty playoff season, and probably not a playoff season that's going to go anywhere significant, you are still doing something that I find sacrilegious in the NFL as a fan. You're dismissing a playoff season. Stop it.
Well, Kyle Shanahan doesn't want you to dismiss a playoff season, and Bonte said something that I think would rattle around in every coach's head when he said he would have missed the playoffs if they don't go this year in 4 of the last 5 years. Those are the things that are thumbnails that coaches want to avoid. When you talk about the Giants, before they won the 3 championships, you could look at, well, it's been 7 years since they've won the division or whatever the number is. These thumbnail assessments of coaches' tenures a lot of times are damaging. So if you're Steve Kerr last year, you wanted to make the playoffs because otherwise it's 2 straight years
on your resume
that the Warriors haven't made the playoffs. The Warriors haven't made the playoffs 2 consecutive years, and the play-ins are not the play-offs, as we discussed on Steiny Guru and Dibs. So if they don't make the playoffs this year, spoiler alert, I like their chances, it would be 3 straight years not making the playoffs. That's something that you as a coach want to avoid. So Kyle Shanahan, it doesn't matter to him if they're 8-9 and they get in, or God forbid 7-10 and they find their way in at 7-10. Kyle Shanahan's going to be delighted to avoid the ignominy, the embarrassment of not making the playoffs.
Well, I also think this year, and I won't hang this around the 49ers because I know it triggers a lot of you, when I said Eli Manning won the Super Bowl at 9-7. Oh, well, the elite defense and all of that is true. But would you not agree that this year across the board in the NFL is the type of year where someone could do that? Because the contention is, I don't really see anybody at the top of the NFL that's so dominant where you're like, well, you're not going to beat that team. I think everybody could be beat. Everybody. I thought Buffalo would be better than they are. They're not. I think Green Bay is solid, but there's always a weird question mark there. Tampa Bay, they're very good, but they have absolutely shown the ability to put a stinker out there. Is Arizona the best team that no one's talking about now that Kyler Murray's healthy? Are we just not used to Arizona being good, so we don't believe it? Is Kansas City finding their stride? They don't really look as good as they did before. All of these teams could show up in a home game in January and get beat. So couldn't somebody from the middle win the whole dance this year?
It is possible. And if you go back to that 2011 year when the Giants were 9-7, they won the division at 9-7. So they didn't have to traverse a wild card route. There were 9 teams that year with a better record than the Giants at 9-7, including a Packer team at 15-1 that the Giants beat, and a Niner team at 13-3 that the Giants beat in overtime, in that famous overtime thriller at Candlestick. So you look at this year and the amount of parity, and you look across and you see what the best record is a team that's 9-3, or 10-2 rather, Arizona at 10-2. The 49ers played him pretty square, pretty straight up. The Rams are a playoff team. They beat the Rams. The Packers are a playoff team. They almost beat the Packers, and they rightly had a great chance and maybe, quote-unquote, should have beaten the Packers. So to your point, I think the idea of a 7-loss team this year, they might be able to run the table. I don't think that the Niners are built to be that team. Butcher Boy made a good point about the Giants' great defense. This defense is not that.
No, the defense is problematic. The defense is very, very problematic.
And by the way, in 2011, Eli Manning threw for 4,900 yards. So let's not demean the year that he had, even though they went 9-7. He had a monster season.
Pretty good quarterback, as it turns out. Yeah, it's all brought to you by BMW Fairfield, now open in the Fairfield Auto Mall. They provide a luxurious, all-encompassing experience to address all of your BMW needs. Visit bmwfairfield.com today to book your visit. That's bmwfairfield.com. 888-957-9570, the number. But also coming up next, the 49ers are better than you think they are, and we can prove it. That's not an opinion. There's actual data. They're better than you think they are. That's next. Kate Scott, who is always lining up to take Dibs' job, is joining us in a half hour. Willard and Dibs, 95.7 The Game.
At AT&T, everyone, new and existing customers, get our best deals on every smartphone. Why? Because you deserve it. For turning your living room.
and one of them is the donuts in the studio. I took a maple old fashioned right in here in this studio, and I ate it.
Yeah.
And I don't feel bad about it. And the boss is off today anyway, so who cares?
Oh, he is?
Yeah, he's off today. Did you know that?
No.
Yeah, he's got the office is like over the river and through the woods.
Yeah.
To grandmother's house we go, and so he's off or on, and a lot of times people don't even know.
Look.
But I know this.
Don't look.
He's not in there today.
If I was in, I'd still be out.
we can do whatever we want today. We can do whatever we want.
Leave the big days. That's not bad. That's a 3. That's a 3. Anytime anyone does the Nahigian, Kyle's headset immediately goes on and he grabs his mic because he's got contributions.
Yes, he does.
And by the way, 5 crides for your donuts today. Really nice
Really good.
presentation.
Yeah, very good.
Good array.
Well, and it was equality. Yeah. Like it was thought out. He goes, Spadone, what's your favorite? Willard, what's your favorite? He goes, I know what's my favorite. And he got 3 of each favorite. Now, you never told him what your favorite was.
I did not.
So he guessed. He guessed wrong.
Fine.
There are only 3 donuts left. They are the 3 that were not one of our favorites.
Yes.
And so, first of all, to the rest of the staff, there are 3 donuts in the other room.
2.
Okay, we're down to 2.
I had one of those chocolate. I believe
they're not. It's
chocolate
not like,
raised.
Yeah, chocolate raised. It's not a bad donut.
Number 2.
I would rank the chocolate like approximately number 7. That's what I would.
It's a Jimmy Garoppolo.
Yeah. I was going to say Lake and Tomlinson, quite frankly. The chocolate old fashioned is your Kittle. It's your Trent Williams.
It's just
the maple old.
It's quintessential.
It's solid.
Maple anything
like a Debo Samuel.
If I dripped maple on cauliflower, would you eat it?
Yes. Nah, it's gross.
Okay, but you get
I do.
You catch my drift.
I could have played along, but I didn't feel like it.
Okay, he said drip maple, but if somebody in a nice restaurant said, and for your appetizer, here's a maple glazed cauliflower, you're eating that.
I'm going to try it.
Sure.
I'm going to try it. Because I'll try anything, but that's intriguing. And yes, maple glazed, fill in the blank. Like we could play match game even. Maple glazed blank. Now, the number 1 answer on the board would be donut, but what else could you fill in there that grosses you out? I think we'd have to go pretty far down the road of inappropriate before I got grossed out. I would be intrigued by cauliflower, broccoli, green beans, anything.
No gross.
Eggplant.
Totally.
You know, I don't know. Maple glazed blank is usually, I'm in. I'm not out.
I'm in. You're at the Hotel Motel Holiday Inn is where you are.
Absolutely. So I'll also tell you that moments ago I said it feels good to be a champion. Now it feels bloated. Because I've had 2 old-fashioned donuts. It's 9:38, and I had regular breakfast before I got here.
Me too.
Yeah, so that's ridiculous because it's also tree decorating night at the Willard Estates, and I made fudge.
You made fudge?
I made fudge for the kids.
It's already made
It's in the refrigerator. The Jell-O is jiggling,
Strong.
and it is in the refrigerator.
The butter's getting cold. The butter's getting hard. Yeah.
It's in the refrigerator. It's waiting for the kids. It's got peppermint crumbles on it. Peppermint crumbled fudge.
No maple?
No maple on this one. Not on this batch. Maybe next week.
That's impressive. You made your own fudge.
Made fudge. First time I've ever made fudge. And it came out good.
Attaboy.
Had to try it.
Impressive.
Not going to give it to the kids until I've tried it. It was good.
And on December 10th, that's a strong play to go early fudge because you're setting a tone for a very confection holiday season.
I'm dreaming of a sugary Christmas.
You're having one.
And, oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, are we ever. So, all right. Kate Scott coming up in 20 minutes. I think there should be a song of the day here pretty soon, don't you think?
I think so.
I think there should be a song of the day. And then there's also this. Does this surprise you? Because this was another one of the texts that popped up when I returned my phone on last night. Bzz, bzz, bzz. Willard's going to be freaking out. And then there was another one. 49ers are favored by 2.5. But then there were like, Kyle, were there question marks? Or was it one of the things?
Might have been an expletive in there.
Exclamation and question mark.
An exclamation sensation.
And there's There's the first one of the day. So does that surprise you? that the 49ers are favored? I think it's come down to 1.5, but they're favored.
Yeah, it does surprise me.
You?
It does surprise me. Cincinnati at home, Cincinnati with a pretty good passing offense and the 49ers passing defense, while statistically they're elite. If you look at the metrics for this pass defense from a statistics standpoint, I think they're top 5, but the eye test tells you that Cincinnati's going to run roughshod over the fellas in the back end. So I'm happy to take Cincinnati and lay and get the 1.5.
I'm glad that you really used a hard D there on the roughshod. I feel like that's one of those words in the English language. People think it's roughshod.
Yeah, it's roughshod.
It's odd. Yeah, it's got a D. It's not a T. Just wanted to throw that out there. That's your English lesson for today. I just want to know whose D came out first. Remember yesterday, don't say I could care less. You mean I couldn't care less. Today,
I could not care less.
Yes, and today's lesson is it's roughshod with a D.
Yeah. And flammable and inflammable mean the same thing. So
they do.
Yeah.
And that can lead to an inflammation sensation. Let's go ahead and chalk that one up. All right. When I saw that spread, I thought immediately, 49ers are better than you think they are. See, we have the emotion that's all attached to it. We get angry at Jimmy Garoppolo. We get angry, Kyle Shanahan. Gosh, Josh Norman, what the hell is he doing out there? He's an idiot. I mean, this is right. Our emotion is involved. I think that Vegas is a good barometer for checking yourself, checking your own thought about this team. A week ago, we thought, hey, maybe they're pretty good. Now we're going to have a week where we think they're awful. Somewhere in between is definitely the truth. But understand what Vegas, which is essentially polling the temperature of the nation, taking the temperature of the nation, if you will. Public perception is the game that Vegas plays. The rest of the football world thinks that the 49ers are pretty good. Not great, but they are a squad. They are going to be in games. You are not going to blow them out. Colt McCoy, I think, was the only one to do that to the 49ers this year. And on the road, following a loss at a Cincinnati team that is dangerous and has lots of weapons, I think the 49ers are better at their place. I mean, what would the spread be here?
Well, it would be
4.5, 5 points.
It would be 4.5 on a neutral, because if it's 1.5 at Cincinnati, Cincinnati's getting 3 for the home. So if it was on a neutral, the Niners would be favored by 4.5.
2.5.
Oh, no, but if they're getting 3 at home.
Well, you just take that 3 off. It's not like the 49ers would get it, right? So wouldn't it just be 1.5 minus the 3? So then it would be
3.
It would be 1.5 in the other direction.
And so it'd be 4. No, because the Niners are favored. You got donuts right now. Donuts on the brain.
Math. Gosh,
math's hard.
Math is not what we should be doing right now, is what I'm thinking. But anyway, point being, yeah, I think you go 6 in the other direction. If it was home, the 49ers would be a 4.5 point favorite. If it was neutral, the 49ers would be a favorite. Actually, no, you know what? You're right.
Thank you.
Because they're favored. They're favored. I was thinking they were 1.5 point underdog. You're right. I'm wrong.
It's because we all think that they should be underdogs at Cincinnati.
But they're not. And which, by the way, you know my philosophy. So when you see that, what do?
You go the other way.
Lean into it. Bet the Niners.
You bet the Niners.
You bet the Niners.
You bet the Niners.
I will.
I'm not.
I will.
I'm betting Cincinnati.
Right. Oh, they are a home dog.
And
we need
more home dogs. I was on Minnesota last night, my 16 in my Rank the Picks pool, of which I'm 0 for 13. I'm yet to cash. So I'm in a spot where I need a win. Wow. $10 a week. Yeah, your boy's out $130 right now.
Yikes.
And
put it all on the 49ers, win it back.
I'm taking Cincinnati. Cincinnati's going to be my 15. I won my 16 last night with Minnesota. So in a confidence pool, your next most confident pick is your 15. I'm taking Cincinnati in the puntos.
I almost forgot to do my picks last night. I had to text my brother-in-law who runs the pool, and he's kind enough. I think because it's family, it was 5:22. Technically,
it's late.
Kickoff 5:20. However, I don't know what the delay was. The ball had not hit the foot yet. And I just texted him. I go, Vikings at 10. I'll get the rest of the picks later. And he texted me about an hour later. He goes, I'll fix it afterward. Hopefully nobody squawks. He was clearly annoyed with me.
Yeah.
And I was annoyed with myself. But I got the pick in the Vikings and a W.
I got the pick in about 3:30. So similarly, normally I send the whole card before the Thursday kick, but I had that momentary panic, and the same as you did. And so I just fired off last night's pick only.
Really good text line action. Chomping at the bit is on the phone, along with running roughshod. I think is the indication there, and then also
it's champing at the bit.
Exactly.
You know that.
Yes, that's his point.
Right.
Everybody says chomping at the bit. It's CHAMPING.
I don't know if you watched the show Billions, but
I've not.
They did a whole thing on it where he knew that it was champing at the bit, but he was running for office. And so when he went out and did his public speaking,
say chomping at the bit.
And the crowd went bananas. The crowd went wild.
By the way, the word escape, the S comes before the C. I just want to let you know it's not escape. We're not escaping. We're escaping.
Escape was a 90s all-female pop group.
That's true.
Just Kick It was their number one hit.
And Excalibur used to be
also not an escape goat. It's a scapegoat.
A scapegoat.
Good job. Yeah. Although goats have escaped.
I was going to say, if you don't have the right fence on your pen.
You have to put the... Anyway, also a lot of people filling in maple glazed blank with the word bacon. Maple glazed bacon, which to me is taking two of the best substances in the world and putting them together, and then you're kind of like, do we need to do that? Because maple's fine by itself, bacon's fine by itself. It's great together, but... Yeah, like a little bit... It's like AM PM, too much good stuff. Let's go to Jonathan in the city. Jonathan, you're on with Willard and Dibs. What on earth are you doing this morning?
Hey, good morning, guys. Just work, and the problem with the 49ers goes beyond the QB for me, man. It's just that the recurring theme now, it's kind of like part of the fabric. The Jimmy Onoiantees, dumb penalties in the secondary, the blunders of the not special team, makes me believe over 49, no accountability. Over 49, no accountability.
Yeah. Bring it home on a Friday. That's a solid 4. I don't know what the hell it was, but
yeah, I was going to say
49,
how about a 3 because I don't know what just happened. I know that there was a lot. There was a lot to unpack.
The guitar licks were tight though.
I mean,
he was nailing it.
I appreciate it when people go for it.
He's a postal carrier, right? He's a postal worker.
Yes,
so
I do.
I always imagine, because you like to ask the callers, what are you doing?
What are you doing? And by the way, if you noticed, only about 10% answer the question. It always catches me off guard how much that catches all of you off guard. I really do, and we do. I care. You're not just a foil. You're not just a voice that we're going to bring on so that we can disagree with you and hang up on you. You're a part of this show. What are you doing right now? No one will answer the question, which makes me think that our callers are all criminals because no one wants to answer the question, what are you doing? I'm not your spouse when you come home late. I'm not saying it that way. What were you doing? This is not a trap. It's not a trap.
It's a trap.
It's not a trap. What are you doing right now?
It's a trap.
Nobody wants to answer the question. You see how tripped up everybody gets? They're like, I'm just... So I wanted to talk about the 49ers. No, what are you doing right now? And then we'll talk about the 49ers. Nobody wants to answer my question.
People are starting to catch on, though.
You think?
The Jonathan thing, it cracks me up because he's either out on the route or he's sorting mail, whatever it is. He's probably around other people, yet he goes for it. So that's like, what are you doing right now, Jonathan? I'm gearing up for my own song here. What do you think I'm doing?
Do you think that sounded weird on the radio? What if you were standing next to it?
Exactly. Like, 49.
Accountability. That was amazing.
I'm with you.
All right, so the 49ers are favored this weekend. Does that catch you off guard? I immediately saw that, and I think maybe the fantasy football dynamic makes us think the Bengals are better than they are. The Bengals are a big fantasy team, okay? Burrow is somebody, while he turns the ball over too much, he's somebody that you can use in fantasy. There are very few NFL teams that have potentially 3 viable wide receivers in fantasy. But this team is one of those teams with Chase and Higgins and Tyler Boyd. And then obviously they're one of the few teams that also has a bell cow back in Joe Mixon. The Cincinnati Bengals do have a winning record. They're 7-5. But this is not a great team. It's not a very good defense. The Chargers just went in there and lit them up. So maybe we shouldn't be so surprised that the 49ers are favored in this game.
I suppose because, the NFL this year has been very unpredictable, topsy-turvy, and if you look at the Bengals, 2 weeks ago, they throttled the Steelers 41-10, and they punked Spadoni's Raiders 32-13. But before that, they got devoured by Cleveland at home 41-16. They lost to the Jets 34-31, the hapless Jets. But before that, they pounded Baltimore, and they destroyed Detroit. They lost to Green Bay. They had a nail-biter over Jacksonville. You get my point here, Mark. Cincinnati, the Niners, and about 24 other teams in the National Football League, they're all the same. You can't trust them. Maybe that should be the song of the day today.
Ooh.
Public Enemy.
Not a bad idea.
Can't trust them. No. Because I don't think you can trust any of these teams.
By the way, though, that is there was while we're doing English lessons, I believe, if I'm correct, Public Enemy, can't trust it. Not can't trust it.
Fine.
Right? Yeah.
Fine.
Fine. But I do like your other song of the day idea, which I feel like we should play right now, don't you think?
We might as well.
Let's do it.
Man. 40. Oh.
Baby, if you've ever wondered,
This is nice.
whatever became of me. I'm living on the air in Cincinnati.
WKRP. I had such a crush on Lonnie. Oh my gosh, I had such
I'm
a
more of a
crush
Bailey
on Lonnie.
man.
You're a Bailey guy? You're such a Bailey guy.
Understated.
That does not surprise me.
Loyal.
I am
beautiful.
I am over here in Lonnie land, okay?
Man.
Venus Flytrap too. I mean, I like to get a little close to the mic sometimes.
Yeah,
and
you
do it
do.
like we do. Venus Flytrap in the evening. You know what I'm saying?
I'm DJ Flytrap.
I had a lot of
77% of our audience has no clue what we're talking about, by the way.
It's a show called WKRP in Cincinnati, you zygotes, and it came out in early 80s, huh? Late 70s?
That might have been Star Wars.
You gotta Google it.
Let's Google it. WKR.
I'm going to put it at 1979.
Okay.
The debut.
Game show music, if you please. Let's see. The original release. You're going to go 1979?
79.
All right. Spadone, would you like to guess? You were negative age at 1979.
-14.
Negative 14.
So I will go 1982.
1982. Kyle, would you like to weigh in? You were negative age.
Kyle.
1980. 80 on the dot.
You know what's weird? The original release on Wikipedia actually offers a date range.
Oh.
I'm like, was that the full run? The original release, September 18th, 1978.
Okay.
1978, ladies and gentlemen. And then it says until April 21st, 1982. So maybe it only ran 4 years.
It's about right.
And then it went into a syndication sensation.
Oh, put that on the board, Spadoni.
Yeah, put it on the board. Yes.
Yep. Ring it up.
408.
We thought Cincinnati.
Yeah.
WKRP, a little throwback. Niners are going to Cincinnati. Just a fun little feel-good song.
408, you really want me to tell you that I'm sitting on the toilet when you ask what I'm doing, Willard? That's exactly what I'm going for, actually. Yes. That's real life. It's what happens. It's okay.
Diarrhea.
We don't need to run from that. 510 says, I know what the question is to what are you doing? Calling into 94.7 the game.
What? Just a bit outside.
Fat thumbs. It's okay. 95.
Fat?
Right. 925. Everyone is in their mom's basement.
Uh-huh.
So that's why they don't want. 415. Mind your own business, Willard.
That's a good
Well,
one.
you called our show, so you're not minding your own business. This is literally our business.
But it is a bit of a personal question because really the answer to the question is I'm calling you to unearth a hot take. That's what I'm doing. Or if you're Brian in Palo Alto, you're calling in to bury Dibs and take a cheap shot at a guy who I thought you liked.
Get
Brian.
better, Dibs.
Yeah.
650 Willard, it's just the fact that not many hosts care about what we're doing right now, and they just want us to get to the goods. We are traumatized people. Give us some time to get used to you. After all, you just got the new guy name removed.
Pending the 90-day. You haven't quite got over the 90-day hurdle yet.
You know, on the text line, like that gets taken and then given back like every 13 minutes.
Yeah.
We're on a loop. And
it's very much a new guy move when you're asking people how they're doing because none of the OGs here, none of us really care, Mark. You're the one who cares.
I'm going to do it my way.
Thank
okay?
you.
Yeah, no, don't. Thank you. If you had given me anything more than a 2, I'd have gotten ticked at you and have come in there and strangle you.
You should have gone with the Usher my way as opposed to the classic.
As an Italian, I'm offended.
I thought that would have been a little bit harder to imitate. But not that I did a good job with Sinatra. Okay? Kate Scott is going to come in here and take Dibs' job in about 6 minutes. It's all sponsored by BioNTech and Pfizer. And it's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Come rain or shine, high winds or mild breezes, blue skies or gray.
Savings up to 45% and all with free shipping. Call a Dell Technologies advisor to help you transform your digital workspaces with comprehensive end-to-end solutions. Find the right tech for your business needs at 877-ASK-DELL. That's 877-ASK-DELL.
It's not magic that will deliver 1 billion packages to homes across the country this holiday. It's the United States Postal Service. And we don't need a team of reindeer to do it because we've added more vehicles to our fleet. And while we don't employ a legion of elves, we have hired thousands of new members for our team. So if making more holiday deliveries to homes in the U.S. than anyone else seems like magic, that means we're doing our job. Share the magic at USPS.com/helpers.
I heard the Federal Reserve may raise interest rates.
Yes, in fact, mortgage rates have already started going up on the rumors.
That's why we just refinanced with Owning. We got a 30-year fixed 2.5% rate, 2.731 APR. And we also took thousands out in cash to use for a bunch of other things. Owning made the whole process fast and easy.
Waiter, check please. I'm going to call Owning and lock in my refi now.
Call Owning at 8332-OWNING or go to owning.com and lock in a 30-year fixed refi at today's 2.5% rate, 2.731 APR. That's 8332-OWNING or owning.com.
NMLS 2611, licensed by the Department of Financial Protection and Innovation under the California Residential Mortgage Lending Act, subject to credit approval for qualified borrowers. Call 833-303-2161 for terms and conditions. Equal housing lender.
Call Owning at 8332-OWNING or log on to owning.com. That's 8332-OWNING or owning.com.
Many of us have noticed that supply chain bottlenecks have become an issue, but Golden State is doing everything we can to supply our clients with the building materials they need. We have the largest inventory of lumber and materials in the Bay Area. Need to place an order? Many products can be delivered the next day. In some cases, the same day. Start at goldenstatelumber.com. Our clients have relied on us since 1954. Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed.
You're listening to KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Station. Presented by DuckDuckGo. Privacy simplified. Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Well, we're excited about this because both of us have a very interesting entry point, a dynamic, if you will, with our next very, very esteemed guest and someone who is known very, very well round these parts. Dibs, and Kate, I'll let you know right off the top, Dibs may be a little fearful right now. He feels like you take a lot of his jobs, and so he's a little worried about that. And then I was sharing with him our dynamic, which is that I consider you a friend. We text throughout the years. We've been co-workers at Pac-12 Network, yet we've talked on the air at least 10 times, and I don't think I've ever met you face-to-face. This is just really weird stuff going on here, Kate Scott.
Oh, guys, it is so great to be with you. Mark, that is 100% true. You and I have never met in person, yet I consider you a friend as well. It's great to catch up with you. And, yes, I have followed the great Dibber in many of his footsteps because that's what you do, right? When you look up to somebody and respect somebody in this industry, you try to follow what they've done. So I would not have an Emmy if it were not for Dan Dibley. So it is truly an honor and a privilege to be on with you both today.
Well, now I'm defanged. I mean, you're killing me with kindness here. I had jokes for you, but
that
now all I can say is thank you. But if you do decide to stab me in the back one more time, jokingly, you and Mark could become Willard Scott.
And I mean, that's a pretty good name for a show, right?
Yeah, pretty good.
Those of us who grew up watching television back in the day, I like it. I like it a lot.
You clammed up a little there, Kate. I can tell you don't like the idea. It's fine. You can continue to be the television play-by-play broadcaster for the Sixers as long as you want. It's okay. I don't take any offense.
Well, I got it, but I was kind of just flashing back to then a picture of Willard Scott in my mind, and that's where I kind of clammed up a little bit, thinking, I was thinking like promotions for the show. That's going to be awkward. So anyway.
Yeah, we threw out that our logo could either be like Willard's face or maybe just like the Smucker's jam jar or something like that. It might be good. But anyway, how's the whole Sixers thing going? Congratulations. And this must be a ton of fun. How's it going?
Oh, my gosh. It is great. I'm having a blast. It's cold here, but apparently not very cold. And it's, it's supposed to be 60 degrees tomorrow, but also rain. And then next week it's supposed to be in the 20s and snow. So this California girl is adjusting slowly but surely. But all the things that matter, the NBC folks out here who hired me, the Sixers, Doc Rivers, the players, the fans, they are being awesome. And, of course, there is a huge portion of the fan base that is telling me I suck and to go back to California and that they never wanted me here in the first place. But come on.
That's Philly. That's Philly.
That happens at every stop in your career when you are somebody that people either listen to or watch on television. It's just a part of the process. And yes, we overuse that phrase out here. But overall, I'm having so much fun. People are really nice, which I know is not the stereotype. The food is awesome. And it feels like everything's on sale out here, guys, because my money goes a lot further back here.
Yeah, if you wouldn't mind buying a couple of gallons of gas and just sending them out, I'd appreciate that.
Right? I have to double check everything. I'm like, are you sure you charged me for everything? Thank you. Have a great day.
Totally.
What is a gallon of gas in Philadelphia?
Oh, that's a good call. I don't have a car yet because the wifey has the car back in Oakland, but I know it is cheaper. I think it was in the low threes.
Jeez.
Not in the low threes.
Oh, jeez. We're like all excited if we see the number 4. I'm like driving I'm going to get off the road here and exit early because I saw 4 at a gas station. Very, very exciting.
It's all on sale. Come to Philly.
Wow. Yeah, incredible. Wow. Bring a jacket. I'm sure jackets aren't cheap out there. But and if the Philadelphia fans weren't lightweight turning on you, Kate, you probably aren't doing it right because it is a tough market. And the team probably having a little bit tougher of a season than they'd like at 14-12. What's your early thumbnail takeaway for the Sixers through 26?
Still figuring it out. Still very early to go back to that overused phrase out here in the process for the season, Dibs. Because, as you mentioned, got out to a great start, 8-2, looking great, feeling great, and then they were the first team really hit badly by COVID. I know the Bulls and the Hornets and a couple other teams right now are going through it, but 4 of our starting 5 were out: Joel and Tobias Harris and Matisse Thybulle, and so now they just, as of 2 games ago, got everybody back healthy from COVID, from injuries, but they're still working their way back into it. So I think we still don't know what this team can be. I do know from my experience with the Warriors all the years in the Bay that they have all the things necessary to be successful in the NBA. They've got a superstar in Joel Embiid. They've got some great pieces around him, including Seth Curry, who we've got out here, who's having a career season and is doing it consistently and is awesome. Happy to talk about him. They've got young guys who are exciting. I know the Warriors have some of those. Tyrese Maxey and Shake Milton and stuff, guys who are getting the crowd excited. And then they've got the old heads, the veterans who've been around the league, who've been stars, and now just want to play for a team that they're having fun on and has a chance to potentially, if everything goes right, win a championship in Andre Drummond and Danny Green and George Niang and stuff. So they've got a great coach in Doc Rivers. You guys know. I mean, he's right up there with Steve when it comes to being open and honest about what's going on. So I really like all the possibilities here. Now, I also know that Philly fans are telling me my Cal fandom is going to come into use because they're used to being disappointed out here. But I keep then telling them, hey, guys, I understand that. I was in the Bay with a lot of organizations, Giants, Warriors, et cetera, that were disappointed for a long time. And then I saw how they were able to and what led to their championship runs. So I think there's a lot of good possibility here in Philly. But a lot of stuff then obviously has to go right.
Kate Scott now with the Philly Sixers with us here. Willard and Dibs, 95.7 The Game. Kate, speaking of the Currys, I know you're well aware that three-point record is now starting to come into focus for Steph Curry, and we've watched such an interesting dynamic in road games for Steph this year, where some crowds are almost turning on their home team and just rooting for Steph. With him in need of 9 or 10 threes in this game tomorrow, how do you think the Philly crowd is going to handle that?
That's a great question. Well, we were actually discussing that last night when we were playing the Jazz, and we were wondering, because the fans here are so knowledgeable about sports, I know that the stereotype is they hate everybody else, but they also really appreciate and love sports history, right? All the franchises here have such great history, whether it's the Sixers or the Eagles or the Flyers, whatever. So the answer is I don't know, but I think that if it starts to happen, everyone here is aware that it's close to happening. So I imagine that they would come around as the game goes on. Now, do they want it to happen here? I will tell you the answer is a resounding heck no. Especially Seth doesn't want it to happen here because, come on, your older brother would never let you live that down, that he set that record in your building. But even though we're not calling the game tomorrow night, it is a national ABC exclusive, and they're bringing out all the heavy hitters. I've seen the list. Stephen A. and the pregame crew is going to be on the floor and stuff. I will be going just as a fan of basketball, because how stupid would I be to be here in Philly with Steph with a chance to break the record and not go over to the center, as we call it here, and see what happens. So I'm hopeful that it doesn't happen now as a Sixers fan, but if it does, I am also hopeful that the crowd will be very respectful and appreciative of the fact that they get to be in the building when a big historical moment is happening in the NBA.
It is history, and it's going to be history in the making once he gets by Ray Allen and continues to build on that record. And Kate, where would you put this record in the pantheon of other NBA marks? You know, you've got the all-time points record and, most points in a game, Wilt Chamberlain. Is this one of those elite records, or do we latch onto it more here because Steph is our guy?
Good question, Dibs. I think it is a truly elite record. I mean, I'm sure you guys have seen all the kind of previews for Saturday night's game that have been airing all week long about, hearing Reggie Miller commentating as Ray is setting the record, saying nobody is going to break this record. Just looking at the next generation, it's not possible. And if you think about the way the game was trending, right, it didn't seem possible. The three-point shot wasn't the same anymore because the athletic freaks like the LeBrons and Zion were coming in and taking over. And then all of a sudden, this diminutive guy from Davidson comes to the Bay and lights the world on fire. So I think it is a huge record, especially because he's still got a lot more threes in him, guys. And, I mean, I'll follow Reggie's footsteps and say, I don't see anyone breaking Steph's record. I know folks are already looking at like Trae Young stats and how many threes he'd have to hit. So I think that it is going to be a huge moment. And looking back 30 years from now, if it does happen here in Philly on Saturday night, even fans who might be booing at the time will say, wow, what a moment in sports history I got to be a part of.
Hey, Kate, what's going on with the Ben Simmons situation, and where's it going next?
Yeah, great question, Mark. If I knew the answer to that, I would be making a lot more money out here in Philly. But what I will tell you is I've met Daryl Morey a few times. He is a fascinating character, really smart, really nice guy. And I think what he has said already rings true. Like, he's not in a rush. Ben is under contract, so he's going to wait till he sees whatever it is he needs to make a move. And in the meantime, I'll tell you what I do know, which is, again, Doc has allowed me incredible access. I'm allowed at the practice facility whenever I want, shoot-arounds, practice, watching film, and I have taken advantage of all of that. And I was there before Ben arrived. I've been there since, and I've been there since he's not around the team right now at the current moment. And getting back to what I said earlier about just the makeup of this team, they are focusing on what they can control. They're having a great time with the guys who are there right now. if that changes because he comes back, I think that, as Joel said on the microphone before opening night, like, he's still our brother. We're going to figure out a way to make it work because he does, obviously, as we saw last year, make them a better team. He's a really talented basketball player. But I think getting back to, again, the veteran leadership, and Danny Green told me personally, he's like, look, dude, I went through this with Kawhi when I was on the Spurs, and like, is he hurt? Is he coming back? What's happening? What's not happening? So those experiences and that leadership, the older guys are being able to just kind of advise the young guys on what's going on. And you can tell because they just seem really focused and to be really enjoying each other. So it seems like a big deal from the outside looking in, but for the players, it doesn't even seem like something they think about on a day-to-day basis.
Well, Kate, you taking the time to hang out with us is a big deal, and everything that has unfolded for you is a big deal. Very, very happy for you. And hey, if you come when the Sixers come to Chase Center, I don't know. Maybe I'll come say hi and actually see your face.
I don't know. That'd be kind of weird.
Be weird.
Jane, I'm so long without meeting in person. Maybe we should just keep each other at a phone length distance or something.
It's probably a smart move. I mean, from a guy who looks at this face 5 days a week, it's probably safer that you keep your distance, Kate.
But maybe I should come back and take another one of Dibs' jobs, Mark. So with that thought, we'll continue the conversation. Love you guys.
Have at it, Kate. My current job is a housekeeper in my domicile, so you bring the vacuum and get to work.
Love you guys.
Kate,
take care.
Great to have you.
Best.
All right, there goes Kate Scott, Philly Sixers, TV, but tomorrow, just legs crossed and a fan hanging out, I would imagine, with pretty good seats.
Yes, and honestly, Mark, I'm a fan of her work.
Yes.
And,
I'm a fan of her, just period. Yeah.
She's awesome.
Yeah,
and
Kate's the best.
She was, and she gives me credit, quote unquote, for the Emmy. It was the California Classico, LA Galaxy, San Jose Earthquakes. The Quakes were a man down. They scored twice in extra time in front of 50,000 at Stanford to win the game. I only got an Emmy because the game was unbelievable. And Kate, by the way, dominated that entire broadcast. So it had almost nothing to do with me. And it had everything to do with Alan Gordon and that beautiful forehead of his in extra time.
Did the over hit because of that?
I think it was over anyway.
Okay, it was already over.
2-1 entering extra
Very
time.
good.
The Quakes got a pair, 2 goals, a man down, and the rest is a shiny trophy on my mantle.
Very, very good. All right, so Kate Scott, that was a whole lot of fun. Sam Monson at 11, Adam Rank at 11:30.
And speaking of rank, you are number 1 rank right now. Kyle ran in and gushed all over you because you got that's a great question. So you're currently holding the crown of superiority.
Well, I think I got it twice.
I got one.
Yeah.
I got one. And
I think she told you that it was a very good question.
But the fact that she
told me that I had a great question and she did it twice.
Well, the fact that she said it 3 times feels a little bit like a crutch. It kind of waters down the entire experience.
Speaking of people who tell interviewers that they have offered a great question, we believe that we have found that when complimenting the interviewer, that leads to better questions and a better dynamic in the future. And we also believe that steaks should be cooked medium rare.
Always. The temperature is critical. An even better way to describe it is that's a great question is a bridge to the actual answer that's being thought of as we are complimenting what is, quite frankly, a very mediocre question.
Boy, that's a great question.
Thank you, Tim.
Yeah, I actually didn't think they were. I mean, they were. Kate,
how you doing today? Boy, that's
a great question. Yeah, we do. That is actually a good thing to look at when you give someone a question. When there's some sort of interlude there, they are just trying to think of the answer. The best way to do that is to repeat the question back. You see that often. Let's say a guy comes home a little bit too late from work. Where were you?
Where was I?
Where was I? You're trying.
Where was I?
Wait a minute. Me? You're talking about me. Where was I? I'm trying to think of an answer as to where was I. Is actually what I'm doing.
Where
was I or where was I?
Right.
Yeah.
No,
that's exactly
good.
Right.
Because you can't say to your significant other, boy, that's a great question.
Great question.
Boy, that's a great question.
Why do you smell like alcohol?
Boy, that's a great question.
Great question.
You know.
Oh, goodness.
Why do I smell like alcohol?
I hope that
Boy, that's a great question.
I hope you set your alarm for 20 minutes ago to purchase tickets to see John Mulaney at SAP Center on April 8th, 2022. But if you have not already gotten your tickets there, if you didn't get them, if you haven't gotten them yet, then you have one last Willard and Dibs chance, which is in about 15 minutes. One more chance to win a pair, courtesy of Live Nation. And so that is 15 minutes away. If you've been trying all week, one more college try. One more college try is coming your way. 888-957-9570. So I forgot about the dynamic if Steph were to go on a nice little run, because now we're it would still take a very, very good three-point shooting percentage, but this is now more in the realm of possibility.
Yes.
For him to rock 9 or 10. Still unlikely.
Yes.
But possible. I forgot about the dynamic of him doing it right in front of his brother if he does it tomorrow.
How about doing it over his brother, in his brother's eye? Yes.
In the face.
Seth comes out on a switch to close out, and Steph just daggers him. Steph, he's now got 48. Warriors go up 11 with 1:12 to go. It's ball game. It's record breaker, and little brother, it's in your face.
Oh, my gosh. I like it. I got daggered by my brothers so many times. We used to have a Nerf hoop in the living room in Petaluma. Well, he's taller than you, right?
They both were, and both older then, and still older to this day.
They're still older?
And when I would beg them to play Nerf hoop with me, because I was a Nerf hoop junkie.
Well, and that's what the little brother does.
And I would spend all my time playing Nerf hoop, and Doug, the unibrother, he doesn't get out much.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, there's Mikey 2.0.
I know.
There's Hurricane Gale, and then there's the unibrother.
By the way, I got to go to T&B in San Rafael this weekend. It's CYO uniform time.
Okay.
And so I'm going to miss your brother. I mean, I used to love going in there to talk to him. Yeah.
What grades are your kids? Because I may draw an assignment.
Ooh.
I may draw a Willard out there.
Seventh grade girl is playing CYO.
I'm out.
Okay, you're out.
Yeah, 4th and 5th.
Right.
Seventh grade girls games, they play 9-minute quarters, and you got to call fouls.
14-year-old was interested in your job offer, though.
Okay.
He's interested. Yeah.
We'll have to conference him in.
We'll have a discussion.
We got a referee timekeepers meeting coming up here. We'll have to get him out for.
Let me know.
Perfect.
He's ready to go, and my God, he needs some responsibility, so let's do it.
You want me to get him on?
Yeah. You want to get him on? Yeah. That's a tough booking.
Got a number on his dad.
He's in math class right now.
I called his dad and he didn't get back to me.
Exactly.
Anyway, so yeah, I'll miss running into your brother over there.
Yeah.
I know he's not there anymore. So
but the great Brasati family at T&B in San Rafael. Tell them Dibs sent you.
That's right. Check him out. Get yourself a Christmas gift or two while you're there. It's all sponsored by Exergen Thermometers. Accuracy matters. Not sure if you have COVID? Fever is the leading sign, so be vigilant and use the only thermometer with proven accuracy in more than 100 clinical studies. The Exergen Temporal Scanner Thermometer. Stay safe and learn more at Exergen.com. I think the only thing we figured out is that nobody wants him to do it Monday in Indiana. That just is like it feels like the most likely.
Yes,
but also feels like there's just I don't know what the story there is. Do it against Seth on Saturday. Do it Tuesday at Madison Square Garden. What's the story at Indiana?
Ray Allen actually could be there.
That's fair.
That's the story.
But will he be?
And Indiana is, while not the birthplace of basketball, Indiana holds us. And I'm not trying to curry favor with Damon Bruce right now, but Indiana feels like basketball. The state of Indiana, the high school tourney, Hoosiers, Hickory.
Oh,
I went to
great movie.
I went to Butler when I went to the Final Four in Indianapolis. I actually walked to Butler. I love to walk.
Okay.
So I thought, you know what? Butler University, it's only about 5 miles away. I'm going to walk from downtown Indy to Hinkle Fieldhouse and see if I can get in to that storied gymnasium.
Did you really? And did you get in?
Well, before you got there, you start walking. Turns out North Indy might be on the wrong side of the tracks. So your boy, earbuds in, of course, tunes, bouncing my step. You walk about a mile outside of Indy, all of a sudden, you're not in Indiana anymore.
You weren't feeling so good.
No, I thought I was in Gary, Indiana quickly.
And so what happened next?
I started walking faster.
Okay. But did you walk back or did you continue on to Butler?
I took a cab back. Took a cab.
So you never made it to Butler?
Oh, no, I made it.
Oh, you did?
So I go outside of Hinkle Fieldhouse, which is where they filmed the movie Hoosiers.
Right.
And it's a beautiful, storied old gym. And I'm standing there trying to figure out how I can get in this gym. And I look over, and this college girl is giving a tour.
You know what they say about those college girls?
Yeah. I got older, and she gave me a nice tour. So I sidled up to her. Next thing I know, I'm a part of this tour group. I'm in Hinkle Fieldhouse.
So good. So when you said that, I thought there was like a game. You just wanted to go over there and break into the gym.
I just wanted to be in the gym.
Right.
Because the gym oozes history. It oozes hoops. That's why I think it would be kind of cool if he did it in Indiana. And that is the odds-on favorite, by the way.
It is. I mean, he's going to.
It was a 50-1 chance that he did it the other night against Portland. We ran down the odds and liquidate all assets.
What's the number for tomorrow?
Well, the number has changed. At the time, I think it was about 15-1.
Oh,
because he would have needed.
That's not a good number.
He would have needed 16 threes, right? Because he hit 6 against Portland. Now he needs 10.
He needs 10, 9 to tie, 10 to be the record holder.
Yeah, so he'll probably get 6 or 7 tonight. Odds are he's averaging 5 and change. So, or tomorrow rather.
Yep.
So I think the likely one is Indiana.
Okay. John Mulaney tickets are coming up. Sam Monson, Pro Football Focus. How about this? And we can get into it a little bit. Coming up next. Burrow versus Garoppolo. On my way in this morning, Bonte and Joe brought this up, and they were like, well, Burrow's a way better quarterback. And it was almost just like an obvious premise, and I thought to myself, is he? We'll get into that next. 888-957-9570 is the number. It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Street Strider, the world's first 2-in-1 indoor and outdoor elliptical, will change the way you exercise forever. You get the
Remember, that's cards with a K. Pickup is quick and easy. You'll also get a vacation voucher and maximum tax deduction.
1-877-CARS for kids. KARS Cars for kids. 1-877-CARS for kids. Donate your car today.
Hurry! It's your last chance to donate for 2021.
In terms of instant relief, canceling plans is like heroin. It is an amazing feeling.
John Mulaney's coming to the SAP Center in April of next year.
Such instant joy.
And 95.7 The Game wants you to be there. Listen all this week for your chance to win tickets.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, it's that time for the final time. I saw a little stand-up comedy last night. Cobb's, North Beach, the shadow of Grace Cathedral, Tom Papa in action, cheeseburger and chicken strips, 2-drink minimum. Wasn't feeling alcohol on a Thursday night. We went 2 sparkling waters and had a great time. I know. Go ahead.
I didn't say anything.
Yes, you did.
My eyes said a lot.
YouTube.com/957 The Game saw that look.
Well, and
so did Twitch.tv/957 The Game.
If I deride you or berate you for abstaining from alcohol, not only am I a drink bully, but I come across some kind of way, and I don't want to be that guy. So you know what, Mark?
Yeah.
If a couple of sparkling waters is your idea to meet the 2-drink minimum, then darn it, have at it.
I mean, first of all, cost effective. Second of all, head's been feeling a little wonky this week, and I didn't want to mess with it on a Donut Friday. I wanted to feel good today. And you know what? I woke up today feeling good.
Good.
Feeling as good as I've felt all week. So, sparkling water, FTW.
You know how I'm feeling?
How you feeling?
Fine.
You're fine.
I'm fine.
It's time to give away a pair of tickets to John Mulaney, who's bringing the laughs to SAP Center on April 8th, 2022. The 5th caller to the contest line. Do not call the regular line. You will get a busy signal and you will lose. Call the contest line, which is 844-999-4263. Caller 5, 844-999-4263. One more time. 844-999-4263. Caller 5 right now wins a pair of tickets courtesy of Live Nation. John Mulaney, SAP Center, April 8th of next year. So, I'm listening to Bonte and Shasky this morning. The name Joe Burrow comes up. And they're like, well, yeah, he's definitely better than Garoppolo. And my first thought was, well, yeah, I think he's more talented than Jimmy Garoppolo. But then something funny happened. And this is actually why everybody thinks I'm such a Jimmy lover, when I'm not necessarily a Jimmy lover. What I am is a Jimmy defender, because what Jimmy gets is not what Jimmy deserves. We hand compliments out to other QBs that we won't hand out to Jimmy. Oh, well, Mac Jones does exactly what he's asked to do, and he wins the game. You just described Jimmy. Now, on the flip side, Joe Burrow, as Bonte says, goes, well, he leads the NFL in interceptions. And Joe goes, well, that's okay. That's okay. There aren't any perfect QBs. Can you imagine what would happen? The Transamerica Tower would fall if somebody came in Monday morning and went, did you see those 2 Jimmy interceptions? Those were, well, that's okay. Everybody throws some interceptions, so let's all have orange slices at halftime. No, leading the NFL in interceptions is not a good thing. I'm not saying that Jimmy's better than Joe, but I don't think it's obvious. I think there's a conversation there. Joe more talented? Maybe. Aaron Rodgers is more talented than Tom Brady. So is talent the final indicator? I don't know. How do you answer that question?
Joe Burrow is better than Jimmy Garoppolo. And, leading the league in interceptions is only bad if you don't have a lot of touchdowns to back it up and your team doesn't win ball games. Too often, I think, we latch on to things like that. Oh, if he leads the league in interceptions, he can't be any good. Well, he's only throwing about one pick a game, a pick and change per game. Now, if you're Jameis Winston and you lead the league in interceptions with 30, when you have a 30 for 30 season, what if I told you he had 30 touchdowns, but he also had 30 interceptions? That's a problem. JD drop would be inserted here in everyone's mind.
I get it. And Joe Burrow.
That's a problem.
Joe Burrow he has 23 touchdowns. That's not among the leaders, but it's kind of in Group B, if you will.
Right.
Who's leading in that category right now? It's Brady, right? Brady's got 34.
Yes, Tom Brady's going to be the MVP.
Stafford's got 30. Those are the guys that are at the top of the board right now. I think Cousins and Justin Herbert have 27. So Joe Burrow is in their shadow, but he's north of 20, which means he's top half of the league on that. I wonder, though, are you a believer in quarterback rating? Do you believe in that stat?
I believe it is a stat.
It is a stat.
But
that is a stat.
I also believe that
true.
Like all stats, it can be weaponized for your argument. Okay. So when you're Mac Jones and you throw it 3 times and you have a quarterback rating of, I think his QB rating was like 85 for that game. Well, 85, that's fine. He only threw it 3 times.
Right.
If you go 30 for 40 and you throw for 400 yards, but you throw 2 interceptions, then you have a bad quarterback rating.
Yeah, but rating is also not necessarily dependent on you throwing a lot. Fun fact, if you go to ESPN.com and click on quarterback rating leaders for the NFL this year, the number 1 rated quarterback is Derrick Henry. Derrick Henry.
What?
Number 1 rated quarterback this year in the NFL. By virtue of the fact that he threw 1 pass, it was complete for 5 yards and a touchdown.
Number 1.
That is a quarterback rating of 127.1, and that leads the NFL. Number 2, really fun fact, former 49er Dante Pettis, who has also thrown 1 pass. It was complete for 16 yards, no score. That's a quarterback rating of 118.8. So you don't need girth in order to build up a QBR.
Size matters, as Fitz would famously say.
Yes, it does, and so does frequency.
Size matters.
It's funny because the ESPN quarterback rating numbers are different than
That's the QBR.
Well, they're also different than the NFL.com quarterback rating numbers.
Well, the QBR I think is actually like it's an ESPN stat. That is something that they came up with, but I'm looking at actual quarterback rating, not the QBR,
right,
but the quarterback rating.
And I also think that if you look at the NFL.com quarterback rating, it's a different number is what I'm saying than the ESPN.
It shouldn't be.
You're right, it shouldn't be. And this goes to my point about quarterback rating and how it is really a cockamamie, doesn't mean a whole hell of a lot stat.
Okay, but
to me.
But okay, yeah. I mean, I know some on both sides of the fence there. Do you guys want to play a game? Do you want to play a game of how many starting quarterbacks? I won't give you Derrick Henry and Dante Pettis. How many starting quarterbacks this year in the NFL have a higher quarterback rating than Jimmy Garoppolo?
How many? Now, these are regular,
give me the names.
Start the majority of the games.
I'll tell you how many there are. You tell me the names. This may surprise you to know that the number of starting quarterbacks who have played the majority of their games this year are rated ahead of Jimmy Garoppolo. The answer is 7. That's it. 7. You guys all want to give it a shot? Who they are?
Sure.
All right. And
I'll go with the
Kyle and Spadone, you can jump into.
MVP Tom Brady's got to be ahead of him.
Tom Brady's 1.
Kyle Spadone?
Aaron Rodgers.
Aaron Rodgers, number 3. Tom Brady's number 4, by the way. Aaron Rodgers, number 3. Tom Brady, number 4.
Kirk Cousins.
Kirk Cousins is number 5.
Man, go ahead, Kyle.
Kyler Murray.
I thought we were taking turns.
Kyler Murray. Kyler Murray is number 1.
Go ahead and just come on in.
Number 1.
Guy brings donuts and he...
I know. Well, yeah, you get to...
Get better, Dibs.
You raised your hand, but we were going in order. I could give 2 craps if you raised your hand.
Kyle doesn't get it.
Wow. I'm a teacher, so I do give a crap if you raise your hand. Let's have an organization sensation, please.
Or you could just go in order. As a teacher, normally you'd line up.
We're not in class right now. I'm just saying in a general sense, I enjoy it when you raise your hand before you speak. That's all. We don't have to do it here. We're doing a radio show.
Right.
Right. Just a comment.
Kyle, go ahead. You're the hot hand.
All right, yeah, we got Kyler Murray, number 1. Aaron Rodgers is number 3. Tom Brady, 4. Kirk Cousins, 5. We are looking for number 2, and we are looking for number 6 and number 7.
How about Josh Allen? Is Josh Allen on the list?
I'm sorry. Josh Allen is number 11. He is rated lower than Jimmy Garoppolo this year.
Derek Carr.
Derek Carr, no, is number 13 on the list this year. 3 buzzers and you're out. I'm sorry. We're going to have to go to the Smith family and see if they can steal.
That's nice. Good answer. Good answer.
What do you got?
Dak Prescott, is he?
Dak Prescott, number 7, 101.7.
Kyle?
Patrick Mahomes.
Patrick Mahomes is number 17 this year.
He stinks.
92.4 rating. That's a third strike. We'll go to the Smith family to see if they can steal. The only answers that would get them the steal, number 6, Russell Wilson.
Wow.
And number 2, Matthew Stafford. Matthew Stafford, number 2 this year. But would it surprise you to know that right ahead of Joe Burrow, by the way, who is number 9, sits James Garoppolo, 8th rated quarterback in the NFL this year.
Quarterback rating, meaningless. Largely meaningless. If you
means something.
Well, it means that you're not making a lot of mistakes.
Yeah, it speaks to efficiency, which and again, I guess that's my point. When somebody else doesn't make mistakes and wins a football game, but it's not flashy, this is a master class in coaching. When the 49ers do it, they're like, see, they don't have anybody talented at quarterback they can do something with. It's a dynamic. It's not me loving Jimmy. It's me pointing out that there is an inequity right now with the way we speak about this quarterback. There just is. And he's gone at the end of the year. So it's okay. But I think that's a big reason why. We know he's gone at the end of the year. We know he's not our guy. Therefore, he's much easier to leave in the dust when we don't like something that he does. And he does plenty that we don't like. But he does plenty that we should like, and we ignore that part. We do.
You're wrong.
No.
You are wrong, and I think you're throwing a blanket across a wide swath of fans because not every fan thinks that. And, the master class of Mac Jones and 3 passes in horrendous weather, that was a one-off. Now, if he was able to do that all year, if Mac Jones averaged fewer than 10 throws a game in the NFL and they still rattle off wins the way they're rattling it off, then it's a different story. But the conditions predicated that they went about it in that way, and they won the football game against a Buffalo team that everyone, a lot of people are picking them to be in the Super Bowl.
I guess my point is, and I realize that one's a rookie and one's not, but Mac Jones' numbers and Jimmy Garoppolo's numbers are stunningly similar. Stunningly similar. We fawn over one, we kick the other one in the back of the head.
Well, we fawn over the one because he's a rookie.
Okay.
And because he was the 5th quarterback taken in the first round, and so it's an expectation sensation.
There you go. That's $1.
And it wasn't that high. Trevor Lawrence and Justin Fields, these guys had, even Trey Lance has a higher ceiling, quote unquote, than Mac Jones. Yet Mac Jones has gone out there and he's been terrific. So whether or not the numbers are similar, Mac Jones is ahead of Jimmy Garoppolo in the only number that really matters.
By the way,
wins.
Those other 3 QBs that were drafted ahead of Mac Jones and have played, we're not going to talk about Trey Lance, he hasn't played enough. The other 3 quarterbacks are the 3 lowest rated starting quarterbacks in the NFL this year. Trevor Lawrence is 30th. Justin Fields is 32nd. Zach Wilson is 33rd.
Right.
Which is sort of also my point to all of those of you who wanted and still want to start Trey Lance. I know you can look at Mac Jones. I would say Bill Belichick and elite defense has a lot to do with that. The majority of the time when you toss your rookie in there to play, it does not lead to immediate wins.
Well, a lot of time it's because rookies get drafted at the top of the draft because bad teams take them. Jacksonville is terrible. Their coach is more concerned with barstool dancing than he is with building a good team. Robert Saleh I mean, God love him. Nice little run as a defensive coordinator. He's never been a head coach anywhere. The Jets are an abomination of an organization. And Matt Nagy is maybe 1 day or 1 week, maybe a month away from getting run out of town in Chicago for an organization that hasn't had a decent quarterback since the punky QB known as McMahon. So we don't know how good those three are going to be because they're in three terrible situations. Mac Jones lands in New England with the league's best defense and the best coach in the history of the NFL. So for me, it's tough to really compare Mackles to oranges because Mac Jones is in a far better spot than those other three.
I give you a lot of credit for using the word abomination and organization and not saying sensation.
I didn't want to cheapen the argument. Okay. I felt really good about the argument. I felt really good about where I was going with that.
Let's see. 925. Mac Jones has more TDs than all those others drafted before him combined. Erroneous. Erroneous on both counts. I haven't even looked up Trey Lance. How many TD passes? Does Trey Lance have TD passes this year? He threw one in Detroit,
first one
right?
of the year, right?
All right, so he's got one. Trevor Lawrence has 9. Justin Fields has 4. Zach Wilson has 6.
That's 20.
That's 20. Mac Jones
16.
has 16.
Yeah.
Erroneous. Erroneous on both counts. Okay, there you go.
Mac Jones with more touchdown passes than your heartthrob, Jimmy Garoppolo.
By one. Yeah,
but more is more. Same interceptions.
He's also started 2 more games. Just to throw that out there.
And more yards.
Yeah. More yards?
Yeah, more yards.
More yards?
More yards by 200 yards.
28, 69, 26, 41. Started 2 more games. 220 per game versus 240 per game for Jimmy.
Jimmy with a higher rating, and we love quarterback rating.
Listen. It is different. Their surroundings are different. Their history is different. Jimmy's a veteran. Mac's not. You can't put it all on the same page. But give me a little, just a little, for Mac is amazing. And
no, he's good.
Jimmy's a jerk, and they're doing the exact same thing.
I don't believe that.
Give me a little of that. There's a little bit.
There's a lot of that.
Okay, that's all I'm looking for.
Mac is not amazing. Mac has been better than just about everybody thought he would be in this first year, maybe outside of New England. Nobody thought that he'd be able to come in and command this offense to the point where they're as good as they've been. Jimmy Garoppolo has been exactly what we thought he would be. Yep. They don't trust him to throw it deep, or they don't want to throw it deep. He gives you 1 interception a game and at least one other throw where it's like, oh, God, that could have gotten picked. Jimmy Garoppolo is exactly what you thought he would be.
Which is why they made the move that they made. So, I don't know. Maybe we should be adjusting our expectations. We asked for the 49ers to be a Super Bowl squad this year when they're also a squad that decided before the year even started that they needed a new quarterback. So maybe the guy who's on his way out, putting them in playoff position, shouldn't be so dismissed as it is. Again, I'm not sitting here saying this has looked good every week. It has looked good some weeks, and some weeks it doesn't, and that's not good enough, and that's why they made a move. I guess the umbrella thought here is I'm more intrigued and activated by this season than it seems most are. I want to see where this story goes. A lot of people want to give up on the story and just start writing a new book.
I'm with you on that.
I'd like to see where this story goes.
Yeah, and hopefully it goes into January.
To the playoffs.
Where, you get a road date and maybe it's going to Dallas, maybe it's going to Green Bay, maybe it's going to Tampa Bay.
They could beat Dallas.
I would love it if they went to Tampa. If it was the 2-7 matchup, Jimmy Garoppolo v. Tom Brady.
That'd be good.
San Francisco at Tampa. Tampa can rock the creamsicles. Niners on the road. Go out there and see if you can beat the defending champs. That, to me, I'm intrigued like you are.
Yeah.
Where's the season going to go? Next year is going to be there next year. And Trey Lance is going to get a crack to be the starting quarterback next year.
2 very, very intriguing games for different reasons that we're talking about coming up this weekend. One of them is Steph Curry going for the record against his brother in Philadelphia. The other one is, of course, the Bengals hosting the 49ers in a pivotal game for both of them. Why don't we bring in the great Kyle Madsen, who seemingly, and has not been called out for this yet, seemingly making a statement by wearing a Cincinnati Reds hat.
I love it.
To the show today on Payday Donut Friday. Kyle, do you have something to say? What's going on here?
The Reds.
No. Just kind of a celebration of the 1981 MLB season.
Okay.
That was marred by a strike in the middle of the year. So, of course, they had the first half and the second half. And these Cincinnati Reds, who donned the very hat that I'm wearing today, had the most wins in baseball and missed the playoffs.
Wow.
Great uptick.
Wow, that's a good uptick.
3 for the tick.
And how old were you in 1981?
-9.
Okay, -9. All right, so I can tell why that year means so much to you.
Yeah.
All right, well, good. Good move.
I was wrapping up a 12-year-old baseball campaign, getting absolutely lit up every time I took the bump. Here's a quick story for you, Mark. Just real quick.
Please.
Not to cut you off.
But to cut you off. There was a kid I went to school with who I didn't particularly care for at the time.
That's surprising.
And so I thought that it'd be funny if I threw at him. I threw at him. Took me about 3 pitches to finally hit him. Kid's name is Russell Weiner. Might have been Russell Weiner. Turns out
you called him Weiner, though.
This young man would go on to found a company called Monster, a little beverage company.
Oh, I've heard of them.
He recently sold it for $2.5 billion.
No way.
$2.5 billion. You think I want that at-bat back? I probably would be a little bit nicer to him.
I was going to say, you didn't get any of that $2.5 billion, did you?
Not a penny.
No, you didn't get any
And by the
of
way, I threw it low 40s. It's not like the kid was
it's not like
hurt.
it hurt. It's not like
I was
it hurt.
throwing marshmallows.
I had a funny situation. Some kid, there was a kid. I wonder if he's still bumping around here in the Bay. Chris Lewis, when he was a kid, he had an issue with me, and it was like I felt like it was a misunderstanding. I'm like, I didn't even do what you think. I don't even know why you don't like me, but everybody knew it on both Little League teams. And he came to the plate leading off a game one time, led off the game, and I was the starting pitcher. First pitch, plunk, right on the head. But it wasn't on purpose. It was not I just lost control of the pitch.
Got away from you.
But the whole squad, the whole field is like, ooh.
Wow.
That was an accident. Chris, if you're listening, there was nothing behind
By the way, just one point of correction. It was Rockstar, not Monster.
Oh.
And his net worth is $4.1 billion.
Oh.
So I had it wrong.
So he already had $1 billion when he got a couple more billion.
He got $1 billion that I didn't even realize he had.
Good for, you know what? I think it's time to go make up with him. It's the holiday season,
Russell,
reach out.
I'm sorry, Russ.
We'd love to promote whatever he has here on the show.
Redhead, too.
Oh, really?
Is it red on red crime?
All right. Speaking
of the Reds.
Speaking of the madman, Kyle Madsen, do you have some mad props for these 2 games that are coming up this weekend?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. We're gonna have some fun. We're gonna bring back mad props. If you're a listener of Steiny Guru and Dibs, we're stealing that bit back.
Nice.
Since it is my bit, it is named after me. Therefore, it is man. So we're gonna take the Warriors game tonight. I gotta go feed my meter. We're gonna go take the Warriors game tonight.
It's not tonight. It's
tomorrow night, Saturday night, and then the Niners game on Sunday.
Right.
And we're taking props from each of those. Which one will be the greater number is the goal here. So you're picking one or the other. We're up against it. Do you guys want to tease this to the next segment?
Why don't we? Because Sam Monson's about to hop on. You feed your meter. Change your hat. We'll talk to Sam. And then we'll do mad props. And then Adam Rank is going to come on and brag about James Robinson, who he told me to draft 2 years ago. And so I've had him on fantasy teams for 2 years running. And it's been a brilliant, brilliant thing for 2 years. And I just want to thank Trevor Lawrence, who actually came out publicly this week and said, hey, Urban Meyer, I'm the quarterback of this team. Get James Robinson on the damn field. Carlos Hyde's a great 49er, but he's not better than James Robinson. So just in time for the fantasy playoffs, thank you, Trevor. I appreciate you. Sam Monson, Pro Football Focus, will tell you how much better James Robinson is than Carlos Hyde and other factoids, like Jimmy Garoppolo being better than Joe Burrow. Or maybe not. We'll see what he says about that. That is coming up next. It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
I would not have an Emmy if it were not for Dan Dibley.
Join Outdoor Supply Hardware Sense of Purpose, Change Drive, and help kiddos at area Children's Miracle Network hospitals. Simply shop at Osh and round up your in-store purchase total to the nearest dollar. Your donation goes to the Greatest Need Fund at local CMN hospitals. Thank you.
With just one spray of Microban 24, your hard surfaces are sanitized for up to 24 hours. Touch after touch after touch.
So 6 hours from now?
Still sanitized.
12 hours?
Yep.
18 hours.
We're really doing this.
24 hours.
When used as directed, one spray of Microban keeps killing 99.9% of bacteria touch after touch for, up to 24 hours.
Wow.
Microban 24. The sanitizer 4 out of 5 doctors would use in their own homes. So why aren't you?
Cricket Holiday Hotline, what's your wish?
I have the voice of an angel and I was born for the stage. Can you make me famous?
I can suggest switching to Cricket for a free Cricket Dream 5G phone.
Go on.
With speedy uploads and smooth streaming, you'll be a viral sensation in no time.
Thank you.
Okay, gotta go. Get a free Cricket Dream 5G phone when you switch. It's everything you wished for, including the price.
Must bring it over to Cricket on a $60 a month voice plan. Video and standard definition. First month service charge and tax due at sale. 5G may not be available in your area.
trash and needs thousands of dollars in repairs? Great, because I love buying fixer-uppers too. I buy vacant houses, abandoned houses, condemned houses, and foreclosure houses. If you or someone you know is looking to sell their house and want to sell it fast, call me at 925-490-2000. That's 925-490-2000. 2000 925 490 2000.
What does your house want for Christmas? Bet it's an Anderson big door that fits walls up to 45 feet wide and 10 feet tall. Sound amazing? It is. And you can get the details at a Dolan's Window and Door Showroom in Walnut Creek or Burlingame. This season, make your house happy in a really big way with all the energy-saving features of Anderson. Visit Dolan's in the Bay Area, the most trusted name in building products, where you receive lower prices on higher quality Anderson windows and doors. Visit DolanLumber.com. That's DolanLumber.com for details, then call for an appointment.
At BMW Fairfield, we understand busy day-to-day life and how valuable your time is. Hi, I'm General Manager Justin LeGrand Logan. At BMW Fairfield, we offer We Come to You, our service valet for BMW owners who work or live in Napa and Solano counties. If you're within 25 miles of our dealership, we will pick up your vehicle, have our certified BMW master technicians repair it, and bring it back to your home or office at no additional cost. Learn more at bmwfairfield.com today.
You're listening to KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Station. Presented by DuckDuckGo. Privacy simplified.
You don't need girth.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
All right, we have reached the final hour of the week, and we've got a lot still to do. Sam Monson is standing by, Pro Football Focus. Adam Rank in 30 minutes. He'll get you ready for what is a large fantasy weekend for many. And then we start fresh with a brand spanking new Pick Your Battles, and I would like to set a goal of somebody having a winning record this time. That's just a goal.
Aim high, Mark.
I mean, I did send out the tweet earlier today that it feels good to be a champion. I did end up as the only one with a win last night. Therefore, I took home the crown. We should have something a little bit more, I think, for the winner, which I say now because I was the winner. I don't know. Maybe next time.
You went 4-5.
Exactly.
You get nothing.
That's fine.
Good day, sir.
I don't know. You get a home game is what you get when you're the 1 seed, no matter what your record is. Let's see. Let's see if the 49ers, the Bengals, teams like that, where they're heading playoff-wise. Let's get Sam Monson of Pro Football Focus in for his weekly visit. How are you, Sam? What's going on?
What's up, guys? How's it going?
It's going good. We're just sitting here having a little convo about Joe Burrow and Jimmy Garoppolo. Not necessarily who's more talented. I think most of us would agree that goes to Joe. Who's been more effective this year?
I think Joe Burrow has been more effective as well. He doesn't have quite the system around him that Jimmy Garoppolo does. And look, the other thing is Jimmy Garoppolo his season is a lot more the sort of tale of two halves. You know, the first, 5 weeks of the season, Jimmy G was playing pretty badly, and people were clamoring for Trey Lance to start, and maybe it was time to make the switch. And basically, the second that Kyle Shanahan balked at committing, I guess Jimmy G is the quarterback next week. From that moment on, he's played really well, and he's been one of the better quarterbacks in the NFL. Maybe hasn't hit the heights in some of the games that other guys have, but hasn't had a bad game basically since that comment.
When you look at Cincinnati and what they're going to do to really offset the 49ers' defensive pass rush, how good is Cincinnati's offensive line, and how much is that going to be really the key to try to slow down this Cincinnati offense?
It isn't great to begin with. It's better than it was a year ago. They have upgraded it, even if they didn't take Penei Sewell at the top of the draft. The line is better. The fact that they upgraded the receiving weapons and that Joe Burrow is playing better means that even if the line wasn't any better, it would look a little bit better this year. But it's definitely better than it was. But all of a sudden, they're banged up and they're missing a few guys from injury. And when you don't have a great offensive line to begin with and you're sent into the bench for reinforcements, that's when real problems start to manifest themselves. So all of a sudden, I think that offensive line is quite a bit of a problem. And if there's a weakness in Joe Burrow's game, it's that he does take a little bit too many hits, expose himself a little bit to some shots that he shouldn't be taking at this point. So I think that's a potential concern this week, is not so much just the offensive line, but Cincinnati is coming into this game pretty banged up in several different areas, and I think that's where the 49ers are probably going to have some success, is that for once, the 49ers are the healthier team.
Sam, speaking of health, going into last week, there was the big question of how will they move the ball without Deebo Samuel. They come out with 23 points in the first half, and everyone's like, oh, it's fine, and then they never score again. Is there a dive that you all took into the 49er offense efficiency without Deebo Samuel, and therefore then what does his status mean for this game?
Yeah, I think that was one of the questions going into that game is, without Deebo, how do they execute this offense? Do they plug somebody in and try and replicate what he does, or do they just start leaning on one or more of the other playmakers that they have, or do they shift offensive philosophy entirely? I think what they did is just sort of say, hey, you know what? George Kittle is one of the most unstoppable players in the NFL. If we load this guy up with opportunities and we give him the ball, and, you know, George Kittle had over 100 yards after the catch in that game. He had 76 yards after contact after the catch. George Kittle is a monster, and that was the first game since week 4 where he's had double-digit targets. If he had that kind of workload every single week, you would be talking about, unquestionably, I think, the best tight end in the game and genuinely one of the most unstoppable players in the game.
When you look at Cincinnati and Jamar Chase, is it a case where other teams have kind of figured out a way to slow him down, or is he hitting the rookie wall?
I'm not sure it's either. I think earlier in the season, everything that he touched turned to gold. He had the Midas touch, and even plays that shouldn't necessarily have become amazing plays were landing in his hands, or people were bouncing off him, and, you know, guys were missing potential breakups on the pass or dropping interceptions. Everything that went his way ended up as a huge play. And the bad games that Cincinnati have had this year, it's almost the exact opposite. Like, somehow every target headed in his direction has ended up something bad happening. Either he drops it, or he catches it and then fumbles it away, or somehow, like last week, it hits his hands and it ends up being intercepted anyway. So I think we're just sort of seeing some ridiculous extremes in terms of variance on passes headed in Jamar Chase's direction. I think teams have, you know, caught on to him a little bit in terms of he's not going to surprise anybody anymore with his athleticism and his speed and his ability to get off press at the line of scrimmage. I think the first few weeks of the season, he definitely did surprise a few teams who, he doesn't look like the most imposing athlete in the world, but I think he's a lot closer to one than people give him credit for. And Marlon Humphrey in particular, there's a few plays where he, you know, tried to jam him at the line, and Chase just immediately slipped it and then started running away from him. I don't think that's going to happen anymore, and I think there's a few teams that did let themselves kind of get fooled out by that.
Sam Monson, Pro Football Focus, is with us on Willard and Dibs 95.7 The Game. Sam, we had a good friend of ours, Rich Ornberger, who's a former Patriot and now an analyst, come on earlier this week and say, sitting out for a year, best thing that could happen to Trey Lance. The conversation gets a little wonky because Mac Jones is ahead of a 9-4 football team, but the other three rookies are all really having their struggles on bad teams as well. Do you have any sort of analytics that are updated for 2021 on what it can do for a quarterback who has time to sit and watch as he comes into the NFL?
Yeah, the bottom line with this is there's no real evidence either way. You know, there are guys that have succeeded that have sat. There are guys that have failed that have sat, and vice versa is true as well. People that have played from day one, there's successes and failures, and there's no clear evidence either way which one is better. I will say that I don't think sitting is ever going to do a guy harm, whereas I think rushing a guy in before he's ready or before the team is ready for him, which is potentially a bigger issue with, you know, top draft picks, with guys that are selected to teams at the top of the draft. I think there is a way that you can hurt the development of those guys by rushing them in too soon. But a guy that sits for a year, I don't think it's ever going to do him damage. The only downside is you're potentially missing a year of that guy being really good from the outset. I think what we've seen from Trey Lance, albeit in, you know, ridiculously small sample sizes, is that I wouldn't be concerned about that. I wouldn't be too down on the idea that we've wasted a year of seeing Trey Lance. I think ultimately it will probably do him good sitting and developing for a season on the sideline with the coaches that the 49ers have, who I think are very good at what they do.
Who of the rookies outside of Mac Jones has been harmed the most, in your opinion? Fields, Wilson, or Trevor Lawrence?
I honestly take your pick. I think all three of those guys have been have not been helped by their situation. Justin Fields had a couple of games where I think he was right on the precipice of seriously damaging. I think if the Bears' offensive line or if the offense generally had continued on that pace the way they did in that Browns game, I think Fields would have been seriously hampered going forward. Trevor Lawrence, I think, has been put in a really bad situation, and the offense is doing almost nothing to help him out. And Zach Wilson may not be the worst situation of any of them, but he's certainly, I don't think, doing himself any good by playing through these struggles. I'm not sure we're seeing evidence that he is, becoming a better player for the experience he's gaining.
Sam, love having you on every single week. Thank you so much for this week.
Anytime, guys. Take it easy.
All right, there he goes. Sam Monson. I thought he'd give him a week off from talking about his accent.
Yeah, that's good. And you're getting used to it now, and he provides such great information that, you don't want to cheapen the interview and just make it about the great accent.
Exactly right. And so also what I gathered from that, and I don't know if this was just a vibe, but him sort of talking about the health of the Bengals. And I think sometimes when you're a fan of a team and then you look at the spread, and, we talked about that earlier, you don't really understand the 49ers being favored in this game. Maybe there's a little bit more going on with the Bengals health-wise than we realize. He referred to the 49ers as the much healthier team going into this, which is stunning.
Yeah.
When we sit here as fans and go, we don't know if Debo's playing. We don't know if Eli Mitchell is playing. We know on the defensive side now, Emmanuel Mosley is going to be out for a while. We feel like the defensive backfield is just, a carcass. He says the 49ers are the way healthier team.
And it's interesting when you talk about the offensive line for Cincinnati being somewhat banged up and unhealthy. And might this be a time where the 49ers, much maligned defensive front from a pass rush standpoint outside of Nick Bosa, can they make an imprint on this game? Because if you let Joe Burrow sit back with time and your secondary is in the state that the Niners secondary is in, you could see Joe Burrow showing up with a knife and fork and a bib ready to eat on Sunday.
Yes, but his offensive line is a mess. So we got breaking news in just a second. But first, Roberta in San Leandro. Roberta, what are you doing? What's going on?
Hey, well, I am a road warrior. I work for a family-owned adult beverage company here in California.
All right, beautiful.
And I am a salesperson. That's why I call myself a road warrior.
I love
it. Do I need help?
Don't we all? Don't we all, Roberta?
Hey, I was, a little. It's the stuff that got us all through last year. So I wanted to just say this. I'm a fan of the Niners, and my comment was about a little bit of history. When the Red Coats came to take over America, the Americans hid behind trees and rocks and all this, and their block of soldiers would walk straight up the middle of a street, more like a path, right? And they'd get picked off. And that's how I felt the Seattle game went. They knew what we were going to do, and their 9 block is right there. They're like, well, you're not going to do that. So I hope that our coach Shanahan actually can draw up, even with the pieces we have, an offense that includes passing with the pieces that we have in order to achieve a little bit more, in addition to when it makes sense to have our guys run. And that's just my input.
Roberta, thanks. I give Roberta an A for the effort in terms of coming up with a war analogy.
I give her a B.
However,
for beverages.
An A for adult beverages.
And she gets a C for cocktails.
And
the ABC.
But she gets a D for don't
talk about that.
She gets a D for I don't really understand what you're talking about, because the 49ers came out and scored 23 points in the first half. Seattle did not say, I know exactly what you're going to do and you're not going to do it. The 49ers came out and said, we're going to throw to George Kittle. And they never really did stop that. He had 9 catches for 181 yards and 2 scores. I just think that the 49ers, first of all, is a weird game. There's a lot of odd stuff that happened in that game. And secondly, as they are prone to do, whether they're taken out of it or they do it on their own, they sort of went away from the thing that was really, really working. And that was Kittle. And yes, there were moments where Jimmy forced that too much and it led to turnovers. But It was just a game where in the middle of it, they were unable to sort of get their flow going. And then in the end, they went right down the field, 97 yards. And then obviously the play calling of the last 4 plays has been dissected quite a bit.
It has been. And why wasn't Trey in there ice cold after having not really played in 2 months? And I give Kyle Shanahan a definite pass for that because that wasn't the time in the situation to go that route. And you just got beat. The pass got batted down. I don't have necessarily a problem with it. The 3rd down play could have been a flag thrown. There wasn't. You ultimately can't have it come down to that against a team like Seattle. And then you look at this game against Cincinnati coming up this weekend, Mark, and it feels like it's going to be more of a Jimmy G game. If you don't have Eli Mitchell and Debo, who may not play, we're not sure yet. It feels like it's going to be tough to really run the ball because you're going to be, without a couple of your biggest weapons. So it feels like this is going to be more of an aerial game.
Willard Dibs, sponsored by Outdoor Supply Hardware. We will get to Mad Props in just a second. Adam Rank in 15 minutes. But right now, it appears that we've got a little breaking news.
95.7 The Game breaking news. Brought to you by BetQL. Become a better sports bettor. Get smarter to beat the books. Download the BetQL app or visit BetQL.com today.
I don't know if this is a Woj bomb, maybe just like a Woj firework, if you will, but per Woj Narowski, none other than Steve Kerr is set to be the next head coach of USA Basketball. He will fill in assistants with Monty Williams, the head coach of the Phoenix Suns, Eric Spoelstra, and he will pluck from the college ranks with Mark Few.
Okay, good. Good choices, Steve.
Yeah.
And he, of course, was on Popovich's staff, and this was long expected to be the move that USA Basketball would go to Steve Kerr, and I like the choice of assistants. Monty Williams, great coach, and they got a great thing going. Yeah, gem of a guy. And Mark Few, you can't do much more than he's done in the NCAA. He's just one win away from doing everything he can do at Gonzaga.
Right. You know what the other takeaway I grabbed from this, and maybe it's because I had a recent conversation about it. Someone asked me, they're like, hey, whatever happened with Steve Kerr's back? Like, what is the... And Steve famously is able to compartmentalize and didn't talk about that a lot, even when it was obviously debilitating.
Yeah.
So I don't know if it'll ever just be fine. I don't ever know if he's going to be out of pain. But to see him get to a point where he's even ready in the offseason to go do more, I think that's an accomplishment on some level, just because we know a few years ago he would not have been able to do something like this.
Yeah, and I don't know if that's sort of an injury, if it heals itself. It was a spinal nick. He had his spine basically nicked in a surgery, according to reports, and which led to headaches, which led to debilitating pain and all that. I don't know if the spine all of a sudden that heals up. It seems to me like that would never get better.
I know.
We haven't really heard that. We haven't heard Steve Kerr.
Yeah.
He can't go tonight because of the back. To your point, we haven't really heard much about it.
I almost came to tears one time just listening to some of the details of what was going on with Steve Kerr, because I am someone who has experienced migraines. To hear that at times those migraines were lasting a week, 2 weeks.
Yeah.
I'm like, oh, no. No, humans can't do that. Steve did that. I mean, it was a lot. And
Luke Walton coached the first 24 games of that year. It was 24-0.
24-0.
Well,
24-0. 1-800 Luke Dibs.
If you're
Call
Steve,
my message phone.
Not that Steve was ever worried about his gig, but wouldn't it have been nice to be on the bench for all those dubs?
You notice we haven't been putting out our 1-800 number very much lately.
Boy.
It doesn't work as well when you're like 4 and 5. 4 and 5. Call my message phone. So you know who not to pick. All right, Mad Props time. Let's go to Cincinnati's own Kyle Madsen to jump on in with the latest.
Yeah, thank you. Barry Larkin, things of that nature.
For president.
Yeah, we're gonna start. Oh boy, no, not Matt Latos. We're gonna start with Steph Curry and Jimmy Garoppolo. The two numbers, which one will be greater? Steph Curry versus Sixers, Jimmy Garoppolo versus my Bengals in Cincinnati. Steph Curry 3-point attempts.
3-point attempts.
Or Jimmy Garoppolo completions. And I have notes if you guys would like a quick note on that.
One postscript.
What is Steph average attempts per game?
16 over his last 3. That's since he's kind of been gunning for the record, so that's why I went the last 3.
Okay.
Jimmy Garoppolo averaging 17.9 completions over his last 8 games.
You know what I want to look at? If you want to answer first, go ahead, because I want to look up.
We're deep diving.
Information sensation here.
This is probably my least favorite part of this program is, Dibs, you talk, I won't listen.
I got your back.
So that I can...
No, I'm listening.
You're only listening because I'm calling you out for not listening.
No, I'm listening. I'm listening. I just want to pull something up real quick on the phone that I think, you might want to know too, and that is...
Choke artist.
I don't need to know whatever you're looking up. I have the correct answer.
You do?
Lay it on us.
It's Jimmy Garoppolo completions. They're going to throw it. They're going to air it out. It's going to be a high-scoring affair. It's going to be a wild hootenanny. Steph is going to go 7 for 17 from 3. Jimmy G is going to go typical 20 of 30. Give me Jimmy G, Kyle. That's how you do it, Willard.
Okay, Mark.
The degrees are going to go down.
Jimmy.
But you know what it will not be in Cincinnati on Sunday?
Tell me.
It will not be a precipitation sensation. It will be 49 degrees and sunny, and that there is throwing weather. Give me Jimmy G for the win.
Okay, very good. The next one, we're going to stick with Steph, but we're going to partner him with Brandon Ayuk. Steph made threes or Brandon Ayuk targets. Steph making 5.5 threes a game this year. Ayuk averaging 6.3 targets over his last 6. Willard, lead us off.
Well, I tell you what, this one obviously leads right down to a Deebo Samuel question, and it's not an answer we know. So Brandon Ayuk's targets are going to go up. If Deebo is out, they're going to go down if he's in. However, sticking with our theme that they're going to throw maybe more than your average game, I will take Brandon Ayuk targets over Steph's made threes.
All right, Dibs.
I think this is a tough one because if Deebo Samuel doesn't play, and he will probably be listed as questionable. He's probable to be questionable.
Are we all?
I think that Ayuk's targets go up, but I think Deebo's going to play. And Ayuk is one lollygag away from the doghouse. Give me Steph Curry made threes.
All right, very good. The next one, Draymond Green, points, rebounds, and assists combined.
Oof,
or
okay.
49ers points. So Draymond averaging 24 points, rebounds, and assists. The 49ers averaging 25.3 points.
Okay.
Dibs.
This is a great one. I love when you do these points, rebounds, and assists because Draymond Green is a triple single waiting to happen. And I think the Niners are going to need 30 to win this game. I don't think they get there. Draymond going up against a good front court. Give me the Niners, Kyle. It's going to be 27-25 final. Draymond will get 25 combined. Give me the Niners in this one.
All right, Willard.
Okay, the Bengals are giving up this year 22.25 points per game. You had Draymond at what? 24?
24.
24. All right. However, they're now going against one of the elite offenses in the net. I'm just kidding.
As an organization.
I'm just kidding. But I do think the 49ers are going to go north of 24. I actually can see them getting to 30 in this one. I think the Niners are going to win this game, and I'll take the 49ers over Draymond Green.
Leaning heavy Niners so far in this bit. Let's see if we can change that. Warriors points scored or George Kittle receiving yards. The Warriors averaging 113.2 points per game, but it's worth noting the 76ers are last in the NBA in pace. George Kittle last week, 181 yards in his breakout game, his second 100-yard game of the year. Dibs.
Wow, this is really. I
was going to say start us off.
I like this bit, guys.
Oh, so uncomfortable.
Man, George Kittle, if there's no Deebo, they're really going to lean on him. Sam Monson said as much, but I think the Warriors offensively are going to be able to put it on Philly. Give me the Warriors in this one.
What I also noticed, not only was it Niner heavy, it's been agreement heavy, and that will continue. I like the Warriors here, obviously, especially if Eli Mitchell's out. the Cincinnati defense, as poor as it is going to focus on George Kittle. That's number one. Number two, I look back to when these two teams already played once this year. Warriors hosting the Sixers just a few weeks ago. You remember that second half? They were down 20 in the first half, scored 64 points in the second half. The Warriors know how to beat the Philly defense. I'll take the Warriors over Kittle.
All right, last three. Let's rip through these. Dibs, Wiggins made threes or 49ers sacks. Wiggins 2.2 threes a game this year. The Niners 2.3 sacks a game.
Wiggins, he can stroke it.
All right. I'm not sure what that has to do with three-point shooting, but Willard?
It's not important.
Yeah, now I'm confused. The question again, Wiggins what?
Made threes or
versus
49ers sacks.
Oh, 49ers sacks. 49ers sacks for sure. The Bengals offensive line is brutal. Burrow holds the ball too long. I got the 49ers for 5 sacks this weekend.
All right, Willard, Jordan Poole points or Jeff Wilson Jr. carries. Poole averaging 18 a game this
Poole.
year.
Yeah, definitely Poole. I think we're going to get a healthy dosage of Michael Hasty at times in this game.
Dibs?
I'm going with Wilson. You're not going to get any Hasty. Give me Jeff Wilson Jr. If Mitchell's out, it's going to be a lot of J-Dub-J.
Andre Iguodala expected to return against Philly, the team that drafted him back in... Andre Iguodala field goal attempts or Mitch Wishnowsky punts. Because we've got 49 problems and a Mitch ain't one.
Thank you.
3.6 field goal attempts for Iguodala this year, 3.2 punts per game for Wishnowsky. Quickly, Willard, go.
I got 99 problems, but a Mitch ain't one.
Yeah, and not in this case either. Again, I like the 49er offense in this game. Give me Iguodala.
And Dibs, finish it up.
I want Iguodala.
I want Mitch.
I love it.
All right, that was very efficient there at the end when you were just like, I want Mitch.
Well, I mean, he said speed through it, and you did 82 words.
I know. That for me, that's fast. Adam Rank is next on 95.7 The Game.
I'm Chelsea Messenger, helping you beat the books with BetQL. The Army-Navy game, the pageantry, the patriotism, and the under. For 15 straight years, the under has hit, including last year's 15-0 win by Army. And while the line has been creeping down all week, Army has gone under in 6 of its last 8 games this season. Navy has done it in 5 of its last 7. And the weather will only help matters. Rain showers with a steady wind. 2 triple option teams, but only 1 option on how to bet it.
For the ones finding new ways to ensure the job always gets done. For the ones wearing many hats. For the ones who are hands-on, even from far away.
Facebook.com/957 The Game. I feel like we've reached the hour where the donuts are starting to set in.
Yeah.
Right? Do your eyelids feel a little droopy right now?
Little bit.
Right?
Even the sugar crash. Yeah, a little bit of a come down.
I just followed it up with some lasagna to see if I could, perk myself up a little bit.
That's a strong move.
Yeah, that's what I did. So ask me in 15 minutes how we're doing. But then right after that, the show will probably be over. So it's okay. Steiny and Guru will come on in. And apparently they've got some fantasy ramifications that are on the table right now. No, I'm not going to do it. Gosh, whenever you do a word now that ends with Asian, the whole everybody just stops. Like heads start everybody stops what they're doing and looks at you. Oh, you going to do it?
Is he?
You going to do it?
Should he?
Not doing it.
Did he?
Not this time.
SOFT.
Yeah, you probably should have. Monte Ellis, too, coming up with Steiny and Guru.
In an hour, right?
I'm really looking forward to that.
That'll be fun.
Interview is my son's favorite player from back in the day. He had a Monte Ellis backpack with a number 8 on there.
Yes.
So Monte was Quest's guy back in the day, but there is.
I'm a Warriors, and I'm always gonna be a Warriors.
That's that was the money quote.
That's so good.
About 15 years ago. I'm a Warriors, and I'm always gonna be a Warriors.
Yeah, we gonna be championship.
Same exact vein.
Which one do you like? ¿Quién es más macho? I'm gonna be Warriors, or we gonna be championship?
I would go with I'm a Warriors. I'm always going to be a Warriors.
Okay.
I'm a Warriors, and I'm always going to be a Warriors.
Because he brings it home with the second part of it. So,
it is good. It's very, very good. All right, so a lot on the line and some questions to ask of Mr. Adam Rank, and I know you were just talking about Steiny having some questions in your league because he's in a win-and-in situation.
Yes, he and Spadoni are fighting for the final playoff spot. Spadoni needs a win combined with a Steiny loss in order to get into that fourth playoff spot. But the guy against whom Steiny's playing this week, Brent Walsh. Thank you, Spadone.
Brent Walsh Project.
I told you a couple days ago that we had the 5 of us.
Right.
Steiny Guru, Dibs, nice job, Spadone, and Kyle, and then 7 listeners. This is one of the listeners, and it seems like he's going to start a bunch of guys who are on a bye because he's already out of the playoff contention.
So he's no longer paying attention.
Right.
Okay.
So we need you, Brent. We need you, Brent Walsh, to do your best, to do your level best. Even though there's no money at stake, it's bragging rights.
Play to the finish line.
Yes, Spadoni needs you to make a good effort. If Steiny beats Brent Walsh, so be it. The South SF Slummers or something like that. Yeah, so.
All right.
Anyway.
Well, look, let's get America's foremost fantasy voice, NFL.com, NFL Network, a man who has incredible fashion sense and a dome that looks a lot like yours, Dibs. So it fits into this conversation perfectly. Adam Rank, ladies and gentlemen, joining Willard and Dibs 95.7 The Game. There's a lot of etiquette at the end of a year in fantasy football, isn't there?
No, 100%. And you know what? I was looking at my league of record, and it doesn't appear. We had a really competitive league. We have one guy who's 0-for, who hasn't won a whole game the entire season. There's another guy who has like 3 wins, which means that the league is very top-heavy, which means that if you have 7 wins, normally you figure, I'm going to get into the playoffs. This is not happening this year. And so I'm thankful that I'm not going to be last place, so I don't have to provide food next year at the draft. I'm not going to make the playoffs, but I do know I'm going up against my friend who I don't like. I've been a rival with forever. So I know that he's playing for something. So I'm doing my damnedest to make sure that I get Jermichael Hasty in there if I need to. Just finding every avenue possible for the integrity of the league to make sure I'm doing everything that I can to win.
And I appreciate that. And, this is a no-money league that we have, and we've got a guy who may be starting multiple players on a bye because he's already out of the running. So you're saying that everybody should do their level best all the way through the final week 14, and then let the cards fall where they may.
Set your lineup. Keep working the waiver wire. I'm a big proponent. Don't use the waiver wire once you're eliminated. What's the playoffs start? Then you got to lock yourself out of that. even for people who are playing in consolation brackets who play, because I have a couple of leagues where our consolation bracket winner gets the number one pick in the draft. So then we have this argument about like, well, should you still be active on waivers? And I say that the gentlemanly thing to do is to at least wait until Sunday morning, let the people playing for the ultimate prize do what they got to do. But similarly, there's nothing stopping you from hitting the waiver wire right now, even if you need to go out and pick up Khalil Herbert or who actually might be an excellent pickup this week if David Montgomery doesn't go. But go set a lineup, bro. It's like the least you can do.
Adam Rank, NFL.com, NFL Network. My friend, I do have some specific start, sit type questions, but before we get to any of that, I need you to weigh in on the weirdest thing that's ever happened in a league that includes me in my life. We had a league-wide vote and discussion that was very detailed all week long because apparently whoever the commissioner is and the league as a whole, we didn't at the beginning of the year go in and make stipulations to get ready for the change in the NFL schedule. So we were in a league that most of us assumed was now going to be a 14-game regular season, 14-week regular season, but it never got changed. So it was still under the 13 weeks. Therefore, the app thought that the playoffs were starting this week. Well, some of us were like, well, no, we can't do that. There's still bye weeks going on. There was a league-wide vote. There was a lot of fighting. People started throwing things at one another. What would you do in that situation?
And there's money involved?
Oh, there's money involved.
Yeah, that's the biggest issue with me is there's money involved.
Right.
So these things have to things have to be settled before the season starts. And if you don't have a clear definition of what is happening, but then you took a league vote though, right? I mean, if you voted on
but the vote was like 7-5, and one of the people was like, I'm not really happy with my vote, but I'm out of it, so I don't feel like I should be voting. It was very controversial. Do we extend another week of the regular season? Do we start it now? What would you have voted?
I would have voted depending on if I had Jonathan Taylor or not.
Right.
That would have been that's the problem. That's the thing. It's like if I have Jonathan Taylor, I'm like, playoffs don't start this week. Are you insane?
Right.
And if I was going against them, then I would be like, oh no, that totally starts this week. You should have thought of that back in August. That's not my fault now. You should have prepared better. It's underhanded and it's sneaky. And it's one of those things that if you guys voted 7-5, you got to adhere to whatever that vote was and move forward. And then make sure next year, in August, July, whenever you do your draft, that it's explicit. This is when the playoffs start. There is no negotiations going forward. This is when the playoffs start.
My argument is that a card laid is a card played, and the league rules were laid out for all to see. And whether or not you choose to look at said league rules and the fact that none of these jamokes noticed that, there was a big-time mess-up, that's got to be on each individual, don't you think, Adam? Responsibility here.
You know what? You're starting to... I mean, I understand where you're coming from. It is the same situation of like, oh, I didn't realize Dalvin Cook was active last night. Let me retroactively get him back into my lineup. A lot of interesting wordplay here. But here's my thing: is you had a league vote. If I was the commissioner, I wouldn't have let it get to the league vote. I would have. I think your commissioner should have come out immediately before the vote even happened. You can't let a vote happen. I'm actually against the vote, middle of the season. That would have been my thing. We're not voting on this. I would have been Dibs with you. No, you should have read the rules. I'm sorry if you didn't realize that you get bonus points for passing touchdowns or anything like that. I don't know if the Sons of Anarchy are here to kind of disagree with me, apparently, but I wouldn't have let it get to a vote, but you did. You allowed the vote. You got to recognize the vote, and I understand the spirit of where you're coming from. But if you're having a vote, I would have adhered to it.
Adam, one thing I've really been wanting to ask you as we head into the playoff season for fantasy, how are you telling players to handle the Aaron Jones, A.J. Dillon situation in Green Bay?
You know what? I think that you need to lean on A.J. Dillon. I think they're going to press him for the next couple of weeks. You know, the Packers are probably going to assume that they're taking the NFC North for whatever reason. They don't need to rush back. They don't need to rush back.
Says the Bears fan.
Whatever. Whatever. I don't think they're going to rush Aaron Jones back. Like, it would be ridiculous. I know that you're playing for the 1 seed and that playoff bye is paramount, but, you know, at the same time, you're probably going to lose in the playoffs anyways, Packers, so what does it mean? No, like, I don't mean that in a bad way, but I think they're going to lean on A.J. Dillon. We saw this last year in December. A.J. Dillon was a beast, and if you can kind of lean on him and kind of save Aaron Jones for the playoffs, I think that's the Packers' mindset at the moment. So I'm surprised when people are just kind of dismissing A.J. Dillon, and I'm like, okay, well, I'll start him. I think he's going to be very good down the stretch.
Mr. Rank, happy holidays. It's always great to hear your voice. We thank you so much for hopping in.
Oh my gosh, thank you. Is that it? Did I talk too long?
Well,
about this?
No. You didn't.
The whole thing.
You didn't talk too long, but I hold on a second. I need to confirm something with you. Is today your birthday?
It is.
Oh my gosh!
Happy birthday!
Oh my gosh! How young are you?
You know what? I'm in television. I can't give away my real age.
All right. Do I need to go?
Tell everybody, listen, I'll tell you, like, I am over 40, but I play 30-ish.
On TV. Yes, you do.
What are your favorite memories of the Carter administration?
You know what's funny is I gotta do the thing. What is it from 30 Rock? Where Jenna was always like, I don't know what a drive-in was. I have no idea what any of that stuff was. Never saw Different Strokes. What do you mean? All that stuff. That's the game that I got to play. Like, what? I never saw these. People were like, how old were you that you saw Guns N' Roses and Metallica in concert? You're like, oh, yeah, I guess that kind of gives it away.
Well, I tell you what, Rank, there's no way we're letting you get out of here without our gift, even though I've given it to you many times before. Here it is.
There it is.
Yeah, let's do it. Little remedy for you, for yours. Happy holidays, but forget the holidays. Happy birthday, dude.
Oh, my gosh. Thank you so much, Mark. It's always an honor, and it's always a privilege to be on with you. And I know that when 49er fans troll me on Twitter, it's out of love, and it's all because of you. So thank you so much.
Well, you're my guy, and another year around the world and around the sun for you. Adam Rank, NFL Network, NFL.com, with us here on Willard and Dibs. And Pick Your Darn Battles is coming up next on 95.7 The Game.
With school back in session, there's plenty to worry about. CalHope can help with free COVID-19.
Comparison based on 2022 Frontier S versus latest in-market Ward small truck segment. Base models compared based on manufacturer's website.
For the ones who get going when the going gets tough. And the ones who know we're tougher together. For the Pathfinders breaking new ground. Grainger offers supplies and solutions for every industry, as well as fast access to experts and 24/7 customer support. Because we know you have people depending on you. So you can always depend on us. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Restrictions may apply. Plans and costs for coverage may vary. Call Protect My Car for details. Look, money's tight for everyone right now. It's been a tough year, and you sure don't need to get hit with a big unexpected bill. Like, what if your car breaks down right now? How are you paying the bill? If it's your transmission, that's over $3,000. Your engine, up to $6,000. Even minor repairs like your air conditioning can hit your wallet hard. Here's the good news. If you have a car, truck, or SUV that's $19.99 or newer, you can stop paying for repairs right now. That's right. With Protect My Car, when your car breaks down, we pay your repair bill for you. Just dial 800-279-2827 on your mobile phone now to get started. Protect My Car pays for repairs to your engine, transmission, air conditioning, suspension, and so much more. Dial 800-279-2827 and get your car protected before your next repair bill hits. Dial 800-279-2827 on your mobile phone right now and get free roadside assistance, free towing, free car rental, and free oil changes. Dial 800-279-2827 and never pay for car repairs again. Dial 800-279-2827.
You know when you order a new video game, or a golf club, or a blender, and then it arrives at your door, you get a little thrill. Imagine how much more thrilling it is when you order a new car. With Nissan at Home, you can shop for the perfect ride and order it without ever having to go anywhere. Sure beats a golf club or a blender. Buy a new car entirely online with Nissan at Home. Delivered direct from dealer to driveway. Thrill starts here. Services may vary at participating dealers, subject to applicable law. See dealer for details.
Todd thought it would be secure to jog in the cheetah savanna. Todd believed the big cat repellent he bought online was reliable. And now, Todd is trying to be faster than this cheetah that can run 80 miles per hour. But the good news is, Todd has AT&T 5G that is fast, reliable, and secure. And he learned the best thing to do is stop running and toss her the backpack with the beef stew. AT&T 5G. Fast, reliable, secure. It's not complicated.
5G requires compatible plan and device. 5G may not be available in your area. See att.com/5G for you for details.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
I looked it up. I know how old Rank is.
Well, don't put it out there now.
I won't. 2 years from now is really special. But anyway, other than that, I won't say anything else. I will say that Willard and Dibs is brought to you by the Department of Healthcare Services. And I will also say that it is a brand new, fresh, clean slate for everybody and pick your battles. So that's a very, very comfortable place to be. We start fresh. Payday will be Christmas Eve. How about that? 2 weeks from tomorrow.
How about that?
Christmas is 2 weeks from tomorrow. Holy smokes. So do we need a stipulation?
Sensation. Yep.
I just realized I'm quite confident that this will not be a full room on Christmas Eve, which would be Donut Friday. Do we need to move this to Donut Thursday, December 23rd?
Yes, we
need to do that.
Yes, we do.
I think we should do that, which therefore would make this not a 10-game soiree. This would, again, like it was last time, be a 9-gamer starting today and ending Wednesday night, December 22nd. Am I right or am I wrong? I'm getting a shake head.
I will be gone that Thursday.
Well, that's your problem.
Pretty much.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I guess I'll just not
I
bring
missed out
donuts.
on a Donut Friday, I believe, already.
Oh, yeah. You know what? Great point. All right. Yeah. Donut Thursday it is.
Donut Thursday?
Yeah.
All right.
Tough breaks, Spadone. And you can have a designated donator from another show.
You can do that.
If you want to give the Grandy Man your donut rights, or E-Dog, or Nice Guy Steven.
Are you here on Wednesday?
If I'm coming in on the huge losing streak, I'm definitely going to tell Grandy, you actually have to pay for the donuts.
Are you here on Wednesday, December 22nd?
I am.
Do we love Spadone enough to just make it the 22nd? How much do we love Spadone?
Not that much.
No?
No, he can Venmo us. If he loses, I'll get the donuts and he can owe me.
Okay. All right. Spadone, you're out. December 23rd it is, a 9-game performance.
I love it.
And I will predict right now, since this whole thing is about predicting, I will predict that at least one of us gets a winning record this time.
Bold. It's bold
I know.
strategy,
It's a bold
Cotton.
strategy, Cotton. We'll see if we can do it. But coming in at 4-5 was good enough for all of you 3-6ers over the last couple of weeks. And now we start a brand fresh new slate. And my goodness, isn't it beautiful to be able to pick any game all weekend long? You want to go tonight? College hoops, NBA. You want to go tomorrow? NBA, you want to go Sunday, NFLers, you can do whatever you want, but damn it, do it right. Spadone and Kyle in the other room, you're first.
I'm going to go at 12 o'clock, actually, in about 5 minutes. We got Premier League action on the pitch. Pitch.
On the pinch?
It's Battle of the Firds.
Yeah, there you go. Brentford, Watford. We're going over 2.5. And I've been struggling on the overs lately, but I really like this one. So I'm going Brentford, Watford, over 2.5 goals.
Oh, the 3-6 guy really likes this one, everybody. Oh, please, everybody get to your app now, because he really likes this one.
In fairness, we're all under 500.
Yes, we are.
It kicks off
for
at
the
noon,
year.
so get to your app quickly.
Yeah, please do. So
he's going with the over. A couple of hapless sides. I, by the way, like the under in that game. I'm not playing it.
Okay.
Best of luck, Spadone.
So you're predicting a red X in about 2 hours and 13 minutes.
Yeah, it's going to be a Venmo coming up for Spadone in about 10 days, I'm afraid.
Kyle, you're up from Cincinnati, live.
Boy, I'm doing this on the fly. I'm going to take the Los Angeles.
Look, didn't you?
I sure did.
You forgot to look?
What
are you doing?
It was locked in.
Come on.
No, I have a pick. I'm taking the Los Angeles Chargers minus the 10 points against the New York Football Giants and whoever is playing quarterback for them.
Yeah, someone.
It's Mike Glennon. It's Jake Fromm. It's Dan Dibley. I think Dan Dibs, you're on the phone if they need a starter.
Yeah,
so
I can spin it.
Yeah, no, I know that. If Dibs is the starter, I reserve the right to change this pick. But for now, I'm taking the Chargers minus the 10 against the Giants.
San Diego Superchargers. Yes, and they are still the San Diego Chargers. Okay. Kyle goes Chargers. Spadone said something about soccer.
It's an over.
And here comes Dibber Claus.
Yeah, I'm going to Premier League as well, Mark, but it's a Saturday tilt.
Ooh.
And it features one of the best. Traditionally, a team that just got a new manager after Ole Gunnar Solskjaer was sacked, which means he was fired. Norwich City, they are terrible. I'll say it, they stink. They give up goals by the bushel. Boy. I'm going over 2.5. Manchester United, Norwich City. Man U is going to they'll probably get 4 or 5 on their own, but I'm taking the over, Mark.
Okay.
Over 2.5. Norwich and Man U.
Saturday soccer. Dibs has got 99 problems, but a pitch ain't one.
Neither is a Norwich.
Speaking of the pitch, here's the game I would like to play. I've been told it is not an eligible game. I would like to bet on the Mill Valley Rockers, 2009, plus a goal and a half. Young Ella Willard and her crew. Shout out to all of them in Mill Valley. You better be in school right now, all you girls. But head into Modesto tomorrow for State Cup semifinals against the SF United Avalanche, the only team to hang an L on the Mill Valley Rockers earlier this year. Payback is a you-know-what. Here we go. Semifinals tomorrow at 2 o'clock.
You can't play that,
Okay,
Mark.
fine. Then I'll take the 49ers minus 1.5 on Sunday. I love me some 49ers this weekend. Should they be favored? Maybe not, but they are, and somebody's trying to tell you why. 49ers by a field goal in WKRP in Cincinnati.
Nice.
On the soccer field, you would literally say payback is a
pitch. Yeah. You would, but I'd already used that joke literally like one sentence before.
Yeah.
So I didn't want to overdo it.
If you did it again, you know what that would make
like an instant gratification sensation?
I was thinking a repetition sensation, but it doesn't work as well.
Wow, sorry, you do not get to donate.
Turns out I don't owe $1.
How many charities are like, I'm sorry, you're not allowed to donate here. That was so bad that we do not want your money.
It's like when you go to donate blood and they're like, ooh, yeah, you got weak veins.
Yes, so.
That gives you a bad reputation sensation.
Oh, wow. Okay. Okay. All right, thank you.
On the board. And a 3 for me, dog. I love that.
Yeah, good. All right. Does Steiny and Goo just not want to do today? They don't want to do today? They don't want to do the show? You don't want to do it? What are you? No, come on in. We like you. We love you. Come on in. Make yourself at home. Stay a while.
You know, it's Payday Friday, so your boy's on cloud nine.
Are you like checking your app? By the way, how early in the morning when you wake up on payday do you go to the app to make sure everything's okay?
He'll tell you when he checks.
Oh, they call me Wally Wednesday. I get mine on Wednesday. So Wednesday about 1 in the afternoon. Your boy's good. So today's payday, but it really ain't payday because I got paid.
Yeah, you can tell the bounce in his step when that direct deposit hits.
Until Monday when it's all gone. That's right. Yeah.
But I tried to give you guys space, and then I hear you calling.
We're a
brotherhood here, man.
Yeah. I could do without your Cowboys jacket, but I don't want any space from you.
And I've been doing so good all week with Warrior Bay Area stuff. He don't mention it, then he just blasts me. Ghostbusters. But I got to give you guys credit. Shasky and Bonte, too. That crosstalk today, it could have went an hour. It was great.
It almost did.
Yeah.
It almost did. Right.
Yeah. It's, anytime we get into the quarterback question, Jimmy or Trey, and especially when Mark's involved because, he loves him some Jimmy Garoppolo.
Jimmy.
Monte said as much, right?
You love Jimmy and Mark sitting in a tree.
Yeah.
No.
But I'm with Shasky, and it sounds like you come to that side of the street too, Dibs.
Well, he's my partner.
Next year is Trey time. There is no. Don't give me this cockamamie.
Of course, it's Trey time next year. Of course, that's why I think we view Jimmy the way we do. It's easy to turn on him because we don't have to worry about any sort of long-term relationship here. If you upset us, Jimmy, we hate you until the next week, and if you win, then we'll tolerate you. But we're not long for this relationship, so why would we sign up to go through the ups and downs with you?
And I briefed Steiny. I gave him the Cliff and the Guru notes of your crosstalk.
What do you mean? You weren't listening?
The banana in the tailpipe is Jimmy could take this team on a long playoff. Could you imagine if he got to the NFC Championship? So I'm with you on, don't just take playoffs for granted.
Thank you.
It's everything.
This is still a season, and it's still happening. I am still invested in it. I don't know if everybody is, but this is still happening. Don't go away yet.
This team, though, is not, to your point, they're not built to go out and win 3 consecutive road games over 3 teams that are going to be favored. This team is not the 2019 team. Your defense isn't as good.
Oh, my goodness.
Your ground game is super banged up. And I don't think that when you talk about the foes and the road foes, you're going to go to Tampa and beat the GOAT. You're going to go to Green Bay and beat Aaron Rodgers. You're going to go to the desert and beat Calamari.
Well,
I'm not buying it.
But here's the thing. Because the NFC and the AFC also, if we are locking top heavy, when you say it like that, of course they won't do that. But what if they don't have to?
That's what I was thinking.
What if those other teams get upset in their first round game and the whole thing gets muddied up and who knows who is getting the Rams or the Vikings or Washington or somebody pulls an upset and the whole thing becomes a muddy picture. That's completely on the table.
Well, I should know this, but is it possible for the 49ers to be the first wild card?
Well,
something crazy happens.
They'd have to surpass the Rams. And they're 2 games back.
Right. The Rams.
They're 2 games out, but they could play again and then have the tiebreaker. So
I guess what I'm asking is there any way they get in as a 5? I'll say it anyway, 5, 6, or 7, and end up with a home game because something happened crazy?
Sure. Not if you're the 7, but if you're the 6.
The only home game they could get would be the NFC Championship. There you go. Because even if they beat the 4,
you're on the road.
They would be, unless somehow the 6 and the 7 both won, then the 7 would go play the 1. And if the 2 lost to the 7, you as the 5 would host the 7. If the 7 won, then the 7 would play the 1.
Love it.
If the 6 won, you could host the 6.
And then you carry the 5, and then you divide and conquer.
The 6 would have to beat the 3. The 7 would have to beat the 2, and then the 7 would go to the 1.
Right.
You'd host the 6. It's a long shot.
But when you put it the way you just did about, you got to go here, that's daunting. But when it's just one game at a time, shout out one day at a time, one game at a time, anything can happen. No haterade for me, guys, this morning.
Bonnie Franklin.
What equity does Kyler Murray and Cliff Kingsbury have in the playoffs? I'm not hating. It's beautiful. But you're telling me the Niners couldn't beat them if all systems were a go? The Rams, Tampa's defense, where are they at? Dallas? I mean, Green Bay, you had them already. It's feasible.
The picture in my mind right now, and you're listening to 95.7 Game.
Looking at me like I'm crazy.
KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Station, brought to you by DuckDuckGo. Privacy Simplified. Forget the 49ers for a second. Think of all the playoff matchups that are out there right now. I don't think there's a matchup where when the game started, right? Just picture the first quarter. It's a playoff with January. Here we go. The playoffs are starting, and the favorite is struggling. I can picture it in any scenario.
Wow.
There is no team in the NFL this year where I expect on week one, playoff week one, especially since the 1 seeds aren't even going to be playing.
You could go to the AFC with that.
The 2 seeds, or whoever they're going to be, there's no scenario where I'm like, well, this team's just going to blow the other team out. There's nothing that would surprise me. Everybody's looked bad at least a couple times.
It would surprise me if the Ford. When you say it's feasible, I think it's feasible for them to beat one of those teams on a given game.
Okay.
Running the table, to me, is another. I mean, that's a significantly bigger challenge. But again, I'll be clear. Like, they can get to the playoffs any way possible. They got to get to the playoffs. That's not even like. I know he doesn't have
45% if
Kyle
they
Shanahan's
lose
gotta
by
get.
Sunday.
All right, let's
gotta get to the playoffs.
Let's do this. Everybody's least favorite phrase in the history of sports. But if the season ended today, your matchups would be the Cardinals get the bye, the Green Bay Packers would host the San Francisco 49ers.
Okay,
I'm not shaking in my boots if I'm a Niner fan.
I think the spread.
Now where are we
I think
going?
the spread is 4.
All
right. The Washington football team would visit the Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
Rematch last year.
You giving that game to Tampa for sure?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Tom, yeah.
Come on. And the Rams would visit Dallas. I don't even know if Dallas. I don't even know if Dallas would be favored in that game.
Amen.
All right. So let's say you are presupposing, therefore, that Tampa wins. Let's say the Rams beat the Cowboys and the 49ers were to upset the Packers. The next thing that would happen is the 49ers would go to Arizona.
Like who?
Off a bye week.
Wow.
A team that rocked you with Colt McCoy and James Conner.
Now I would put it as less than 50-50 on any of these games. But
Dibs the same team.
It's a game. Like, it's not unthinkable.
Before we go any further down this cockamamie,
I kind of agree. I'm with you, Dibs.
Yeah.
Do your homework, okay? For crying out loud, do your homework.
Do your homework.
And look at the record of teams in the playoffs
coming off
when
of a
they
bye.
have that bye.
Well,
it's 75%.
Rest or rust.
It's rest. Look at the numbers.
I think
Mark.
it's rest in the NFL.
Look at the history.
But what do they do week 18? Did they rest week 18 also?
No, they're going to have to play to get the 1 seed. Because there is no week 18 because the season ends today.
Well, maybe. No, maybe they've already got it locked up. Maybe they're up by 2 games going into the last week.
In your scenario, if the playoffs start today, then they already do have it locked up.
Yeah, I understand that. I guess my point isn't even like you guys are making this about the 49ers. I'm talking about all of those games. Every time someone plays a playoff game this year, it would not shock me if the underdog wins.
National Parity League.
It would not shock me if the underdog, even Washington at Tampa. That would not. Washington for 4 weeks now has been surprising people, and no one's really noticing.
I think did they beat Tampa or blew the game? They beat Tampa already.
Washington?
At RK. It was a couple weeks ago.
They did.
Yeah.
Good call.
Yeah.
By double digits.
Yeah.
They beat Tampa.
I remember Brady played.
They beat.
Wow.
Washington has won 4 games in a row. And it started with a win over Tampa. So,
And Dibs, you do give the JV squad came in here and knocked the Niners around. That was a bad loss. But Trey Lance went to Arizona, and they had the ball with a chance to tie. And Kyler Murray played. They were healthy.
Yeah,
I'm just,
right. Did Trey Lance lead him to victory?
They didn't score.
Listen, so
that 17-10 loss that Trey Lance did really
191
it's
yards.
The lowest point total of the year in any game.
Hey.
Yep.
Any game.
By the way, you listen to the AFC playoffs. Listen to this. So, first round would be Buffalo visits Tennessee.
Dibs, you hanging in there right now?
Going the wrong way. Yeah.
Right?
All right.
I mean,
I'll be packing up.
Cincinnati at Baltimore.
I'm taking Cincy.
And the Chargers at Kansas City. I'm going to throw a Kleenex into the wind on any one of those.
Well, let's see.
Any one of them.
Let's see. If Kansas City goes 4-1 to end the season, what does that make them? Like 11-6, and then
they've only got four losses right now.
12-5. I mean, then all of a sudden
the Patriots, Titans,
good.
Ravens, and Chiefs all have only 4 losses. They're all that's my
open.
point. Yeah, it's wide open, and so's the door. We're at it. Steiny Guru.
He brings the passion.
For what? I want to know now. I'm mentally invested. Don't tell me to pray and you don't say what for.
He brings the perspective.
Yeah, I think they both have a great point. Get off me, text line.
He's truly one of a kind.
That is whack. Oh, my God.
And he's doing a great job.
I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Simon, you're doing a great job.
Together, they're Steiny and Guru.
Yeah.
On 95.7 The Game.
All righty, Goo. Let's get it going, baby.
Payday Friday.
Payday Friday. We're already 10 minutes into the show, and we didn't really have to do much because our guys entertained us for 10 minutes. Appreciate that, gents. We got sports left and right. Got Warriors going to Indiana.
Records falling.
Indiana.
Maybe.
They're going to Philly first, Steiny. Get your head in the game, which I'm going to in a second. I got it. I just looked at my clock. By the way, do I sound loud? Okay, I just looked at my clock, and I have like 7 alarms set for some reason. I don't want that to happen. All right. Warriors at Philly tomorrow. Steph Curry needs 10 threes to break the record. Coming up in 20 minutes,
our guy,
former Warrior great Monte Ellis. Monte Ellis going to be joining us at 12:30. Fingers crossed. Fingers crossed.
Oh, he'll be there.
I'm just, as a guy, as someone who covered him all 7 years here in the Bay.
Can you remember him at Oracle?
Of course.
No, coming back after he left. I can't recall that.
I think
the
he
camera
did
going
one
to
time.
him.
I think he did
I'm gonna
one
ask him
time.
about when he's coming to Chase. If I had the money, I'd say I got you.
Why?
He was Steph before Steph. In the dark Steiny.
Settle.
In the dark times, your boy was the man.
Oh, my gosh.
Tay Ellis.
All right. Listen.
We got to play the game winner.
I know we liked Monte Ellis when he was here. He was a big fan favorite, but I got to stop you, Steph, before Steph.
We didn't know Steph existed.
Exactly. Now we know he exists, so you really can't make that fan favorite comparison.
No shade. Speedy Claxton. Who else? Rogers. There was always Monte. Steiny, I wanted to be like Tay.
I know you did because he had a green light every time he touched the floor for this moribund franchise at the time.
He didn't disappoint, man.
No, he could score. He's a big-time scorer, Monte Ellis.
Straight out of high school.
Yeah, so Monte's going to join us at 12:30, and man, I mean, I'm hoping he's into it. I'll just be honest with you. I'm hoping he's into it because you're right. He's laid low since his career has ended, and
I like that. That's what he has done.
And so he's got a lot of knowledge and history of this organization. He was there when Steph first arrived. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Played 6.5 seasons with the Warriors before being traded to Milwaukee in a trade that a lot of people felt got the dynasty started, even though it didn't come without some conflict, as Joe Lacob and his wife Nicole would testify.
And
to.
look at him now. Yeah, how you like me now?
You heard the story about Nicole. Monte was one of her favorite players, and she was apparently mad at Joe. Well, actually, he told me this as much. That she was really mad that they made that trade for Bogut. She really liked Monte Ellis.
Yeah. Wow.
Yep.
So it wasn't just me. It was producer E, John Curley. Man, I'm just telling you, Steiny, I don't know. You know, obviously you knew him, you covered him, you guys worked it, you know.
Yeah, but let me tell you something.
This dude was a star. On my Mount Rushmore of Golden State Warriors, since my inception in the Bay Area, he's on it. Spreewell, too. He's on it, Steiny.
What about Tim Hardaway?
I'll get back to you.
What about Mitch Richmond?
I love Mitch.
What about Mully?
I think it's Mully and Curry. It was Chris Webber, but he after just staying 1 year, I took him off. And Rick was on with the guys yesterday.
Rick was at the top of every single list of greatest Warriors until Curry came along.
Wow. I'm not mad at that.
Rick Barry was a bad dude, man.
A mean dude.
This is crazy.
Tough. I'd say tough.
And I lobbied for him to be the next coach of the Warriors
that was
back
a mistake
in the days.
On your part.
I could not.
Why would you say that? He coached the Big Three. Look where it got GP.
Yeah.
How's his team doing? We got to follow up with GP.
Yeah, obviously, it's been a hot topic in the East Bay because Lincoln is. I don't know what they're. They were 1-0 last I checked.
Undefeated.
No, Rick.
But I'm excited for Monte.
Well, listen. One thing I've learned in this business: don't get too high or too low. You just can't do that.
You get the hard questions out the way, and then I'll come with like the tat. You know, when you're coming back and the tunnel shot, which I thought. How could I be a Monte Ellis fan and not? When you told we had a couple too. When you told me, I think I dropped the glass. Like, how did I miss that?
Maybe you weren't as big of a fan as you thought you were.
What? No Twitter, no IG back in that day.
Is Monte Ellis the best player never to make an All-Star team? I'd say Rod Strickland. Dude,
Rod was bad. Well, damn, Steiny, we could do a top five, a starting five. That'll be your backcourt.
Yeah, it's pretty small. Monte doesn't like to play in small backcourt.
Lamar Odom never made one.
And he's on the team. Dude,
Jalen Rose? Yeah, I like Strickland over
never
those
made
guys.
One? There's some rumors going on. Let me be quiet. Yeah. Lamar Odom was a left-handed Scottie Pippen. You say what to that?
Lamar Odom was a left-handed Scottie Pippen.
The dude could do it all, man.
He's also like 6'10".
Yeah, Pippen was 6'8".
Yeah.
Defensively, there's no comparison.
Odom was better.
There's
Lamar was clearly better.
Comparison defensively. And so,
Lamar would have been perfect in today's game because he was a three-point shooter at size.
You know what? Do me a favor, Spadone. Look at his percentages because I don't think they were that good. Let's see if I'm wrong.
But he wasn't jacking them you know what I mean?
Mike Conley has never made an All-Star team.
Oh, that's a good one. But you know what? He
got paid.
Like, he's been banged up a little. I could kind of see how that would happen.
AC Green? That's a joke.
Sam Perkins?
No.
Yosemite Sam.
No.
I got to believe Mavericks.
I got to believe Lamar Odom.
Lamar was a 31% career three-point shooter.
Yeah, what's the most he ever took in a season?
Great question.
No, I thought
I'm going to use that when I got to do more info. So that was smooth.
What?
Great question. And then when you do it to me, you know what I mean? I'll just
2006, 2007, 3.3 attempts per game.
Man, that's still so few in this day and age.
Man.
Mike Bibby never made it all. I'll tell you what. That's a great one there, 5-1-0. Andrew Wiggins, relax.
Jason Terry.
Nah.
Dude, we're getting names.
Nah.
Wiggins, though, Steiny.
What about
Welcome to the team.
What team?
The non-All-Star team that should be on. I told you, Fitz even backed me up. He's deserving now. It's just politics that won't get him in.
I don't think you're necessarily. Are you really looking at the players and their numbers and what kind of years they're having?
That's what I'm telling you. In the Western Conference, who's playing better at their position than Drew?
Well,
I mean, there's a few, but
keep in mind it's just guards and big men.
Okay,
that's it. So that might benefit him because then they don't have to take centers. But Gobert's going.
Well, thank you. I mean, this guy.
He's an all-star. Gobert's an all-star.
Yeah, he's just at the right place at the right time.
Yeah, you're still going to get Doncic is still an all-star. Steph still an all-star. Draymond will get to be an all-star before Andrew Wiggins on that list. You cannot have Wiggins be an all-star if Draymond is not.
Real quick.
To my way of thinking.
Let's say this. Let's say tomorrow night's game, right before the game, JD on Warriors, the pregame says Wiggins is not playing. Just to dub Nation and to give my man his flowers. A couple years ago, Steiny, we'd be like, okay, bye humbug. Well, it would be okay. He's still going to win. Now that is on both sides of the ball. That's an L. That's a loss for the team.
No, I disagree.
Whoa. You really think that? Drew is balling. Steiny, don't take him for granted. And I feel like you are just a tad. Like you've said to me, Goo, he's playing.
Listen.
He's a factor.
I never said he wasn't, but if Andrew Wiggins doesn't play Saturday, the Warriors have no chance. Are you kidding?
I didn't say no.
Please tell me, because this is where
I didn't say
this is
no
where I've got to
chance.
turn the tables. It's not I'm disrespecting Wiggins by saying, of course they have a chance. It's you are disrespecting Curry to think that if Andrew Wiggins doesn't play tomorrow, they can't beat Philly. Are you familiar with Steph Curry? Are you familiar with what he's done in his career? Okay.
My point is,
who do you think they have a better shot of winning without?
That's the obvious.
All right. Well, I'm just telling you.
My point is, you don't want the chef to have to work so hard, and it'll be more difficult without Drew. We know who runs this. Yeah, Drew. I'm telling you, he's worthy like James of an all-star bid.
No, he's
thus
not.
Far this season.
Stop.
I'm going to get the names and we'll go down. This season, who's playing better than him at his position?
I mean, Jokic is going to be an all-star.
Okay, I get
John
that.
Morant's going to be an all-star. Just start taking names down.
Well, John Morant, if he's healthy.
He is. I think he's back, right?
No, he didn't play last night, and they torched the Lakers.
LeBron, Anthony Davis. Say what you want. They're going to make it. They're going to make it. Who else? Clippers, Paul George. He's always a lock. What am I up to now?
Nobody on OKC. Well, Shea may make it.
Yeah, I don't think so. But anyway, I don't want to go.
I'm just giving Wiggins love.
But he's not even a part of today. You know, it's Monte and Curry.
All right.
I mean, Wiggins.
It was organic how his name came up.
You forced it in.
No,
you shoehorned it in.
Odom started it. We went all I do like that.
You kind of baited me a little bit,
all-star
quite frankly.
team that's never made. How did Rod Strickland never make it? It's politics.
See,
he's a badass, Steiny. I know about Rod.
Right. Booker and
Chris Paul.
Booker and Chris Paul. That's two.
Okay.
Gobert and Mitchell. That's 4.
Go ahead.
Ja's 5.
Right.
Paul George is 6. Doncic is 7.
All right.
LeBron and AD are 8, 9.
Okay.
Jokic is 10.
Boom. We got 5 spots left.
I think Minnesota will get a guy. I think they'll probably take Anthony Edwards. Now, I haven't done I haven't done the breakdown of big men to not. Portland may not get one this year. No Spurs.
0.
Brandon Ingram. Is he having a good year?
No.
And then the Warriors get Draymond and Steph. So how many is that?
13.
I mean, they might take 15.
15, yeah.
Yeah, I still would bet against it.
And then the captains are going to pick who are going to be the captains.
Oh, are they still doing that?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah. So Steph may get Drew. Stay, Andrew, you're on.
I think he's still got to pick from the guys who've been selected.
All right.
Anthony Davis should not be an all-star this year. I can't disagree with that, but
his reputation will get him. Exactly, it's a popularity contest.
408.
How'd they lose last night to Memphis with no Ja and Dylan Brooks?
I'll tell you how. Memphis is good. Memphis plays together.
You watching LeBron play defense, Donnie? Oh my gosh, I love you, Bron.
They suck,
dude.
They're so bad.
How was Westbrook last night?
Who cares?
Thank you.
And then he told the reporter after the game, "You've never seen a player like me."
He's right. He's absolutely right.
But that's not the time, Russ. You do that when you get a triple dub and you win.
There's never been a player who's done all things Russ Westbrook. By the way, you know what's? I was thinking about Monte Ellis, and remember so he comes in. This is how you can interpret. This is how anything can be interpreted the way you want. I've always said, Barkley said, a jump shooting team can't win the NBA title. Well, the Warriors did. Well, if I'm Barkley, I would say they weren't a jump shooting team. They weren't. They led the league in points in the paint. They led the league in dunks and layups that year. Now, he created jump shots, but don't think for a minute the Warriors, they had the most easy shots the year he did that.
Why wouldn't he? You could have wrote that
because
for him. He probably would have paid you.
Because it wasn't in the spirit of what he said.
Yeah, I got you.
So
too many three, you die by. You live by the three, you die by it.
Right. So it got me to thinking about Monte Ellis saying, Steph and I can't play together. Too small. We're too small. He was right. He was right.
I would have loved to see it, though.
As soon as but what? That was a small backcourt. It was kind of that. It was a little like McCollum and Lillard back in the day.
Yeah.
Right?
Or Zeke and Dumars.
Well, that was a little different. Just because Dumars was good 6'5", and then they had Vinny coming off the bench, so they had like a 3-guard rotation. But no, I'm not saying you're wrong. That Pistons team was a little different though because they were huge up front.
But when Monte made that comment, there was no way in a million years he thought he was looking at something that Steph was going to become what he became.
Of course not.
And there's no shade or hate in that. But he's got to be mesmerized like Ja Rule and Ashanti too, Steiny. Mesmerized, one of their great hits.
Hey, by the way,
what you got?
I went on Twitter a little bit last night. It looks like I missed a concert.
The Drake and Kanye.
Missed a concert
for a benefit. Larry Hoover Sr.
What did they sing? Like alternating or?
I didn't see it.
Oh. Did any of you guys see that? Drake? Did he sing my favorite song, Walk It, Talk It?
That's Migos. He featured on that. That's Migos song.
So then I take it he didn't.
He didn't do that one.
He didn't sing that.
Yeah.
Did he sing Hotline Bling?
I'm sure he did that one. I'm coming home.
Right. Well, I'm done now.
I'm going home, yeah.
I'm out now.
Drake is a GOAT. One of the GOATs. So was Kanye. I call him Ye.
Well, remember I said Yee. Everybody laughed. And then people were like, no, you can call him Yee.
You're right.
Yeah, you can call him Yee. What else we got to talk? We got to talk Niners.
I know when that hotline bling.
Yeah.
Damn,
all right.
Man.
We're going to talk. There's a team we're forgetting about as a title contender. I'll tell you what that team is. Also, Steph Curry needs 10 threes Saturday. We are gonna handicap it on as to the odds.
It's gonna happen.
We got some great numbers. Monte Ellis, fingers crossed, coming up on the other side. Hey, download the Odyssey app today and make sure to check out the Odyssey exclusive stations. From classic Christmas to Festival of Lights and everything in between, they have all the best stations curated to fit every occasion and all of your musical tastes. Brought to you in part by Macy's, Geico, and Coke Zero Sugar.
What's up, everybody? It's Bonte Hill here.
BetQL.com.
Defensive rebound, Barron. 5 seconds to go. Warriors won't call time. Monte for the win. Yes! Warriors have won at the buzzer by Monte Ellis.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
You remember that game against the Nets, Monte?
Yes, I do.
I can't remember if that was the We Believe season or the season after We Believe.
Yeah, I think it is. It was the early. Yeah, it was right when the trade had happened.
I got you. All right, well, let me introduce and reintroduce, I should say, Monte Ellis. Played 7 years for the Golden State Warriors, one of the all-time fan favorites out here. He won the Most Improved Player of the Year award his second year in the league, and it's just good to catch up with you, Monte. What have you been up to? Because you've been laying pretty low, since you last played in the NBA.
First of all, I want to thank you guys for having me on. But I've just been in Dallas, relocated. Me and my family have been here going on 4 years. So I just do a lot of training and coaching kids. I started my youth program, Ellis Elite basketball. And so just, train and, I still work out myself, stay in shape and, just living life.
What's next? The NBA or the Big Three?
Who knows, man? I just stay ready. Trying to get back into the NBA, but we'll see how that goes. Other than that, though, just staying in shape, stay ready. If it happen, it happen. If it don't, then I just continue what I'm doing, raise my kids, and train kids and coach them.
Terrific, man. Terrific. All right, well, obviously we wanted to talk to you about a lot of things, but Steph Curry's going to break Ray Allen's three-point record pretty soon. If not tomorrow, probably the next game. I mean, you saw Steph Curry come into this league in 2009. You were entrenched in this organization at that time. In your wildest dreams, did you ever think he would turn out like this?
You can see it. He put in the time. He put in the work. He did all the necessary things to put himself in this position. From day one, he came in. He took a lot of criticism. And so I think he just embraced that, continued to work hard and got better over the years and, put himself in a position where we talk about him breaking, Ray Allen record. So, excuse me.
Yeah, no.
He put himself in a position to be here, not working hard and, riding the course and staying with it.
Now, you talk about getting a little bit of criticism. I remember it like it was yesterday. You got criticized opening day of his rookie year at Media Day when you said, we can't play together. We're too small. Do you? And you know what? I was telling my partner, Guru, you're going to hear from him in a second. I was like, you know what? Maybe Monte today can say, see, I was right. How do you, looking back at that, what crosses your mind?
I was right. At the end of the day, I probably could have approached that a little bit better. But it was, at that time, that it was so, like the West had big guards. And they was pretty good. And so when you had two small, 180 pounds, wet two guards at the 1 and the 2 position, and playing in the West, it was hard. But like I said, it worked out. And I always said it went the way it should be.
Monte, let me ask you this, because I was telling my partner, you were on the Mount Rushmore of mine for Golden State Warriors. So just think about all the great players and Hall of Famers that have played. You were a bad dude, Monte, still a legend. let me ask you this. The night you found out you got traded, you would no longer be a Golden State Warrior. I almost lost my job yelling into the microphone. What have they done? But when you reflect and look back on your tenure as a Warrior, do you have any regrets? Was that your time to go? Did you want to go?
I mean, at that time, to be honest with you, we had talked about it. We had talked about that move, and the crazy part about it, right before I went to the arena, we all got on the phone, me, Paige, and Joe Lacob, and all the guys, and they told me they weren't going to trade me because we was like, I want to say like 1 or 2 games out of the 8th spot at the time. And so they was going to try to make a push for it. And we was playing really, really good. And so they was going to ride with it. And I was like, okay, cool with it. And then from that phone call, leaving the hotel, like 30 minutes from that phone call until to get to the gym and got traded when I didn't even – they never told me, my agent, or nobody. One of my teammates told me on ESPN. But, I mean, it was something that we had talked about it, but we had also came to an agreement that we wasn't going to do it. And then how the way they did it was messed up. But at the end of the day, it had to be done. And it worked out for the best for him.
Yeah, I remember that. We're joined by Monte Ellis, one of the greatest players in Warriors history. Played here 7 years. Just a big-time fan favorite. I do remember that because I want to say David Lee was pissed off because you guys actually were knocking on the door, and then you got traded for Bogut, and everybody kind of knew what that meant. It meant that Warriors weren't even going to try to make the playoffs. So I kind of do remember that.
Yeah, and even with that, David Lee, he played a part in that. Like he made it seem like he was mad, but he wasn't mad. He knew everything that was going on. He knew everything that was going on. I was going down. He was a part of it. So I mean, like he can make it seem like that he was mad, he was upset about it, but he wasn't. He had his hands in it, and he played a part in it. But that was old news.
Yeah. Hey, how much did you hear? So about 10 days after you got traded, or 2 weeks, was the Chris Mullin retirement ceremony at Oracle Arena. And okay, so you know where I'm going here?
Yeah.
Okay, so obviously Joe Lacob got booed off the stage. Your trade was a big reason why. I think there was other reasons, like he told everybody he was moving to San Francisco, but mostly it was the fact that you'd gotten traded and the crowd unmercifully booed him. I don't know, you're probably in Milwaukee at that point. When you,
yeah, I was.
What did you think when you kind of saw that?
Me and my wife was in. We had just moved. We had just got there, and we were still in the hotel room at the time, and we both were sitting at the table eating. I think us and the kids, and that came up, and we sat there and watched it. And it was crazy.
Did you think?
I was laughing, like like he deserved it, but at the end of the day, I mean, it's something that happened, unfortunately. But at the end of the day, if we go back and look at now, like he didn't make a bad move, and it wasn't so bad. They got over it real quick. So, but it was a good, funny moment.
Monte, that means you were loved. And let me just tell you about a moment my partner and I had. We were at lunch, and, your name came up, and I'm the biggest Monte guy, one of them. Curry wore your jersey in the playoffs a couple years ago. And we start talking about the tunnel shot. And I gave the credit to Steph, as great as he is. And my partner was like, you ain't no Monte fan. He made the tunnel shot. Can you speak to how that came up and how long it took for you to master that shot?
To be honest with you, so we used to take shots like that all the time. At that time, it was Coach Rico Hines that's in Sacramento and Steve Silas that's in Houston. Like they always used to challenge me to do shots. So we always used to just do shots. That day, the first day I did it, it was just something I was like, man, I can make this shot from here. And then they was like, no, you can't. And then I said, all right, then I'm going to do it backwards. I mean, then it was like, man, no way. And so it was just something we would try. I said I made it within the first time I did, I made it within the first, I want to say 8 shots. And then the next time when I did it, when I made it 4 times, that one video, that was just to make up for everybody was saying that it was fake, it wasn't real, and I really didn't do it.
Wow.
But it was just something that we were just playing around, and it just happened.
So
I just made it my thing.
So I didn't think much of the shot, but I'll tell you what everybody was more impressed with maybe was the handshake with the security guard afterwards. Unbelievable.
But see, what people don't understand is that's my first cousin. Like, that security guard, that's my first cousin. And so, like, that's just, like, a greet that we do since we were kids. So it's just natural. Like, I never even thought about it. But everybody don't know that's my first cousin.
Oh, that's awesome. Hey, we had a conversation yesterday about, Monte, I'm telling on myself, tattoos. And I've gotten some tats in relationships, and, the relationship went bad, but I'm still left with the tat. And I said, Monte had the town on his body. And I said, I wonder if he still got it, Steiny. Do you still have that tattoo?
Which one?
Of the town.
Oh, I never leave that. I mean, that always gonna be on
That's
the
the greatest. That's what I'm talking about, Tay.
Nah, that's back at home. I never remove that. Yeah. I love the Bay Area. Like I said, I know they love me too.
When you coming back?
I don't know, man. Y'all go there and tell Joe Laker, man, go on give me a contract or something, man. I'm retired as a Warrior, man. I go out there and get about 10, 15 bucks.
My boy, you're talking to, Steiny. He's got some juice. That's his boy. We'll pass the message.
Yeah, go on use the juice. Go on do the name, man.
All right, you know what? I'll hit him up after the show. Hey, you know what? I got to play something for you because, you said this, and I think it endeared you to the Bay Area and the Warriors fans forever. And to me, it's one of the coolest things. Remember this?
I'm a Warriors, and I'm always going to be a Warriors.
Love it.
You remember that? You were young, but you were loving it here, man.
Yeah, I was. I did. I enjoyed it, man. That was the best. That was the best days of my career. And then when I came to Dallas kind of made me feel like Golden State in a sense. But I mean, Golden State are always going to be forever, second home. And I mean, I really enjoyed it. Yeah. I gave it my all day. I left everything out on the table with that. Even when they denied me or criticized me about the moped accident, where they felt like I wasn't going to be able to bounce back. I was too small. I was this and I was that. And I proved everybody wrong. And it was because of the fans and just felt like I was at home and I ain't have no worries. So it was great weather. So my body always stayed warm.
Well, it's funny. You brought up the contract, and I do remember a lot of people, because you got dinged, and some people thought it was too much, and you got hurt, and I there were people out here that said, is he? First of all, is he going to ever be healthy again? But secondly, you think he'll hold a grudge against the organization? You think he'll even want to be here? You think he'll keep playing 100%? And the one thing that nobody can question is, you came back and played 100%, and there was not one sliver of a letdown.
Yeah,
were you pissed though? I mean,
behind the scenes, like they didn't it looked good on the outside, but the pain and stuff that I had to endure at home, like even with that ankle, like it took me 14, 16 months for me to actually get my ankle back 100%. Why I didn't really have no problems with it, but then nobody know that.
Right.
I never made an excuse about it. I just went out there and played. No matter what it was, when, having concussion, my back issue, shoulders, knees, everything. So, I mean, I gave it all because I knew they was giving us their all. Because every year, no matter how bad we were, they always came out and supported us. So that was my return to them, is leaving everything out on the line.
Sounds great. We're joined by Monte Ellis, former Golden State Warrior. Great. He played here 7 years. And as Daryl the Guru Johnson says, he was Steph Curry before Steph Curry. Go ahead, Goo.
No doubt. And I'm curious, Monte, when you watch today's NBA, I'm going to share with you my thoughts here real quick. I understand Steph and some of the great shooters shooting threes, but they got everybody shooting threes. Is this the NBA that you know? Do you like it, the way that the three ball is so prevalent in today's game?
I mean, it's part of the game. Like, so as a player, you got to understand, you know, when and how. And if you like Steph, you master it and be able to create the space to get that shot off, then that's cool. But if you don't have the same abilities and stuff that Steph has, which a lot of people don't, then I don't think you should just sit there and just live for threes. I think you should find other ways. And then even for the young guys that's sitting on the bench and wondering why they're not playing as much, but when coach throw them in the game, they don't really know what else to do but do what everybody else doing. You sitting on that bench. That's what I did as a young guy. So I always went up looking at the game, and I seen Barron and Jay Rich, Steven Jackson, Al, Matt, Mikael Peaches, all of them are shooting threes. And why would I want to go out there and just shoot threes with everybody else? Well, I'm going to do the other things like run the floor, slash to the basket, driving to the basket. So, and then when it's time for the three to present itself, then I shoot it. But, I mean, you just got to understand the game. This is what a game is, and these coaches and these trainers got to understand everybody can't shoot threes.
Yeah, Monte Ellis.
Go ahead. No matter how hard you go in there, put in the work like that, like it's not going to work for most people. Like, I know a bunch of people that can't shoot, but if you go in there in the gym and watch them, they work on their shots for hours and hours. It's just not for them.
Right.
So,
right.
I'm one of them.
Hey, Monte, I mean, you've already been generous with your time. You got a few more minutes?
Yes.
Okay, cool. Because I got to tell you, man, like I'm doing this show and the texts are coming in on our text line, and man, they still love you out here. They really do, man.
Love them, man. I always will.
Let me ask you this: do you do you and Steph still keep in contact? I seem to remember that didn't your wife and Steph's wife become good friends, and you guys really had a nice group there.
Like him and my wife, his wife and my wife communicate often. Me and him don't talk as much because I know he's a busy man than the stuff that I have doing. Like I know we're in a group text, but we don't text as much. I think we texted him probably a couple times, and then it was just nothing. Because I try to leave people be because I understand what he got going on and all the pressure and everything that coming with him being the face of the NBA. So, I just try to get space whenever I see him. We catch up, link up.
Monte, my bad. Yeah, I was just going to say, just going back to your moped accident and you sharing basically with us the pain, the tears that went into you coming back. What do you think of Klay Thompson? He had 2 back-to-back serious injuries, and it looks like he may be back here in the next month. As a former player and coming back from your version of a serious injury, what do you think he's been through, and how awesome is it going to be to see him on the court finally?
It's gonna be scary for other teams because they playing right now. But you could tell he determined to get back. He doing it the right way, like not trying to rush back too fast. I know sometimes it gets frustrated when you really, really want to. Just like my moped accident. Like I was ready 3 months before they actually let me play the first game. We actually was. Me and the organization had a head bumping with that situation because I was ready to play the game of basketball, and they was like, "Nah, we just gonna sit here and chance it." I'm like, "Nah, it's hard for me to watch it, and I know it's hard for him to watch it." So he's doing everything he can to get back, and like you can tell he's doing it in the right way though, and the organization is handling it the right way, not trying to rush him back too fast, especially when they starting out the season the way they is, but. I mean, the only thing I could tell them, man, is just, keep working hard, stay focused, and not try to overdo too much to where you can set yourself back. So, as long as you just stay working hard and get strong, you're going to be all right.
Yeah, Monte Ellis, former Warrior, joining us on 95.7 The Game, Steiny and Guru. Man, there's so much I want to ask you about. I want to ask you about that We Believe team. I want to ask you about Don Nelson. But let me bring it to the let me ask you something that's pertinent to you. The Warriors right now have 3 guys on their team, James Wiseman, Jonathan Kuminga, and Moses Moody. They're all 20 years old or younger. Wiseman's banged up. Kuminga doesn't play a lot. You only played 3 games your rookie year, and I think you were 19 or 20 when you came in. If you could give these 3 guys a piece of advice, because they're in your shoes where you once were, what would you say to them?
And keep working hard. At the end of the day, and be ready when Coach calls your number. At the end of the day, if you stay ready, you got to get ready. And that was the thing that happened with me, even with Don Nelson. When he came in, he gave my opportunity, and I just seized that moment. Like, I worked so hard. I used to go in the gym, stay in the gym for 6 hours before I went home. And so I put in all that work in that time. So when I got that opportunity, I had to, it was like a one-chance opportunity to show what I had, or it was just going to be like a bounce around. And so I just seized that moment and just kept working hard. Didn't complain about it. Just got better, got stronger, and just waited till my time.
Man, the texts are coming in, Monte. The fans, they're loving you. I got to ask you this: if you don't get that call from a NBA team, would you go to Ice Cube's Big 3 and just put in work there?
I mean, like at this stage of my career, like right now, it's like a one chance opportunity. So I don't want to chance my chance with, trying to go play overseas or play Big 3 and something crazy happen on knocking my chance. I'd rather get that chance at that opportunity, and then if something happened and presented itself, then I could be able to, live with that versus trying to go the other route. And then, like I said, if it don't happen, it just don't happen. God bless me, continue to bless me, and like all thing I can do now at this point is just give back as much as I can to the youth and my kids.
Love it.
Hey, I got to ask you one more, and then I'll let you go. And once again, thank you for giving us all this time. Second year, you're in your second year in your league, and in the league, and it's the We Believe season. What do you remember about it, and what was it like being 21 years old and finding yourself on the same team as Barron, Steven Jackson, Matt Barnes, Harrington, etc.?
That, like when we made that trade, like it was like fresh air, because we had guys that came in that actually was trying to win and wanted to win, and when we got together, it's like it was a connection that we had, like we've been together forever. So we did everything together. We hung out together. We went to eat together. Like, we did everything that we did, it was always together. Like, if we had 12 players, at least 8 of us always was together. And so all that, hanging out and doing all that carry over on the basketball court. And so to be around all those guys, like especially with Barron and Jay Rich my first years, because they was there when I was a rookie. And to be on the same team with them as a rookie, like, that was amazing, because I had just seen Jay Rich win the dunk contest, and then Barron had just got traded over, I think, mid of the season before I got there.
Yep.
And so, and watching him play, because he was in Charlotte, and I'm from Mississippi, so it's right down the street. So we used to see a lot of their games, and to be on the team with him and know who he was, it was amazing. And then how they embraced me as a little brother, took me under their wing, was more amazing. And so then we got all the other boys, and everybody was on the same page, and it was fun, because we was winning, and we was doing it all together. Like, we didn't care who was the standout player. Didn't nobody, like, egos want a part of it. Like, it would just all go out there and hoop, and whoever had the night had the night.
Yeah, you guys were all together, man. There's a story out here that you were all together that last night in Phoenix. Remember that game where you needed to win 2 in a row to get to the postseason? Something was going on with Barron and Nelly. Remember Barron didn't play the second half?
Yeah.
You don't have to expand on that. I got you, buddy.
Nah, to be honest with you, I had I don't even remember what happened with that anyway.
Well, that's you guys won 48 that year. It's the most any team's ever won without making the playoffs.
Yeah, he sparked one in us when he came out in the paper and then said we wasn't gonna make the playoff, and
that's right.
We can start, looking for trading this person, this and that, and we didn't like too much of that, so we all came together and we just fought.
That's right. That was I want to say that was in Detroit when it all came down or something like that.
History.
Yeah.
Man. Hey, Monte, thank you so much for joining us. Really appreciate it, man. Good luck to you, and I'm going to see if I can talk to my guy and get you out here.
All right. Thank you guys for having me, man.
All right.
Thank you.
If I'll talk to you, have a happy holidays.
All right, man. Monte Ellis, former Warrior, played 7 years for Golden State. Big time fan favorite. We got to take a break because we are rolling, but we'll obviously get it more into Monte Ellis and the Golden State Warriors road trip coming up. We'll be right back.
Come into Friedman's Appliance and see the full line of Fisher & Paykel's indoor and outdoor products. And for a limited time, enjoy special offers on qualifying combinations of Fisher & Paykel products. Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or online at Friedman's Appliance.
14 for 21s or whatever. But let's just say hypothetically, he goes to Philly on Saturday and goes 8 for 24 and 3 for 14 from the foul from 3-point line. That's like, in other words, he has another bad shooting night, which would be his third in 6 games.
Okay.
Would that concern you?
No, because let me tell you why, Steiny. He now is playing with a roster that is not solely dependent on how he goes, we go as a team. 2, and your numbers are factual, Steiny. He's been in slumps before. Now, this may, however you look at it, however you want to, put your lens on it. To me, hey, brother, you got more than enough time to work it out, but I would need something else for somebody to tell me why this is happening for me to be like, you know what, I need to ponder. Because he's in great shape. We talk about the 2K mile he runs getting open every day. So I'm not seeing you know what I mean? It ain't age. It's just happenstance right now. And maybe he should get a rest.
415 says it looks like Steph is gassed. And then the 415 said Steph looked tired for a bit against the Spurs.
That's interesting.
They should have or could have sat him that night. Well, so look, they don't win if he doesn't shoot well. When he went 4 for 21, that was the Suns. They got beat. And when he went 7 for 28, that was the Spurs. They got beat. So now those are really bad games for him.
Yeah.
For him, absolutely no doubt about it. But does he look a little tired?
To me,
to you,
at times.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, how do you think it's just a temporary thing,
right?
Or do you think that the Warriors? Okay, let me ask you this: do you think he'll play all 5 games on this road trip?
No.
Okay.
And now you got me, and I'm telling you, I think maybe he will sit Indiana for New York to be ultra special. Now, I could be wrong, but there have been times to where Steiny, the game will start, and not there's a fall off. It's just, man, he looked like he could use that night off.
Right.
So we'll see. It's something to keep an eye on. And now it coincides with you saying what everybody else is seeing the last 5 games. The open looks aren't, normally it's just like, oh, turn away.
Right.
But now he ain't,
Here's what I was thinking is, you could look at these numbers and say, man, this is among the worst shooting stretches he's had.
Minimum 5 games, though, right?
Yeah. Okay. It's really hard to match stuff up. But, again, this is really bad for him, and yet we're still talking about an 8 for 20, an 8 for 16, and an 8 for 19. The issue is, the 5 for 17 and 6 for 17. But what I'm getting at mostly with Steph Curry right now is, okay, he's not shooting the ball well. Okay, what if he doesn't shoot the ball well? What if he has a bad shooting road trip where he shoots 40% from the field and 33% from 3-point range? And let me just tell you where I'm at.
Okay.
Here's what I will never do.
Yeah.
Here's what I will never be first on. I will not be the first guy to say, I think he's declining.
Oh, yeah, because, and you know why? You would need a whole...
How much time?
Half a season.
Okay.
Yeah, and I'm going to dumb it down for you, Steiny. For the non-analytical people out there, it's 41.2 at the end of the day.
Which would be the worst of his career. See, that's the thing. He is still shooting astronomically well.
So, you're right.
But he's at 43.9 right now overall.
Right.
Last year was 48. That is not an insignificant drop-off. And then if you look at 43.9 in his 2-point or his overall percentage, it's essentially worse than any other year except that 5-game year. His 3-point shooting, I think in 16-17 he shot 41-1. That was his lowest ever, and that's where he's at now. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, the 43, and that's field goal percentage.
Right.
So I'm like, and then you think of the spectacular year he had last year. You wonder if that maybe took something out of him. But again,
I'm with you though. It would take a half a year.
And here I go.
I think that's
we're
a good
comparing
number.
him to him, Superman against Superman. So if Lil Daryl came home with a 98 on his test, and then he comes home with a 91, I ain't gonna flip over the spread like, what's the drop off? You're still great.
Right.
So but the field goal percentage, Steiny and him, have you looked at them? Like there are times where the first quarter will seem like the third. Like they're running up the court sometimes. Like there's not a labor. I don't know how to put my. And for the people on the text line saying they say every now and again, it's not all the time.
No. I will say this. What are they? 25 games in?
How many minutes is he playing, Steiny? 34 minutes
like
a
he's
game.
Missed a few more shots this year that are normally just automatic.
And this is not just three.
Like wide. Right. Well, mostly I'm talking threes. I am talking mostly threes, and I'm talking mostly, when he gets a second to set and gather, he never misses. Yeah. He's missed a few this year. But again, it's
early.
And he's still the best shooter in the league.
Hello.
It's just for his numbers. You can take a look at it. Hey, on the other side, I see Dave. Dave is on the line, and he wants to talk about something that I'm very interested in about Curry and the possibility of him having played in New York. We'll be right back. It's all brought to you by BioNTech and Pfizer.
What does your house want for Christmas? Bet it's an Anderson big door that fits walls up to 45 feet wide and 10 feet tall. Sound amazing? It is. And you can get the details at a Dolan's Window and Door showroom in Walnut Creek or Burlingame. This season, make your house happy in a really big way with all the energy-saving features of Anderson. Visit Dolan's in the Bay Area, the most trusted name in building products, where you receive lower prices on higher quality Anderson windows and doors. Visit DolanLumber.com. That's DolanLumber.com for details, then call for an appointment.
some Niners, but this is
bring the party down.
Yeah, well, not necessarily. Not necessarily. A couple things want to what's it called? Bring everybody up to speed on. If you just joined us, we were joined earlier by former Warrior Monte Ellis. Played here for 7 years, big time fan favorite.
Man.
Right up there with Jay Rich, I would think, in terms of fan favorite.
Manu Bowl.
Yeah, but he was much better than Bowl.
I see, but why does everything got to be about talent?
Well, because
Manu Bowl was a fan favorite. Everybody loved him.
Yes, he was. But all things being equal, you're more of a fan favorite when you average 25 a game as opposed to 4.
So you're
like
the good,
Brian Cardinal.
Yeah.
Remember him? He was a fan favorite. Obviously, nobody compares to Steph Curry, but Monte was here before him, and good interview, a lot of fun interview. By the way, before I take
was honest.
Before I take a couple calls, and I know you may snicker. How about Kirk Cousins last night and those Vikings?
Almost blowing the game?
Oh, I'm sorry, what?
Almost blowing the game?
No. Never was a one-score game.
And why'd they go? Okay, but
why'd they go for 2 at 29-20?
Dude, I just
kind of was with you there.
Man,
kind of was with you there.
Hey,
there was actually a play in that game that happened, and I saw it, and I said, and I saw it, and I said,
I know it.
This would Jimmy Garoppolo could
tell
never.
me when we'll get to this.
Yeah,
all right, I'll save it.
Let me go to Dave. Dave's in El Cerrito. What's going on, Dave? What do you got for us? Steph Curry drafted 7th back in 2009 by the Warriors. Had he slipped one more spot, he goes to New York at number 8. Then what happens?
Couple things here. As a Knicks fan, first off, the Knicks would have screwed it up even if they had Steph Curry. Because realize that the Warriors are amazing because of Steph Curry, but they're also amazing because of the team, the selfless ball, the playing off the ball, all the things they did with guys who had multiple years in college, European experience, things the Knicks never would have done. Never would have drafted the other players that the Warriors did to make them good. On top of that,
okay, go ahead.
He still would have been amazing, don't get me wrong, but he wouldn't have been amazing on the Knicks because when Monte Ellis was traded, there was a discussion at the time because of Steph's ankles, whether or not Steph should be the one to go and Monte should be the one to stay.
Yes.
If that was the case in a place like New York, Steph would have been the one that was gone. He would have been in Miami. He would have been in Boston. He never would have happened in the Knicks. So none of the Knicks fans are like, oh, he had just gotten to us at 8. They would have messed it up no matter what.
Oh, man, Dave, I know I'm not disagreeing with you at all. And thanks for the call. Appreciate it. Actually, I'm going to disagree with you just a hair. When Curry was drafted by the Warriors, they had the worst ownership in the NBA at that time. So as bad as New York's was, Golden State's was as bad or worse.
And they weren't on a dry spell like the Warriors were.
And also, what I come back to, Dave, is, and you might be right, the Knicks might not have been able to surround him with those guys. You're absolutely right on that. But I think Curry's greatness would have elevated every single franchise in the league, no matter who it was. And if Curry would have ended up in New York, I'm not saying they'd have 6 titles or anything like that, but I do think he would have gone down as the, dare I say, the greatest Knick of all time.
And what about the buildings downtown that his face would be on? He would be bigger than what Jordan was in Chicago. Well, Jordan was in every state.
Right.
Steiny, I love the Bay, and you know how I feel about New York. I think the Bay's better than New York. But had he been what he is now in New York, he'd probably be on the dollar bill. I mean, just think about it. The dude's revolutionized the game, and he's the Energizer Bunny. What is it?
The Energizer Bunny.
Yeah, still going.
Yeah. All right, Andrew in San Jose saying no way Steph would have been Steph on the Knicks.
Explain.
Please tell me more.
Steiny Guru, how you guys doing? Appreciate taking my call.
Sure.
I just want to say, I hear everything you guys are saying, and I just got on the call after Steiny, you were talking about the Dolan ownership, and that's my whole thing, is that Steph Curry, yes, he was drafted by Chris Cohan and that regime, but 3-4 years later, the team got sold, I believe.
Yes, you're right. Yeah, good call.
James Dolan is never selling that team. Ever, ever, ever. He will die with that team in his arms. and playing his guitar with the fedora on. I don't think that it would have turned out the same. We can't be sure, but the main thing is the James Dolan ownership group, and they wouldn't have been able to surround him with the talent and all that and blah, blah, blah. But, yeah, I just don't see it, and I appreciate you guys taking my call. Guru, I saw you on the Twitch stream the other day with the Steph Curry T-shirt and the waves. Doing your thing, man. Love it.
Wow, that's a guy.
Yeah, thanks, Andrew. Appreciate the call. It's a fun hypothetical, I think, because he does.
Greatness is greatness.
Right. Okay. Andrew does make a good point, though, that we got to see Steph Curry drafted by Chris Cohan, and then 3 years later, they have a new ownership group. Had he gone to New York, James Dolan wasn't going anywhere. He would have had to play for that type of an organization his whole career. That is a fair point.
Well, this is a little further down the road, but what if, hypotheticals, what if Kerr at that juncture saw Curry on the roster and decided, you know what, I'm going to go to New York and coach and implement that offense? And What about Woj with a little mini Woj bomb?
Oh,
there's some movement.
Tell me.
ESPN reporting at Zach Lowe, Philadelphia's trade conversations on Ben Simmons gathering momentum in recent days. More teams engaged, more 2- and 3-way structure deals ongoing as 76ers try to land a top 25 for Benny. Gotta believe Portland's on the phone, right?
You would think. I think there'd be a lot of teams on the phone.
I just want the guys back. I want Kyrie to get over what he's got going on. I want the league whole so we know. You know what I mean? So I don't like this. Oh, where's he at? What's Ben doing?
He's probably working out on his pace.
Don't do the Zion diet. Yeah, well, you got to worry about it.
Well,
he's in good shape.
I think. And
we
Philly's
saw a
gotta
picture
move
of Zion, Steiny. It looked like somebody was doing the stuff on. I think I sent it to you. He looked pretty good. I think they're fat. You know how you make you bigger on the internet? Fat? Like they did Harden.
Yeah, it's called a regular picture. Regular pictures add 10 pounds, just like TV.
But this is different, you know.
All right.
Yeah.
Let's go to Bob. Bob's in Walnut Creek, wants to talk about Curry's minutes. Hey, Bob, how you doing, man?
Hey. Good. Thanks for taking my call.
Yeah.
You guys were talking about his percentages and, going after the record. I think it's a combination of when he's coming in and out now, Kerr's new regimen of starting him, obviously to begin the game and then coming out at definitely seems like odd times to me.
That's good.
And then I think the record's just in his head. He's going to get over it, and he's just going to be back to what Steph usually does.
Thanks for the call. What's that?
I like that.
I actually
could be a burden.
I actually do too.
You see it with baseball players trying to get the hit. You know, the homer.
Let's see. What's he playing this year?
34 minutes a game. 34.2.
Why can't I find the average?
You got glasses on. I don't.
Well, there it is. He's playing
34.2.
Well, maybe the reason nothing's making sense is because I'm looking at Monte Ellis's career stats.
Hey, about that rotation thing, obviously forget the team record because it's working. Do you think that could have something to do with it, Steiny?
Well,
that's interesting.
I got to be honest. I hadn't thought about it until, what was the gentleman's name? Do you remember? The last caller. I had not thought about that until he brought it up, Bob. And then I think I think there might be something to that.
Like, how would Kerr answer that if Damon Ratto were to ask him next time they get him?
Well, I think Steve Kerr would say, guys, he's shooting 41.3% from the field.
Right.
I think Evan, our producer, over the course of Curry's career, he shot 42% before the All-Star break and 45% after the All-Star break on three-pointers.
Okay.
That's not we're not there yet.
Speaking of Evan, his mom gave us a compliment.
Really?
Yeah.
Do tell.
Yeah, she was listening in yesterday, and
I was like, "Oh, brother."
Well, she said originally she was like, "Wow, these guys they're just so different. How do they work? I just can't stop listening. I can't turn off the dial."
I believe him.
Wow.
What's your mom's name?
Yeah, Evan's mom.
Yeah,
Nancy.
Hey, Nancy. Shout out Nancy. Part of the show now. Family.
Yeah.
Jane Spadoni. That's Spadoni's other half. If you don't know.
It's Jade.
With a D.
Jade.
It's like The Rock.
What did I say?
Jane.
I follow her on Twitter.
You say like, Jane, you're playing the game, girl. Cat and mouse.
You sound like you might have been in a band before. Tried.
Never. Never. I mean, I did sometime. I mean, I remember as a kid, I'd get a tennis racket and
there you go,
and play the guitar
like Tom Cruise in Risky Business.
Did he have a tennis racket?
Yeah, remember he was in.
No, he had a microphone.
I thought it was a tennis racket.
I would just do. I'd play a great song with the lyrics, and I'd pretend I was playing a guitar, but I was a background singer. See, that's on my bucket list.
I had a brush. I was the lead.
You know how you said, go on to the front row at the Warriors game was bucket list stuff?
Oh, it really was.
I mean, my bucket list, one of my bucket list items would be to sing backup. And you can turn my mic off. I just need to be up there with 5 soulful women
what
singers.
What do you get out of that? If they can't really hear you.
Are you kidding?
Yeah.
To be up there with a great artist.
Yeah, no doubt. I got
you. And you know all the words to their song, and you're just up there singing, and you're not butchering anything.
I kind of butchered it. They set my mic up. Remember, I went to the concert at Chase, Belle Biv DeVoe, and I said the wrong lyrics. But anyway, I kind of was living that bucket list.
Huh. But I'm talking about for a whole concert.
Well, this was part of the concert.
Yeah, it was more like one lyric.
The show stopped as I came up. They set my mic up. Let's go, and I got it wrong, like Jock Pretty. Yeah.
Hey, Kirk Cousins.
Oh my God.
So, I mean,
I know where you're going. Yeah,
vintage Kirk Cousins last night, right? So, but here's what I was thinking. So, they get up 29-0. The Vikings do on the Steelers.
Wow.
All right. I think it was 29-0 heading into the fourth quarter. Anyway, the Steelers go boom, 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 and now it's 29-20. They missed the 2-point conversion, but nevertheless, now it's 29-20, and there's still plenty.
I cut the game off at my son's game. I'm watching it both. I go, it's over.
Okay, so it's 29-20. The Steelers have just scored 3 times in a hurry, and now here come the Vikings. And I'm thinking, okay, well, what if Kyle Shanahan and this were Shanahan and Garoppolo? Well, they're going to run it 3 times.
Dude.
They're going to run it, and then they're going to throw a little dinker. Might
be behind the line of scrimmage.
And they're going to try to milk the clock as much as they possibly can. And anyway, what I'm getting at is, here comes the Vikings, run a play. They throw a bomb.
A major bomb.
Touchdown.
And what did you take from that?
The 49ers just would never do that. Whether it's because of Garoppolo, whether it's because of Shanahan, that's not who they are. They just wouldn't do that.
And that,
you know what I mean? And I don't know why, but I kind of respected Zimmer saying, we're not crawling. The worst thing
I missed it.
Well, I didn't listen to it after. But clearly what he said was, all right, it's 29-20. Our back. You know what?
We're not going in fetal position.
Exactly.
But you already know there's dysfunction.
But here's the other thing. So they score on it. Woo, 36-20.
Thought it was over.
Well, guess what?
I know what
you
happened.
saw the bad then, too. Cousins throws an interception. I don't know how he threw it because he's Kirk Cousins. But it's like, a guy like Kirk Cousins is a little bit of a gunslinger. You know what I mean? They'll throw long, but you know what? He'll make some mistakes, obviously. Well, Garoppolo kind of makes some mistakes, but they don't use
Jimmy.
him to throw long.
He's not trusted like Zimmer trusts Kirk.
I guess.
And as crazy as that sounds, but it's part of the dysfunction. But it's also part of the problem, Steiny, of why people that are clamoring for Trey to, I heard Bonte and Butch today with Willard and Dibs, Steiny, and it sounded like you and me. I believe Shasky said it. They could be both of them. They could be 6-6 with Trey. That's just reality. Or it could be 10-2. But the fact that
why don't you say
he doesn't
it could be
trust
2-10?
Either one, either way, I'm out on him. He's the guy that ain't going to the casino, but he talks about gambling all day. Zimmer trust is you know what? I'm going down swinging. Kyle, and we saw it again in Seattle last. That's not how you don't get the ball in the end zone. I know it's old potatoes, and they got a game Sunday in Ohio, but just how do you not score? And you're the guru of all
they went
this.
98 yards.
How much did you need?
98 yards.
No, how much did you need to get in?
98 yards.
So
I'm gonna stop. I'm not gonna stop saying that. They went 97, then or 6, and then they couldn't get in.
Right.
But they needed to go 98 yards.
So it sounds like you're giving an award for going 98, like it was successful.
No, what I'm saying
it makes
is
it more maddening that they didn't get the 2. What happened? You had everything going.
Well, it takes a lot of things to go right to drive 98 yards.
Okay,
and they couldn't push it in.
And he overthinks
it. Happens. It happens.
Yep.
I'm not saying a lot or it should have or I'm excusing it, but
you think they win Sunday? Honestly, you're good.
No, I don't.
Well,
and here's part of the reason why.
The O-line for Cincinnati is horrendous.
Here's part of why. Injury update for the 49ers. All right, the following players are out.
Come on, Debo.
They are out.
O-U-T.
Elijah Mitchell.
Ooh.
Manuel Mosley.
Ooh.
Dre Greenlaw. Mo Hurst. Feels like Mo Hurst. Who is Mo Hurst? And Trent Cannon.
Oh,
questionable Debo Samuel. And Dante Johnson? Questionable. For personal reasons, though. He's not hurt. So,
would you even risk Debo? Because, again, Dibs said it. If you lose, I think it's still you got a 45% chance of still getting in.
No, I take
if it's his hammy, Steiny, and you don't know by Friday that you can go, it's going to be cold out there. Why risk it? And I thought that was a 10 o'clock game, Steiny. That's a later game.
125 CBS.
Wow. Where will you be? They've been on CBS too much for me. I like the Niners on Fox. I like NFC on Fox. I know it's been forever. I don't like it.
I'll be in front of the game. 125. I'm going to try to get a tree maybe Sunday morning with my daughter. And
don't tear your
put it up.
Your ACL like my wife did ours.
Get in the tree?
Yeah. I told her it was raining in Rancho Cordova. I told her, stop, I'll get it. Got out. She tried to tore it.
Where do you like to go, Steiny? Do you like to go to like a big lot or something? Or
there's a place.
The place, okay.
Yeah, there's a place right near the Grand Theater. You probably know where it is,
right?
Right
The highway.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. We use a fake tree now. Nothing wrong with it.
I can't.
I grew up on that.
I don't think there's anything wrong with it either.
What was the
but
buzzer
it's not
for?
allowed.
Daisy's looking down on you guys like
you need the smell of the Christmas tree in the house.
That's the kind of crap I can't stand. Like, the smell or the crack of the bat
of Christmas. Ebenezer Scrooge over here. Come on,
you are not a Scrooge.
You are
just because. No, I'm not. Just because you have a fake tree. Doesn't make you
and
a
then
Scrooge.
you don't go litter the yard, Spadoni, when the tree turns brown.
Well, I think you're exaggerating.
And all that stuff's on the ground, and you throw it out in the front yard. We avoid all that. You just box it up. Hey, son, put that back up at
We're
the top.
getting a real tree. Settle down, Spadone.
But if you didn't, the fake one would suffice.
We have a second fake one, but it's like, it's 3 feet. Actually, it's a big. It's
nothing wrong with a fake tree, man.
I agree.
They're expensive out there. The real ones. I feel like this year they're more expensive than normally.
Real ones or fake ones?
The real ones.
Have you seen gas prices? Everything's
supply
up.
chain on the phone.
Right. You gonna get the saw and cut it, or are they gonna already?
No, they do that.
Oh no! When my wife got hurt, we had to do it.
Well, that's why she got hurt.
Well, I'll tell
you. Got to leave that to the professionals.
Do you tip the guy that helps you put it on, Steiny? Always.
Yes. Oh my God, yes.
So you need a truck. You ain't gonna be able to take it in your car.
They can put it on the roof. They tie it to the roof.
Oh.
No, not on my Volt. I'll take a bigger car. Will's in Pleasanton. What's going on, Will? How you doing, man?
What's up, guys? I was watching the game last night, and I thought of you, Guru.
Oh.
I'm a Steeler fan, and I feel like the extended season and more playoff teams hurt the Niners and hurt the Steelers. The Niners and the Steelers are a lot alike. They got a lot of good players, been there a while, like T.J. Watt and Bosa. Meanwhile, they both have quarterbacks. You want to give Trey Lance a chance. I don't really want to give Rudolph a chance, but I want him to get out there so they realize he stinks and they get rid of him. But instead, they keep on saying, we're almost in the playoffs. We're almost in the playoffs. And what's going to happen? They may make the playoffs, but they're losing in the first round, and we're going to be stuck next year not knowing what we have.
Wow. Did he hear our conversation this morning that I politely shared with you, Steiny? I'm a guy that came up, believe it or not, 49er Frankie that taught me hockey. Everybody gets in hockey. Everybody gets in the NBA. Now baseball has went that route. I love it. But I don't like the NFL when it used to be like private school, prestigious. Look at these standings and the teams that are still alive. I know it's all about, and if the Niners make it, I'm all in. Tell me where the party's at for that one game. Wings. Well, I'll be on a diet then. But I don't like what we're seeing now.
What
the
are we
Niners
seeing?
are 6-6, and we can say confidently, oh, they can go lose and they'll still be in it. We're at the go time. I don't like it. NFL, keep it to 6. Look at these teams. Seattle is 4-8, and technically can run the table.
Technically, the Houston Rockets are still in it.
Dude, what are they doing?
Yeah, they're hot.
Or is the NBA bad? But Steiny, it's too much for your boy. Have a winning record when you get in. Somebody's going to get in the NFC.
Seattle Seahawks won the division one year at 7-9 and had home field
and beat the Saints.
Yeah, I mean
that was what did they call Marshawn's run? Remember, he just
I don't know.
Beastquake.
That's my guy.
Oh, it's your guy.
No, Spadoni.
Oh, Spadoni's your guy.
The young minds.
Not.
What's the ball you have in your hands? Looking like you frisky.
It's been here.
Can I say something? No, I'll bring it anyway. Before we get out of here, Bonte and Butch are having a 3-point contest.
I thought they had that already.
They're the two youngest guys at the station. Dibs and Low Neal played one-on-one. This is embarrassing. You do the 3-point shootout after you guys go at it one-on-one. You're the youngest host at the station doing the old man contest. Play one-on-one. And I ran up and down Chris Haynes Invitational, Warriors World Tournament. And where else did I play? Oh, wow. Where else did I play, Steiny?
I don't know.
The full court for the station. The Chris Haynes Invitational. Oh, Shasky. I went to the Juvenile Hall because he does a little thing, and I played full court. My point is they need to play one-on-one if Dibs, at his age, play Low Neal one-on-one. I think you like that. I'm gonna text both later.
I like it none at all. So we just spent. All you wanted to do was get off your chest you wanted to gossip about other guys at the station.
Is that what you labeled it as?
Well,
I got it off my chest.
But you also
took
took shots at them though.
Well, they take shots at me. But this wasn't a shot. This was a constructive criticism.
Okay,
you're too young. Play one-on-one. I don't want to watch a contest of shooting. I beat you in your backyard.
Are you done?
Yeah.
All right. If you're looking for all the best 49er content, from 95.7 The Game, text 49ers to 20357. That's 49ers to 20357. Make sure to click the link, then hit the subscribe button in the Odyssey app or wherever you find your favorite podcast. Powered by DuckDuckGo. Privacy unlimited. 30 minutes, we're going to replay the Monte Ellis interview, and on the other side, we'll get into this big 5-game road trip for the Golden State Warriors. We're coming right up on the other side.
Does your heart long to wander? To encounter colorful creatures from the deep blue sea and amazing...
Still a juvenile, Spadoni. Grow up. Grow up. Isn't that what Durant said?
Yeah.
Grow up.
And that was when we were remote.
Yeah, you grow up.
I'm Kevin Durant. You know who I am.
Wow.
That's a great line. It's a great line. It's almost as iconic as
I'm a Warriors, and I'm always going to be a Warriors.
He put me in a good mood, man. Just hearing him, Steiny.
Yeah.
He was telling the truth. Yeah.
Coming up in a half hour, we're going to replay our interview with Monte Ellis. One of the Warriors fans' favorite sons, Monte Ellis. Played here for 7 years and overlapped with Steph at the beginning of Steph's career. Monte lays low, there's no doubt about it, but he gave us a good half hour and was positive and upbeat and great stuff. He just talked about great stuff.
Hasn't given up on hoop dreams either, Steiny.
No, he hasn't.
That was it. He still think he could get to the cup.
Yeah, all right. You know what? I shouldn't have checked my email.
Oh,
I shouldn't have checked my email over the no. I'm just saying I should not have checked my email.
It happens.
Obvious. Okay, so 49ers at Cincinnati, 125 game. Once again, out Elijah Mitchell. Mosley, Greenlaw, Hurst, and Cannon, they're out. Deebo Samuel, questionable. And Dante Johnson, also questionable. Personal reasons for him, though. Personal reasons. So, yeah, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say why the Niners are also sitting pretty in the NFC, Steiny, is the fact that they got that win over Minnesota, who is a half game behind them, along with the Eagles earlier in the year. So they got that in their, bag. But the whole thing is, you mentioned earlier, you want them to get to like fifth. And right now that doesn't. They're three. They got the 2 games behind the Rams with one left with the Rams.
Right.
So Rams got Arizona Monday night. You got to believe they got to win that game. Can't get swept by the Cardinals.
You know me, I only take them one at a time. Yeah. Who do the 49ers play? Is it Atlanta after Cincinnati?
Yes, and remember a couple of years ago you proclaimed.
But that was when they were 13 and they were like 12-4.
Yeah, but Matt Ryan came in here and pulled.
I was right though, wasn't I?
No, you said there's no way the Niners will lose.
I don't know.
And they lost on the last play of the game.
Yeah, I think I do remember.
Yeah.
I think I do.
It wasn't one of your best moments.
When's the Titans game?
That's, I want to say, that pops.
It's actually Flower Shop.
Oh, okay. You get it. You needed to get it. I could have took over.
Well, it's.
Or can you not do that? I don't think I've ever had a host talk like
I don't.
Hey,
yeah.
Goo, it's my mom. Let me tell you.
I mean, here's the bottom line, so people will know that I'm just not
right
a curmudgeon. I'm not Scrooge. How dare you, Spadone? Partners in New Jersey right now, tending to her mother who's not doing great, and they're staying at the old house, and it's I'm sure it's not the most uplifting scene, so I want to make sure we get some.
I heard you do that.
Some flowers
gesture,
in the house.
Man.
That's all.
You do have a heart.
You got to dig around.
You forget what people
and only
say.
and it's got to be on a real good day. A real good day. What's funny is I did my podcast with JD on the Warriors earlier, and then we just mentioned the 49ers here or there, and he said, you guys talking a lot of 49ers, this and that? And I said, yeah, a lot of 49ers. I said, but man, it just always comes back to Garoppolo, Lance, and or Shanahan. And what we were saying was, yeah, that's what happens. And like, okay, I'm going to challenge 49er fans. What do you want to talk about 49ers related that doesn't have to do with Garoppolo, Lance, and or Shanahan? I mean, the running game now is going to struggle without Elijah Mitchell. Let's hope Jeff Wilson Jr. can pick up the slack.
What about the D-line? It's just Bosa or bust. I mean, DJ Jones has showed flashes, but more times than not, Steiny, he's not enough.
Yeah,
this
you're
front
right.
line is not wrecking havoc like it used to do a couple years ago. Remember, we were trying to give them nicknames. What were some of the nicknames?
They were all terrible.
No,
remember?
Some were good. The Gold Rush.
Oh, that's the name of their dance team.
That's right.
Or I don't know if they call them cheerleaders anymore.
Right. The dance
team.
Oh, yeah.
I know a lot of those organizations don't like the Warriors girls.
Gotcha.
They're not really girls. They're 25 years old.
No.
They're more like women. So
I was a judge.
I always try to be sensitive to that. 510 says you can talk about Ayuk. Okay. Well, he's bounced back from a tough start. And how do you look at that? All right. How do you look at that, Goo? Can you make an argument that Kyle Shanahan has handled this the right way with Ayuk, because they are,
I don't think
teaching him a lesson. If you want to use a harsh term, teaching him a lesson. And now he's coming back better. And they're still 6-6. They're right in the middle of everything.
He never was bad. Now, if you want to say he was football fat when they alluded to him and we had fun with that, if that's what tickles your goose, go ahead. But to me, he took the high road when he said, you know what, I got to be more accountable and I got to practice harder. Miss me with all that. The ball's finally coming his way, Steiny. I don't know why it's finally coming his way. I think I got a reason. Could be the quarterback / the coach for not saying, hey, 10, get the ball to 11. But at the end of the day, he's showing flashes.
How much responsibility would you put on Ayuk? And how much responsibility would you put on Shanahan?
I'm going 70-30.
Who?
Responsibility on Kyle.
Oh, my God.
Yeah. You're not going to tell me donuts or soda's the reason. He wasn't heavy, Steiny.
Oh.
I'm not telling you he was perfect, but don't tell me all of a sudden.
He was out of shape.
He was Steiny.
Okay, so now he wasn't out of shape.
I don't believe that.
His practice habits weren't very good.
What does that mean on game day?
Who the hell is Brandon Ayuk to not practice hard?
Well, we don't know. Now, if he's middle fingering everybody
hold on.
Come on.
Hold on, though.
Meet me halfway. This is a big boy sport.
I don't think he's middle fingering everybody. Right. I don't think he's stomping around at practice. But I don't for 1 minute believe that Ayuk was reaching his potential. And Shanahan.
So what's changed? I'm going to flip it on you because I got
took responsibility.
Okay.
It's like when my college coach came up to me halfway through senior year, Glenn Robinson. He said, you know what? You got to play better defense. And I was like, defensive? And then I was like, you're right. I've stunk this year on defense.
Okay.
Stank on defense that year. But you know what? Came out against Moravian.
Stinks.
Outplayed their little guard. What was his name? Walker, shut him down.
Okay.
And we go into Scranton. I shut down Tyrone Folks.
We get it, son.
Okay. And you know what? And I said to Coach Robinson, I said, Coach, you were right. I just didn't want to admit it at the time. Thank you for coaching me hard.
Did we talk about this team being devoid of leaders. He was a byproduct of a coach not being a leader of men. And basically, I'm putting the rat on the table, not knowing what the hell was going on. So now they found a way to look for 11, and the offense is better for it. I'm not putting that on Ayuk coming here out of shape and all that. He proved himself last year, Steiny.
Oh, please. You can't prove yourself when you're 5 and 11.
But do you think during the actual season they're having practices like all-out warfare? No. They're going through the motions. So miss me with this, be good in church. They're just giving him opportunities, and he's taking advantage of it. But he got caught up in, Steiny, we talked about the lack of leadership, and he could be a part of that.
But you didn't subscribe to that yesterday.
No, I said it falls on the head coach.
Oh, the lack of leadership from the head coach. I got you.
I'm just out on Kyle everything.
And you know what?
I can't. I've never divorced this fast.
Look, maybe.
Come on, man. Meet me and quit saying that.
First of all, he hasn't broken out.
When
last
are you ever
4
pro
games,
player either?
3 catches
for him.
7, 3, and 3.
7 is like 11.
Right.
3 is like 6.
First of all, let's be honest. 7 was against Jacksonville.
They don't care.
Yeah, of course it matters.
They needed to win.
Okay.
Right.
He has 3 receptions against Seattle. That was a loss.
All right. I'm going to give you something. When
have I ever taken a player side? I've taken player sides many times.
And I was like, listen.
Not a second-year guy who hasn't done a damn thing in the NFL. I can't wait for you to
rebuttal on what I'm about to give you.
All right.
Let's change the player's name and talk about, I know what you're about to say. I need to hear it. Why George Kittle is not featured in the passing game more than what we see his pedestrian participation, not because of him, but because of what they ask him to do,
and I'll say it,
is a byproduct of upstairs in the wrong approach to coaching. You got talent that you're not using, and guess what, Kyle? It's helping the other team.
This pisses me off. I've explained this to you before. The 49ers' goal is to run the ball 40 times a game. That leaves 25 to 30 attempts for Jimmy Garoppolo. He hits 18 of 25. Do the math. Not everybody can catch 8 balls for 125 yards every game. They take Kittle away. Deebo Samuel has a career year. They start taking Deebo Samuel away a little. Ayuk starts to emerge. It's a team game. It's not, hey, can we get 3 guys to average 25 points a game? No.
It's not that. It's can we get 3 guys to scare the hell out of the defense because they think each one could get the rock.
They do.
And
that's
you
what
just
they do.
recited the lack of targets or production Ayuk got like it was a negative.
My point is they all 3 cannot produce big numbers the same game and over the course of the whole year.
I remember that Atlanta Falcon, and this was years ago. I'm sorry, Steiny, and I know they don't got Matt Ryan, but it wasn't just Julius Jones. They had Freeman. They had all kind of other running backs and receivers that participated. I'm just telling you, this dude's, do I dare say vanilla type approach to offense is just stagnant, it's stale, and I'm not a fan. I don't like to watch it. And I think you were saying something to that when you said, Goo, the Niners would have never thrown that deep pass. Like that would have never been called
that's
the
other
Kirk Cousins
thing.
one.
They don't have a receiver that gets deep like that.
Oh, Steiny, that bothers me.
Deebo Samuel caught a 76-yard pass from Trey Lance, and it was thrown in the flat. When is the last time a 49er quarterback dropped back and threw a bomb down the sideline or over in the middle of the field over the defense to either Deebo, Ayuk, or Kittle?
That's frustration. You're not dare saying, especially after last week, Steiny, that Kittle has limitations on the routes he can run. I'm not saying he's Randy Moss. He's a threat.
Not
when he gets
a deep
quarterback
threat.
Man.
Dude, they don't have can openers, to use an old phrase. They don't.
Like that.
So, okay,
like Deebo, much of his work is behind the line of scrimmage.
Okay.
But they're telling them to do that. Steiny, I'm not going to tell Deebo he can't run deep routes.
It's not his strength.
We don't know.
Oh, my God. Are you kidding me?
So athletically, you think you've seen enough from Debo on deep routes to where that's not you're ready to put him in the barn of, hey, Debo,
barn,
you can't
he's
do
a
that.
running back. He's a wide receiver. He's got strengths. He's got weaknesses. Sending him on a fly pattern? No. That doesn't make sense.
Steiny,
that doesn't make sense.
We're living out the frustration. You buy it, I don't.
Okay.
The dude's got a pair of hands. I'm talking about Debo, a pair of hands.
Yes, he
gonna
does.
take him to the Pro Bowl. I'll make him all pro.
We're talking about
He's got
legs.
wheels. It's
Right.
the way you're using them.
Please.
And I can get why you're saying, Goo, I don't remember him doing that. So it makes what you're saying, that's how you feel. But I'm not going to do that to Debo or Ayuk or Kittle and say they're so limited they can't run these routes. The rat on the table is the quarterback accuracy and weak arm is why we don't see them utilized that way. And if you were to open it up, Kyle, and just trust Jimmy like Zimmer trusts Kirk Cousins, we might see more 4th of July plays.
They don't have the personnel to throw long. They don't have the quarterback to do it in the first place. And as great as Kittle is, as great a year as Debo has had, and as much potential as Ayuk has, none of those three guys, their best attribute is running a deep pattern. It's just not. They do other things better. And because Jimmy's strength isn't throwing long, that's part of the reason they don't throw long in my mind.
Oh, in regard to the attributes, I'm not saying all three of them have to be Jerry Rice on their best day, but we can actually have the defense stressing that we're going to stretch it. And right now, that's a component that you'll admit, Steiny, that they just don't utilize. I don't know why, but I think if I had to bet, it's the quarterback.
That's part of it, for sure, and part of it's the receivers.
But you're also, if he's your starter, you're limiting him. Jimmy might tell us right now if he was a walk in here, hey, I ain't Bart Starr, but I can hit some. Let me try. Steiny, this receiver, this has been a constant.
So Jimmy Garoppolo is really good at throwing the long ball. And
if you had
and you've got three speed merchants. But for some reason Kyle says I don't want to throw long. Even though that's the best thing we do, I don't want to throw long.
I'm not hey. You know what? I'm going to say this. Gronkowski. He's not a speed merchant on his best day, but he can run the deep routes.
Does he get behind the whole defense?
He's so big, Steiny, he don't need to get behind like that sometimes.
Okay, well, then we're
just
talking
put
about
it there and I'm going to go get it.
Then we're talking about two different things.
Can you remember? I'm just asking, can you remember the last time Debo or Ayuk went on a go route, Steiny?
No.
The last one was Sherfield in the regular season. In preseason when Lance threw it 80 yards. Or threw it 40, and they went and caught it. But I'm blaming Kyle for why you think those guys. And I got to be careful here.
I think it's a combination of a bunch of things.
But when you say, and I'm not telling you, Steiny, every athlete or receiver in the NFL that goes on a deep pass is Jerry Rice. It's not. That's not how the game is played. But if we call your number and it's a good throw and he gets time, can you get open? Those three are being, it's almost like four corners. The Pete Carroll offense is what Kyle's running on the football field, Steiny.
So Brandon Ayuk, now you tell me if this does. Brandon Ayuk in college led the nation in yards after catch.
Gotcha.
You know what that tells me? They didn't throw a lot of deep balls to him in the end zone, down near the end zone, so that when he caught it, he was basically scoring. They apparently used him on shorter routes. He broke tackles and he got yards after the catch on intermediate type passes.
All right, and I'll say this to you. My partner, I have no problem with you coming up with that assessment, but I would need to see what type of O-line they had at Arizona State and what type of quarterback. Well, my point is your boy is active, and he's above average athletically.
Part of the reason.
I'm talking about Ayuk.
Right. And
so why not use him?
Because part of the reason is their offensive line isn't good. They don't. It's a bunch of stuff. It's a bunch of things that are adding up to. It makes no sense for this team to throw a lot of long passes. it's not really
like
at
that,
their core.
Okay. Like that pass to Debo, Kittle for the first touchdown. That was 25, 30 yards. I was like, oh my gosh, that felt like a bomb to me. Jimmy's first touchdown when they tied it up against Seattle. Steiny, I'm
talking
just saying,
about a 75-yard pass like the Vikings did last night.
Yeah. And
what?
Again, I'm going 50, 55.
What's the difference?
They can do that better than you think they can.
You have no idea.
I'm watching
Kyle
these guys,
Shanahan
Steiny.
is the guy who evaluates this. Right. And I guess this is what I'm saying. I'm the Kyle Shanahan acolyte.
I like that.
But I can't sit here and say, I cannot sit here and say, Jesus, do they have the pieces to have a long throwing game that could be incredible? First of all, that's not who Shanahan is.
And that's
it's not who Garoppolo is.
Right.
It's not where their offensive line is right now.
But Steiny,
and the receivers have a part to do with it.
I have no dog in this fight. And has there been anybody we've talked to this whole year? When you talk about the trio that Jimmy has and Kyle has to utilize, that is not chopped liver.
No, it isn't.
You just watch it. It's not chopped liver. But it's a lack of confidence you have.
But it's
the
also
coach
not
and the quarterback.
It's not elite. It's not elite. And let me ask you this, and I could be wrong, and I'm going to go way back, and people say, "Well, it's Steve Young." Remember when Brent Jones as a tight end used to run down the middle of the field and get behind?
I remember.
Why can't they do that with Kittle?
I'm the guy that's asking those questions.
Well, you know why I think they don't?
I'm all ears.
Because Brent Jones was faster than George Kittle.
Steiny.
I might be wrong there. Brent Jones could move.
Yeah, but I swear to you, Steiny, I'm not just being devil's advocate.
Kittle can drag guys.
If they had to race right now on his best day, I would say now your boy in his prime, and we'll ask the guys in the back. I think Kittle's faster than Brent Jones.
I don't.
Okay, and then we'll let them answer, and then I'm gonna go to Debo. This is what we know. His hands are like LeBron James on a football field, so he's got the hands. Okay, he's not Harold Carmichael. He ain't 6'8".
Brent Jones had better hands. You don't think
he can go on a go route?
Of course he can.
That's what I'm not saying 10 a game, but get Kyle. And you know what? You just said it. Goo, it's the O-line or the quarterback that Kyle is not calling those plays. But that it still falls at his doorstep.
Receivers have nothing to do with that?
I just think too. You could say I'm wrong, and I will go to the phone, Steiny. The tight end and two receivers the Niners have, and the way that they are contrast each other, Ayuk and Debo, because they're too different. It's incredible, and it's above average to me. And I get nothing out of sitting here defending them as a trifecta. But I'm looking around the NFL. Mac Jones would love to have these three guys at their disposal. Oh, hey, how about Goodwin in what's he doing in New England since he left Kyle Shanahan, who thought he couldn't be a part?
Kendrick Bourne,
help me out. He balling.
Is he?
Balling, yes.
Well,
touchdown Tommy. But he was a stiff here.
It was not a stiff here.
Well, he didn't get the opportunity.
Okay, let's not be revisionist history. Kendrick Bourne was the number one target of Jimmy Garoppolo on third down. He got more third down first downs than any receiver on the team his last year.
Isn't that valuable, though?
Yes. But don't say he's balling there, but he didn't do anything here. Well, that's not true.
However they're utilizing Daniels, he's getting touchdowns. And he's getting touchdowns in the air, Steiny, not on handoffs.
Well, let's look at the numbers at some point. Rob's in San Bruno. What's up, Rob?
Help us out, Rob.
Well, look, Matt, you my guy. But come on, man. I agree with you on Kittle. I don't think they overrate Kittle. Kittle's not a guy that's going to go downfield and beat you. You know, like he's playing off the dribble. He's not that type of guy. You know what I'm saying? If you're running the ball well and the play action come, yeah, he's going to do his thing. But I disagree with you on Ayuk and Debo. Debo in college high playing a lot of football. He even did a few in his career in the NFL. Ayuk. It's been times Ayuk beat a dude so fast off the line, he's 30 yards down the middle of the field, and Jimmy don't hit him. I'm not saying Ayuk is Randy Moss, But you don't need to be Randy Moss to run a deep pattern to get open. All you need is a few feet. It was a play last year. I think they was playing the Bills. Mullins threw a deep ball to Ayuk. It's like Jimmy can't do that, and if he can't do that, why aren't you just putting Lance in? Lance can do it. Well, I mean, Sherfield. I mean, look at Sherfield. We were talking about Sherfield in the preseason in camp. Why? Because Lance was throwing him the ball. Now what he doing? Nothing. But like I said, I agree with you on Kittle. He's not that.
Got you, Rob. We got to go. Thanks. All right. Kendrick Bourne. Last year with the Niners, 15 games, 49 receptions, 667 yards. This year for the Patriots, 13 games, kind of the same.
Right.
42 catches, 7 fewer, 40 less yards, 623. Now he has 5 touchdowns this year to Bourne having only 2 last year for the Niners. But the year before, Bourne had 5. So it's not a significant difference with him. Like, he's not balling out significantly better, I don't think, in New England.
And I'll just say this to that, Steiny. Last year, here I go, quarterback play wasn't all that with Mullins and the rotation that he had.
That's fair. Maybe that's why the year before he had 5 touchdowns because Garoppolo was
those 3 together. I would love to rate them, Steiny. I think they're above average. Kittle, Ayuk, and Debo.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, that's coming up next. We're going to replay the Monte Ellis interview. He joined us today at 12:30, and he was spectacular. Former Golden State Warrior, was here for 7 years. Everybody loves Monte Ellis. It's all going to be brought to you by Outdoor Supply Hardware.
Savor the season at your local Outdoor Supply Hardware. You'll find the holiday spirit throughout the store. From last-minute project supplies to fresh-cut trees, lights, gifts, and so much more. Make the holidays even more special with a little help from us.
At Harris Ranch, we do beef, just like we've done.
How do you looking back at that? What crosses your mind?
I was right. At the end of the day, I probably could have approached that a little bit better, but it was at that time that it was so like the West had big guards, and they was pretty good. And so when you had two small, 180 pounds, wet two guards at the 1 and 2 position, and playing in the West, it was hard. But like I said, it worked out, and I always said it went the way it should be.
Monte, let me ask you this, because I was telling my partner, you were on the Mount Rushmore of mine for Golden State Warriors. So just think about all the great players and Hall of Famers that have played. You were a bad dude, Monte, still a legend. Let me ask you this. The night you found out you got traded, you would no longer be a Golden State Warrior. I almost lost my job yelling into the microphone, what have they done? But when you reflect and look back on your tenure as a Warrior, do you have any regrets? Was that your time to go? Did you want to go?
At that time, to be honest with you, we had talked about it. We had talked about that move. And the crazy part about it, right before I went to the arena, we all got on the phone, me, Paige, and Joe Lacob, and all the guys. And they told me they weren't going to trade me because we was I want to say 1 or 2 games out of the 8 spot at the time. And so they was going to try to make a push for it. And we was playing really, really good. And so they was going to ride with it. And I was like, okay, cool with it. And then from that phone call, leaving the hotel 30 minutes from that phone call until to get to the gym and got traded when I didn't even, they never told me, my agent or nobody. One of my teammates told me on ESPN. But it was something that we had talked about it, but we had also came to an agreement that we wasn't going to do it. And then how the way they did it was messed up, but at the end of the day, it had to be done, and it worked out for the best for him.
Yeah, I remember that. We're joined by Monte Ellis, one of the greatest players in Warriors history. Played here 7 years, just a big-time fan favorite. I do remember that because I want to say David Lee was pissed off because you guys actually were knocking on the door, and then you got traded for Bogut, and everybody kind of knew what that meant. It meant that Warriors weren't even going to try to make the playoffs. So I kind of do remember that.
Yeah, and even with that, David Lee, he played a part in that. He made it seem like he was mad, but he wasn't mad. He knew everything that was going on. He knew everything that was going on, how it was going down. He was a part of it. So he can make it seem like that he was mad, he was upset about it, but he wasn't. He had his hands in it, and he played a part in it. But that was old news.
Yeah. Hey, how much did you hear? So about 10 days after you got traded, or 2 weeks, was the Chris Mullin retirement ceremony at Oracle Arena. And okay, so you know where I'm going here?
Yeah.
Okay, so obviously Joe Lacob got booed off the stage. Your trade was a big reason why. I think there was other reasons, like he told everybody he was moving to San Francisco, but mostly it was the fact that you'd gotten traded and the crowd unmercifully booed him. I don't know, you're probably in Milwaukee at that point. When you,
yeah, I was.
What did you think when you kind of saw that?
Me and my wife was in. We had just moved. We had just got there, and we were still in the hotel room at the time, and we both were sitting at the table eating. I think us and the kids, and that came up, and we sat there and watched it. And it was crazy.
Did you think?
I was laughing, like he deserved it, but at the end of the day, it's something that happened, unfortunately. But at the end of the day, if we go back and look at now, he didn't make a bad move, and it wasn't so bad. They got over it real quick. So, but it was a good, funny moment.
Monte, that means you were loved. And let me just tell you about a moment my partner and I had. We were at lunch, and, you know, your name came up, and I'm the biggest Monte guy, one of them. Curry wore your jersey in the playoffs a couple years ago. And we started talking about the tunnel shot. And I gave the credit to Steph, as great as he is. And my partner was like, you ain't no Monte fan. He made the tunnel shot. Can you speak to how that came up and how long it took for you to master that shot?
To be honest with you, so we used to take shots like that all the time. At that time, it was Coach Rico Hines that's in Sacramento and Steve Silas that's in Houston. Like they always used to challenge me to do shots. So we always used to just do shots. That day, the first day I did it, it was just something I was like, man, I can make this shot from here. And then they was like, no, you can't. And then I said, all right, then I'm going to do it backwards. Then they was like, man, no way. And so it was just something we would try. I said I made it within the first time I did, I made it within the first, I want to say 8 shots. And then the next time when I did it, when I made it 4 times, that one video, that was just to make up for everybody was saying that it was fake, it wasn't real, that I really didn't do it.
Wow.
But it was just something that we were just playing around, and it just happened.
So
I just made it my thing.
So I didn't think much of the shot, but I'll tell you what everybody was more impressed with maybe was the handshake with the security guard afterwards. Unbelievable.
But see, what people don't understand is that's my first cousin. Like, that security guard, that's my first cousin. And so, like, that's just, like, a greet that we do since we were kids. So it's just natural. Like, I never even thought about it. But everybody don't know that's my first cousin.
Oh, that's awesome. Hey, we had a conversation yesterday about, Monte, I'm telling on myself, tattoos. And I've gotten some tats in relationships, and, you know, the relationship went bad, but I'm still left with the tat. And I said, Monte had the town on his body. And I said, I wonder if he still got it, Steiny. Do you still have that tattoo?
Which one?
Of the town.
Oh, I never leave that. I mean, that always gonna be on.
That's the greatest. That's what I'm talking about, Tay.
Nah, that's back at home. I never remove that. Yeah. I love the Bay Area. Like I said, I know they love me too.
When you coming back?
I don't know, man. Y'all go there and tell Joe Laker, man, go on get me a contract or something, man. You know, retire as the Warriors, man. I go out there and get them about 10, 15 bucks.
My boy, you're talking to, Steiny. He's got some juice. That's his boy. We'll pass the message.
Yeah, go use the juice. Go do the name, man.
All right, you know what? I'll hit him up after the show. Hey, you know what? I got to play something for you because, you said this, and I think it endeared you to the Bay Area and the Warriors fans forever. And to me, it's one of the coolest things. Remember this?
I'm a Warriors, and I'm always going to be a Warriors.
Love it.
You remember that? You were young, but you were loving it here, man.
Yeah, I was. I did. I enjoyed it, man. That was the best. That was the best days of my career. And then when I came to Dallas kind of made me feel like Golden State in a sense. But I mean, Golden State are always going to be forever, second home. And I mean, I really enjoyed it. Yeah. I gave it my all day. I left everything on the table with that. Even when they denied me or criticized me about the moped accident, where they felt like I wasn't going to be able to bounce back. I was too small. I was this and I was that. And I proved everybody wrong. And it was because of the fans and just felt like I was at home and I ain't have no worries. So it was great weather. So my body always stayed warm.
Well, it's funny. You brought up the contract, and I do remember a lot of people, because you got dinged, and some people thought it was too much, and you got hurt, and there were people out here that said, is he? First of all, is he going to ever be healthy again? But secondly, you think he'll hold a grudge against the organization? You think he'll even want to be here? You think he'll keep playing 100%? And the one thing that nobody can question is, you came back and played 100%, and there was not one sliver of a letdown.
Yeah,
were you pissed though? I mean,
behind the scenes, like they didn't it looked good on the outside, but the pain and stuff that I had to endure at home, like even with that ankle, like it took me 14, 16 months for me to actually get my ankle back 100%. So I didn't really have no problems with it. But then nobody know that.
Right.
I never made an excuse about it. I just went out there and played. No matter what it was, when, having concussion, my back issue, shoulders, knees, everything. So, I gave it all because I knew they was giving us they all. Because every year, no matter how bad we were, they always came out to support us. So that was my return to them, is leaving everything out on the line.
Sounds great. We're joined by Monte Ellis, former Golden State Warrior. Great. He played here 7 years. And as Daryl the Guru Johnson says, he was Steph Curry before Steph Curry. Go ahead, Goo.
No doubt. And I'm curious, Monte, when you watch today's NBA, I'm going to share with you my thoughts here real quick. I understand Steph and some of the great shooters shooting threes, but they got everybody shooting threes. Is this the NBA that you know? Do you like it, the way that the three ball is so prevalent in today's game?
It's part of the game. So as a player, you got to understand, when and how. And if you like Steph, you master it and be able to create the space to get that shot off, then that's cool. But if you don't have the same abilities and stuff that Steph has, which a lot of people don't, then I don't think you should just sit there and just live for threes. I think you should find other ways. And then even for the young guys that's sitting on the bench and wondering why they're not playing as much, but when coach throw them in the game, they don't really know what else to do but do what everybody else doing. You sitting on that bench. That's what I did as a young guy. So I always went up looking at the game, and I seen Barron and Jay Rich, Steven Jackson, Al, Matt, Mikael Peaches, all of them are shooting threes. And why would I want to go out there and just shoot threes with everybody else? Well, I'm going to do the other things, like run the floor, slash to the basket, driving to the basket. So, and then when it's time for the three to present itself, then I shoot it. But, you just got to understand the game. This is what a game is, and these coaches and these trainers got to understand everybody can't shoot threes.
Yeah, Monte Ellis.
Go ahead. No matter how hard you go in there, put in the work like that, it's not going to work for most people. I know a bunch of people that can't shoot, but if you go in there in the gym and watch them, they work on their shots for hours and hours. It's just not for them.
Right.
So,
right.
I'm one of them.
Hey, Monte, you've already been generous with your time. You got a few more minutes?
Yes.
Okay, cool. Because I got to tell you, man, I'm doing this show and the texts are coming in on our text line, and man, they still love you out here. They really do, man.
Love them, man. I always will.
Let me ask you this: do you do you and Steph still keep in contact? I seem to remember that didn't your wife and Steph's wife become good friends, and you guys really had a nice group there.
Him and my wife, his wife and my wife communicate often. Me and him don't talk as much because I know he's a busy man than the stuff that I have doing. I know we're in a group text, but we don't text as much. I think we texted him probably a couple times, and then it was just nothing. Because I try to leave people be because I understand what he got going on and all the pressure and everything that's coming with him of being the face of the NBA. So, I just try to get space whenever I see him. We catch up, link up.
Monte, my bad. Yeah, I was just going to say, just going back to your moped accident and you sharing basically with us the pain, the tears that went into you coming back. What do you think of Klay Thompson? He had 2 back-to-back serious injuries, and it looks like he may be back here in the next month. As a former player and coming back from your version of a serious injury, what do you think he's been through, and how awesome is it going to be to see him on the court finally?
It's going to be scary for other teams because they playing right now. But you could tell he's determined to get back. He's doing it the right way, not trying to rush back too fast. I know sometimes it gets frustrated when you really, really want to, just like my moped accident. I was ready 3 months before they actually let me play the first game. We actually was, me and the organization had a head bumping with that situation because I was ready to play the game of basketball, and they was like, nah, we just going to sit here and chance it. I'm like, nah, it's hard for me to watch it, and I know it's hard for him to watch it. So he's doing everything he can to get back, and like you can tell he's doing it in the right way, though. And the organization is handling it the right way, not trying to rush him back too fast, especially when they starting out the season the way they is. But, I mean, the only thing I could tell them, man, is just, keep working hard, stay focused, and not try to overdo too much to where you can set yourself back. So, as long as you just stay working hard and get strong, you're going to be all right.
Hey, Monte, thank you so much for joining us. Really appreciate it, man. Good luck to you, and I'm going to see if I can talk to my guy and get you out here.
All right. Thank you guys for having me, man.
All right.
Thank you.
If I'll talk to you, have a happy holidays.
Monte Ellis, all grown up.
Man.
He's all grown up.
Look, I got a thug tier ready for Clay Steiny, and rightfully so. I think you will too. You might hide it. But why am I concerned or feel apart? Like, I want him back. I want to see him at the Chase Center. Monte, that'll come. Tell me to relax, deep breath. Woosah.
Yeah, you know what? I forgot, Goo. I forgot that we're on this twitch.tv /95.7 the game to see us live.
Yeah.
And I was, as my guy said, I was just had my feet up on the desk. Man, I had totally forgotten about that thing. That could have gotten ugly.
And I wrote a list of all the teams that had a better wide receiver tandem and tight end. So they thought my head's down. They thought I was sleeping.
You came up with a lot, didn't you?
About 11 or 12.
Okay.
But still, they were like, Guru taking a power nap. Nah.
I got you.
Monte was great, Steiny.
He was really good. And now the Warriors, they head out on the road for a 5-game road trip. Starts tomorrow in Philly. Goo, how you feeling about this? I mean, we got Saturday, Warriors at Philly. Sunday, Niners at Cincinnati. And then the Warriors pick it up from there.
It's going to be this way, power months.
49ers? Do the 49ers win? Do the Warriors win?
I think the 49ers lose.
To Cincinnati?
To Cincinnati.
All
They're
right.
favored. I think the Warriors win, and I think Indy he'll get rest because the record will have been broken Saturday night, Steiny.
Did I actually see Mark Stein tweeted the Warriors are already considering sitting Steph Curry on Monday?
Why? So they're going for it tomorrow. You called it.
That's not the way I look at it.
So if you don't get it, the Mecca, New York,
Exactly.
New York.
Bottom line,
York.
hey, the bottom line now is if he doesn't if he sits in Indy, it's going to happen in Philly, New York, or Boston.
But it's New York is the right thing. Now, he can hit 10.
Of course he can hit 10, but he can also go 4 of 13.
Right.
And then
So
maybe
he needs 6.
and then maybe against who would it be? The Knicks. He goes 3 for 11, and now he needs 3.
Imagine what the Garden, not the Boston, Madison Square would do if he broke it there. They would treat him like his own.
They probably would.
Steph
They'll treat him
Curry.
right. They'll treat him right in Philly, but I think New York they treat him even better.
Why in Philly? That's where they booed Santa Claus. And when Michael Irvin got hurt, they booed.
Right. Well, Santa Claus is overrated, and Michael Irvin was a rival.
To hell with
Steph
the kids.
Curry. Steph Curry is a great player, and Philadelphia respects great players who give effort regardless of the team.
Well, Michael Irvin was down. His career was over. And
by the way, I told you. How much time we got, Spadone?
It's quick.
About 25 seconds.
Oh, you're killing me. I texted my buddies back east. Okay. They were at that game. They said that was the biggest misunderstanding of all time.
They didn't boo Irvin?
They booed him in a big way.
But not when he was hurt.
They didn't. Then they stopped, and Deion Sanders had a part of it. You know what? I'll tell that story next week. It's a great story.
I won't let you forget. Anthony Slater, 4:15. Brian Baldinger, 5:15.
There
Can't
you go.
wait on Damon and Ratto.
Ratto and Damon. The game.
Don't miss a second of Steiny and Guru with the Odyssey app.
Monte Ellis, one of the all-time fan favorites out here.
When you coming back?
I don't know, man. Y'all go there and tell Joe make the bag on, but y'all get
listening to Damon Bruce and Ray Ratto on 95.7 The Game. Brought to you by BMW Fairfield.
All right. Are you ready for the Jekyll and Hyde Bowl? It's coming up this weekend in Cincinnati. If you like inconsistency, if you like a football team that could be really good one week and trashy the next, this is the game for you.
2 weeks. 2 teams, actually.
Yes.
No, this is, it is the Jekyll and Hyde Bowl because both of these teams are exactly the same.
Except totally different, all at the same time.
Yeah, but in terms of results...
2 weeks on, 1 week off, 1 week on, 2 weeks off.
They're not to be trusted.
No. It will give you no gambling advice on this one other than you probably want to lay off because trying to handicap what might happen ain't easy. It's especially not easy to handicap what the 49ers are going to look like when you see their injury report. So Elijah Mitchell, with a concussion and a knee problem, is out. Trenton Cannon, concussion still out. Dre Greenlaw, groin, out. Mo Hurst, out. Emmanuel Mosley, out. You knew about all that pretty much. Deebo Samuel still questionable, and Dante Johnson is now questionable with a personal whatever. Don't know what it is. Hopefully everything's okay with Dante and his family. But, geez, that is, one area that this team could use any and all live bodies, whether you're impressed with them or not, Ray. Whether you like the 49ers depth chart, they need as much of it as possible in that secondary this weekend.
Oh, yeah. I mean, that's why this game, if you're thinking about betting it either way, you're an idiot. Because neither team is trustworthy. Neither team is actually fully healthy either. And the 49ers' weaknesses match the Bengals' strengths and vice versa.
Yeah. Trying to predict what this thing is going to look like is fool's gold. You just don't want to be doing it. The Bengals got a feast or famine offense. They're definitely set up to eat against this secondary. At the same time, Nick Bosa could totally wreck that plan. Eric Armstead, DJ Jones, who is becoming among the top priority in offseason decisions for the 49ers. He's really played himself into good graces with this team. Hey, here's the deal. They win this game, they're going to the playoffs. Whether they win or lose, that's kind of the group of mediocrity that they are.
A group of what?
A group of suck.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. But they really are. Whether they win or lose this game, they're probably playoff bound. So the real question is, can you get to the playoffs healthier than you're getting to Cincinnati? And if the answer to that question is yes, who the hell knows what they do when they get there? But they're going to need Deebo Samuel. So I would really caution pushing it with him in any way. Yeah, you want him out there. Yeah, when you're banged up, you want to go play a game. This team with, air quotes, bigger fish to fry than the Cincinnati Bengals better be careful on the decision they make here on Deebo Samuel because you don't need to win this game to be a playoff team, but to have any shot to compete in a playoff game, you will need Deebo Samuel.
Yeah, but I wouldn't. They're not in a position to be cautious because I'm not quite as sure as you are that they're going to get to the playoffs. I think they are very much a week-to-week team, which means you're going to have to pay attention to them with your hands gripping the steering wheel all the way till week 18. So if he can go, he's going to go. I mean, just they can't husband their forces at all. Because every game matters. If they don't play him and lose because of it, that might be the game that keeps them out.
Oh, look, they're on a balance beam. But so are so many other teams. And we've seen an awful lot of slipping and falling everywhere you look, including last night. Did you think the Vikings were going to give that one back for a minute there? It looked like it was actually going to happen. Had Chase Claypool not celebrated, they might have given them shot to run another play from inside, what was it, like the 12, 10-yard line, wherever they were right there at the very end of the game. Yeah. Man, Roethlisberger, here's a sentence you haven't said really much all year. What a perfect ball from Ben Roethlisberger, only to have his target sandwiched in between two safeties and drop it for the game-losing drop.
Roethlisberger's problem is not that he's accurate. He could still throw a ball wherever he wants. Problem is he needs more time to do it than he used to because he cannot move. He's basically an upright refrigerator with arms.
The weakest statements I've heard coming out of the NFL, one of them comes out of the Pittsburgh locker room, and it comes out of the mouth of Ben Roethlisberger. We'll get to that a little bit later on. The other weakest statement I've heard in the NFL comes from Jaguars coach Urban Meyer, and we're going to get into both of these limp-wristed, pathetic, are you really a leader of this franchise type of statements. Week 14 in the NFL has begun. Where it goes, nobody knows. We know the Warriors are going on the road for a 5-gamer. It's a big one. By the way, when you're on the road, drive a BMW from BMW Fairfield, now open in the Fairfield Auto Mall. Visit bmwfairfield.com to book your visit today, Junior. Warriors, huge 5-game East Coast swing, starts tomorrow in Philadelphia, and Joel Embiid is somewhere in between back and maybe not back. Joel Embiid seems like he's hurt every other time you look up. Just got back into the Sixers lineup, only to have like a problem breathing with his chest. Somebody fall on him. I don't know what really happened, but Joel Embiid, who the Warriors did not see the last time they played Philadelphia, we'll find out whether or not they see him tomorrow in Philadelphia as the road trip progresses. And oh, by the way, we told you yesterday, this could be the Petri dish road trip for the Golden State Warriors. Philadelphia, Indiana, the New York Knicks, Boston, and Toronto. Well, Rick Carlisle has got it. He's got COVID-19. He's going to miss several games. The Pacers canceled yesterday's practice out of an abundance of caution, which today turned into the news of Rick Carlisle being out. The Pacers just played the Knicks, who obviously come up on this trip. The Raptors have a shared opponent recently with the Pacers, the Washington Wizards, and they shut down their practice yesterday. That's where this road trip ends up.
Maybe.
And Mark Stein, I saw, just tweeted the fact that sitting Steph in Indiana could become a possibility. There are two reasons for that. Number one, an abundance of caution. If I and the Golden State Warriors, I go to Philadelphia, then I put Steph, just probably not on a train. He does better than that. But I put him on an airplane, a private plane, and I fly him to New York and say, see you when you get there.
Don't leave your hotel room.
Don't leave. He's probably going to not play in Indiana. First reason is Indiana the Pacers are breathing COVID all over the gym right now. So protect Steph at all costs. Number two, he's 10 threes away. He probably hits, 7-8 threes in Philadelphia. It's a usual night at the office for him. Do you really want the record to go down in Indianapolis or at the Mecca? I mean, if I'm Steph and the choice is you get to break the record in Indiana or in Madison Square Garden, I'm picking Madison Square Garden. That's the way kind of that goes. It's certainly the story the NBA would rather tell.
There's only one reason why they would sit him out. I mean, well, two with the COVID.
It's a back-to-back.
It's a back-to-back.
Right.
It's got nothing to do with the record. I mean, if Curry is literally trying to skip a game so that he could set a record in New York rather than Indiana, I will think less of it.
Oh, it's not him. It wouldn't be him saying,
it would be him. They're not sitting him out without his permission. I mean, Steve Kerr is not a guy who issues edicts. He'd just go to Steph, say, we're thinking about sitting you out in Indiana, and he's not going to give the record as a reason because Curry's not going to hear that. Curry would listen to, okay, second game of a back-to-back, got it. So the record, frankly...
So here's the deal, though.
The NBA might want the record in New York, but they don't get a vote.
Let's just put it like this. Record aside, you go up to any NBA player and say you got a back-to-back in Indiana followed by the New York Knicks. Which game would you rather play in?
Oh, no, I get it.
You'd rather play in Madison Square Garden every single time.
But let me put it to you this way. If the back-to-back was Philly, New York, which makes more sense, frankly, I think they'd sit him out there too.
Maybe. Maybe. But
because the back-to-back is the thing.
Right. And I guess whether you miss the front end or the back end, it's still the game that you miss. But normally, you miss the second leg of a back-to-back. You don't have a precautionary sit in that first leg. Looks like Andre Iguodala will be back in the mix, though, in Philadelphia. A little bit of a homecoming, if you will, for him. We got an awful lot to get into today. Anthony Slater at 4:15 stops on by. Brian Baldinger at 5:15 is going to stop on by with Ray and I this afternoon. Very sad news about Demaryius Thomas. Man, that's a young man, 33 years old, and he's gone. A very good player. All points in all precincts reporting even better guy than was a player. An awful lot of love is being projected towards him, and it's not the usual, like, gone too soon level of love. You can tell that people really are affected by this, that this one hurts if you knew him. He was a beautiful guy, apparently, and very sad story. We'll talk about that just a little bit today. And the grooming of Steve Kerr seems to be complete. We'll come on back with that in just a moment. Damon and Ratto, good to have you here on a Friday, setting up for road trips. Road trip for the 49ers, big road trip for the Golden State Warriors, and we are brought to you by Cal Hope.
With school back in session, there's plenty to worry about.
Damon and Ratto on 95.7 The Game. Brought to you by BMW Fairfield. Now open in the Fairfield Auto Mall. Visit BMWFairfield.com today to book your visit.
If you are looking for all the best 49ers content here from 95.7 The Game, text 49ers to 20357. 49ers to 20357. Hit the subscribe button and boom, anytime we're talking Niners, that's where all that content goes. Didn't want to hear about the Warriors, didn't want to hear about anything else, just Niners for you? That's what you need to do. We're going to get back into the Niners a little bit later on today. Brian Baldinger at 5:15. We're an hour away from saying hello to Anthony Slater to preview this big 5-game trip. As I was saying, Ray, the grooming of Steve Kerr seems to be complete. Looks like he's going to be the next head coach at Team USA. Kerr is going to replace Greg Popovich, lead the reshaped USA coaching staff in 2023's World Cup, and then the next Summer Olympics are in Paris in 2024.
He'll do anything to get a free trip to Paris.
Who wouldn't? It's a great place.
I know, 2 years of work to do that seems a little excessive. He could probably do it on his own.
I mean, yeah, he's got the cash, the scratch laying around.
This was, though, the logical progression, because when Popovich got the job, where was he going to go? I mean, he has his own sort of coaching tree, but one guy's got 3 rings and the other guys don't.
You know, I thought when Krzyzewski had this position, it might be a position that he actually held beyond his days at Duke. But no, he's out now. It's going to be Steve Kerr, Monty Williams of the Phoenix Suns. His coaching staff will be rounded out by Eric Spoelstra and Gonzaga coach Mark Few, which means Jay Wright, you're out. Jay Wright was on this Olympic roster as a coach for a very, very long time. And what I think here is Steve is simply tired of other men outdressing him.
Maybe, but mostly college coaches have found that being part of the national team, it's a one-time go. And then you just go, I'm out. I got to get back to the recruiting because there is no off time for that.
It's not, but
Tara Vanderveer did one of those and they said, I'm done, because it takes enough time that you're out of kids' living rooms.
It does, but you know, Krzyzewski didn't need to be in that living room to have nothing but blue chippers lining up for his gig. Not that Jay Wright got to enjoy that level of recruiting at Villanova, but he gets a pick of the litter.
He does just fine.
Yeah, he does just fine. Be honest, Tara Vanderveer gets whoever doesn't want to go to UConn, Tennessee, or Louisiana State that year. So, you know, she can talk about the recruiting problems, but if you got a GPA and got a good enough handle to go to Stanford, you're going to Stanford. I don't know how hard you got to recruit to get Stanford basketball players. Well, they got to qualify for it.
Except the difference is, it's not just, I mean, if it's one Olympic cycle, fine. And it doesn't take that long to do that. But there are world championships that you've got to do. And then there's another Olympic tournament. All of a sudden, the 10-month commitment is now 5 years. And that's where it gets to be dicey.
But it's quite a feather in the cap to walk into a kid's room and recruit with. Yeah, I also deal with the best of the best of the best of our nation's best, and you will see me on, as big as broadcast get, or well, it used to be anyways. I don't know if the Olympics quite moves the needle like it used to, but Olympic basketball, men's USA Olympic basketball is a monster. The reason why Steve Kerr is the perfect heir apparent for this job is not only because A, he's been there, B, he knows it, but this man deals with stars. In every conceivable and conceptual way, you can deal with stars as a player, as a teammate, as a GM, as a coach. This man, Steve Kerr can throw a rock and hit a Hall of Famer somewhere in his career. And so he really has been dealing with the best and the absolute brightest throughout his entirety of his career. And you're looking for a little bit of a representative to do you proud, Team USA. Steve Kerr's the guy. No, Steve Kerr is the perfect mixture of smart coach, a true manipulator, and I mean that in a good way, of ego and pride. He knows how to satisfy huge egos and men with massive amounts of pride. And he's the right guy to put up in front of the media. He will never say the wrong thing. He is always conscientious, forward-thinking, and America doesn't need to make up the decision, do we like Steve Kerr or not? The answer overwhelmingly is, yeah, we love Steve Kerr.
And he also doesn't have to go into kids' living rooms and recruit during off times. It's a much better job for a pro coach.
Sure.
Than it is. I'm just talking about as a college coach, that's a one and done.
Do you think in any way, shape, or form it helps recruiting in free agency or not?
No,
I don't think so. Not for pros. Yeah, they're looking for money and opportunity. Yeah.
Because you're talking about 15 guys who are probably, if you don't already have them, they're probably too expensive to fit under the cap.
Right. And I noticed San Antonio did not become a destination for free agents when Greg Popovich was head coach of Team USA.
No. I mean, it's very much a gather around the best players on earth and try to deal with a difficult foreign schedule. That's about it.
Look, you got some real smart guys in charge of this operation now. Steve Kerr is a coach. Grant Hill has begun his tenure. He is now the managing director of USA Basketball, replacing Jerry Colangelo, who retired after 4 gold medal teams. Obviously, Mike Krzyzewski and Greg Popovich both served Team USA very, very well. And now it's up to Steve Kerr. I mean, that guy, he just likes big basketball, does he not?
Yeah, he's doing fine. It's something, if you have the chance to do it, it's something that Steve Kerr, I think, very much wanted.
Yeah.
And he was very much going to get it unless the last Olympics turned out to be a disaster, which they did not.
Right. If it was a runaway from the burning fire that is now Team USA basketball, I don't think he would have wanted that, but it's not that.
No, it's just, and, he deals with NBA players all the time. So it's not a stretch. It's a time commitment. It's time away from his wife, but it also means that his wife gets to go to Paris for free.
Well, and it also, you know how much easier it is going to be around to get guys to commit to Team USA the next time around. And by the way, Steph's going to be on the next Team USA, no doubt. No doubt.
He'll be given every opportunity to be there.
If he wants to be there, he's there.
Yeah, but then again, he's going to be 36 then?
But I think he'll do it for Steve.
He might well do it, or his body might tell him, you know what, you've had enough. I mean, if they make a deep run in the playoffs that year, he might skip it anyway.
He might, but I could also see how Steve shows up in Paris with 4/5 of the Warriors starting 5. I'm including James Wiseman in that.
Why would you do that? You have no evidence for that.
Hey, 3 years from now, he could be something special.
3 years from now, he could just be a guy, too.
He could. But if he is,
and I
then
guarantee,
Steve Kerr, then boy, did the Warriors got problems.
And let me assure you, there's not a chance that Grant Hill would allow him to put 4/5 of the Warriors team. And you know who else wouldn't let him do that? Joe Lacob.
You got to figure Steph is in.
Yeah.
You got to figure Clay might want to go. You got to figure Draymond Green is, on that team if he wants to be. Starting center for Team USA, Kevon Looney.
Yep. Gary Payton Jr.
Yeah.
Gary Payton II.
Get him in there. Get him in there.
Yeah. No, owners hate the Olympics because that's their assets that they're risking for nothing, for no return. So I think that's one of those things where, and we're talking 3 years from now. Age gets everybody. And the way Draymond Green plays, I mean, I know we've been predicting this for a while now, but him at 35 is different than him at 31.
No doubt. Yeah, Draymond might be a little aged out, little played out at that point.
Yeah. And, again, if you have a deep run in the playoffs or you're nursing an injury, the Olympics is an easy thing to drop, too.
But it's gay Paris. By the way, I've only been to Paris once.
It's a dump.
Oh, dude, it's so gorgeous. It's spectacular.
Europe in general.
Yeah.
I mean, the fact that we can't figure out what to do about COVID means a lot of people who could have gone to Europe didn't get to. And I realize that's a rich folks problem, and it doesn't address paupers like us, but Europe's a way cooler place than America.
When I was when Jillian and I were in Paris, they had already started their like, hey, we're going to be the Olympic city in 2024. Like you could see it popping up in a few places. I mean, the countdown begins 8-9 years in advance, 10 years in advance. And I looked at her and I said, honey, let's go to the Olympics in 2024. Let's make that the time when we come back to Paris for sure. I've always wanted to go to an Olympics. That would be such a cool place to go do it. And I mean, now that, we know the head coach of Team USA, how do you not go to the Olympics now? Fitz will probably still be doing the play-by-play. Maybe they bring in Kate Scott. The amount of people. Ray, we might be able to go on a team plane.
A, no. B, why would you want to?
What?
I don't want to be on the team plane.
Oh, yeah, no. Why would I want to fly on the Olympic team?
Well, you might want to. It would not interest me in the least.
No, sitting around a plane full of captive audience, Hall of Famers to maybe chat with for a few hours has no interest to you?
You wouldn't get in the compartment.
Oh, no.
You'd be sitting next to, like, dog cages down in steerage.
No. I mean, I have full access. Ray, if you want...
full access? Sure, you'd have full access.
If you want me on your Olympic plane, you're probably looking for a little entertainment for the guys. That's what I'm there to do. I'm an interesting conversationalist.
Wow, you live in an interesting world.
Who would you rather sit on an airplane for 8 hours next to, me or Andre Drummond?
That's stupid. Don't say that again.
Did you do that or did they do that?
No, they're doing that.
No. Quite frankly, I've talked to you.
Well, maybe you're officially at the end of your Damon Bruce
rope.
No,
I'm not at the end of it. I'm just saying that I get to talk to somebody different.
Well, that's who I would be to most of those guys.
Well, I don't want to burst your delusions. Enjoy them. Go on the team plane. Knock yourself out.
I'm going to ask Steve about this next week when we get to talk to him. Steve, I don't want to infringe. I don't want to take advantage of anything, but I would like to be on the team plane heading with Team USA to Paris in 2024. Can we make that happen?
If you hear a click, don't be surprised.
Hey, we've taken baths together. Well, he's taking a bath with me anyways.
This is getting creepier and creepier, and I think Steve Kerr's lawyer will want to have a chat.
Paris 2024. Let's do it. I smell remote. I smell remote opportunity. We're twitching. We're streaming. By the way, this is really washed out now. I'm wearing a collared shirt for the first time since 2019. We got to get better lighting in here now that this is a television show too. And when I say television show, I'm really extending the definition of what is a television show.
Yeah,
but we need
this
to get
is the television version of shortwave radio.
We need softer bulbs. I'm like Sybil Shepherd. I need to be softly lit. I'm going to start wiping Vaseline and put pink camera lenses all over. How many people get the Sybil Shepherd Vaseline reference?
Well, you've always yelled at me about my older references, so nobody got that one. I did.
Sybil demanded to be softly lit.
She's not the only one who's demanded that, by the way.
No.
That's not an unusual request.
I need to be softly lit, softer lit. Are you reframing things? I just saw the camera move. Look at Lucas. Lucas Spielberg over there.
Jesus. Now you got Spielberg mad at us.
Are you interested in watching his remake of West Side Story?
Absolutely not.
Do you like the original West Side Story?
Absolutely not.
Do you like any musicals?
Nope. Not a one.
Me neither. But there's a lot of good moments in West Side Story.
Well, Rita Moreno's in her 80s, so I don't think we're going to...
She gets a cameo. Is Rita Moreno the first EGOT? I believe she is. You know what an EGOT is? Emmy, Grammy, Oscar, Tony.
I don't know if she's the first, but...
I think she's the first.
Yeah, I'd never heard that term, but I know she's got all four.
Yeah, I think she is the first.
She's got some skills. Even now.
I want to come to America.
No, stop. You're hurting her feelings.
America.
You're hurting her feelings. Don't sing anymore.
Maria.
Trust me, I speak for her.
I see Richard Rodgers as the first person to win the EGOT.
I don't even know who Richard Rodgers is.
Say a composer.
Oh. Okay.
Rodgers and Hammerstein?
Oh, okay. Rodgers and Hammer. Okay. So he won a Tony too? Or no, well, obviously Tony, but he won an Emmy? I don't know what for. I think she's the first to do it like as an actor.
I'll look that up in a sec, but Richard Rodgers, he won in 1962 an Emmy for Outstanding Achievement in Original Music Composed in Winston Churchill, The Valiant Years.
Ooh! I'm a Churchill guy. I really do like Winston Churchill. It's my guy. Do you watch any of The Crown, Ray? Do you watch Crown?
We've watched The Crown.
Yeah. Lithgow is... it was
Lithgow.
Was it Lithgow? Yeah, Lithgow is Winston Churchill, I think, in one of the movies. I don't know if he's in The Crown as Winston.
No, he's in The Crown.
Okay.
So Helen Hayes was the first actress or actor to win the EGOT. Rita Moreno was the third person, second actress.
Okay. I was only off by 2, Ray.
Yeah.
Which in sports means you can go to the Hall of Fame.
I think the problem is it costs you to sing, and we can't have that anymore.
Happy holidays.
This is one of the worst things you've ever done, and you're doing it more and more.
Magic.
That soundboard's going to get a Pepsi bath when you're not looking.
It's magical. It truly is. So, by the way, speaking of Christmas time is here, do you realize how light of a work week we have next week? It's ridiculous. So we have an hour-long Warriors Live on Monday, and we're done. We have an hour-long Warriors Live on Tuesday, and we're done. We have full shows on Wednesday and Thursday. So, Ray, we'll be exchanging gifts that Thursday. White Elephant.
What are you talking about?
Yeah, bring gifts, not just for me, but for the 2 guys working hard behind the glass. It is.
I've
gift
already
day.
I've already offered them gifts, and Grandy took it. I'm off the hook for gifts.
Really?
Yep.
Grandy, what'd he get you? Middle finger?
On Thanksgiving, he gave me a bottle of wine.
What?
He offered it to both of us, and Lucas said I could have it, so I took it.
And this was when
he brought 1 bottle of wine for the both of you.
No, I thought we were going to open it and drink it on air because you were at home being sick.
Oh, okay. Well, Lamont and Tonelli used to do like their drunk driver show right before Thanksgiving. We should do a show, Ray, where we prove how quickly you can get drunk.
That seems problematic.
Why?
A drunk driving show?
No. It's a cautionary show. It's not like anyone drives home after the show.
Okay, good.
You just do like a shot every commercial break.
Thank you for
get
clarifying.
Progressively drunker as the show goes along.
And then what? Do we just spend the night here?
Ooh, sleepover?
No, Uber.
I got it.
We'll Uber it over.
Lyft.
Lift it.
Yeah, you lift.
Oh, that's right. Lyft.
By the way, this is
Ray Ratto's preferred mode of transportation.
I'm enjoying Emily Kaplan talking to Alexander Ovechkin during a game.
Is that what's going on? Is she the new Darren Pang?
Oh, Darren Pang hadn't been doing that for a while.
No, who's the guy who used to do it in
It
the
used
class?
to be Pierre Maguire.
Pierre
when it was
Maguire,
NBC.
that's right, the ball guy.
Yeah.
By the way, not that this
Emily Kaplan's good, by the way.
Emily Kaplan is very, very good. Emily Kaplan, I see her. Well, I see her more on like turns on Around the Horn and stuff like that than I do in actual.
They're putting her in heavy
broadcast.
rotation.
Good,
but her best work is high.
Good. Like to have a little hockey talk here. I'll say this. What was it? Anaheim Mighty Duck goal from the other night.
Yeah, Travis Zegras.
He had the assist.
Yeah, but that was the thing.
Yeah, that was glorious.
Yeah.
That was freaking glorious.
He's exactly the sort of player that the NHL craves because he's a showman too. And they've always been, oh no, this is about hard work and grinding your way through a shift. He likes to entertain.
So, for those of you who did not see it, do not know it, he's behind the goalie, and it looked like he was going to pick up the puck and then do the stuff it around the
lacrosse goal.
That's what
they call it.
The Michigan goal. Yeah. That happened in a Michigan hockey game, I think, before it happened anywhere else. But yeah, the Air Gates, the Gary Gates coming from behind the net type of thing, that is a lacrosse goal. This, he flips it up, and it looks like, upon first viewing, that he just kind of kissed it off the back of the goalie, but he didn't. He lifted it right over the goalie's shoulder, and then some guy just right out of midair just boop, tapped it right in.
Oh yeah,
it's beautiful.
It's a highlight worth seeing over and over again. It was brilliant.
You'll see that goal for the rest of your life if you like hockey highlights.
Yeah, And even if you don't, because you'll watch that.
And it's a good one. It's a really good one. Anyways, congratulations to Steve Kerr. I'm probably not on the team plane, but I think it's very cool. I think it's very cool that he gets to do that. I think it is awesome that Steve Kerr is a very carefully crafted image, but it's not inauthentic. It is who he is. And his image, I think, perfectly fits the profile of Team USA head coach. Greg Popovich did not necessarily fit that image. Mike Krzyzewski did not necessarily fit that image. Bobby Knight, God bless him, did not necessarily fit that image. Very, very my way, the highway, angry, bitter, spiteful attitudes towards the media are what those guys kind of brought to the table. Steve Kerr, it's going to be like a basketball love fest.
He'll play them like the cheap concertinas they are.
He really will. He'll have those Parisian reporters eating out of his hand.
I'm talking about the American reporters. Kidding me?
Well, he's already got all them.
Yeah, but I mean, even when people start to think, hey, I know more about this than you do, Steve Kerr will talk them down off the ledge without them even knowing they've been talked down off the ledge.
Did you hear the Steve Kerr just talking to Jon Stewart? They just did a podcast together. Have you watched any of the Jon Stewart Apple show?
I haven't watched those yet.
Me neither. And I'm a big Jon Stewart guy. We got some interesting stuff that Steve Kerr and Jon Stewart were talking about. We'll get back to that in just a second. Somebody's like, Damon, please pump that Christmas song. Put it in my veins. See, now you're speaking my language. Absolutely. Ray, I'll just turn the mic off and we can hear it in studio. And you can turn your mic off, which is your happy place. All right, it's over. It's over.
You're
okay
lying.
now. It's okay. You're okay now.
I can still hear it.
It's not anymore. You can't. It's over.
For the uninitiated,
I won't turn it on.
Damon, for the uninitiated, would you mind explaining where that is from?
No.
Okay.
No.
From Satan's bowels.
Kind of. And we'll just leave it there.
I wish we would leave it there. It's ghastly.
It's the Charlie Brown Christmas theme.
It's a crime against humanity.
You know, that guy is from Lincoln High School.
From Santa Rosa, and this was the biggest mistake he ever made.
Oh, it was great stuff.
No, it was awful.
What's his name? Roger
Charles
Hammerstein?
Schultz.
Charles Schultz. No. I'm talking about the guy who actually wrote the song, not just Charles Schultz.
You mean wrote that?
Yes.
I assume it was a cat thrown into a blender.
No, it's actually like it's a lovely. I won't play it again, just for you. There's your Christmas present, Ray. There's your white elephant gift. I won't play it again today. Next week, though, as we approach Christmas, we might bump into every single commercial break with that.
Watch me get 5 days of 24-hour flu.
Oh, man. We got an awful lot coming up this afternoon. Anthony Slater in about a half an hour from now. He's going to join us at 4:15. Brian Baldinger at 5:15 as we turn our attention to Cincinnati. Obviously, this is a big time for the Golden State Warriors. They've enjoyed 21 of 25, 21 wins out of 25 games. And this is one of those, if you ain't paying attention road trips, you're going to have the entire NBA in the palm of your hand at the end of it, because that's how the East Coast works. That's how playing big on the East Coast works. If no one's leaning in your direction before you do that, once you do that, people start leaning in your direction.
Yeah, by the way, the name you were looking for was Vince Guaraldi.
Vince Guaraldi, thank you very much.
Jazz pianist, very good.
Yes,
but I wasn't sure that he did that.
Yeah, he did.
And it's a real demerit.
And he does it.
Oh no, there's a lot of things that he's done brilliantly. That is a mistake. That's like Iggy Pop with a hernia.
I need to be softer lit. I'm going full Sybil before the end of this.
God.
I had a sport jacket because we're going to a little tree lot party tonight. It's our first Christmas party, me and the wife.
Since COVID.
Yeah, it's been a really.
Are you bringing the children against their will?
No.
Oh, so this is your drunk driving show.
It's not hers though. That's how I'm going to get home.
No, she got DD'd long ago.
She did. So when we come on back, we got much more on the way. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises.
Masterclass gives you
Services may vary at participating dealers, subject to applicable law. See dealer for details.
Now back to Damon and Ratto. Brought to you by BMW Fairfield on 95.7 The Game.
You want to get me something early for the holidays? Download the Odyssey app. If everyone would do that, I wouldn't have to read these things anymore. Are you tired of us bumping back from commercial breaks with these reads? Well, then we just need 100% compliance from the entire Bay Area. Please download the Odyssey app. You get Odyssey exclusive stations, brought to you in part by Macy's, Geico, and Coke Zero Sugar. I mean, we'll have to figure out another way to pub up Macy's, Geico, and Coke Zero Sugar. And we will, if you just all download the Odyssey app. Seems like a fair deal, don't you think, right?
If you got 100% participation in the Bay Area, the corporate weasels would immediately say, well, why don't you work on Chicago now?
Well,
there's no escape for you. You're trapped like a rat.
But then you start charging millions. Then you get punter money. Then you get the Joe Rogan cash.
Well, you're high on something today. You won't even get to drive by a suitcase with Joe Rogan cash. Admit it. You're just going to have to live in relative luxury in the most expensive place in the United States. Be happy with that.
I'm trying.
Oh, I think you're doing more than trying.
I'm trying to get by. Man, we got an awful lot of good stuff, a lot of fun stuff to get into. We're going to cheer things up here in just a little bit with Steve Kerr talking to Jon Stewart. But man, 33 years old, Demaryius Thomas is gone. Latanya Bonsignor, who is his first cousin, who grew up with Thomas, so close they consider themselves siblings, apparently, told the Associated Press that there's no foul play here. She believes he died from a seizure and a slip and fall in the shower. He was a very, very young man to have that happening to him. I don't know if it is responsible or irresponsible to say that football did or did not have anything to do with that. I don't know if he had any epileptic past or anything like that. I just don't know. We don't know. But there's no foul play. No one suspects any sort of he might have done that to himself. No, he's very happy, very at peace guy, and it's very, very sad. A 5-time Pro Bowler, single season record receptions leader for the Broncos in their team history, 3rd overall leader in career playoff catches. He was a member of the team that won the Super Bowl down in Santa Clara. And Ray, I think the saddest part of all of it is that he just retired in June. You know, you give your life to football, you make millions of dollars, you play as long as you can, as well as you can, and then you step on side to live a very good life, and it all gets cut short. That's tragic in my mind. It's
tragic in anybody's mind.
Yeah,
it's just it sucks. I mean, it's an awful thing to happen under any circumstances, but it's particularly awful when it just happens, when there's no sort of cause for it except bad luck.
Just terrible. The seizure, bathroom slip and fall. If that's the stuff I worry about with my mom. I mean, that's a 33-year-old man. It's who's a former professional athlete, and when I say former professional athlete, I mean retired in June.
Yeah, as in he played last year.
Yeah, still at the peak of physical conditioning. And by the way, it's one thing to have it happen this close to the holidays. His birthday is Christmas. So sad for, the NFL family at large, the Bronco family, and then obviously his family. One of 2 first-round draft picks in 2010. Tim Tebow was the other that year. Tim Tebow, a long time ago.
Yep. Now he's doing ads.
I saw that NFL Network is going to replay their win over the Steelers from the playoffs when Tebow did nothing for 4 quarters. They're going to replay that entire game. Let's just start with the overtime coin flip, please. But Demaryius Thomas had like 200 yards receiving that day with 80-plus coming on that one. Oh, my God. Tim Tebow's he is touched by God. For that moment, he was anyways.
Well, he was. He hit a lottery that he didn't enter. Demaryius Thomas carried the heavy end of that piano.
Oh, no doubt. Anyways, somebody here on the text line said he had been dealing with seizures and other neuro issues since he got in a car crash. Oh, that's just. I had not read that anywhere. I had not seen that, but I'm not here to argue anything. It's just it's so sad, man, especially with the holidays coming up. Not that there's a good time for that any time of the year, but it feels like it's doubly painful when you get this close to being, surround yourself with loved ones and family mode. So, how do you make a transition from that? Well, you move on and you bring in a delightful head coach and a comedian. And that's what we got. Steve Kerr recently sat down with Jon Stewart, and I guess this podcast came out about a week ago. I had not heard anything about this until I saw some clips on my Twitter timeline today. And Jon Stewart, his podcast is called The Problem with Jon Stewart. That's a show on Apple. Is a New York Knicks fan. He's a big New York Knicks fan. And of course, he wanted to know, hey, Steve, why the Warriors and why not us? Very good conversation.
I almost became the Knicks coach.
I remember.
Yeah, 8 years ago.
That's right.
Phil Jackson was the GM, and, that was my guy, and very intriguing. But when the Warriors come along and they've got Steph Curry and Klay Thompson, Draymond, it's kind of hard.
It must have been a very nice situation for you.
It worked out pretty well.
Steph Curry was so intriguing. Draymond Green was so intriguing that you felt that you had to.
Yeah, but, I talked to coaching friends of mine. They all said the same thing. They said, your talent is everything in coaching, and it's true. I remember saying, well, Phil Jackson is my guy, and one of my good friends said, which job do you think Phil would take? And I was like, ooh, man. And that kind of got me because, think about it. Phil Jackson takes the Bulls job when he's got Michael Jordan, Scottie Pippen, and his career takes off. Pat Riley takes the Laker job when he's got Magic Johnson and Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. We're all dependent on our talent as coaches. And the Warriors were already good. They were a 50-win team. They got all this young talent. So honestly, if I'd taken the next job, I would have been spun through that cycle and been gone in 2 years, guaranteed.
There is so much truth in what is a 1 and 13-second long soundbite right there. There is so much truth being told. And, I've heard, Ray, and I'm sure you have too, that, when we add up all the factors, why did Steve Kerr choose the Golden State Warriors over the New York Knicks? Well, you heard that his daughter was playing volleyball at Cal, and he wanted to be close to his daughter. And, I'm sure that had something to do with it. Steve Kerr's a sunshine guy. He's a sunshine guy. He wants California. He likes warm. He likes shorts. He likes sneakers with no sandals and no socks. He's a Vans guy more than a 3-piece suit guy. So California fits him a little bit better. And then his daughter is going to be right there. Blah 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 is all that was.
Yeah,
talent, opportunity. And the question that is just simply, what do you think Phil would have done? What choice would Phil Jackson have made? Go to a big market with your buddy or go to talent somewhere else?
But he got to make, and Phil Jackson got to make that choice twice, as he said.
Yeah.
But it's not a good move publicly for Steve Kerr to say, oh, God, of course I'm going to take the Golden State job because of Steph Curry. That's something you get to say 7 years after the fact. Because if you say it at the time, you are indirectly insulting the Knicks and Phil Jackson, which he didn't want to do. So there had to be sort of cover stories.
Right. Like, other reasons, I guess.
Yeah. But, he gets it. If you don't have talent, you get 3 years. If you have talent and you screw it up, you get 2 years. If you have talent, you don't screw it up, you get to be there for as long as you want.
That's the thing, too. There's no amount of, we really like Steve Kerr that would have been the life preserver for him being in New York as coach of a bad Knicks team.
He'd have been buried.
Yeah.
Buried.
Yeah, and they would have been like gleefully burying the nice guy. I mean, there is no "we really like this person" courtesy in the New York media extended to anybody in professional sports.
Or the New York fan base, never mind the media. The media might have been charmed by him, as others have. But if you don't win in New York, you get 2 years, period. That's it. I mean, Tom Thibodeau, tell me how much fun he's having right now. They were one of the best teams in basketball like a month ago. Now they're out of the playoffs.
5-1 start, is that what they got, or something like that?
And then all of a sudden, reality sets in, and the same thing that's happened to Thibodeau everywhere else is happening now. Team's banged up. He's trying to, lead with the appointed boot rather than, charming him and trying to work it. And it's not a great team anyway. Gravity.
Welcome, one and all, to your 4 o'clock hour.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM in HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey station. Brought to you by DuckDuckGo, privacy simplified.
Another reason why Steve Kerr is just, the right guy for the job is because he understands there is no more my way or the highway coaching that is going to be allowed really by players and just by the way the whole world works in the NBA. This is why you better enjoy a guy like Tom Thibodeau as much as you can while he's around. Because, there aren't going to be many more Tom Thibodeaus allowed to coach in the NBA. You're going to have to be a hybrid of man with a plan, but willing to collaborate with all the talent around you. And Steve Kerr says, there is a fine line between being a good collaborator and the guy in charge.
People have to know you're in charge. The players have to feel that. They have to respect that, but they have to feel that you're collaborating with them. And it's more so now than ever. But even back then, Phil and MJ were collaborators. Phil would lead the team with Michael. So there was this feeling of, all right, we're doing this together. And that's how I tried to coach the Warriors. It's a collaboration with Steph and Draymond. Andre Iguodala, who's back, I seek his advice almost daily. But you can't appear weak either. You can't appear like you don't know what you're talking about.
Right.
So it's an interesting balance.
Right.
But I give them a ton of freedom because basketball, first of all, is a game of improvisation, collaborative improvisation, if that makes sense. And then it's a game of joy. I mean, and that's where I think we have really gotten it right with the Warriors. Like there's this sense of joy with our fans, with Steph, with our team. And if you reach this sort of flow state where things are going well and their pace is happening and everybody's going crazy, it's beautiful. It's beautiful to watch. But you got to pull back every once in a while.
So we all see and clearly acknowledge that basketball and football are two totally different sports, two totally different type of cultures that you need to get through a basketball season and a football season. It's just they're two totally different animals. And you get a little bit more of that heavy-handed approach in football than you will get in basketball, but the best do collaborate. They really do. And this brings me to Bill Belichick. Because he's the only guy, Ray, that I think can get away with that, we do it my way. And he did that to Brady. So you can't feel bad when he does that because he did it to the best of all time. And by the way, the best of all time benefited from that. So how are you going to walk away from that method to his madness when he's had so much success with it? Now, I don't know how much of a collaboration there was, but Bill Belichick is actually liked by his players more than you think he would be.
Oh, yeah. No, he puts up the gruff front, but he likes football and he likes football players. And the reason why he gets to be him is because, he's got jewelry all over the place. Nobody can start out now and act like Bill Belichick.
Ask Joe Judge.
Ask Joe Judge. Ask Matt Patricia. Ask Bill O'Brien. Unless you can prove to a player that you can not only get him jewelry, but make him rich, you have no chance. And Belichick will be the last of those because he is the last of that generation who has been able to show, if you do it my way, you will thrive.
You just rattled off the, not the complete, but an awful lot of the big names from the Bill Belichick coaching tree. And the name you used last was probably the most successful. Bill O'Brien is probably the most successful branch off the Belichick tree.
Yeah, and yet he's the guy who traded DeAndre Hopkins because he didn't like him. And
wrong move.
Another guy who was a coach and a general manager. There is a great security in having both jobs. There is also a great danger in having both jobs because in almost every circumstance, there's one job you do really well and one job you don't. And the reason why Bill Belichick is by far the best coach of all time, it's because he was the one who was best able to merge coaching and roster building. And that, I think that includes Bill Walsh, who was also a master at it.
But Bill Belichick had several consiglieres that didn't get the attention. What was that?
Scott Pioli.
Scott Pioli. And there was the Ernie guy there's another guy who's even more cloak and dagger in Bill Belichick's decision.
Oh, no, he's had several guys who have basically made the phone call once he said, I need you to make the phone call. But it's still, that's organization building, which is the same thing to me. Bill Walsh built a great organization in the 80s. Paul Brown built a great organization in the 50s, but that's when the organization was just you. Vince Lombardi built a great organization. The obvious names are the obvious names because of that. But they are so rare that most people who want all the power find out that it weighs a lot heavier than you think it does.
No, Belichick didn't start out with that, though. He eventually seized control.
Well, when he got hired in New England, because Kraft wanted him so badly, he gave him a level of control that most coaches who had like 4 troubled years in Cleveland don't get.
Right, and that's what pissed Bill Parcells off. His famous, if you want someone to cook dinner, you should let them buy the groceries press conference.
Yeah, and Parcells never got that level of control. And I don't know.
He had input in Dallas, but he didn't get control. He had input.
No, Jerry Jones.
But he could bend Jones's ear.
He could reach Jones's ear. I don't know how well he could bend it because he didn't stay there that long. Don't forget. I think it's a simple matter of Belichick was given more control than most coaches get at the start, and he won. The more you win, the more control you get. And when you get to 6 Super Bowls, you basically get to put your foot up on the owner's kid if you want.
The postman in Capitola asked a good question. Does Tennessee coach Mike Vrabel fall under the Belichick coaching tree?
Yeah, I think so.
Did he coach with Belichick, though? Or did he just play for Belichick? But that's the thing. Was he ever a member of the Belichick coaching staff? I don't know the answer to that off the top of my head.
Yeah,
Was he a linebacker coach, a positional coach? I know he was never the defensive or offensive coordinator of the Patriots.
Yeah, I don't know. I can look that up at a dry moment.
I'm getting a never right here from Lucas.
Well, yeah, but Lucas is part of the Higgian coaching tree, and you know how failed that is.
But you get the same internet as he does.
Well, but he looked at it while I was talking to you.
Right.
I can look up more stuff and be quiet.
Please don't. We need you talking during the show.
Oh, dear God.
I'm telling you, man, I was Google before there was Google.
Because back then, you when you first started, I'm sure you had to look stuff up all the time.
No, I just made it up. Just went with it.
Oh, good.
Sounded good.
Yeah, that's great.
Sounded good. And then you didn't have a chance to really check me, so it just all...
That one's going to come back and bite you in the ass a few times.
It washed over very, very well. It played, Ray. How do you think we got here? I did not have all this power at the beginning of my career. I assumed it.
How many people did you kill to get to that chair?
None. If I were killing people on the way up, I would have done better than this as the landing spot, I would have hoped.
Or somebody that killed you in response.
Thank you.
The higher you go, the more sharky the waters are.
You want to talk about the different world a coach lives in now as opposed to the coaching world that Steve Kerr talking about halftime. Halftime used to be about orange slices and bananas. Not anymore. It's about guys checking their phones.
When I walk in at halftime of every game, every guy's on his phone.
At halftime?
At halftime, yeah.
No.
Yes.
Wait, really?
Yeah. Yeah. As soon as I walk in, generally they put the phones down. And
couple minutes.
And this is, I've talked to my fellow coaches. It's league wide. And by the way, in 2021, if you tried to be the coach, like no phones in the locker room on game night, you're not going to stick around. Yeah, you're done. You don't even bother going down that path. So you try to use humor. Yeah, walk in and hey, anybody say anything good about my coaching on Twitter? First half.
That's
nice. Or hey, what's is your girlfriend happy with your and then they just kind of laugh. And then you put the phone down, and it's just.
Have you tried tweeting out halftime instructions so that maybe when they're on the phone? I think
that's good.
Don't you think that'd be
really
awesome?
Good. Steve probably shouldn't have deleted that Twitter account. Could have talked directly to his players there.
He gets to talk to them as much as he needs to.
Isn't that funny, though?
I didn't know that he was off Twitter, but frankly, it makes more sense because when you already have as much input as he's getting without asking for it, why seek out more? I mean, that's actually a clever thing. He would do well to never go back on Twitter. Twitter can't help him.
When he says everybody's on Twitter or everybody's on their phone, I mean, I'm including Steph Curry in that everybody. It didn't sound like he tried to subtract Steph Curry from that everybody. That surprises me because Steph's a little bit older than the rest, and you wouldn't think he would be going to his phone like a security blanket like a younger guy would.
How long have there been cell phones, though? Like 20 years? 15 years?
Sure, they've been around.
It's a Pavlovian response. When you have an idle moment, you're checking your phone, even if you don't have anything to check. So yeah, I'd be absolutely surprised if he didn't do that.
It's the dopamine fix.
Yeah, it's not because he needs to know anything. It's just that's what you do. I mean, you grew up with this thing nail gunned to your hand anyway. You may as well look at it.
You'd think, though, going into the locker room, you wouldn't be like, where's my phone? You'd be like, let's go to the board, let's draw up something. You'd be talking and, here's what we need to accomplish. Third quarter, first 3 minutes, here's what we're looking to do.
But Steve Kerr knows there's an introductory act, which is make fun about everybody on their phones. Then they put their phones down. Then you get to draw up plays for the second half.
Is Steve Kerr's greatest coaching attribute? Well, maybe not great. I don't want to over ask the question, but wouldn't you agree, Raymond, that among the greatest attributes Steve Kerr has is his sense of humor?
I don't know because I don't know how well or how he uses humor with his players because I'm never around for that. That works great with us, and I suspect he uses it a fair amount with his players. But if I had to rank them, it's picking the right job and being able to recognize that while he's in charge, he never insists on it. And I think that's where the difference is. He was gifted a great team. And when I say gifted, I mean gifted. It was already built up for him to take the next step. But in terms of how he interacts, he has a huge advantage in that he has an incredibly smart guy in Green. He has an incredibly aware guy in Curry. And he has a guy who basically just wants to play in Thompson. So the three most important players are not guys who provide obstacles to success. And that's the hardest thing of all to find. Because you don't see in any of those guys, as far as I know, a guy who wants to be the general manager in his spare time.
Draymond?
I don't think he wants to be the general manager. I think he wants to be in the room when the general manager is doing his work. There's a difference.
When we come on back, he's not going to be in the room with us, but he's going to hop on the air with us. Anthony Slater, all over the Warriors. When we come on back, we're brought to you by AC Transit. Find a career with great benefits and work-life balance and do what you love. AC Transit is hiring journey-level mechanics and service employees. Join their East Bay team to maintain AC Transit's fleet of buses. Apply today at actransit.org/careers.
Don't miss a second of Steiny and Guru with the Odyssey app.
Monte Ellis, one of the all-time fan favorites out here. When you coming back?
I don't know, man. Y'all go there and tell Joe make the bag on, but y'all give me a contract or something, man. So that's why I can't get about 10, 15 bucks.
My boy, you're talking to Steiny.
BMW Fairfield on 95.7 The Game.
We go live to Philadelphia. He's already there. Anthony Slater joins us to talk about the Golden State Warriors. Even got up from a table at a restaurant to do this. So extra nickel in the paycheck we don't send you this week, Anthony. Thank you.
I'll take it. Yeah, no, I got to be in Philly early. They do this thing where Steve Kerr loves to land on his cross-country trips and then take them right from the airport to practice. So I will be heading to a late-night practice in Philly very soon.
Now, are they practicing at like the Palestra, or do they get to go like just right to the arena?
Do not tell the citizens of Philly this, because I don't want a bunch of crowd forming. But Temple University.
Oh, go Owls! Maybe John Chaney will pop on in.
Bet not.
Oh, that's right. Unavailable.
Yeah.
Sorry, I forgot about that.
Yeah.
What's the advantage of practicing late at night, or is it just that you get so little practice time anyway that it's just a shoot around and you get to get to do a quick walkthrough?
Yeah, they started to do this a couple of years ago, and Kerr's explanation on it was like, get off the plane to get the blood flowing and sweat a little bit, and then don't do shoot around the next morning. They're currently scheduled to not have shoot around, although guys can go get shot. So they don't do it. They only do it on the first practice of the road trip, like right when they land from the cross country. And that has been the explanation in the past.
Slater, since you're already there, have you gotten any handle on what's going on with Joel Embiid, who, last time around didn't see him in the Sixers lineup when the Warriors played them. He just returned to the Sixers lineup and has breathing issues. What have you heard?
Yeah, I mean, he's been great lately. I think he had like 47 in an overtime win over the Hornets recently. He had a sweet play last night on the top of the key against Utah, where it was like he went coast to coast and dunked it against Whiteside. They lost. Gobert probably outplayed him in that game. But, I mean, at this point, I haven't checked the latest injury report, but I believe he's supposed to play. Maybe that's changed.
I heard a little, he's got trouble breathing. I don't know if there is any hangover.
Yeah, he had COVID for a while, and like apparently it was like a bad case of it, right? It wasn't just like asymptomatic or like apparently he got pretty sick from it, and I'm sure that has lingering effects. But I mean, he's like I said, he's played pretty well recently.
Well, let's talk about how this could be. Hopefully, the Warriors avoid the road trip of COVID. Philadelphia is where you are right now. Then to Indiana. Rick Carlisle has it. Pacers just canceled practice. The road trip is going to end up in Toronto. Toronto's on COVID extra alert right now. This has really come back into focus. We're seeing COVID sort of touch NBA teams a lot more in the last week or two than we did in the last month or two.
No doubt. I was actually just talking to somebody about this, that like this will test them a bit, right? An East Coast trip, it does seem to be, at least right now, more prevalent on the East Coast, at least with the East Coast teams. I don't know what the countrywide numbers say, but when you're traveling, you're in restaurants, you're in hotels, you're in planes, it just seems a little bit sketchier. So I'm curious if they can get through this 5-game road trip clean, which includes, you mentioned the Toronto situation. I believe they have to do a pretty stringent testing protocol to get into Toronto and to get out of Toronto, just because it's a different country. And I know other teams have had, COVID positives pop up when they go to Toronto because they just suddenly have to test everybody. So we'll see. I mean, that's the 5th game of the 5-game trip, but it's definitely kind of become much more uncertain time league-wide.
Do you think that the gravity of not just COVID, but the start of the year that is, gangbusters for the Warriors makes it easier for Steve Kerr to sell everyone on just stay in your hotel room, order room service, don't go to your favorite restaurant, don't call whoever you might call to hang out with when you get to city X, Y, or Z. Like, this is a business trip. We'll keep it as such.
Maybe, but they're going to be in New York for 3 nights. They have a back-to-back game in MSG Tuesday, and then they're staying Wednesday and Thursday, not going to Boston until Thursday night. And I know guys have, sometimes it's brand stuff, sometimes they're seeing, family, friends, different people. And tonight in Philly, I'm sure they're going to enjoy themselves a little bit because it's on an 8:30 tip tomorrow. And you could argue, hey, look, the goal is the title again. You kind of need to keep that in focus, but at the same time, you could also say, hey, you're 21-4. if you had, a hiccup for a week or two, it's not as serious as last year when you were kind of crawling and clawing for standings room pretty much all season. So it's just, and in some ways, it's kind of luck of the draw too. But we'll see.
Is there? We started to hear a noise that seemed to start with Mark Stein that Curry might sit in Indiana. Have you gotten any either inkling of that or confirmation of that?
Yeah, Mark's who non-surprisingly is on the right track there. That's something that has definitely been discussed within the Warriors. They have 2 back-to-backs coming up. They sat Curry on the last road and Draymond on the last road back-to-back. And I think they've at least talked about it. But I think tomorrow can, what if they lose tomorrow and Curry makes 1-3 and he's still 9 away and they're not wanting to lose 2 straight to start the road trip? What if he makes 10 threes tomorrow and suddenly you're not, thinking about the record? But I'll just say I would not be stunned if not only Curry sits in Indianapolis, but also Draymond.
How much is the record impacting the way Kerr wants to do business? I mean, it seemed like the other night Curry was interested in making an early run at the record, didn't get the kind of traction he wanted, and then sort of bailed out. Is Kerr doing anything to accommodate that, or is he just trying to coach this and operate this as though it's just a regular road trip with nothing special attached to it?
He's operating normally, although, like you said, I thought the Curry record kind of hijacked his Curry's thought process the other day and kind of screwed up the proceedings. But as we're sitting here talking about them potentially sitting Indianapolis instead of MSG, I think that's record related. Usually, after an off day and they have Sunday off, you play the front side of the back-to-back, sit the back side. But I think, for obvious reasons, they're hoping, if it is going to be the record breaker, the preference is in MSG instead of Indianapolis. So that right there, you could argue, is kind of a coaching decision based on the record. But I don't think he's like game planning any differently for the Sixers. Like, they're just going to go into tomorrow hoping to beat the Sixers. And the truth is, I mean, we all know if they're going to beat Philly, Curry's going to probably have to hit a batch of threes.
Anthony Slater here on 95.7 The Game. Kuminga and Moody on this trip, do you think significant minutes will be seen at any point in time, or are they still stopgaps?
Stopgaps. I think you will see them. Part of that is because there will be rest. Iguodala is supposed to be back tomorrow night, but Iguodala, I can imagine, will not play both sides of either back-to-back. Otto Porter won't. We're mentioning the possible rest for Curry, Draymond, and maybe some others. So you will see them. But I think Kuminga is the only one that I think you could maybe see for a 25-minute rotation spot, just because even on the last East Coast road trip, he's shown to inject some life at times into them. And I thought, they both played well in Santa Cruz, but I think Kuminga's a little bit closer to maybe a rotation.
Would a Kuminga rotation be bad news for Juan Toscano-Anderson?
Depends on
who's almost like a third-string center at this point, so I don't know if it is.
Yeah, well, I mean, Kuminga, everyone's a small ball center on these Warriors now, right?
Right, yeah.
Porter kind of is the elite. Remember, Eric Pascal used to be. So, yeah, I mean, Kuminga had JTA's rotation spot. Remember, JTA was out of the rotation. Then Kuminga had played well a few straight games, played poorly in Cleveland in the first half, and that's when Kerr injected JTA into the lineup in the third quarter, took Kuminga off the floor. And really ever since then, because JTA played so well that night, he has been ahead of Kuminga. But I think because of all the different possible rest opportunities on this road trip, you could have a game where I think both of those guys play.
What is the game on this trip that looks like the biggest trap for the Warriors? I mean, it almost certainly isn't Indiana. I mean, New York has hit the skids after a real good start. Is it maybe Philly? And that's it?
I mean, Philly's going to be a tough game tomorrow night, particularly, if you get a really good Joel Embiid on a Saturday night, 8:30. It's going to be a great crowd. I think Indiana might be. I mean, they've been playing. I think they've won 2 or 3 straight. And if you don't have Curry or Draymond, which, again, we don't know, we'll see. But, that'll be a really difficult game without them. I think Toronto on the backside of it, I mean, the fifth game of a 5-game road trip, and it's on a back-to-back, and the testing protocols from what I hear to just get in and out of customs and in Canada are going to be difficult. And I could just see that being a very tired trip against a young, very long team that causes a lot of turnovers, even if they're not that good. So honestly, none of the 5 games look easy to me. I'm not saying they're going to go 1-4 or something like that, but I could see them losing any of the 5.
Hey, maybe you tell Curry and Draymond, we're not even taking you to Toronto as well. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if that popped up into the cards. Anthony Slater here on 95.7 The Game. You get to Philadelphia just in time for Ben Simmons' trade rumor mill to be fired up again. I'm sorry that you have to go through that, my friend.
It's okay. Maybe I'll put on some talk radio tomorrow. That should be enjoyable. The Philly talk radio.
What's wrong with you?
Well, I guess it's Saturday, so maybe it won't be as far. It'll probably be talking a lot of Eagles tomorrow.
Yeah, you get the weekend, guys. You're going to get a whole bunch of Gardner Minshew Mania.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, it's a bye week for the Eagles. Oh, you're the only show in town.
That's true. You want to think just from a human, a travel perspective for me. I could either on Sunday be in Philadelphia or Indianapolis, but the Eagles and the Colts both have byes. It's unbelievable. But to your original point, I don't know, like the Ben Simmons there's, it's a little ember, but it still doesn't feel substantial yet, right? We have, it still feels like that's just like a little spark of like, hey, a couple teams might have called about Ben Simmons. Is anyone interested?
How was dinner tonight?
It was good. It was quick. I gotta like I said, it's the Warriors screw up, your night out on town when they decide to have a 9 p.m. practice local time.
Well, hey, go burn some calories at that practice. Sleep well, travel well. Slater, thank you very much for joining us, man. And if we do not talk to you next week, Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays.
Merry Christmas, fellas.
Thank you so much. Anthony Slater here on 95.7 The Game.
Let's make him work.
We should.
Holiday season, my ass.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to have 3 Warriors lives coming up next week. That feels like a booking of Slater at one of those days.
Oh, at least 3 of them. Let's work him like a rented mule.
It was a premature Merry Christmas. I shouldn't have even gone there.
Yeah, but that's okay. I just say we ruin his holiday by calling him every day.
So he said, if you got to be stuck in Philadelphia or New York or Indiana, you're choosing Philadelphia or New York, not Indiana. I get it. Look, I've been to all 3 places. I got love for Indiana. Indianapolis is essentially 2 restaurants, a football stadium, a basketball arena, and a mall that sort of connects it all. That's all downtown Indianapolis is.
And the truth is, and this goes back to the Kerr interview with Jon Stewart, is you don't want to sequester players. You want them to be able to go to a place where they can enjoy themselves within limits.
Yeah.
And Indianapolis is a hotel room town.
It is, especially with it being COVID USA.
Yeah, and also it being December.
There's that too.
So yeah, I think you beat feet out of Indianapolis as quickly as you can. The same way you would leave Salt Lake City as quickly as you can.
You mean the same way Purdue would choke all over its first and only #1 ranking if it could?
Inside Williams with 7. One-on-one with Amori. Gets inside, puts it up and in with 3.4 to go. Get it to Harper with 3, with 2, with 1. Harper for the win. Got it! Let's go! Let's go! Harper Jr. Let's go! The game winner at the buzzer. Let's go! And Rutgers upsets number 1 Purdue 70-68. Let's go! First time in program history that they have beaten a #1 team. But they're going to check the tape. Score the basket. Ball game. Let's go!
Thanks for nothing, Austin Johnson, on that color commentary. Jerry Recco on Learfield.
Do you know where the shot came from?
About half court.
Yeah. Did that get mentioned?
No.
That's not good work.
It's certainly not good
If
work.
you're listening to the radio, you kind of need to know where the shot was taken from. And if it's near half court, you damn well better mention it.
The only thing you really hear there is that it's time to go. Let's go.
Yeah.
Let's count. Let's just do it one more time. Let's count the let's go, shall we?
Inside Williams with 7. One-on-one with Amori. Gets inside, puts it up and in with 3.4 to go. Get it to Harper with 3, with 2, with 1. Harper for the win. Got it! Let's go!
1,
Let's go!
2,
Harper Jr. Let's go!
3.
Game winner at the buzzer. Let's go!
4.
And Rutgers upsets number 1, 70 to 68.
6.
First time in program history that they have beaten a number 1 team. But they're going to check the tape. Score the basket. Ball game. Let's go!
7 let's goes. That's got to be a record.
It's got to be stupid. I mean, why is he there at all if that's basically it?
I mean, you get
it's the biggest moment in the program's history.
Without a doubt.
Paint a picture. Letting us know that this is as close as you can come to having an aneurysm is not broadcasting.
They don't describe where the shot came from. They don't describe the court storming. They don't describe, the reaction of just the crowd overall. You just got a guy screaming, "Let's go, let's go, let's go!" But when you're the color commentator for Rutgers, there's really nowhere to go but up there, Ray.
I don't think there's an up for him.
Let's go.
I mean, listen, when I drive home, on occasion I will listen to the Tampa Bay Lightning play because you're
a sick puppy.
Well, that too. And Phil Esposito, who is a cranky old man but a great hockey player, will sit there and complain about the way the team is playing while the play-by-play guy is talking. But he's Phil Esposito. And the people down in Tampa like that, even though it's genuinely unhinged.
Hey, that's Austin Johnson.
Yeah. If your entire vocabulary at that moment is 2 words, you may be overclubbed.
The important thing here, let me describe what just happened in that half-court shot.
Oh, God, here we go.
Rutgers becomes the first ever team in the history of men's basketball to drop its last game by more than 30 points and turn around to beat the number 1 ranked team in the nation. That happened. And the number 1 ranked team in the nation was Purdue for the first time in the history of Purdue. I love that the Boilermakers get number 1, the weight of it, put on their shoulder, and immediately go Gag City. Let's go, Ray.
And that was the only thing that got that played today. I mean, Mark Grandy was genuinely offended by that call before the show began.
As he should. As
he was enraged.
Our audience should be offended by it.
Yeah, but you brought it up so that you could, Purdue.
I hope Raheem Mostert is listening right now and crying.
I don't think he's crying.
I don't think he's listening.
I don't. Yeah, that's also true.
Man. Look, I love it when
they listen when there's meat involved.
Yes, but look, I'm telling you, man. Purdue finally getting number 1 and then gagging all over it. That's fantastic. Now let me come back to you with this, though, just to let you know that I can actually be a professional here. Purdue's probably going to the Final Four. They're really good.
They are really good. That's how you get to be.
Yeah, they just got half-courted last night. They ran a beautiful play to get the go-ahead bucket and then got miracled.
But you shouldn't be that close to Rutgers.
No, correct. But
they earned that defeat, even though it was an unlucky loss. You
don't come into the rack, Ray.
Well, Rutgers is not bad, but they're not Purdue.
No.
That's one of those games where, you could say how unlucky you are for about 5 seconds, and then somebody's going to point out to you all the things that made that shot possible, and most of them are Purdue not playing well.
Where do you think Rutgers went after they were all invited to go? Where do you think they went?
The Bada Bing.
Nice. The Bing, which is still the best name for a fictional strip club ever.
Yep. Of all the fictional strip clubs out there.
That's your favorite.
Yeah.
So, I think Curry absolutely sits out the game in Indiana. It sucks for Pacers fans. It's going to really hurt a team that's worst in attendance in all the NBA right now. Although you probably bought the ticket thinking.
Yeah, and they'll count that as a body in the seats. That's one of the things that irritates me most.
Me too.
About sports is the NFL used to do a thing where they would tell you tickets distributed, tickets used, which means
butts and
keisters
seats.
and seats, and then tell you what the no-show number was, which was a simple matter of subtraction. And they did that probably 6 or 7 years, and then somebody said, why are we telling people how many people didn't go? And that was the end of it. Now, if you look at a box score and it says Golden State Warriors 18064, which is their capacity, there's no guarantee that isn't 16,000 or 14,000 or anything. It doesn't tell you the thing that you care about, which is how much interest is there in this game. All it tells you is this is how much money we took in. And that, just that alone just tells you where the focus on athletics in America is now. Just how much money did you make off this event? Not how many people had a good time. How many people bothered to go? That's why when somebody doesn't go to a game, I applaud them more than if they had.
You want to know what is that shouldn't bother you stadium total that for some reason bothers me? I don't care about the attendance. I get what's going on there. I see it happen. I get it. What bothers me is down at the ballpark at 24 Willie Mays Plaza is that they're counting splash hits, but they only count giant splash hits.
Yeah.
That's corny. The whole point is the ball hit the water, not who hit the ball. We're not counting. They should have just called it Giants splash hits then.
Or when you announce that is the 97th splash hit, of which 91 have been done by the Giants, whatever the number is. There's nothing wrong with just saying, yeah, other guys have done it too. But every number is supposed to be a marketing opportunity, which is why almost everybody in marketing, jail.
Guy
Just
says,
jail.
Hey, the Niners used to have 20,000 no-shows in the 70s. Dude, the Niners had 20,000 no-shows in September. Look, the amount of it's packed in here games at Levi's Stadium can be counted on one hand.
Look, you know what? The next time you choose to watch a game played at Washington, look at those seats.
What you mean? You don't mean like Huskies?
No, like FedEx.
You mean yeah. The football team.
They used to brag that they had an 80,000 person waiting list.
Yeah, then they actually
no, the waiting list, not not the capacity. And then it turns out they never had a waiting list, and now they can't give tickets away.
They lied about the waiting list.
Yeah,
I mean maybe when it was like Dan Reeves, or not that Dan Reeves, but
Joe Gibbs.
Joe Gibbs, thank you very much. And John Riggins, Mark Rippon, maybe not Mark Rippon.
He was pretty good for them.
For a minute, yeah.
Well, he got him to a Super Bowl.
He did. But they had, the Hogs, they were, that was a team there for a minute.
They were a big deal, but all you needed to say was every seat is sold and every seat is used. You don't have to come up with 80,000 fictionally disappointed fans. That's by taking a good thing and then attaching a ridiculous lie to it just because it sounds good in your head. Like Danny Snyder's going to hell.
Grandy is there's a lot of reasons why he's going to hell. Grandy is either trying to land a plane or get me to brake, so I don't see any air traffic. So let me just tell you, we're brought to you by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises.
What's up, everybody? Nick Costos here with the Bet River Sports Betting Minute, brought to you by Bet River Sportsbook, your hometown sportsbook. Pro Football Sunday, Cleveland, the 3-point home favorite against Baltimore, and I like Baltimore in this spot at +3. Now that the number is at 3, so not a lot of interest at 2.5, has to be 3. I think Baltimore bounces back from last week's loss to Pittsburgh, so let's make Baltimore +3 on the road in Cleveland coming up this Sunday. That's it for this Bet River Sports Betting Minute, brought to you by Bet River.
But no Dre Greenlaw, no Mo Hurst, no Emmanuel Mosley. You knew all that. Dante Johnson, by the way, is on this team's injury report now. Not because he's hurt. He's got personal reasons, which have him listed as questionable.
The line actually has moved from, at the beginning of the week, Cincinnati was giving 1 to right now, the 49ers are giving 2. So there's a lot of 49er money coming in.
So the Niners are still favored, knowing Mitchell is out, the secondary is a patchwork, and Debo is a question mark.
The last update that I've seen was at 12:52 today, so nearly 1 p.m. So maybe the line has not had time to react. But I have not seen it move down anywhere.
Brian Baldinger is going to be joining us in about 25 minutes. We'll get into the particulars of this game. But just the way I see it right now, Ray, here's what the Niners are dealing with. The Niners are dealing with a young quarterback who's going to let it rip. And that means they could be in a little bit of trouble, depending on how much ripping he actually does. Second ripping reference on in the last half hour. First mark this theoretical ripping. Joe Burrow leads the NFL in touchdowns over 30 yards in the air. He also leads the NFL in interceptions. But this guy puts it up and puts it out there. He is going to push this secondary as much as he can. He's thrown for 3 touchdowns in a single game 4 times already this year. Jimmy doesn't have a single 3-touchdown passing game all season. He only had 1 all of last year. Burrow's thrown for 36 touchdowns in 22 career games. Jimmy's got a grand total of 22 touchdowns in the last 2 seasons. He's gone from, by the way, Jimmy Garoppolo, like all he does is win, win, win around here, to now he's officially 9-8 in his last 17 starts. So you just can't say, Jimmy's in there, it's automatically win day. That's what he does. It's not. Things have changed. That's where the frustration is.
Well, no, but the point is there's too much frustration that is localized on him. This is a team that people thought was of Super Bowl contender quality.
Yeah, because they were built well in all 3 phases.
Yeah, except that they weren't, as we found out. Secondary is still shambolic. They get guys hurt and they can't replace them with like talent. And the offense has been up and down. So if you want to just say, Garoppolo is 9-8, I mean, it invokes the worst stat in sports, which is what's your quarterback's 1-loss record. The truth is the 49ers are a member of the group of suck because they've sucked.
They've earned it.
Yeah, I mean, they are where they are because that's who they are. And that's a team-wide thing. It's not a quarterback-only thing. And I know people want to fixate on this because they've fixated on it since the moment that Kyle Shanahan traded up to get to number 3. That's been the sole focus of most fans. And they're missing the bigger party, which is that 49ers are an average team, like a bunch of other average teams. And the fun now for you is not to fixate on Jimmy Garoppolo. It's to fixate on the chaos of 7 teams trying to fit into a 2-team hole.
Well, and if you like the inconsistency to the point of maddening, dotting your football games, that's what this game's dotted with. 2 teams, inconsistent, injury problems, not as healthy as can be. Somebody said, no Joe Mixon, no. I don't know that yet. I heard that Joe Mixon has not practiced at all, but he's the kind of guy you wait for. And Joe Mixon has been dealing with an injury, or not an injury, but an illness. So how he feels today and how he feels on Sunday, not COVID, by the way, who knows?
Not practicing on Friday, though, has been a traditional tip-off that somebody's not playing. Now, I don't know if that's the case here because, as you said, Joe Mixon's a guy you wait for. But typically, if you can't get out on Friday, they don't let you get out on Sunday.
Yeah, I mean,
and again, all we have is some Yahoo on the text line, which is a redundancy.
Sorry, Ray. Line's still sitting at 1.5 for the Niners, and for the first time in what feels like a really long time, the Bengals might actually be the less healthy team than the 49ers. Because they're dealing with defensive starters probably out. A couple guys doubtful. Tyler Shelvin, their starting defensive tackle, and Logan Wilson, linebacker too.
Where this team has its advantage is its devil-may-care offense that it runs. It's feast or famine. I mean, that's what the Bengals have been all year. Their whole season is feast or famine.
Yeah,
they either look really good one week or terrible the next.
Yeah, they're ridiculously erratic, like 7-5 teams are. And by the way, Lucas, where are you looking where you're seeing 1.5?
Sportsbook that I'm not supposed to name, but I'm going to name the one that we are, and I'm going to look there.
Okay, because I go to Vegas Insider, which we don't have a deal with, and they have a bunch of different books, and the majority of them say 2.
Right. Vegas Insider is like Progressive. You get a whole bunch of car insurance quotes.
Yeah, exactly. And most of them are saying 2.
No flow. Burrow in season 2 of his career, and I think that this is part and parcel of how he's wired, how his coach is wired, and the talent that he has. He's got big play wide receivers who are going to look to stretch the field. But Joe Burrow willingly does the thing that Jimmy either refuses or isn't allowed to do. They have nearly identical completion percentages over the last 2 years, but Burrow takes the shot that Jimmy does not take. And that could be the difference in this game. Now, I'm not saying that Jimmy's been robbed of all of his confidence or, I know we spent an awful lot of time yesterday about, how much confidence, what is the relationship like between Jimmy Garoppolo and Kyle Shanahan. I know that this is something that Steve Young was talking about. But it's, to me, like the fact that we're having who trusts who conversations in week 14 of year 5 is ridiculous. I mean, that's just ridiculous. And if you don't trust this guy, why not start trusting the next guy, even though you don't trust him yet because you don't know much about him yet? But, what's the difference between I don't trust this guy and I don't trust that guy?
Because it's not trust as in I don't believe you're ever good. It's trust as in I'm not sure what I'm going to get from you from week to week. And
how can you be confident what Jimmy's going to give you week to week?
I'm not saying anybody should or shouldn't trust him. I'm just saying that's the definition of trust I think Steve Young is trying to point to. We know what Shanahan prefers. We know who he prefers. But is he completely confident that week in and week out the offense is going to work brilliantly? I don't know why he would, given the fact that it hasn't. So I think that's a semantic thing more than it is anything else. He knows that, like all the other parts of this team, Jimmy Garoppolo is up and down. That's it. And yeah, is that what he wants? No. Would he like to have an option? Yes. Does he have one? No. So it's Garoppolo. And you just, you white knuckle your way through another football game, and that's how this works.
You know what would be a tough thing to figure out on the scales? Whose absence would mean more, Elijah Mitchell's or Deebo Samuel's? But the two of them not playing in the same game together, like that feels almost insurmountable for the way this team is operating this year.
You would think, but don't forget that Cincinnati is as capable of losing a game on their own.
They sure are.
As they are winning. So that's why this game is, no matter what you think about what the 49ers have or don't have, this game is one that if you want to know what happens, you're going to have to watch the whole stupid game. It just because there's no guarantee that the Bengals are going to be the elite Bengals any more than you have a guarantee that they'll be the awful Bengals. They're 7-5 because they can lose by 19 to the Chargers a week after they boat race. Who was it? Pittsburgh the week before. They won like 41-10 and then lost 41-22.
Was it the Ravens?
No, I think it was Pittsburgh.
By the way, I'm glad you brought up Pittsburgh because they played last night. They nearly came back and stunned the Minnesota Vikings, who, how about this? Even with a win, I hope Mike Zimmer's renting he didn't buy.
No,
that ain't happening.
He's day-to-day.
Yeah, there's no doubt.
He's very day-to-day. In fact, the Ringer did one of their I have nothing to write, so I'll just write what coaches are on the hot seat. And he's right up there with Matt Nagy and Matt Rule and the other guys and Joe Judge.
All the guys who are really on hot seats.
Yeah. all the guys who are fired in everything but reality.
Right. We'll see them all on Black Monday.
Yeah.
Two of the weaker statements I have seen come out of NFL locker rooms. One of them happened last night. The other happened last week, and I want to get into them both before we bring in Brian Baldinger to talk about where have all the leaders gone. Welcome to your 5 o'clock hour.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM in HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey station. Brought to you by DuckDuckGo, privacy simplified.
The thing about dessert and why it's an important course is because it's the last impression that you get of that restaurant. And the last impression stays with you as long as a first impression does. So last impressions matter. And that's what you leave kind of thinking about. And this brings us to Chase Claypool, who last night does make one of the all-time bonehead decisions to pimp his first down as the clock is expiring, basically. Had Claypool done I'll call it the Larry Fitzgerald, where he basically spots the ball for the official after sprinting back to his place in we're about to spike the ball, kill clock moment. He did the opposite of that. He's sitting there doing the, first down, like the red cashing point. He is trying to say, the camera, she is on me. The camera, she loves me. America, don't you love me too? And whether or not America did or didn't, Steelers fans are probably just like, get back to the line of scrimmage. His center, Ray, had to come up and strip the ball from him to get, an opportunity to spike the ball with a clock deeply expiring. He definitely pimped himself to the point where it cost the Steelers 5-6 seconds a clock, which is a chance to run a play in the NFL at all times. So Ben Roethlisberger, because it was the last thing, and my friend Nick Wright absolutely got this right this morning. I saw him say, of all the things that went wrong for the Pittsburgh Steelers yesterday, honestly, the Chase Claypool thing is the least of them. Claypool, if anything, helped you get back into that game more than he got you out of that game. But it's the last thing we saw. It's the important last impression. But when asked about, Chase Claypool needing a talking to, Ben Roethlisberger all but punted on his status as future Hall of Fame quarterback, who's the leader of this offense. He said, and I quote, when asked, are you going to go up and talk to Chase Claypool? You can't do that. He said, quote, it's not really my job. To me, that goes to Coach Tomlin. That's what he needs to do. That's his job as head coach. As quarterback, it's my job to help manage what we do on the field. Dealing with player issues, that's the coach's job, not mine. Chase Claypool did what he did on the field of play in an incredibly important moment. That is in your purview, Ben. I'm surprised that he is that laissez-faire, which means he's done. How many more games does the Steelers have left? Ben Roethlisberger is going to be done in this league after that.
Don't forget, though, that he used to be that guy.
Oh, he was
jump guy and
a little bit of a punk.
And
sure.
What happened? He and Antonio Brown got crossways in a major way, and it tore that dressing room apart. And I think he's backed away from that for a number of reasons.
Yeah, but Antonio Brown was putting up, I might be Jerry Rice numbers at the time.
It doesn't matter. Once you do that once, you can't play that card anymore. And I think Ben Roethlisberger punted because he didn't want to create that situation again, given the fact that he'd done it once. And two,
he's at the end of his career,
it
right?
Doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. He's got 5 more games. He'd like to get in the playoffs, and he'd like to do it without people thinking that he's picking on his best wide receiver again. And the other thing is, it is Mike Tomlin's job. Mike Tomlin can walk up to Chase Claypool and, bore him a new hole in his head.
By the way, he did dunk on Chase Claypool, who requested a little bit more music and fun at practice.
Yeah.
And Tomlin basically said, he's the wide receiver. He just goes out there and runs the plays. I'm the coach. I set up practice, and I think that's a division of labor that works well for us.
Yeah.
Which is Mike Tomlin saying, F you without saying F you.
Yeah, and so if I'm Ben Roethlisberger, even if I'm 10 years younger, I go, you know what? This is going to get handled. And I don't have to be the bad guy for a guy that, frankly, I'm going to need. But I know it will get handled because my coach will handle it for me. So I don't have to bother.
I think it's a limp statement, though. I really do. I got another limp statement for you. Urban Meyer, believe it or not. So it starts with quarterback Trevor Lawrence, who was making it clear that running back James Robinson needs to be on the field as much as possible. Like, even if he makes a mistake, he still needs to be out here. Robinson is among the only really good players that the Jaguars have. But like a second-year running back, he makes some mistakes, including fumbling. And he was sat down for stretches of 16 plays and 20 consecutive plays in the last couple weeks due to fumbling. And Trevor Lawrence says, quote, bottom line, James is one of our best players, and he needs to be on the field. Whatever happens, I really don't care. He needs to be out there. We're a young team looking to get better. We don't have time to, iron fist our way through benchings. We're just trying to not get embarrassed and learn how to play football together. That's more important. The reps are what matters, not the let me show you how we do it around here, because you're the Jaguars. What the hell do you have in terms of culture? Urban Meyer, and this is just pathetic if you ask me. Urban Meyer says he wasn't aware of how long Robinson got held out. I mean, why not? Are you not paying attention to the game that you're the head coach of? He says he doesn't micromanage his assistant coaches. He said the running back playing time is up to the running back's coach, who is Bernie Parmalee. By the way, give yourself $1 if you thought Bernie Parmalee's name was going to be on Sports Talk Radio today. Congratulations, he's back. Urban Meyer said, quote, you bench yourself. And in many ways, he's right about that. But he says, you bench yourself. If you lay the ball on the ground, you come out for a few plays, then it's up to the position coach or whatever you put back to put you back in whenever that's time. It's just not James, that's whomever. When the ball goes to the ground, you come out. Except on one of those games where Robinson gets yanked because he fumbled, Carlos Hyde is now in. Carlos Hyde, next series, also fumbles. And he stays in the game.
Urban Meyer has never found a lie he didn't find more comforting than the truth. I mean, that's his whole MO in college. So the idea that he expects anybody to believe that he didn't know how long he was holding James Robinson out of a game is nonsense.
Well, and have you ever heard any coach say to you publicly or privately, when it comes to playing time, in-game playing time, in the moment, I let my position coaches make that decision for me?
Well, I was getting to that part. No coach does that either.
Ever.
Yeah, I mean, if Urban Meyer wanted to put James Robinson back in, do you honestly believe Bernie Parmalee would have said, no, Urban?
Don't you do that?
Yeah, I forbid you to do that. No, that's all on Urban Meyer, all of it. The fact is, that's one of the reasons why you make the money you make is you get to take all the blame. It's your job because it's your job to know everything. And the stuff you don't know is an admission that you're not up to the job. So, yeah, no, I agree with you completely on Urban Meyer. I'm okay on Roethlisberger because Urban Meyer can't defer this decision to anybody. It's his and his alone. And for him to say, well, you bench yourself. No, you don't. You stay in until somebody forces you off. And no, your running backs coach does not get to run your offense.
That's nuts. We got to ask Brian Baldinger about this. He'll be joining us in just a few minutes. I just saw Brian Baldinger on NFL Network not too long ago. We'll find out where he's going this weekend, what his duties are. You know what else is going to happen this weekend? We got an Army-Navy game this weekend. The midshipmen, and they have...
Cadets.
Yeah, no, but I'm saying the midshipmen have the single coolest helmets I've seen them rock in years. They were all individually hand-painted and have, like, dramatic war scenes on their helmet. I mean, these helmets look like pieces of art.
Yeah, always go with gore on your helmet if you can possibly do it.
Well, no, it's not like, it's not like Fields of Bodies or anything like that.
I'm disappointed by that.
It's cool, Navy imagery.
So sinking ships.
No, firing cannons, Ray. These are ships going into battle to prevail, not lose.
Well, I'm just saying, a lot of those ships don't come back. Besides, that's not the biggest event of the weekend anyway.
What is?
The Grey Cup on Sunday. Winnipeg and Hamilton.
Who comes away with that, Ray?
Oh, Winnipeg.
Is it Winnipeg's time?
They won 2 years ago.
They're back, baby.
Yeah, they didn't have the Grey Cup last year because the whole season was canceled. But this is a replay of the 20 championship.
Teemu Selanne still playing for them?
Yes, he is.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
MLS Cup tomorrow too, Ray.
I'll probably skip the MLS Cup though.
Who's in that?
Timbers, New York City FC, NYCFC.
NYCFC?
Mm-hmm.
And Portland.
Okay.
Future not home of the Oakland Athletics.
Oh. How's their strip purchase doing? Have they started tearing down the Tropicana yet for the A's?
Yeah. No, the Bellagio now. They're just going to take over the Bellagio because they have unlimited money.
Put the stadium right in the fountain.
Absolutely. Then you can have splash hits of another kind.
Look at you with the callback.
That's the kind of girl I am.
Sure are.
No, the Grey Cup's fat. It's the most fun I've ever had on a road trip ever, and it's not close.
That's because they cover you in Labatt's and poutine.
Well, no poutine, and nobody of any worth buys Labatt. Labatt's is like Budweiser.
Molson.
Same thing.
What are you drinking?
Whatever they're offering, but it's usually not Labatt's or Molson. It's
Really?
usually they believe in IPAs too.
Okay. I thought Labatt's and Molson's were as common as Budweiser's.
They are,
meaning
but
that they're easily. Look at it this way: I haven't seen anyone in the media ever turn down a Budweiser, so I couldn't imagine that the Canadian media is like, no Molson for me, not me and Pierre.
Yeah, but when Pierre goes out, Pierre's not ordering the Molson. He's ordering something better. Pierre, shame on you.
So are you just saying that they got higher standards in Moose Jaw?
Huh?
They got higher standards than we do in Moose Jaw?
No, they have the same standards. If you go out, are you ordering a Bud?
No.
Thank you. I rest my case.
But if I'm in a room and there's a Bud Light there, or not a Bud Light, I like a Bud Heavy myself. Here's the funny thing. I did order a Budweiser in Amsterdam. Only because I wanted to check like the consistency of it. A Budweiser is a Budweiser is a Budweiser is a Budweiser. And there's something comforting about that.
Yeah. I mean, especially now that Budweiser is owned by a brewing company based in Belgium. So you got a truck from the main brewery. You might have gotten a better Bud.
Maybe. I swear to God, too. Maybe you just call yourself a prisoner of the moment, but a Budweiser in St. Louis tastes colder and crisper than anywhere else. It really does.
Yeah, I don't know. I've never had a Bud in St. Louis. I'm a communist. What do you want?
With you? Toasted ravioli, I would hope?
Oh, well, that's a given.
Ted Drew's?
Actually, Charlie Gito's.
Oh.
It's right downtown near the ballpark. So.
It is, but you're better off going out to Ted Drew's. It's even better.
I would be, but I can't walk all the way to
you can't.
Italian Town.
No, that's custard. That's frozen custard, Ted Drew's.
Oh, I've never done custard.
Oh, you would love custard.
I think the one place I would do custard only because I've heard raves about it is in Milwaukee. They apparently have a custard that makes you give up heroin.
Shamil Shamazel to that.
See, there's another reference that the kids aren't getting.
Oh, come on.
The kids aren't getting that one. Sorry.
Lenny, Squiggy, nothing?
Ask Heckle and Jekyll here in the next room.
Do you guys get what Shamil Shamazel is from? At all?
Happy Hanukkah?
I got no clue.
That's it.
You're old. Admit it. You're on the back nine. Everything you ever did is in the rearview mirror, pal.
What are you talking about?
Laverne and Shirley? Nothing? Have you ever... Let me ask you this. Let's just forget Shamil Shamazel. Have you ever heard of the television show Laverne and Shirley?
Heard of it, yeah.
Okay.
Have you ever watched it?
Mm-mm.
Thank you.
Penny Marshall? Nothing?
You could keep hammering this all you want. They didn't get it. They're not going to get it. They're not interested.
What I'm trying to say is it's time for Brian Baldinger. Let's get him on as fast as humanly possible. I bet you he understands Shamil Shamazel.
Aren't we breaking here? No?
No.
Oh, that's right. It's the final hour of the week.
That's right. That means you got to work hard this hour, Ray. Pick him up and put him down.
That's why I'm short of breath.
That is why you're short of breath. So, look, how big is this Bengals game for the 49ers? Well, right now, today, their odds of being a playoff team are at 63%. They win in Cincinnati, it goes to 73%. A loss in Cincinnati is not devastating. That's the crazy thing about this year. As bad and as incomplete as the 49ers seem, there is no mortal wounding of this team based on the group of suck.
Well, but that's my point. This game is no bigger or smaller than the game next week against Atlanta, or the game the next week at Tennessee, or the game in Week 17 against Houston, or the game in Week 18 at the Rams. Every game has its own set of requirements. And you can go 2-3 and still be in it. You can go 4-1 and still be in it. But you won't be clear of the rest of the group of suck. The group of suck is they are attaching to each other like electrons around a proton.
You want to talk about talking over the audience's head, Ray?
I don't care. It's 5:15. I'm already dreaming of starting my car.
5:15 means it's time to say hello to Brian Baldinger, who I believe I saw all over the set of NFL Network today. How are you, Brian?
Damon, I'm good. I'm actually still here at the network. Just finished the show. And, kind of getting ready here for Week 14 and everything that goes with it right now.
So Cincinnati and the 49ers are totally different teams in incredibly similar situations. Like, they're both banged up. One has an ultra-conservative kind of modus operandi. The Bengals, meanwhile, are, Joe Burrow is going to let it rip from the hip whenever he gets a chance to do that, which is the polar opposite of how Jimmy Garoppolo goes about his day in the office. Who wins that tug-of-war this weekend?
Well, I think, it's interesting watching Cincinnati lose to the Chargers last week, Damon. They were down 24-0. They couldn't do anything right in the first half. But yet they never got away from the run game. Joe Mixon, they kept running it. They got back into the game with a touchdown by Mixon, 24-22. Couldn't make a 2-point conversion. And then they took control of the game, got the ball back, and they were driving to take the lead. And Joe Mixon fumbled. He got picked up and run back for a touchdown, and they just couldn't recover. They just played sloppy. But they have had some unbelievably good games this year. They put up 41 in Pittsburgh. They put up 41 in Baltimore this year. They took Green Bay to the brink in Green Bay. They're a good football team. They're a very good football team, and they have a lot of good pieces. You got to play really well to beat this team. I'll tell you that right now.
What are the things, though, that are preventing them from being more than 7-5? Because if they're a very good football team, they do have some inexplicable losses on that record.
Yeah, no, look, last week they played 2 rookies in the offensive line, Ray. I'm not making excuses for rookies, but Trey Hill took over for Trey Hopkins at center. They had a lot of penalties last week, Ray. The type of penalties where, you throw a touchdown pass, it all gets called back, because of a hold. I think I counted 5 holding calls alone just on the offensive line. And they hadn't played like that. They got a new right guard in Akeem Adeniji out of Kansas. He's a pretty good player. But he had some penalties last week, and they started a new right tackle last week. So, the injuries and the trickle-down effect of playing young guys, they were guilty last week. And then defensively, they're really good. Justin Herbert was just that much better last week. They threw a jump ball in the end zone, and Jesse Bates is right there against Jalen Guyton. And Guyton comes down with the ball, but, you throw that ball 10 more times, maybe Bates comes down with it 5 times. They just got beat one-on-one by some really good players. Keenan Allen on 4th and 4. They've got him zoned up perfectly, and the throw was just a highlight throw. And so that's kind of how it is. Some teams have just played out of their minds and kept them from winning games.
Brian, when it comes to, the 49ers, they're on a narrow balance beam, and they got to get it right in order to come out with a win. In order to get it right, They need Deebo Samuel making plays, and a running back needs to carry his weight. Elijah Mitchell is officially out for this game, and Deebo is still listed as questionable. If Deebo cannot go, do you think that those two absences alone are insurmountable for the 49ers?
It's an uphill climb. I never would count him out, but it's an uphill climb. I mean, Elijah Mitchell has proven just how tough he is and, physical he is for what they want to do. Now, Jeffrey Wilson is healthy. I don't know Trey Sermon. I'm not sure exactly what the order is right now, but you kind of knew what you were getting from Elijah Mitchell. And Deebo just not just his, what he does with the ball in his hands, but it's just his whole attitude out there. Just kind of changes everything for the 49ers. And so
Sermon got popped on IR, by the way. I mean, you hardly see him, so it's hard to assume that that's where he is, but that is where he is. So it's going to be Hasty and Wilson, and there's your running back room.
Okay. Yeah, okay. If that's what it is, that's what it is. But, yeah, they've all carried the ball before. Hasty's, I think he started games, but he's certainly gotten his share of carries, and Wilson has been there before the injury last year. So, you're going to just give the next guy up an opportunity. But Cincinnati is a quality defense. They're playing without their middle linebacker as well, and, they got some injuries, that they've got to deal with. But, nobody's really feeling sorry for anybody right now. You got to go get it done. And, you got to find what works, like what's working. Sometimes you got to go through the game to figure out what's working. That's what happened to the Patriots on Monday night against the Bills. They found 2 or 3 plays in the run game that worked. All they did was repeat those plays. I've seen Kyle do the exact same thing. And you can know it's coming, but you're just, in that groove where you're just blocking it perfectly and you're still gaining yards even when they know it's coming. And that's always a sign of a pretty good football team, especially one up front in the offensive line.
Is there anything particularly intriguing schematically about what they do against the run? Because they're 4th in the league through 13 weeks, and Cincinnati historically has not been that stout. So what is it they're doing differently?
Well, they struck gold in every free agent that they signed, Ray. DJ Reader, was a frontline guy in Houston. They signed him last year. Larry Ogunjobi has played really, really well for him. Trey Hendrickson has basically gotten a sack a game over the last 2 years, but he's a good player against the run. Both Sam Hubbard and Trey Hendrickson, the defensive ends, they're both really long, and they cover a lot of ground, and they'll go to a bare front. They'll go to a bare front and lock you up and prevent you from running it. They made the Chargers kind of go to the air last week. They couldn't run it very much against them or very well against them, but they just got big, strong guys up front. Tupou up front is an immovable object at times, just Polynesian power. So it starts up front with some of the horses that they have.
Steve Young was on a local media podcast this week and insinuated that the biggest problem that the Niners have in their offense is a lack of trust from the head coach to the quarterback. Kyle Shanahan just is, always stepping lightly around what Jimmy can do for him on any given afternoon. Is the word confidence being substituted for arm talent here? Do you think Garoppolo lacks arm talent, or is it confidence in himself?
Well, the interceptions, hurt last week for sure. And I don't know if he saw Bobby Wagner in the first one or not.
Well, if he did, that's really bad. Good God.
Yeah, but on that play, Jamal Adams is blitzing, and really Elijah Mitchell should be carrying out the fake. Instead, he goes to block Jamal Adams. They've got guys covered. He tried to do too much. The fake didn't do anything to the linebackers. Probably all week long, they probably, got the linebackers out of position. They were going to throw it over the top. And Bobby Wagner saw it right away and, was kind of in a crouching position. It didn't look like he didn't see him. But you're right. But I don't think Steve is wrong. I feel like you have to play the way Kyle says you have to play. Like, you have to do it this way. It doesn't look like there's a lot of area to freelance. And sometimes quarterbacks just have to do that. They just got to go by what they see. And whether it's leaving the pocket or taking a shot or whatever it is, sometimes you just have a different feel from maybe what your coach is calling. And quarterbacks, Brett Favre was the best at it. It used to tick his head coach off for a long time, Mike Holmgren. But, sometimes quarterbacks just they've got to have that little bit of freelance to them. I think all the great ones do. And Steve Young certainly had that. And I'm sure it ticked Bill Walsh off at times. But I feel like Jimmy just won't do that. He won't play that style.
Like a system quarterback to his own detriment, if you will?
Yeah, and I'm not saying that's the reason why, they lost to Seattle. But, I think at times, it is to his detriment. There are things that you see and do. It happens to like a lot of positions. You just see things as the play develops, and you just have to play the play. And whatever you practiced, walked through, talked about, drew up on the sideline, sometimes to hell with it. Like, make this play, And you hear players talk about that type of stuff all the time, And I was talking to Stephon Diggs a couple weeks ago, and they threw this ball in the end zone against the Jets, and he caught the ball, but he caught it out of bounds. He went back to Josh Allen. They had a different play called. He goes, run that damn play again. He goes, I'm going to get my feet in bounds against this kid. You watch. Just throw it to me. And that was not the play that was called, but Josh Allen threw it to him again. He caught a touchdown pass. There's just certain things that players see and believe in that you got to let them kind of do that sometimes.
You said an interesting thing, though, in the answer, and this is sort of where I get stuck. All the great ones do. I think we can all agree that Jimmy Garoppolo is not one of the great ones. So the question I've got is, how many of the not great ones get to do that? I mean, because I sort of feel like Kyle Shanahan is a very dogmatic guy about his quarterback play. He sees Jimmy Garoppolo in a certain way and doesn't want him to deviate. Do you get that sense, or am I just nonsense? Or I'm just being an idiot?
No, I believe that's fair, but I believe that's how he is about every position. Just talking to certain players of the team, like he's a stickler for where you got to be. You have to be here. This is how it works. It doesn't work that way or your way. So I think he's dogmatic about every position, but it always falls on the quarterback's shoulders, to play a particular style and do this. This play is going to be open. Make this read. Make this throw. So I don't think that's wrong, Ray, if there's a battle there between a quarterback and a head coach. I don't think that friction is a bad thing. I think that's, if it's causing you to lose games, then things are going to get heated and blow up. But I don't think in-game stuff about what you see, I think there's got to be some trust that your quarterback can do things off schedule when the time is right or the situation presents itself. So I don't think that he does that often enough.
Brian Baldinger here on 95.7 The Game. So Ray and I, before you joined us, were just talking about what I think is a little bit of a lack of leadership or passing a buck of leadership. Ben Roethlisberger, when asked about Chase Claypool, says, look, it's not up to me to talk to the player. It's up to my coach. Like, come on, you're a Hall of Fame bound quarterback. Like, you can say something to anybody on your team, I would think. If you were Ben Roethlisberger, you've earned that. He said, dealing with player issues, that's a coach's job. I deal with on-the-field stuff. Well, Chase Claypool made his mistake on the field. Also got an example of Urban Meyer basically saying, hey, when we bench a running back, it's up to my running back coach, Bernie Parmalee, to put him back into a game. I mean, in your entire playing days history, have you ever seen position coaches being put in charge of in-game, game day playing time decisions?
I have seen that, yes, Damon, but I have never heard a coach take the responsibility off him and put it on the coach. Like, the coach's job as a head coach is to take full responsibility for everything, period. The job of a franchise quarterback is to take all the heat, period. I've seen plenty of Hall of Fame quarterbacks, caliber quarterbacks, where the receiver runs the wrong route, the quarterback throws an interception, and the quarterback takes the responsibility. That's just what you got to do. I mean, it was a childish bonehead play by Chase Claypool in that game last night. And you can't And you have to understand the situation. It's a hurry-up offense. We got to get. They lost a chance for another play by him not getting the ball back to the to the umpire as quickly as possible, and some of the other things that happened. The quarterback has. I've seen quarterbacks throw the ball right in the face mask of players when they ran the wrong route. Like, that's your job. Like, that's the job of the quarterback. Make sure everybody's understands, especially in certain game situations with the game on the line. The quarterback has to take charge. You can't pass the buck there.
Is he passing? Let me ask this. I mean, and there's no way you could know this because you're not talking to Ben Roethlisberger every day, but how much of this could have been a sort of a reflection of the scrapes he got in with Antonio Brown back in the day, where he ended up taking a beating and has just decided at this stage of his career he's not picking a fight that he can front off to Mike Tomlin?
Well, look, I mean, there are people, a lot of people, that they don't want conflict. They just don't. Like, they're just not good at it. They run from it, and that's not a disservice to the person. You can't ask somebody that may not really welcome conflict, and that's what you're talking about right here, if they don't feel comfortable doing that. That's just a code within the person. And I think if you just, some guys, I've seen Aaron Rodgers throw the ball in the ground in disgust this year when a tight end ran the wrong route. Like, he could have thrown it someplace else and made a play out of it, but he was making a point to the tight end that you ran the wrong route. You can't do that, and then he chewed him out. I don't think Aaron Rodgers has any problem doing that to players. I don't think Tom Brady has any problem doing that to players. Some players just aren't comfortable doing it.
49ers and Bengals. I've been billing it as the Jekyll and Hyde Bowl. I mean, one team looks great one week, looks lost the next. I mean, I have no idea what to predict in this game. It is going to be, we'll tell you how it went when it's over. I guess that's the way we're looking at this thing. Where are your broadcasting chops bringing you this weekend, my friend?
I'm going right across the street here to SoFi Stadium for the Chargers and the Giants. And we'll see who's playing quarterback for the Giants and to see if the Chargers can put a streak together here. Interesting. And then are you going to stay out on the West Coast? Are you going to be here for the Falcons game next week? I'm going to be there in San Francisco next week. I'm going back to New Jersey to do some work on Tuesday, but I'll be back in San Francisco on Thursday, Damon, so I'll be around.
Nice. Whenever you get to lean into a Niners game, it's even better to talk to you then. Yep. So we're really looking forward to talking to you next week. Maybe we even see you next week. Maybe we'll pop in for a little cocktail, little a grilled cheese sandwich, a little something for us, but always great to talk to you, man. Thanks, Damon. Thanks, Ray. I'll see you guys next week. Brian Baldinger. Yeah, if we can get Brian in studio at some point in time, we could probably do a little bit better than a grilled cheese sandwich, I would hope, too.
Well, yeah. Well, and he'll be the one who's got the car so he can bring the alcohol in.
You're right. Car service, baby. Did you hear how great quarterbacks, or just good quarterbacks, or quarterbacks and players sometimes have to go off script, Ray? Because you and I argued about that for 25 minutes yesterday.
I didn't say that going off script is a bad thing.
Yes,
what I said was Kyle Shanahan doesn't want his guy going off script, and Jimmy Garoppolo doesn't feel comfortable going off script. I haven't advocated anything. I don't care what they do. If they want to line up in the wing T, I'm fine with that. All I'm saying is...
Stop watching Patriots football.
They won 14-10, and they covered. No, all I'm saying is that's what the 49ers do, for good or ill. And you did hear Brian Baldinger say that's who Kyle Shanahan is at every position. He's dogmatic about it.
Maybe he just needs to loosen his belt a little.
Maybe. And I'm not... If he wants to do that, too, fine. If he wants to coach pantsless, I'm okay with that.
No, you're not.
Well, I mean, I'd change the channel, but, I'm not in a position to tell him what to wear. But I think that's who he is. And I think that's who Jimmy Garoppolo is as a result of that.
I wrote this down. I don't even know why I wrote this down, but I saw a graphic and I thought, hey, interesting. We might talk about that. And here we are talking about it. Through a dozen starts, the comparing and contrasting of Mac Jones and Tom Brady is officially interesting, Ray. Through a dozen starts at 9-3, Brady was one game better. Jones is 8-4 through 12 starts. Mac Jones is at 70%. Brady was at 65%. Mac Jones' touchdown to interception ratio, better than Brady, 16-8. Brady was 16-10. Mac Jones, 2,850 yards, about 350 yards ahead of Brady. His passer rating, 97.1. Brady was 88.8. Now, I'm not saying Mac Jones is the next Tom Brady, but boy, does Bill Belichick understand what he wants from a quarterback, especially a rookie quarterback, as he's plugging him into his system and his culture.
No question. I mean, the only disadvantage that Mac Jones is when he's at that stage that Brady is now, Bill Belichick's going to be 91. So I don't think he's going to get the benefit of that wisdom for a very long time. I think, we're down to the last few years of the Belichick era.
Well, sure.
And the one thing that you have to say about Brady, for all the things he's done, he benefited from having the best coach, just as the best coach benefited from having him. It's the Montana Walsh argument all over again. You can't separate the two guys. They're grafted at the molecular level, and they became great because of each other, not despite each other. And Mac Jones won't get to have that. He'll get some Belichick. He won't get all of it.
I think in college, a superior coach with lesser talent can sometimes put together the game plan to beat the team with superior talent.
Like Rutgers and Purdue.
Just like that. But that doesn't happen professionally. And professionally, it's not the jockey, it's the horses.
Yeah. I mean, Steve Kerr said that.
Well, I'm glad you brought that up because I wanted to throw back to that. Steve Kerr talking with Jon Stewart on The Problem with Jon Stewart, which is a podcast now available. And Steve Kerr was talking about how he almost went to New York to work underneath a man he's got a ton of respect for in Phil Jackson. But then he said, oh, look at that Warrior roster.
I almost became the next coach.
I remember.
Yeah, 8 years ago.
That's right.
Phil Jackson was the GM, and, that was my guy, and very intriguing. But when the Warriors come along and they've got Steph Curry and Klay Thompson, Draymond, it's kind of hard.
That must have been a very nice situation for you.
It worked out pretty well.
Steph Curry was so intriguing. Draymond Green was so intriguing that you felt that you had to.
Yeah, but I mean, I talked to coaching friends of mine. They all said the same thing. They said, your talent is everything in coaching. And it's true. I mean, I remember saying, well, Phil Jackson is my guy. And one of my good friends said, which job do you think Phil would take? And I was like, ooh, man. And that kind of got me because, think about it. Phil Jackson takes the Bulls job when he's got Michael Jordan, Scottie Pippen, and his career takes off. Pat Riley takes the Laker job when he's got Magic Johnson and Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. We're all dependent on our talent as coaches. And the Warriors were already good. They were a 50-win team. They got all this young talent. So honestly, if I'd taken the next job, I would have been spun through that cycle and been gone in 2 years, guaranteed.
By the way, speaking of spun through cycles and gone in just a couple years, look at Bill Belichick in Cleveland.
Well, yeah. I mean, he was working for an unstable ownership. Art Modell was going bankrupt and moved the team to Baltimore. So, I mean, you can imagine the number of corners he cut just to make payroll. I mean, that's something that's out of Belichick's control, but it impacts what he's got to work with. And once he got to Boston with a deep pockets guy who let him do what he wanted, he had opportunities to make it all work. Did he fall into Brady? Absolutely. If he knew Brady was going to be Brady, he wouldn't have waited till the 6th round to take him.
Right.
But the fact is, to be a successful coach in any sport, you need 3 things. A rich owner who will write a check. You need people who can acquire talent for you. And you need the autonomy to develop that talent.
Well, and remember,
because the guys who settle for the big paycheck fail in 2 years. Matt Rule is on his way out in Carolina, and he got paid $9+ million a year for 2 years of mediocre football, and now he's in trouble. And why? Because the people around him weren't solid, and he's paying for it now. Steve Kerr fell into a situation where ownership had money, general manager knew what he was doing, and they already had players on the floor who could make smart people smarter.
Remember, too, before he lucked into Brady in the 6th round, he had no need to take a quarterback high because he had Drew Bledsoe. And the Patriots, it's not like, thanks, Tom Brady showed up and then we got good. They were very much on an upward trajectory.
Yeah, but the upward trajectory was with a guy who'd been playing quarterback for a fairly long time and who had an injury history. So, and I'm not trying to denigrate Drew Bledsoe, but the young guy with all the upside is still the preferable one unless you're talking about a genuinely great quarterback, which Drew Bledsoe, in fairness, was not. He was good.
So why doesn't that apply to Trey Lance then? Who's the young guy with all the upside when the other guys hardly?
Because upside doesn't save you now, and what Kyle Shanahan is seeing.
He's got a 5-year deal.
Wait a minute. It doesn't matter what his deal is. It's only about what's happening right now. And right now, what Kyle Shanahan is seeing in Trey Lance is a guy that he doesn't trust to run his offense.
When we come on back, I'm going to tell you who is named Scout Team Player of the Week for the San Francisco 49ers.
I'm riveted.
We're going to talk about Mike Tyson taking toad venom. How are you going to miss that? Stick around.
No, I am riveted.
Damon and Ratto here on 95.7 The Game. We're brought to you by BMW Fairfield, now open in the Fairfield Auto Mall. They provide a luxurious, all-encompassing experience to address all of your BMW needs. Visit BMWFairfield.com today to book your visit. BMWFairfield.com.
It's Joe Shasky from the Morning Roast, presented by Timeless Coffee. Join us Monday morning as we break down Niners-Bengals, and we see, did Steph Curry break the all-time three-point record? Airfield on 95.7 The Game.
Stick around, because coming up next, our friend Matt Kolsky and company will take you into your Friday night. Meanwhile, tune in Mondays from 6 to 7. You'll find the Football Hour with Sean Salisbury and Lorenzo Neal, a jam-packed hour of football from two guys who know the league because they played there. Presented by Livermore Casino, located on 1st Street in Livermore, offering Vegas-style blackjack, 3-card poker, baccarat, Texas Hold'em, the Tri-Valley's place to play, and downtown Livermore. Play responsibly. And when you're playing on a scout team, go ahead and play so well you get named Scout Team Player of the Week. Whoa. It was Trey Lance.
He just had a real good week. Defense coaches, they all vote on it. The guys who put the scout team together. We're usually hard on the quarterback. We don't try to give it to him all the time since they're the ones not running around quite as much as all the other guys. But he was definitely had the best week. He was sharp throwing the ball, did a really good job emulating their offense, doing what we asked and where you go with the ball to try to do what Burrow does. But when it wasn't there, he did a good job making his own plays.
In other words, this guy can throw the ball far. Make a note of that.
He can throw the ball, right?
Yeah.
He's got an arm.
Yes.
Joe Burrow has an arm.
Yes.
Deep balls, practicing.
Yes.
He helped them.
Yes. What's your point?
I'm saying it's Trey Lance time, baby.
You're out of your mind.
I know. You don't want to know why I'm out of my mind? I've been smoking that toad venom. Actually, I haven't, but Mike Tyson has.
Do you smoke toad venom?
I don't know. Do you lick toad venom? Do you smoke toad? I don't know. Let's find out here in the story. Mike Tyson says, I died during my first trip. The 55-year-old former world heavyweight champion said at Wonderland, which is a Miami conference dedicated to psychedelics, that microdosing in medicine is in his future. Quote, I've had trips where I've seen death, and death is beautiful. Life and death both have to be beautiful, but death has a bad rep. There's no fooling Mike. The toad has taught me I'm not going to be here forever, that we have an expiration date. What has the toad taught you, Ray?
I'm going to be honest with you. I knew there was an expiration date before I talked to the toad.
You're rooting for it.
So the toad, well, no, I'm rooting for it for everybody. I'm very pro-meteor. But if this is the wisdom that Mike Tyson got from toad venom, I think he's probably not getting the kind of toad venom he needs.
Tyson discovered it 4 years ago, he says. At the time, he was 100 pounds overweight, drinking and drugging. He was sluggish and unhappy. One of his friends suggested he tried the toad. By the way, the toad is the Bufo alvirus, a Mexican amphibian otherwise known as the Sonoran desert toad.
Sonoran.
Thank you. Sonoran.
I didn't even...
You're into toad.
Well, no, Sonora is it's a county in California, too.
Okay. Well, Tyson says he did it as a dare. He was doing heavy drugs like cocaine, so why not? He says it took him to another dimension. I did the toad. I was a wreck. The toughest opponent I ever faced was myself. I had low self-esteem. People with big egos often have low self-esteem. We use our ego to subsidize that, and the toad strips you of ego.
Hey, it worked for James Gandolfini in The Sopranos.
That's right. Tyson is so into Trippy Toad that he now has a whole nursery of amphibians on his ranch in the Desert Hot Springs in Southern California. Venom on demand? Do we need Mike Tyson walking around microdosing on toad venom? Does that make the world a safer place? It might.
If it mellows him out,
yes.
Sure.
Yeah.
I don't know what snack food you have with toad venom, but surely there must be some.
Is there like a toad venom sommelier that will help you pair that venom with a...
Yes, you'll need a nice Frito with that.
Chili cheese.
Yeah. No, look, if it works for him, fine. I think what he said about, having low self-esteem and, being a bully and being all, 6s and 7s with his whole life, that's much is true.
Totally.
We've known that.
Yeah.
And if the toad delivers the goods, pro-toad. I don't know that it's for everybody.
Have you ever taken psychedelic drugs, Ray?
I have not.
In your entire life? Not in college? Nothing experimental? Nothing?
Well, not psychedelics.
Okay. Would you like to get into specifics?
Absolutely not.
All right. Yells! Yeah.
No, I mean,
I've also never taken psychedelics. I swear.
Wow, you sound sincere.
Well, look, I've been to enough fish shows to where we all know what's happened.
Yeah, no, I wouldn't believe you if you said you had never taken a psychedelic.
The Toad's whole purpose is to reach your highest potential. I look at the world differently. We're all the same. Everything is love. Ray, maybe we need to get you a Toad. You know what? I'm going to get you. Oh, hi, it's Matt Kolsky and Company. It's so funny. We could be talking about the 49ers. He's not coming in here for crosstalk. Toad venom, fish shows, boom.
Psychedelics was the word.
Hi, you're not. There, are you?
I can hear you. What do I need the headphones for?
I hear you. No, now I did not hear you. Now I hear you.
Oh, there we are. Hello.
Toad venom?
I've never tried toad venom. No.
But we would.
I mean, I'd consider it. It sounds like it's worked wonders for Mike Tyson.
It's one of the 8 days of Hanukkah, I believe.
Oh, if it is, I missed it. Hanukkah's over, Ray. Early Hanukkah this year.
You could stretch Hanukkah out as long as you want when you have the toad.
That's a very good point.
Right.
I like that he calls it the toad. That's my favorite part of the story.
Yeah, the best part of the story is, where does he say, I got to find it again. Oh, the toad is getting a lot more attention. Oh, no. The toad has taught me I'm not going to be here forever.
Exactly. The toad's a teacher.
Yeah. Yeah, the toad showed me that, yes, all life is finite. Way to go, Toad.
Toad the Wet Sprocket, anyone?
I remember.
Yeah, a couple of really good songs.
And that was it.
And that's as far as that
That's
went.
the story of Toad the Wet Sprocket.
It's a great name.
It is
the band was not nearly up to that.
What do you got coming up?
Lots of stuff. Lots of Niners, lots of Warriors, as you might expect. Oscar Aparicio, a real X's and O's guy at 7. I want to dig a little deeper on what the hell's going on with the Niners.
I like it. I like it an awful lot. Kolsky and Company, BYOT. Bring your own toads. Coming up next here on 95.7 The Game. Thank you very much. Please enjoy your weekend. Thanks to Brian Baldinger and Anthony Slater for joining us. Toads all around. Good stuff out of you, Grandy. Go get yourself a toad. Toad it up. Talk to the toad, Lucas. Thank you very much. For Ray, I'm Damon. Sports don't build character. They reveal it.
And like that, he's gone.
Ladies and gentlemen, the weekend.
Have you heard the phrase, the best defense is a good offense? That's what Golden State believes when it comes to protecting your home from the elements. The smart play is to visit goldenstatelumber.com. Under products, click Windows and Doors. Take a virtual tour at one of their showrooms throughout the Bay Area for a variety of options that will defend your home with greater energy efficiency. Now that's a winning combination. Since 1954, Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed.
Are you curious about who offers the best deals on top-rated Samsung, LG, and Sony TVs? The answer is surprising. It's not online, and it's not the warehouse clubs. The best deals on top-rated TVs are at Video Only. Don't believe it? Then check out the trade-in deals at Video Only. How about $500 for your old TV? Try doing that online. Before you buy that new TV, drop into Video Only. If you don't, you'll be sorry.
At AT&T, everyone, new and existing customers, get our best deals on every smartphone. Why? Because you deserve it. For turning your living room into your office and your gym. For teaching Grandma how to video call and teaching her again.
It's the button on your left, Nana. Okay, your other left.
It's not complicated. Everyone deserves something new. So AT&T is giving everyone, new and existing customers, our best deals with every unlimited plan on every smartphone, even the latest ones.
AT&T may temporarily slow data speeds if the network is busy. Restrictions and exceptions may apply.
Hey, this is Damon Bruce from BMW of Fairfield. And this holiday season, they want to make some kids a little more merry than they might be. That's why they're participants with Toys for Tots. BMW of Fairfield has partnered with Travis Air Force Base to be a collection point for Toys for Tots. And don't forget to drop off non-perishable food items as well. They want to help as much as they can during the holiday season. It's just the kind of guys that Justin LeGrand Logan and his dad are. They run the BMW Fairfield dealership, and they care about their communities. So stop on by with a toy or a non-perishable food item today and drop it off for Toys for Tots.
This holiday season, head into the Golf Mart for the hottest gifts from Titleist and Bushnell. Feel the difference with the Titleist T-Series irons. 4 models to give you maximum performance for any type of dedicated golfer. And don't miss these hot gifts from Bushnell, like the Tour V5 and the Tour V5 Shift with Pin Seeker technology, or the Wingman with Bluetooth and audible GPS for distance. The Golf Mart is home of the 90-day satisfaction guarantee, or shop us online for the holidays at worldwidegolfshops.com.
Masterclass gives you unlimited access to online classes from the world's best. Anytime, anywhere, at your own pace. Create an unforgettable dish with Gordon Ramsay. Write a chart-topping song with Alicia Keys. Build an iconic brand with Anna Wintour. Or land a Yurchenko 2.5 with Simone Biles. Okay, maybe we'll wait on that one. Learn from more than 100 world-class instructors through over 1,000 exclusive lessons. With cinematic quality classes broken up into on-demand videos short enough to fit into your everyday life, you can watch from your phone, tablet, living room devices, computer, or even just listen with audio mode. So if you know someone who wants to do everything and anything, give the gift that shows you how well you know them with Masterclass. This holiday, give 1 annual Masterclass membership and get 1 free for yourself. Go to masterclass.com/thegame today. That's masterclass.com/thegame to get a 2nd annual membership free. Terms apply.
Preparing for the holidays just got easier with the perfect kitchen tools for chefing up your next delectable meal. Chef's Toys is the #1 restaurant supply store in California and is open to the public. Shop commercial-grade products for your home kitchen or restaurant. The staff at Chef's Toys loves talking about the latest cooking gadgets and is ready to help you find what you need. Visit one of their 3 Northern California stores, Oakland, San Francisco, and Sacramento, or shop online at chefstoys.com with free shipping available. For a limited time, mention 95.7 at checkout and receive $20 off.
You know a spot, but not just a spot, the spot. Actually, with the all-new Nissan Frontier, you know a bunch of them. One for hitting a trail. One for catching a wave. One where this happened.
Yo, where'd our tent go?
Another where the fish get bigger every time you tell the story. Some spots, you made your mark. Others marked you. And one? Okay, let's stay away from that one. But the key to these great spots? Being able to reach them in the first place. Your spot is out there. Find your frontier in the all-new 2022 Nissan Frontier. With best-in-class standard 310 horsepower, advanced tech, and 281 pound-foot of torque. Comparison based on 2022 Frontier S versus latest in-market Ward small truck segment. Base models compared based on manufacturer's website.
Cricket Holiday Hotline, what's your wish?
Hey, I'm looking to buy a new phone plan, brand new phone plan right here, and it's gotta go fast.
Well, Cricket has super fast nationwide 5G on all plans, just in time for the holidays.
Do I have 1G, 3G, 5G for the gentleman right here?
Mm-hmm.
Do I have holiday shopping, video streaming, photo sending, and recipe searching?
All that and more.
Going once, going twice.